everyone, welcome to our complete cybersecurity course. Here's something that might surprise you. Cybersecurity jobs are exploding right now, and I mean exploding. Why? Because it is very simple. We are living on our devices, your phone, laptop, smart TV, even your car, everything is connected. And while we are getting more digital, hackers are getting sneakier. They're not just random kids in the hoodies anymore. They are organized groups making millions by stealing data, shutting down hospitals, and messing with the entire cities. The result? Everyone needs protection. Your local coffee shop, big banks, schools, governments, they all are desperately looking for people who can keep the bad guys out. And guess what? They are willing to pay really well for it. Here's the best part. You don't need to be a computer genius to get started. Seriously, if you can spot a sketchy email or even something feels off online, you're already ahead of most people. So in this course, we are covering everything you need to know. We all learn how to catch phishing scams, stop malware in the tracks, and understand how hackers actually think. We have even included hands-on training with the Kali Linux, the same tools that security pros use every day. By the end of this, you will be the person everyone comes to when this computer starts acting weird. You will know how to protect yourself, your family, and maybe even land a career that's basically recession-proof. So ready to become?
We'll be discussing about risk management in the information security, where we'll understand the concepts of cybersecurity, the CIA triad. We'll enumerate various factors involving risk management. We'll be able to understand the definition between quantitative and qualitative risk analysis, and also categorize various types of security control methods, right? And normally, we start with a scenario, all right? We start with the scenario. And the scenario is you have joined a major corporation as a cybersecurity specialist. In your new role as a cybersecurity specialist, you must help in securing the organization's information systems. Right? That's your job as a cybersecurity expert, a specialist. Now, your job entails in protecting systems from cyber risks, threats, and vulnerabilities by monitoring and detecting, investigating, analyzing, and responding to security events, right? Incidents, events. So the task you have been given are identify the potential threats to the organization's critical assets, identify vulnerabilities to organization's assets, determine risks, and for identified risks, perform something known as risk analysis and recommend appropriate response. This is what you'll be learning on the job as we proceed. So basics first. What is cybersecurity? Very simple. Every one of us knows. It refers to the process of securing sensitive data and critical systems from cyber threats. Right? We'll cover what is a threat, what is sensitive data, what is vulnerabilities, exploits as we proceed in our discussions. Right? The goal is to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We'll cover CIA triad. That is C stands for confidentiality, I stands for integrity, A stands for availability of an organization's critical assets. Now, the assets would be your networks, your computers, your programs, your data, your human being, your facilities. Anything is an asset for an organization. Do you agree with me, all of you? What is an asset in an organization? Anything which is a property of an organization. Anything which gives helps boost the organization's productivity per se. Right? Understood, right? Right. So that is the goal of cybersecurity: to protect, right, the organization, allow it to flourish, continue doing business. Right. So let's come to our blackboard, and I will start our topic discussions. The first topic we'll be discussing about security and risk management. Right. Would you want everything in white, or would you prefer a red font? How does it look? White or red font? Your choice. White is better? Okay, great. Thank you. So I intend to share this with you once every session is complete. Yeah, Juice says FFF. Wonderful. Okay. white background, is it, or black background with white font? But this is what I do. I use black background with white font, but I can always change it. No problem. You can have it like this also. The white background with black font. Good. Let's start with our discussion. So what I do normally, okay, let's have the introductory discussions. Yeah. Okay, let's start with security and risk management. So I'll give you the introduction. Then we'll move on further on our topics, right? So let's have this discussion completed. Okay, what is the issue? Right. So information security and risk management are analogous with each other. Analogous with each other. This is how I will create notes, share it with you at the end of the day. Now, as you see, it is clear. If we can increase the font a bit more for all of us to see, have a better look, right? The security and risk management domain forms the baseline for all information security concepts and practices. Now, in this topic, we'll be focusing on concepts and key areas such as the asset protection, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, security governance and principles, compliance, legal and regulatory issues that pertain to information security in the global context, professional ethics, personal security policies, risk management principles, threat modeling, business continuity planning, security risk considerations in acquisition strategy and practice, security education, training, and awareness. Right? At the primary, this is what we'll be covering throughout as we proceed, right? So we'll be discussing all of these one by one. Now, this is something which I'm covering through my own notes, through my understanding of what I have learned throughout the years, right? So remember, this is the practical part of it, which we are discussing. You'll have to go back and understand it during the weekend or week whenever you are free. Let's start with an illustration. So let's start with an illustration. Let me get my pen activated. There is it. Please allow me a minute so that I can set up my white pen and writer. And just give me a second. I think I missed the connector somewhere. Okay, great. So let's start with a particular illustration. I think I will do one thing. I can't find my pen as of now, so I can create over here itself. Let's draw shapes and type it there itself. So first thing, I will cover the topics one by one. Black, yeah. Asset, insert. So consider this asset. I want to get this box over here. Right, yeah. So consider an asset in an organization, right? Now, we will cover the definition. Let me complete the diagram and I'll explain it to you. What do you mean by asset and why we need to discuss on it, right? So here's the asset. Then when you have an asset, you need to protect the asset, right? You need to protect. So assets, as I said, can be a human resource, can be computers, can be your facilities, can be anything, right? Let's understand an asset basically requires protection. So let's copy this, get it over here. Okay, I'm creating a diagram for ease of understanding over here. I think this should be good. Yeah, so it needs protection. Once the diagram is ready, we can talk about it in greater detail. Right? Now, this protection will be based on something. And what is that something? What is that something? Is, okay, the CIA triad, which we'll be discussing, in our topics ahead. So the protection has to be based on, let's have this thing again, based. We need requires. This thing requires protection, and this protection will be based on shapes. Do I have a triangle? Yeah, will be based on the CIA triad, which is C stands for, let's make it bigger. Okay. C stands for confidentiality. Okay. Can I copy this? And the A stands for availability. Yeah, it would have been easier. I did find the pen, but connector to my yeah. So A stands for availability. There's an I over here. So let's have an I which says it is integrity. We'll be covering all these terminologies. So those who are confused, not sure what is happening, do not worry, we'll cover it. Right? This is your CIA triad. This is your CIA triad. So understand, we have an asset which requires protection, and this protection will be based on the CIA triad, right? So important, remember. So let's have this color coded for ease. And actually, I'm beautifying it, nothing else. So, right. So that's it. Make this as green so that you can see it better. Green, right? So you have an asset, it needs protection. The protection will be based on the CIA triad, right? Now, what is an asset at the onset? What is an asset? Asset is, it's not straight. Let's make it straight. An asset is nothing but, let me make it here. We'll increase the arrow's length so that I can add here. And what is an asset? Yeah, asset is your hardware, software, information, people, personal. Let me see how can I get it here. Oh, interesting. Okay, so your physical hardware. Now this is creating trouble for me. I don't know. It should have worked. Normally it does, but I normally make these diagrams using my pen. I never use this. So this is what is causing the issue. And if I type, it is typing somewhere else. Yeah. So like I said, I assume we are out of the initial issues, right? So let's start. So like I said, the asset we were discussing, what is an asset? His asset is nothing but your hardware. So your software, right? Then it could be, say it could be your people, right? And information, right? All of them are considered to be assets. Now, this is, yes, everything is an asset. Your facilities also can be called an asset. So assets can be hardware, software, people, information. And as is the case over here, all of them will require, excuse me. Yeah, all of them will require protection. All of them will require protection. Okay, so we need to protect it. Now we've already talked. The protection will be based on our CI confidentiality, integrity, and availability per se, right? So let's this. Oh, excuse me. It is misbehaving. No, interesting. It is not allowing me to delete this. Is the line visible? Okay, you are also able to see this line which has come up, right? Okay, yeah. My apologies to the team. It should not have happened like that. Interesting. It is a glitch. Okay. Now let's move on further and we'll discuss it if the issue comes up again. Now, this CIA will primarily be given or will be decided based on certain other aspects, right? And those aspects would be your security, compliance. So we'll cover this. So uh, you'll understand it better. Compliance and policies, all right? So this CIA will be primarily based on security, compliance, and policies. Now, again, this also will be ensured through the CIA will be ensured through. Let me move it a bit like this. Can I just use it like this? Yeah. It will be ensured through security governance, security governance, right? And through compliance. Compliance. This will be demonstrated through compliance, right? Now, understand. Uh, let's get these boxes in place. So here it is. Yeah, just trying to get everything in place. Second box is the compliance box over here. We'll make it slightly good looking, right? Yeah. Okay, here it is. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Coming back to our discussion, understand this security governance will be driven through compliance. So this security governance will be driven through compliance. So driven through compliance. Okay. So as of now, most of you must be feeling that this is all gibberish, but we'll cover it as we proceed. So don't worry, right? So this is a diagram which we'll be referring regularly. Hence, I am creating the diagram over here, right? Now, this compliance will be primarily based on certain aspects such as, so the compliance will be based on certain things which we'll be covering one by one. That is legislations or regulatory. So let's say legislative, then regulatory, privacy related issues, right? Privacy related issues, right? Also, it will be, for example, let's say it will be based on PCI DSS. Now we'll cover what is PCI DSS as we proceed. Regulations, HIPAA, or GDPR. GDPR, right? So we'll cover this as we proceed. Now understand, the most important thing we need to understand is an asset. It is hardware, software, people, information, facility, everything and all of it, right? Now this asset needs to be protected, right? The asset needs to be protected. And this protection will be based on confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? And now this CIA will be demonstrated using compliance, which is primarily based on legislative, regulatory, privacy-related issues and regulations. And the security governance will ensure it, right? Now, what is security governance? It is nothing but management practices, right? Standards, policies, procedures. That is security governance. So a few things to be remembered over here. Where's my pen? Here it is. So remember, security governance is nothing but management practices, right? Then it will be your standards, policies, and procedures. We'll cover the definition after this, right? You should remember that security governance can be ensured by proper management practices, standards, policies, and procedures, right? Basically, this complete stuff will give you or will provide insights. I need to slow down. Insights into something known as security controls, the protection mechanisms, right? Your uh, personal security and professional ethics, right? Okay. Now, all of this is interrelated, hence we are covering it like that. Now, this particular aspect of security controls, excuse me, I did select, yeah. All these aspects of security controls, personal security, professional ethics will be controlled by or can be adhered using your compliance, right? We'll be adhering using compliance, right? Now, each term will be explaining as we proceed ahead. So don't get confused, right? So this will be adhered through, right? Security compliance. Okay, is the diagram clear? Right? Is the diagram clear? Asset needs protection. Asset is nothing but hardware, software, people, information. Protection will be done through the use of CIA, compliance, integrity, availability. Okay. This is primarily, okay, one more box will create so that I can differentiate. Otherwise, my handwriting is, okay, here it is. So yeah, now this compliance CIA will be basically based on security compliance and policies, right? Now you can ensure the CIA by ensuring you have proper security governance, which is management practices, standards, policies, and procedures. And this can be demonstrated using compliance, right? And compliance can be added through security controls, personal security, and professional ethics, right? This is what we are covering all in all in this particular topic, right? So let's move on with the explanation for each topic mentioned over here. Any questions so far? Anything you would like to understand? Anything which you like to discuss right now? We can discuss. If you have any questions, we'll be covering it. Okay. Yeah. Anything you like to discuss now? Please go ahead. No? Wonderful. Wonderful. So let's come back to our primary discussion. And here we begin. Yes, I will share the topic notes, Dipti, with you. I will share this particular page itself. Yeah, this particular page I will be sharing with you. So do not worry. I'll share this document. You can ask, you can go through this document whenever you want. And now we have a few questions. We'll address the questions one by one. So normally what I do is get the questions here itself. So let's say, can I just give me a second? I am setting up the question. So all questions which will be discussed, will add it here itself so that I can talk about it and give you an insight. So now all those questions which will be answered for the topic will be here. So the first question is, who does the rule? The question is, who decides? Okay, the question is from Kaushal, right? So let me just paste it text only, right? So the question is, who who decides? Okay, the spelling, okay, that does not matter. Who decides the rule of compliance? Okay, so here's the answer for you. Let me dictate. Okay. So the rules of compliance are typically determined by a combination of regulatory bodies, industry standards organizations, governmental agencies, and sometimes international agreements. Yeah? Does that answer your question, Kaushal? Information in asset means what? So the question is, what information asset means? Okay, so let me give you the answer on it. Now, information asset typically refers to data and knowledge that is contained within an organization, right? So let's talk about a bit more. Now, this particular aspect of information can be either tangible or intangible, owned by individuals or an organization, right? Now, this information can take various forms and is often critical to the functioning of an asset. There are various types of assets in case of information. Intellectual property, financial assets, physical assets, digital assets, human capital. Do you understand? If you talk about information, all these can be called as assets, which are either tangible or intangible. What is tangible or intangible? Tangible is something which you can touch, intangible which cannot be touched, right? Like the air, you know it is there, but you cannot touch it. Same. If you want to touch a tree, it is there. Both are assets. Okay. Now, how can we ensure that the integrity is maintained as per a CIA? Now, this is a topic which we'll be discussing in our integrity discussions per se, but I can give you an introduction on it. Right? I can give you an introduction on it and what is it about. Now, maintaining integrity as a part of the CIA triad in information security is crucial for ensuring that the data remains accurate, trustworthy, and unaltered. This can be achieved by strategies such as data encryption, access control, data validation, audit trials, version control, security training and awareness, backup and recovery. So let's start with our topic discussion. So we addressed questions. Now we'll work on the terminologies which we used over here, one by one. Now, important things to remember, important points to remember here. Okay, let's understand this one by one. The first point, assets require protection. Right. So this is me typing now. There's too many typos happening. Second, protection is based on the requirements of confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right, for the asset. Security is ensured through security governance that comprises rather management practices and management oversight, right? Security is demonstrated through compliance that could be legal or regulatory in nature. Let's try this. Now, compliance consists of adherence to applicable legal and regulatory requirements, applicable policies, standards, procedures, and guidelines, and personal securities and policies. Also, compliance can be affected by security issues. Now, these are some of the important points which we should remember before we understand each topic separately, right? Before we understand the complete terminologies which we saw until now, right? So as you see over here, we talked about this diagram as an introductory nature. In this diagram, we need to understand these important points and topics, right? This is something which will allow you to better understand what is happening and why are we looking into this particular aspect, right? In the diagram. This is important, you should remember, right? So let's proceed with our further discussion, right? Wherein we'll be defining each of the topics one by one over here. So the first thing, let me just cover this question for you. I will not number it. I think numbering would be difficult, but let's have the question noted over here. So is CIA triad company or organization specific? So I should have asked you this question, but let's do it this way. Now, the CIA triad is not specific to any particular company or organization. Instead, it is a fundamental concept in information security that applies universally across various industries, sectors, and organizations. Also, the CIA triad basically provides a framework for understanding and addressing the core objectives of information security. And these core objectives are confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These will be discussed as we proceed ahead. Yeah. Right. So I think not many typos. This should work. Right. So, Azareen, does that answer your question? It is not organization specific at the onset. Wonderful. Your question is addressed and put into the notes for ease of understanding of everyone. Now, can you give an example of security governance? Can you give an example of security governance? We're slightly jumping the gun, but I can give an example. Let's say, let me think of an example for you. I will not type it. I will just explain it to you like this. Now, let's consider an example of a banking industry. Yes, Aditya. Aditya, you belong to which industry? Are you working or are you a student? I'm just asking it so that I can, it'll be easy for me to discuss. Yeah, working. In which industry are you? Now, let's consider an example of security governance in the banking industry per se or the sector. Now, if you talk about confidentiality or in case of the banking industry, ensuring confidentiality would be paramount for protecting the customers' sensitive information, right? Because it is financial. Now, banks implement various measures such as the encryption, access control, and authentication mechanisms to prevent unauthorized access to customer accounts and transaction data, right? So, for example, online banking platform will use secure web communication, right? Secure connection or HTTPS. Yeah. So you will be using HTTPS connectivity and multi-factor authentication to ensure that only authorized users can access this account. That is confidentiality. If you talk about integrity, you're basically maintaining the integrity of financial transactions by having checksums, digital signatures, right? To basically verify the electronic transactions. And availability would be ensuring that when a customer wants to access the banking platform, the online banking platform, it is available whenever it is demanded without interruption. That is the CIA. Now, in this example, security governance in the banking industry will incorporate the principles of the CIA to protect the customer data, maintain the integrity, ensure the availability by placing requisite processes, mechanisms, standard operating processes, your guidelines, and policies in place. So you have to implement the CIA, protect the CIA, having a certain set of what did we call processes, practices, mechanisms, standards, guidelines in place, and we'll cover those definitions as we proceed. Yeah, Zareen, your question is answered. Okay, let's proceed with the topic which we were discussing. Let's start with asset. What is an asset? So we discussed about asset, but we need to clearly understand what do we understand by the asset, and what all does an asset compromise of, right? So let's proceed. Does that? Okay. Now this is something which always happens. I'm just checking it. And it has again happened. Okay, yeah, it is. Now, asset can be tangible, that is perceptible by touch. An example of a tangible asset could be a desktop computer or a laptop. Assets can be intangible also, which are basically not physically present. You cannot touch it. For example, corporate image or intellectual property, such as the patents, are intangible assets. Clear so far? So assets are tangible and intangible. Tangible is basically what you can touch, what you can perceive with a touch, right? Intangible is something which is understood. We cannot just touch it, right? Now, assets are used by the organization for business purposes or business processes. Every asset, whether tangible or intangible, has a certain intrinsic value to the business. The value can be monetary or of importance or of both. For example, a simple firewall that costs less than $10,000 may be protecting important business applications worth millions of dollars. Is that understood? So let's take an example over here. For example, if you have the Coca-Cola as an organization, right? What is the most unique selling point? Wonderful. See, Shaurya and me are thinking of the same line. So he's given the same example of Coca-Cola, which has Coke as a primary, what do you say, product which they sell, right? And it has a unique formula, which is kept secret for very, very long. Now, if your server, which is bought for say $1,000, $10,000, has this formula kept inside the server itself is 10,000, but the formula is worth millions of dollars, right? So what is the server is the tangible asset. What is the data which has a formula is a intangible asset, right? So every asset, whether it is tangible or intangible, will have value associated to it. And the value will be based on either monetary or the intrinsic value of the asset per se, right? So it is important for the organization. That is what you should understand. The weather is right. Right. I think that's the right weather. Yeah. Okay. Understood why asset and how asset is important, how you should understand An organization may get affected. Now, if this particular Coca-Cola's formula, Coke formula, is lost, as in it is available on the dark web, won't Coca-Cola lose its unique selling point, its competitive advantage in the market? They will, right? Yeah, they will, right? You agree with me, all of you? Yeah. So you should remember this is what is an asset. And when you have an asset, it needs to be protected. If you don't protect an asset, you will lose it. And if you lose it, that compromise may get you out of the business. You may file for bankruptcy. The organization may file for bankruptcy, right? So that is why we need to protect the asset. So if an asset is compromised, for example, stolen or modified, and that data or secret information is disclosed, it will have an impact that could lead to monetary loss, customer dissatisfaction, and or legal and regulatory non-compliance, right? So this is what is a problem. You may have loss of customers, loss of money, you may lose, regulatory issues may come up, you will be fined, you will be punished, there will be penalties. As an organization, that is something which will cause a lot of issue. Question says, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, thank you. Can you please explain how people are an asset? Now, uh, see, understand the people are the most valuable assets within an organization because they have skills, knowledge, experience, creativity, and relationship that employee possesses, which will contribute significantly to the success and competitiveness of the organization. Now, anything which contributes to the organization's success is considered as a asset. So, yeah. So, when you talk about human beings, right, and how information and skills of the workforce can be considered, it can be considered under, say, intellectual capital, right? That is collective knowledge, expertise, skills of an employees. Similarly, innovation and creativity can be considered such that an employees are able to innovate, to generate ideas, right? Uh, Customer relationship. Again, employees often develop very, very strong customer relationship. Let me just put it in the bullet points over here itself. So let's talk one by one on these points. So first one is uh, intellectual capital. So this is where the collective knowledge, expertise, and skills of the employees will represent intellectual capital. Innovation and creativity, where employees basically the ability of an employee to innovate, generate new ideas, and solve complex problems, again, can be considered as a critical asset for an organization, particularly where the industries are or the industry have a rapid changing scenario. Technology is changing regularly, right? So that is where employee can be considered, or human being can be considered as an asset, right? So this is where you need to understand why human being is considered an asset, right? Similarly, you will have customer relationship, where a lot of organizations have employees directly in touch with the customers. Now, customers trust these employees. They prefer to talk to these employees. This is where customer relationship this is where your employee becomes a asset, right? You cannot let go the asset because you may even lose the customer. And even your organization culture comes into play. And that culture basically uh, significantly, what do you say, prefers the employees to be trained in a certain way, to be addressed in a certain way, making them an asset which becomes indispensable, or at least a big time, uh, have big time importance to the organization. Yeah. Does it answer your question, Zari? Okay. Why do you consider them an asset? Because there are a lot of things which they handle. And this is all these things which they handle can be considered as something which allows the organization to grow in long term, right? Okay, until he types, let's proceed. Now, assets are basically grouped or generally grouped in a certain ways, and so how are assets generally grouped? So let's have this one by one. So first one is physical assets. So let me tell you what are physical assets. So physical assets again are tangible in nature, and our examples could be, say, your buildings, uh, furniture, right? HVAC systems, systems, right? And so on and so forth, right? So these are considered as assets, which are physical in nature or physical assets, right? So these are how you can group assets in various segments. One is physical assets. Let's move to the next one, which is hardware assets. Right? Hardware assets. Now, when you talk about hardware assets, these are in information security per se. If you talk about examples, it would include your servers, desktops or desktop computers, laptops, router, network cables, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So these are the hardware assets in information security per se. So you can differentiate your assets based on this. So we understanding what are the different groupings of assets. So we talked about physical, we talk about hardware. Now the next one logically will come as software assets. What are software assets? Okay, these are intangible assets. If you can refer to software as a intangible assets, right? Now these basically can be utilized or are utilized by organization by having licenses, right? Yeah, licenses or your intellectual property can be considered over here. Uh, uh, let's example would be your operating system, OS, your DBMS, database management system, right? Office applications, you're procuring it, you do not have uh, do not have your own system, you're buying it under license to be utilized. Then your web servers, uh, server softwares, as we call it, softwares, right? And so on and so forth can be considered as software assets. Clear so far? Yeah, Aditya says the same product may cause loss to other company. Coca-Cola example, very true. Right. So those are software assets. Right. Now, another group or another classification of assets could be information assets. Information assets, right? So if you talk about information assets, again, these are intangible in nature and they are owned by an organization. Now, these are not owned but licensed, right? Licensed, right? In this case, these are owned by the organization, right? So example could be your business processes, organizations, business processes. Then policies, procedures, procedures, um, customer information, right? Uh, Personal information, then agreements, and formulas which are developed in-house. In-house, right? Those are so now developed in-house or even purchased. So they are holding them after purchasing, right? Those are your information assets. Clear so far? Physical, hardware, information, uh, software, and personal assets. And the last one is personal assets. Now, these are basically people associated with the organization, right? For example, your employees, contractors, uh, maybe vendors, third-party consultants, right? Um, what else? Okay, maybe these all, or few more will come up here and there. So these are your personal assets. Personal assets, right? Got it? So you can group your assets into following classifications: physical, hardware, software, information, and personal. All these are important. Clear so far? And interestingly, our friend, let's talk about asset. Now that we know what is an asset, let's talk about asset protection, right? So now, if you remember in our diagram, we made an asset and we say it needs to be protected because it is an asset. So at asset protection, we talk about asset protection and what is it about. In information security domain, asset protection involves security management practices that are subjected to business and compliance requirements. Such practices for asset protection are called security controls. Various types of security controls would be physical entry controls to an office building that allow only authorized persons. Monitoring controls such as CCTV for surveillance of critical assets. Right? So you have various protection mechanisms, and those protection mechanisms are we referring to physically stopping someone, monitoring it using CCTV, controls such as locks for hardware asset for protection from theft. Uh, Tamper-proofing controls such as hashing and encryption for software and data assets. Copyrights or patent for information access to protect legal rights. Identity management systems to protect personal assets from identity theft. All these are various controls or protection mechanisms in place, right? So now when you have an asset, we need to protect that asset. For protecting asset, there are various implementations which can be done. A few I have listed over here. Yeah. Now, we should understand that these are not comprehensive list of security controls. It is now this list is an ad hoc list as of now. So it will be basically decided. Now, this kind of asset protection mechanism will basically be decided on uh, risk risk analysis, your evaluation of the risk, assessment of the risk, right? Similarly, controls will be identified through risk mitigation strategies, risk assessment, risk, what do you say? Decision of risk based on management's policy, And this is where your analysis of risk management or risk management procedures will come into play. So asset protection requires or has a requirement that it would be based on risk. In order to understand the risk, we will have to understand risk assessment and select the control based on the risk analysis which is done over there, right? So we'll be discussing this based on the confidentiality, integrity, and availability concept. So if you have a software, be it open source or whatever, and it is being utilized to say uh, create value for business, okay? Anything which creates value will be considered an asset. Remember that. It be it open source, right? Now, when you talk about open source, you can categorize it into, say, software assets, right? You're not owning it, but you can use it. And when you use it, you are trying to look for value. Is that understood? Aditya is saying open source software is not included in these assets. We can include it. I have not made it comprehensive. You can add a lot of things into it. I gave you an understanding of an asset. Okay. Okay. All right. So where are we? Since I'm talking a lot about risk management, let me give you a small introduction of risk assessment management before we proceed for our discussions on the CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, why am I referring to it always? Where's my connection? This is something which is important. Understand when you sit for interviews for your as say GRC professional for cybersecurity. What is GRC? Stands for Governance, Risk, and Compliance. GRC, right? Governance, Risk, and Compliance. You'll be asked such questions. So you have first job in risk management would be to something known as inventorize assets. So you will basically make a list of assets held by an organization. These assets will be prioritized. Now, these will be based on what? The prioritization will be done on something known as business impact analysis. The impact this asset will have if it's compromised. In fact, if asset is compromised. Do you understand it? Now, when Shaurya said that Coca-Cola is an asset, you list out the asset. Now, if the Coca-Cola's asset, Coca-Cola's formula is lost, then what will happen? You'll have a big impact on the organization. Now, that impact is what will decide the priority of an asset for an organization. Once your assets are inventorized, you will understand the value of the assets compromise based on something known as quantitative and qualitative analysis. We'll cover this in our future discussions. These analysis will allow us to get something known as a dollar value for your asset, right? And what will be the issue in case they are compromised. Once we have these dollar values with us, then based on this value, we will be based on these calculations, we will select controls. We will select controls, right? Controls. Controls are what? Protective mechanisms. Now, in case Coca-Cola's formula, you can say controls can be encryption, yeah, access control, right? Yeah, say CCTVs, your guard dogs, right? These are controls, protective mechanisms, right? And once the controls are in place, we cannot stop over there. We'll have to review the controls periodically, because it may so happen after a certain time period, these controls may not be effective or the data may not require that much of protection. Okay, this is where your complete structure of asset management, asset security management, and risk management comes into play. Now, this is in crux the risk management discussion which we are going to do. Right? This is the introduction I have given you. So don't worry. Just take it as I have shown you. And I'll give you an example. Let's say, let's connect all these steps as asked over here. Let's say in the example, let's take an example of our friend Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola. And their formula for Coca-Cola. Now, if you consider this formula as your asset, what would you do? You will think that first question in when you sit for analysis of a risk with respect to this formula is that uh, who, firstly, uh, what is the threat associated with this asset, right? So now you tell me what threat is associated with this formula? Exactly, breach of data, right? Breach of data is a threat. Now, if this next question to be addressed, if you know what is the threat associated, which is breach of data, then you need to answer next question: how much loss will happen if this is lost, if this happens, if this thing becomes successful, or you can call it as if the risk materializes, then what is the case, right? So if you now know that the asset is Coca-Cola's formula, the threat is breach of data, then you will know the weakness. Now, what is this? This is the weakness or vulnerability. You know the vulnerability. You know the threat, right? Once you know the vulnerability, the weakness, and the threat, and you need to understand the impact it will have on the business, find out the dollar value. So you'll have to calculate the dollar value based on, say, what do you feel about it? What will happen to the business? We will say, I know that the business will be out of, it won't be able to function. We will lose competitive advantage. That is known as quanti, that is known as qualitative analysis. What you feel about it, the feeling of it. Yeah. So impact is high, medium, or low. What is called? Impact would be high, medium, or low. And at the same time, you can also use another calculative method, which is known as quantitative analysis. Now you'll use analysis. This is where you use mathematics and get something known as dollar value. So you know that there'll be a $10 million loss in case this formula is lost. I'm just giving you an ad hoc number. What do you get? You get the understanding what is the impact on the business. Now you know that based on this value, we now know what will happen if this asset is lost, right? We know, right? Understood? We'll know this, right? That if this asset is lost, we've calculated it, we've understood it. Now, based on that, you will select a protective mechanism to protect this asset. Understood? Is that understood? Sai, we have the formula coming up when we come to this. Is just a generalized discussion we'll have. We have the formula coming up. Right. So now we know, for example, let's say when I said the loss or the value of this compromise asset is say $10 million, right? $10 million. Now you will put a control which will not cost or which will be less than the loss of compromise. As in, we want something which is costing us or saving us from this loss and does not cost itself $10 million and more. So the cost of the control, as is the case over here, right? So we select something which is saving on the compromise and also not costing us that much. So if by any chance the cost of the control is higher than the compromise itself, the management will not approve. You understand that, right? If cost of control is greater than loss after compromise, as in, let's say if the data is lost, I lose $10, but in order to protect the data, I need $100. Will the management approve it? Yes. Will the manager approve it? Senior management will approve it? Is it no, right? Financially, economically does not make a sense. That's the reason you put a control if the control is within. Now, this is again with respect to risk strategy. This is where, so you'll think of risk strategy in this case. So you will either, strategy. You will either accept risk, mitigate risk, avoid risk, right? Accept, mitigate, avoid, and what is it? Another one. Accept, mitigate, avoid. What is the fourth one? Anyone knows? Transfer. Very nice. Transfer. Thank you, Omio. So what is accept? I accept that this is loss is going to happen. I do not intend to do anything. Mitigate. I will reduce the levels of the impact. I will reduce the impact. Avoid. I'll just totally leave it. And transfer. I'll basically do an insurance, something like that. Okay. That is where risk strategy come into place. Okay. So the control in this case will be encryption of the formula, guards, dogs, CCTV, building with access control, everything. Yeah, so on and so forth. Understood, is it? I just ran through the example to explain it, but we'll be covering it as we proceed in the session. What we understood last time was about risk management. We understood what is the cybersecurity. Before we proceed further, how many of you are proficient in Linux, have been handling Linux operating system, wherein you can do commands on the terminal, maybe run an application to scanning and all through the terminal? How many of you are proficient in it? Right. So this is your Kali Linux machine, which we'll be using. Now that Kali is up, let me just complete a few theory things. Once the theory is complete, we'll be discussing Linux today, primarily the command line of Linux terminal and how you navigate around the Linux machines. Okay, I'm setting a small 15 questions Linux quiz for all of you, which will be running now just to understand about Linux, comfort of your people. The class code, just a sec, I'll share it. We'll have this quiz running right now. Linux Basics plus create a login, and then we log in. Just use the class code is given on your URL. Can you see the URL? If I just use your own, if on your screen, can you see on this part of the URL, you have the class code mentioned that you can use. At the onset, just log in. Linux Basics. One sec. The class code, Ganga, you're already a part of the class, right? Oh, the link expired. No problem. I'll share it. So we talked about CIA triad, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability as such, how it needs to be protected. We understood the CIA triad. We understood what is confidentiality, integrity, availability, and the attacks on them. Basically, each threat, each particular what do you say, the pillar of cybersecurity, that is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, has various threats associated to it. Those will be intentional attacks, primarily the man in the middle attacks, the packet sniffing attacks, the hacking attacks. There could be accidental leakage through untrained employees, right? Someone who is misconfigured something, right? There could be issues with authentication, authorization, and failures, okay? Because there's lack of least privilege, need to know. There could be hardware or software failures. That's a threat to the confidentiality. Again, how do you protect yourself if there's an issue for, if there's a threat to the confidentiality? You encrypt, you ensure there's access control mechanisms in place. You have administrative controls. Now, the biggest example of administrative controls is the documentation, which is done, the various agreements which are done. For example, when you join a new organization, normally you sign something known as the acceptable use policy. How many of you have signed a acceptable use policy and a non-disclosure policy in an organization? Just say yes on the chat if you have, right? Shobha has done it. Neha, Leander, everyone has seen. Now, what is this? This is basically a administrative control, a countermeasure, a protection mechanism in order to protect the organization against breach of confidentiality, right? So that is a administrative control, okay? Rest all is very clear, right? Then comes integrity. As we all know, integrity is something wherein we do not want unauthorized changes to data by unauthorized or authorized users. Now, remember one very interesting fact about integrity. Integrity is to be protected at any given moment for either the data at rest or the data in transit. Data at rest, which is stored with you, which is archived with you or the organization, and data at transit, data in motion, is something wherein data is moving on the network. That network could be internet, that network could be intranet, right? And it has to be protected. Anyone does anything, as in if it's an authorized user making unauthorized changes, that is not, should not happen. If it's an unauthorized user, obviously they should not be allowed to do any changes to the data. That is integrity and the protection required for it. I've already covered the threat. There should not be accidental modification. There should not be intentional alteration. Another threat is system malfunction. Now, sometimes your system just crashes and it causes, what do you call it? Basically, there's a corruption in the data. That is system malfunction issue. And there could be environmental factors. Now, if you have a hard disk, which is a magnetic hard disk with you, and you place it on say a speaker on your at home, which has a magnet built in inside, you will realize that your data will get corrupted, right? These are environmental factors. Or if there's a strong EM environment, electromagnetic environment around the magnetic hard disk, your data will get corrupted. So that is what is the threat to integrity. Yeah. So we've covered this. I'm just covering the slides per se. What is the protection mechanism? You use cryptographic hash to ensure that the data can be checked if there's a integrity breach or not. It cannot avoid a threat to integrity, but it can tell you if the data has been compromised or not, right? Similarly, check some database integrity, referential integrity. Yeah. So we are checking about the integrity, right? We are checking if the data has been changed in transit or not. For example, let's say you have an organization wherein the data is backed up every few hours in a backup facility away from the main facility. Now, this data will be utilized whenever there's a situation, there's an incident wherein the backup is to be called upon for restoring the systems. Now, in order that the backup should work, we also have to regularly check if the data is still relevant, if the data is still good. the integrity is not compromised, right? That is where your hashes will come into play. We have cryptographic discussions coming ahead, but understand what is a cryptographic hash. Cryptographic hash is something which is a one-way function. By one-way function, I mean to say that any input given to this algorithm, the cryptographic hash algorithm or hashing algorithm, will give you a fixed output of a string of characters. These string of characters are non-reversible, as in if you have this string of characters, you cannot go to the input, first thing. Secondly, a small change in the input will have a corresponding large change on the output. That means if the data is being sent on the data has been compromised, even by minutest of the bits, there'll be huge change in the hashing value. And that tells you that the data has been tampered with. The attack is on the integrity of the data. You understood cryptographic hash? Yeah, at least the concept you got it right. We'll have a greater discussion coming on it. At least the hash was clear. The integrity is clear. Wonderful. Thank you, Zareem, Archana. Let's move on. Okay. Then availability. Now, very simple. If you go on Amazon.com and you try and order a particular product, show an example. It's very easy for hashing algorithm for cryptographic hash. Let's give you an example. Hash calculator. Actually, I wanted, but let's see. Yeah, it is. Yeah, which is the online hashing algorithm, right? Now let's say Amit is sending data to Sai, right? And the data says we will have a secret meeting at 2200 hours tonight, right? So this is your message with Amit is sending to Sai. You are working in, say, the CIA or any intelligence agency, and you're sending this data to one another. And we want to, both of them want to ensure that the data is not changed in the transit. So what they do, they decide that we will receive the data irrespective, but we will pre-decide an algorithm for hashing. Now that algorithm, as per them, we can have several algorithms, as you see on the screen over here. Let's say they decide an hashing algorithm of MD5. This is one of the few hashing algorithms. Just an example, they decide that the integrity check will be done with MD5 algorithm, right? Between both of them, Sai and Amit. Now, this is the message which is sent. Along with the message, the hashing value is also sent. So what does Amit do? He first creates the message, then runs the MD5 algorithm and gets the hash value. So what does Amit do? Let's say I will send you on the chat also. This is your message, and the hash value, I'll put it on the chat itself. So this is the hash value. So what Amit does, he sends the message, encrypted, unencrypted, however, and the hash value along with the message. Can you see on the chat? Amit has sent both the details, right? So I've sent it on the Slack channel too. Now, what happens is Avinash is a hacker who is standing in between both of them. There's Amit's computer or the messaging system is compromised. What Avinash does, he changes this to, say, he just adds, instead of 2200 hours, he makes it 2300 hours. Can you see? Small change, not much change, right? Rest all stays the same. And he sends this message to, he sends it ahead, right? Now, when our friend Sai receives this message, he calculates the hashing value, right? Now, Avinash, the hacker, does not know what algorithm is utilized for hashing. Just assume that he does not know anything. So what Sai does when he receives the message, he sees the hash value, right? He sees the hash value. So this is the message I am sending on chat right now, and the hash value which our friend Sai calculates is visible over here. Now let's compare both the values. Let's compare both the values. So for this, the hashing value got too fast. Yeah. So this is the hashing value. And the previous example, this is the hashing value. Can you see? Does the hash value match? Tell me. Do the hash values match? Yes, team? They don't. What does it tell Sai when he calculates the hash value in C is that the values do not match, because he has the previous value sent by Amit and he has now calculated his own MD5 hash algorithm value for this particular data. What does Sai know now? Sai says that data has been tampered with. It is not a surety that it's a compromise, because sometimes when you send data on the network, it may so happen the data gets corrupted, right? So there's a possibility that either there's a compromise or there's a system failure, but the data has compromised, the data has tampered, right? The data is changed. Obviously, the data cannot be relied on. Do you get the concept? Yeah, this is how hash works. This is how your integrity check works. So now this is exactly what happens when the data flows from the internet. When you send data from a client to a server, along with the data, a hash value is sent. And this is exactly what happens between the client and server. Pre-calculated hash is sent, and post receipt of the data, the server also calculates the hash. Yeah, the server also calculates the hash. Balraj, that's the point. When Sai receives this message, he knows that he has to meet at 2300 hours, but he also knows the data is tampered with. So obviously he will not follow the instructions. The data, he says the message has been tampered with. That means somebody has a malicious intent of changing the data. Somebody has changed it. And when something is changed, you don't work on it. And then there are other channels to confirm what was the message and all. That is a different thing altogether. Yeah. Just say yes if you do. Yeah, this receiver has absolutely no idea what change has been done. He just knows the data is changed. He has absolutely no idea what has changed. But he knows the data is changed. And once you know the data is changed, you just drop the data. Simple, right? I will not follow the instructions. Or you will ask for retransmission in the network language, because the hash changed, the value changed. Yes, the hash value is sent by the sender to the receiver. Yes, there are ways and means to crack the hash. There are ways and means to protect the hash. We'll come to that. We will. Yes. Every time we receive a message, we will calculate the hash value, compare it. This is exactly what happens on the network also, on internet also. Everything depends on everything, but hash will give you the integrity check. As in, it'll confirm if the data has been compromised, tampered, or changed or not. Yeah. There are enormous number of algorithms. Attacker can keep on trying however long he wants or she wants. How would tell me you have received a message 10 times with different hash values from the sender. Will you still believe in the message? You won't, right? The hashes algorithm are pre-decided between the sender and receiver. It's a part of initial handshake. I'll show you a demo on that. I can give you a demo on that, but we'll divert completely. The attacker can spoof IPs, but change in data, the attacker cannot control the hash value. Yeah, I can show you. In fact, I am going to show you internet transaction. How does the internet transaction happens? Wherein how you start the connectivity, how hashes are, how algorithms are exchanged, how data is transmitted, how everything is calculated. It will work. Yeah, it's a part of my syllabus, not just Simplilearn. An additional thing to tell, which I will show it to you. If you want to understand the name, I'll be talking about TCP handshake on the network. I'll be talking about TLS handshake. Do you understand what is a TLS handshake? Do you know what is a TLS? Yes, full form, please. If you don't know it, TLS is tell me. See, when data is transmitted over the internet, it is known as transport layer security. Yeah, that is encrypted, right? When the data is sent. So the TLS is a transport layer security approach. And this is where your data is encrypted along the in the network. And for that, the algorithms are pre-decided. The handshake tells. So now that we have jumped into it, let me tell you. What happens is, let's say I am talking to Mahavir. So I cannot just talk to Mahavir, right? I will first seek his permission. I will say, Mahavir, may I talk to you? Mahavir will say, yes, let's talk. What am I doing? I'm sending a synchronous request to Mahavir. Mahavir is sending me synchronous acknowledgement. As in Mahavir is saying, yes, we can talk. I say, yes, that's good. I send an acknowledgement. This synchronous request sent from me to Mahavir, synchronous acknowledgement sent from Mahavir to me, and I sending yes, final yes acknowledgement is what is known as Sync-Sync TCP handshake. This is known as TCP handshake. Once you have the TCP handshake completed, then we decide, Mahavir, I belong to Karnataka. I speak Kannada. I also know Hindi. I also know English. Which language would you prefer? Now, what am I doing? We are deciding on a common communication protocol. So Mahavir will say, I belong to Rajasthan. I know Rajasthani. I know English. I know Hindi. We can talk in English. What is it happening? We are deciding on protocols. We are deciding on the communication line. We are deciding on the encryption algorithms. We are deciding on hashing algorithm. This is known as a TLS handshake. Once you decide on the language, we also decide what code to use. Do you use Devanagari? Do you use English? Do you use any other, script? What is it? We are discussing the encryption mechanism. Now, when Mahavir and me are talking, everything is pre-decided. What codes will use for encryption? English, right? How frequently will we speak? Now, once we finish this approach, when we finish everything that now we have decided to talk, we decided our algorithms, and we say, now we are done with talking. We'll close the connection. That's a reset, right? We'll cover that. At the onset, understand what is this. So this is exactly what happens on the network. A lot of handshaking happens. A lot of data is exchanged with each other. Only then your communication happens. Now, everything happens with a blink of an eyelid because the modern day communication system. So you won't know about it, but it happens. And this will be done. I will show this on live example. I've given you a analogous example. I will show you using Wireshark. How does it look on the network, right? I love giving that example. It's an awesome example, and I'll show you how it works with time. So we'll understand Linux today. If time permits, we'll go further ahead, and we will also understand this TLS handshake in the cryptography, TLS TCP handshake in the cryptography module in greater detail. So yeah, so let's move to the threats. I'm glad you understood. Yeah, so CIA threats. So what is the threat to the availability? I was coming to Amazon. When Amazon, you're trying to order a product and Amazon is down. What is happening? An authorized user is not able to place an order. You will get frustrated, right? And that is an attack on availability. Amazon will lose business and reputation at the same time, right? So that is what is. So it can be a denial of service attack or a DDoS. DDoS stands for denial of distributed denial of service attack, right? That's a malicious intent for stopping services of a service provider. Simple as that, right? So this is it. There can be a see, if you have a data center and there's a power failure, what is it? It may also lead to denial of service, availability attack on the network, right? If there's a power failure. Similarly, if your HVAC system, your AC, what do you call it? HVAC. What's the full form? HVAC. I keep on forgetting it. Your climate control system, basically in the the full form is heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, HVAC. Now, when you have this climate control system inside your data center, it fails. That may also lead in server being the server performance being hampered. So your availability is hampered. That is what is the point. Say I am an attacker, and you are a web server, right? I am sending you unlimited number of requests. Let's say Aruba wants to get some service from the web server. But since I am sending unlimited number of requests, the server is not able to cater for requests from any authorized user. Yeah, the server is not able to cater for requests because there are too many requests coming from a attacker, a single attacker. That is denial of service attack. Now, if I tell 100 people, I pay 10 rupees to 100 people, and all of them, I tell them to send continuous requests to a particular server, that is distributed denial of service. As in, I've distributed the attack to multiple locations. Okay, this is an analogous example. We'll have a technical example shown to you. You can use a tool by the name of hping3 to send ICMP requests. Now, we will cover that as we proceed. ICMP request, that so many pings are being sent to the server that server is unable to service a authorized request, right? That's a DDoS and DOS suppression. Wonderful. Glad you understood it. Let's move. How do you ensure high availability? Okay, you have a data center, you'll have a standby data center backup system, right? Which will work. If one goes down, the other will take on immediately. You may have backups in place, archives in place, which works, right? So that helps. At the same time, you have protection mechanisms, the IPS, the intrusion prevention systems, intrusion detection systems. You may have firewalls in place, right? You may have RAID 5 configs as Kaushal has given. That allows you to ensure that your data, your service is available at all given times to the users, right? So that's availability. Now, we also discussed about risk. Again, we gave a formula, right? Risk was impact into likelihood. Basically, it's a combination of probability of or a likelihood of an event. Right now, event can be positive and negative, but what we are discussing over here, we're talking about a negative incident event which has happened. That is a risk. With reference to negative incident, let's say there's a data breach. We can have two different incidents talked about. Let's say your power connectivity to the data center goes down. It's an event, right? A negative event. And what is the risk? Because that happens, your server availability or net system availability may go down, right? At the same time, there's a possibility that there's a hardware damage which will happen. Agreed? So that's a risk. Now, what is a risk? It is the probability that this power system will go down. That is risk. Do you understand? Risk as such, it's combination of likelihood that something will happen of this sort. That is risk. It's a probability. Yeah. Now, in formula's case, you can say risk can be impact into likelihood. Impact multiplied by likelihood. What is the possibility of a, right? Now, we talked about data center. Now, what is the possibility your data in this data center may be breached? That's a likelihood. What is the probability that it will help? And once the data is breached, what would be impact on the business as such? How much will be the damage? That is the impact, right? This damage can be calculated in terms of dollar values, money, right? Or reputation as such. So we discussed about Coca-Cola's formula last time. So what is the risk associated to it? It is the likelihood that this Coke's formula is breached, right? What is the likelihood? It is a percentage value. And if this formula is breached, what would be the impact with reference to the damage potential and the dollar value and reputation loss for the organization? It's high, right? So the risk is high because impact is higher, likelihood is a possibility. So impact multiplied by likelihood will give you risk. Do you understand risk now? Likelihood into impact. That's risk. With me, all of you, risk understood? Right. So I gave this example already, the same thing which is available on the screen. A server is an asset to an organization. In this server, I gave this example during a last discussion. In this server, about 25% of the data is in unencrypted format. There's a 25% data which is in unencrypted format. And what if a particular vulnerability, that is a weak rule in the firewall, allows a threat agent to compromise this data, okay, then this risk is materialized. Okay, I am talking about the terminology. Risk is materialized. There is a loss of data to the organization. And what is the countermeasure? You basically ensure that the weak rule in the firewall is replaced, amended, reconfigured. Yeah, got it? Okay. Okay, coming back to, right. So that is the example over here. Right. So examples of the risk, there could be a fire, a threat agent can be a fire, a clueless user, or uneducated, unaware user can be a threat agent. Malicious insider. Now there's a user, there's an employee who's not promoted due to whatever reason, may have malicious intent for compromising the organization. Right? So that's a malicious insider. Hacker, someone who has ulterior motives to gain financial benefits by compromising an organization using his or her skills, right? That is a hacker. Is that clear? So a risk can be associated with natural disasters, can be associated with unawareness of an employee, user, vendor, contractor, human being, right? And can be associated a malicious external entity. And the technical option also, wherein your power systems, HVAC systems may fail. You understand? Those are the examples of risk. Great. Okay. We also discussed about asset. We are rediscussing asset. Can be tangible, intangible. Tangible, something which you can touch. Intangible, something we understand but cannot touch, right? Tangible, your server is a tangible thing. The data inside the server is an intangible thing. Your reputation of an organization is an intangible thing, right? This is an asset. So anything which has value to the organization can be considered as an asset, right? Okay. In connection with asset, there are two major terminologies we should understand. One is sensitivity, one is criticality. Now, sensitivity is nothing but a unit of impact that this unauthorized disclosure of information may have an organization. As in, when a risk materializes, the amount of impact this risk or unauthorized disclosure will have on the organization is sensitivity. We talk about criticality per se. Again, it's a measure of impact that failure of a system to function as required will have an organization. So it will determine how important an asset is to the business. Will the business continue to work or not? Will the business continue to business or not? Will the business have a reputation loss or not? That is sensitivity and criticality. Yeah. Okay. Asset classification. Now, we discussed about inventorizing various assets in an organization, right? When we inventorize assets, we also need to prioritize the assets, right? And this prioritization of the assets has to be done in a certain using certain processes. So what do? You prioritize the asset based on the business value, right? Now, we've already discussed this, and I'm sure you remember that what do you mean by the business value? You ask the question, what will be the impact on the business if this asset is lost? That will give you the business value, right? So Coca-Cola's formula, big business value. So high priority asset. Maybe a CCTV camera going faulty on the gate, maybe lesser business value, lesser impact, right? So that's asset classification. Now this business value can be assigned based on combination of criticality and the sensitivity. This will also allow us to understand if a particular asset is of higher value, what are the risks associated with it? How much is the asset exposed to a risk? What is the likelihood? What is the impact? Who all would be interested in this particular asset? The competitors, the malicious insiders, the hackers, yeah, the misconfiguration, so on. You know who's the threat agent, what is the risk, what could be the impact, and what is the sensitivity and criticality. So you get an understanding when you know what is your asset. So once you know what is important, would be the threat to that important thing, which is important to us, right? And based on that, we can have the classification level assigned to an asset. So the classification can be secret, top secret, confidential, unclass, yeah, that kind of classification. Once you know that a particular data, Coca-Cola's formula for Coke, is a top secret, has top secret data classification, we know that only certain people should handle this data, and you should have requisite protection mechanisms on this data, right? Very, very strong protection mechanisms, one of them being encryptions. Now, once you know that what classification level is it, what protection mechanisms in place, you will define, you can allocate the resources to the asset. Again, remember, I told you last time also that these protection mechanisms should make business sense. It should be economically viable. You cannot have a data which is worth, say, 100, or asset which is worth $100, having a protection mechanism of $200 on it, right? It should always make business sense. It should always make economical sense, right? So this is how you will be doing asset classification. You will understand why asset classification is done and how does it help us, right? Asset classification. Great, great. Okay, we already talked about identification of asset. You must first identify something to protect, then manage the risk, think if the asset is tangible or intangible, right? And ensure that there are protection mechanisms placed in there, understand the criticality and all. Yeah, that's asset identification. Now with this, we come to the basic Linux commands, which we are supposed to discuss, right? A small introduction to Linux. Okay, so as you see on the screen, for all those who have not seen Linux before, we are talking about Kali Linux right now. Most of the Linux flavors will have their own layout. Generally, it will be same. Like Windows has the start button. This particular dragon on the left side, left corner top, will give you the menu for all applications which are installed on this particular machine. The browser is seen over here on the tab on the what do you call it? This particular panel, the top panel, which has a watch on the right side, a timer, and the calendar on the right side. You can shut down the machine using the button given over here. We are not going to shut it down. Cancel. The connectivity is seen over here. You'll have data connectivity reflected over here. Your mic, speakers, everything will be reflected over here. You can also see the browsers on the menu, wherein if you look at all applications, you will find the browser listed over here itself. So there's a Chromium browser installed, there's a Firefox installed. We'll be primarily using Firefox in our work over here. So let's open, okay, for the browser, for internet connectivity. So similar to Windows machine, your Firefox on Linux looks same. So if you see, this is how your Firefox browser looks. So you can open any URL you want over here. Simple, right? So like Windows, even Linux uses the same browsers for that matter. The Internet Explorer or the Edge browser will not work on Linux. Otherwise, Firefox, okay, Safari for Mac will not have an option in Linux, but otherwise Firefox, Chrome, and several other browsers are working interoperable between various operating systems, right? So you can use a browser to surf the internet. Now, Linux is primarily known to various people as a what do you say? It has an availability of something known as a terminal, which allows you to run commands, which is very popular between Linux users, and this is what allows them to do a lot of tasks without actually open any application, running it by typing it on the terminal. Now, what you see on the screen, I clicked on the red box over here, which is the terminal for the Kali Linux machine. This allows you to run various commands on the machine for doing various tasks we need to do. On the Dragon, if you go, you'll find other terminals also available. We'll be using the Terminator terminal already available in this particular machine, right? Similar layout will be there on our Ubuntu machine also if you open that, right? Let me expose you to the terminal a bit more. Okay, what you see over here is a Kali @ first thing which comes over here is known as the username. The Kali over here is the username, the user, right? And the given Kali after this is the system name, if you can call it the system name, right? So let's say if I change user, can you see? So the user from Kali changed to root user. So like Windows has admin user, Linux has something known as a root user. We are a root user on a Kali system. Yeah, do you get it? And what you see over here is the current directory. /home/Kali. Kali is the current directory. Understood? So we are just understanding layout over here. Now, do you see the difference? The root user is the admin user in case of Kali, capable of running administrative level privileges on a Linux machine. So this is the root user. I shifted to the root user by using command sudo su. Now we'll be covering this. When I do sudo su and give a password, the admin password, which I've already given, hence you don't see it, you will find the user changes from normal Kali user, which is a low privilege account, to a high privilege root admin account. Yeah, even Android is a Linux based system. Okay, and what you see, this, the second Kali, is the system per se. This is the system name. Yeah, this is the system name. After that, what you see on the /home/Kali is known as the current directory location. There is a current directory location. In Linux, everything is known as a directory, right? Everything is known as a directory. So understand the terminologies as of. When you come to the Kali user, you see this tilde. It is known as tilde, right? And this is also the current directory. Basically, a shorthand for users home directory. A shorthand for users home directory. This tilde. This and this is same. Okay. Users home directory. Now, let's talk about commands which we can run on Linux. Now, what is a command? Understand, command is nothing but a software program. So when executed on a command line CLI, command line interface, it performs the action on the computer. Now, again, I'll say again, command is a software program. When executed on a CLI, that is command line interface, it performs the action on the computer. So to execute a command, the first step is to type the name of the command. To execute a command, the first step is to type the name of the command, right? So in this example, the command I am typing is ls. What is it? ls. And I enter. What do you see? What is happening on the screen right now? What am I doing in ls? All those who know Linux will tell you that it is a command to list the contents of the present directory. Yeah, this is a command which is listing the contents of the present directory. So by itself, the ls command is listing files and directories in the current working directory. At this point, you shouldn't worry too much about the output of the command. Instead, focus on understanding how to format and execute commands, right? So the ls command covered is incomplete. We'll be covering this as we proceed ahead, right? This is listing the details, ls, right? Now, many commands can be used by themselves with no further input, the way we saw ls, right? Some commands, however, require additional input to run correctly. So those inputs will be looking something like this. So if you say clear the screen, command, this will be a command, then you will give some option and possibly some arguments, right? So this is the general structure of commands which will be listed on the terminal. Yeah, so options are basically used to modify the core behavior of the command. This options given over here will be utilized to modify the core behavior of a command, while arguments are used to provide additional information. What additional information? Maybe a file name or a username. Each option and argument is normally separated by a space. Okay. However, there are some options wherein they could be combined also. So this is the general layout of command, options and arguments. Now you have to keep in mind that Linux, unlike Windows, is case sensitive. We have to keep in mind that Linux, unlike Windows, is case sensitive. So whenever you use commands and options and arguments and variables and file names, we have to exactly put the case sensitive word. Anything wrong, you will not list. For example, let's say I want to move into the downloads directories. Downloads directory. So I'm CD, I'm changing directory. Just understand what I'm telling right now. So immediately I move to the downloads directory. Can you see the directory location has changed to downloads? Visible, all of you? All right. Now, just understand, I used D capital and the spelling downloads. However, if I say CD downloads, what error does it say? It says no such file or directory exists. For us human beings, this and this is same. But even for Windows, I think case does not matter. But in case of Linux, the case matters a big deal. It will not do the command if the case does not matter. Okay, so let's move on with arguments. So we talked about the command options and arguments. Now, when you type, when you see the format of say command options argument, right? Yeah. So an argument can be used, this argument or arguments can be used to specify something for command to act upon. So if ls is the given command, which we saw before, so let's say, let's delete this. If ls is a given command, it's a class in itself. Linux has a lot of things to do, but I'll give you a concept and then we'll, after Linux, we'll have a break. Okay. So like I said, if the ls command is given the name of the directory as an argument, it will list the contents of that directory. So let's say if I just use ls, it will give me the contents of the present directory. If I use ls and say, give me contents of say documents, it will give me the contents of document directory. As of now, we have nothing listed in the documents directory. Hence, it is giving me a blank over here. Let me see if I can find another directory. Do I have this directory with me? Yeah. So if I say ls/etc/pp, it will list out details on this directory. Now, as of now, don't worry what directory I have gone into. Just understand, I have listed directory listings from another location by giving an argument of the directory name to the ls command. Yeah, this is how. Now you can also use multiple arguments to list out details. For example, we used one ls command to list out a directory. We can use the same ls command by giving another space to list out another directory. Say, let's say we use to /etc. I can use what ssh, let's say ssh. You see, two different directory listings can be visible. This is the below one is for directly SSH directory. The above one is for PPP directory, right? So I can use ls command with multiple arguments and list out contents of two different directories, right? Given as arguments over there. Understood? That's in basic the arguments which we have there, right? Now we have, when we talked about command options arguments, we have discussed about arguments. Let's talk about options. So what are the options we are talking about? This is the one we are talking, command options arguments. This is where we've discussed about command, we have discussed about arguments. Let's discuss about options. Let's discuss about options. Now, options can be used with commands to expand or modify the way a command behaves. Again, options can be used with commands to expand or modify the way a command behaves. For example, if you use option -l, right, for ls command, it will give long listing, providing additional information about the files that are listed. So if I just do normal ls, this is the listing. And if I do ls and -l is long listing, it will give me additional details. What are the additional details over here? The size of the file, the permissions of the file, right? So on and so forth will be given over here, right? Now you have to note that we have used a small case L over here, -l, right? That is a lowercase l. If you use what do you say? A easy way to remember this would be -l is a mnemonic for long listing, right? This is -l can be considered as a long listing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we are understand it is case sensitive. Okay. Similarly, if you want to look into directories recursively, you can use R, right? ls-r. Okay. So now I'm sorry, not recursively, I stand corrected. This prints the results in a reverse alphabetical order. So if you see, if I do just ls, it is going in a descending alphabetical order, A, D, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. If you do -r, it will do a reverse way, right? It will reverse it, that ls-r. Similarly, you can do long listing by using -lr. Yeah, so file permissions, the file size, the date it was created, and it is done given in the reverse lineup, moving from N to D in this case, right? Reverse lineup. So in most cases, options can be used in conjunction with other options. So what we have done, we have combined two options, long listing and reverse listing of the files together, right? So we are given separate options together. The combination of these options will result in long listing output in reverse alphabetical order, as you see over here, right? Now, if you ask me, will the order matter? No, that is not important. That is not important in this case. Yeah. So coming back, a few more things I need to cover. Now, when you do ls-l, this by default gives you the file sizes in bytes. When you do ls-l, it is by default giving you the sizes of the file in bytes. So these are the sizes, the 404096, 40961769 are sizes of the files, which are in bytes. If you want to make it human readable, right? As in you understand the language, make it easier for humans to understand, you can use ls-lh, right? And this will give you the file size in human readable format. So 4K, 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 16M, 16, right? So this is what is a human readable format, right? Now options are generally single letters, as you see, -lh and all. However, sometimes there are words or phrases as well, right? Typically, older commands use single letters, while the newer commands use complete words for options, right? Single letter options are preceded by single dash. Okay, like when you do ls-l, it's a single letter with single dash, right? However, when you use full word options, you will be using double dash. So let me just clear the screen, right? You'll be using double dash. For example, if you remember, ls-h will give you human readable. We'll have to do long listing to make it better understanding. So if this will give you human readable format in a single letter. The same thing you can do by using a complete word, a full word option, which is human readable, and just enter. It will give you the same output, but you can use these similar options. So such options also come up. If you have a single letter, one dash. If you have a word, double dash. Yeah. So if you want to see directory listing in human readable format for any directory, let's say which one we have, SSH directory. Here it is. If I say /etc/SSH, it will give me human readable format. The same format I can get it using a word as an option, which is space human readable. Enter. The same options will come up. Nothing changes, only thing the options. So sometimes the options will be like this, sometimes it will be like this, right? Oh, excuse me. Okay. Similarly, so when a command is executed in a terminal, it is stored in a location, in a history list per se. So this is designed to make it easy to execute same command. So later, eliminating the need to retype the entire command. So the commands are basically saved somewhere in the history to allow you to retype. You can use your up arrow to go through the commands. I'm using my up arrow right now to go through all the commands. Okay, and now the entire history of the commands is run, which are run in the current session, can be displayed using the up arrow repeatedly, one by one, right? Now, when you do the up arrow and press enter, the command will run again. Simple. So if I go on doing this up arrow and just press enter, the command will run again, which is saved in the history. So you don't have to type your commands, right? In case you want to edit a command, you can use the left and right arrow to edit it. So in case I want to list out, instead of SSH, I want to list out, say, the PPA directory. I can change it and enter. It allows me. So you can use the history to move around the commands which are used prior. The left and right arrow to change the positions and use for editing, right? Let's see. In case you want to see all the commands instead of using up arrow, which were done today, you can type history. Oh, excuse me. And it will list out all the commands. So we have run a total of 35 commands since the session has started. Right? Everything will be listed over here. See the history command. I gave a wrong command also visible. Yeah. Murli is telling type the command, giving space before the command, it will not show in history. Interesting. Let's try it out. So if I just give a space prior to the command and say, let's use a new command, date, right? Enter. So it has given me the date, right? Now let's try history. So it's an interesting thing we need to discuss. Yeah, it's not showing. Interesting, Murli. Thank you. So what Murli has told us, if I use date, okay, it's not doing it. Wonderful. So where do you use it, Murli? This command, how does it help? So if I do date right now and do history, you will see the date is listed at the 37th command over here. However, if I add a space at the start of the command and type, let's use another command. What command should I use? Let's use nmap. Enter. And now check history. Okay, that nmap command is not there. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Great. So, so I'm using Google over here to download the cheat sheet. So you can also use Google. That is easier. But okay. Yeah. So this is a 8-page document for Linux complete detail, right? So I'll share this one too for you. Cheat sheet. Close. Yeah. So the cheat sheet is uploaded. You can have a look. Not everything can work out using these cheat sheets, but you need practice. Excuse me. Right? You need to find and do practice. Okay. Now, one more important thing you should understand, something known as external commands. Now, external commands are basically binary executables stored in the directories that are searched by the shell. So if a user types ls command, then the shell searches through the directories that are listed in the path variable, right? So if a command does not behave as expected, or if a command is not accessible, that it should have been accessible, then you can, it will be extremely tedious to find this file, right, manually. So you can use a command by the name of which. Okay, you can use which. So if you want to know more about a command, another important thing, let's complete this first, which, and you can give the command name, say which ls. Okay. Oh, okay. Say which ls. It should give you a path. Actually, this should give you. This should have given you a location of a command where the ls is there. If I just say which Python, will it give me? Which Python? Yeah. So it did not give it for ls, but let's see if I know where is Python variable, or where is Python, if in short, in a generalized understanding, where is Python installed, you can find it using which command, right? This helps you to understand if a particular file is installed or not and available in the system or not, right? So that's your Python. That's your which command. What else? Now, we saw directory listing, right? ls. So we have discussed the initial command options arguments. Similarly, if you have to change the directory, you can use cd, and cd stands for change directory, and the directory name which is to be changed to. You can just select and you will find the directory has been changed. Can you see that? You can use the cd command to move within the directories. If you want to understand the present working directory, you can use that using pwd, present working directory. That will give you present working directory. Got it? So now if you do not know something about a command, you can use the manual, which is in Linux man command. So if you want to get details about any command, just say man and the command's name. It will list out the details about the command. So it will give you, what is this ls command? It will give you list directory contents. How do you use it? Synopsis is given. It will give you description about this file and options which we can use use this with this, right? So this is how man commands you. In case you do not know what is man, you can find out details using manual of the man itself. Can you see? I opened a manual for man command itself. So it is an interface to system reference manuals. What is it? It is an interface to system reference manuals, and it will give you a description of each thing which you can do with this command. The examples are given. See, I give you this example, right? Man ls displays the manual page for the item ls or the program ls. Got it? Similarly, if you say man 0.7, it will give you the manual page for macro page man in section 7. So you can find a section in a particular manual using the number itself. Got it? So that's your manual. Okay. What else? Let me see. Okay. In case you want to get help for a command, then you can use, let's say, -h as help, right? If does not exist, you can use double dash and the full word. Either of it works. Can you see? When I said -l, it did not work. -h, it did not work. When I said -help, it gave me details about this command. So one way getting detail about a command is using manual. If you want a small descriptive understanding, you can use -help, as is the case over here, to find out details about the command, right? All options, right? Okay. Now, so we talked about ls, we talked about cd, we talked about pwd, present working directory. We understood where are we with respect to the location. We could change the directory. Now, a bit about the directory structure of Linux. So, Linux has a particular directory system structure. So now on a Windows system, the top level directory is called My Computer. All of you are already aware of it, right? So it is the top level directory on Windows. The physical devices such as the hard drives, USB drives, the network drives show up under the My Computer option and are each assigned a drive letter, right? Such as the C drive, D drive. That is how Windows works. The directory structure which Linux has is slightly different. Let me just show you directory structure of Linux. So if I just, okay, oh, excuse me. Yeah. So this is the directory structure of Linux, as you see on the screen. Let me explain it to you. Now, as you see in the screen, the directory structure is an example over here as a screen. It is present within the virtual environment, right, of the Linux machine. Now, like Windows, Linux directory structure typically is called file system. Also has a top level. So it is called the root directory. The one you see on the top is the root directory, and it's symbolized by slash character. The slash character over here. Can you see? Yeah. So, and this root directory is the slash character. Additional, there are no drives in the Linux. Remember, each physical device is accessible under a directory as opposed to a drive letter in the Windows. It is opposed. Understand as of now, and you will be we'll be discussing it further when we move inside. So to view contents of a directory, you will be using ls, as we already know. So if you want to understand, see the contents of a root directory, you can just say ls/l, and you will get the contents of a root directory. Can you see that? We are getting the contents of a root directory by using ls-l. Same thing, which is given in the diagram over here. Right? I am getting this boot etc proc dev mentioned over here. So can you see boot etc? Yeah, all the directories which are in the root directory can be seen over here. Right? Where is it? Where were we? Yeah. So now we can list out the contents of the directory of the root directory as we saw in the path over here, right? Using the ls command. We've already done that. Now we should notice that there are many directories with descriptive names, like the /boot directory, which contains files to boot the computer. If you want to see the /boot, you can just cd /boot ls, and you'll find the files to boot the computer inside this directory. Hence the name boot, right? So like Windows, this is the master directory boot, the my computer directory like my computer, and you'll have the details over here, the boot directories, right? A root directory will have boot directory. Boot directory will have computers files which allow the computer to boot per se, right? Now the term home directory often confuses various people, right? Home directory often is confused by various people. Let me just come back here. Yeah. So to begin with, on most Linux distribution, there is a directory called home. Can you see this home directory over here? Right? Under the root directory, there's a home directory. Now, under this home directory, there's a directory for each user on the system. So if I just go to, let's say I go back to my root directory, I say ls, you'll find the boot directory, I'll find the home directory, right? Inside the home directory, I will find the directory for each user. As of now, this computer has only one user. Hence, only one directory for a user is mentioned over here. Wonderful. what I can do is, let's create a user. Let's create a user, and I'll show you. If I create a user, if I have to create a user, I can use command sudo user add, and what name should we give? Let's give AEP. Enter. So user is created. Now, like I said, in the root directory, there's a home folder. Uh, which has, or rather, which has users of that particular computer. So if I just say home, you will. Oh, it has not created. Just a sec. Why didn't it show the user? Where did we create it? It should have created the user in the root directory. I created a user, right? It did not give an error. What I did, I created a user to be listed over here. But somehow that user is not available in this directory. That's interesting. I will have to look where did I go wrong. Okay, let's come back to that later. I actually wanted to show you, but yeah. So now, like I said, if you go to the home directory, you will find the users listed over there. Now, the directory name is same as the name of the user. So when I said ls/home, ls/home, since there's a Kali user, I see the Kali name as the directory name over there, right? So if you have, say, a system admin user, you'll find the system admin name given in the folder over here, right? So we are in the Kali user, and the Kali user folder is seen over here. Okay, moving on. Okay, the home directory, again, remember, it's an important directory to begin with. When a user opens the shell, it automatically is placed in the home directory, right? Typically where you work. That's the importance of directory. Like I said, pwd will give you the present working directory. If you do pwd, it will give you the present working directory. If I change the user to sudo su, yeah. And if I say pwd, the present working directory is still home, right? But the user is root. Right? So present working directory basically points to the working directory. Okay, we have a few questions. Let me address it one by one. Balraj is saying, is there any difference in the folder color? It seems different colors of folders. Nine. So, okay, in a typical Linux terminal, the color of the folders vary, right? Because of the configuration per se. Now, depending on the distribution, we'll have different colors. So by default, directories are often displayed in different colors to differentiate them from the regular files. So let's say if I just say, as you see, just a sec. As you see over here, this is a tar file, a compressed file, which has a different color. A regular directory has a different color. If I make a file executable, then the name will it will become green. Yeah. Okay. What is the difference between sudo and su? Okay. Basically, I am using the super user command, right? So sudo and su, again, in most Linux and operating Linux systems or Unix systems, we let's say if you want to do something in elevated privileges, right? If you want to execute some command in elevated privileges, you will use the sudo command, or in full form, it is super user do. So let me just type it for you. The sudo basically stands for sudo. Yeah. See, sudo stands for super user do. They have not given a full form. Or have they given it? No. Now, this is basically to execute a command in a super user and to execute a command in a elevated privilege. They use sudo. So basically, sudo allows a user to execute a command as another user, typically the root user. What is it? The root user. So when I say I am running, let's say I'm exiting this to normal user. Now, if I say want to open a particular application which requires administrative privileges, I may not be able to run it. So let's say I say net discover. So this is another command discover. We'll use it. Does not have net discover, is it? Net discover. Okay. See, it says this is most likely caused by lack of administrative privileges associated with your user account. So then a user account is not allowed to run a command because there are privilege restrictions. However, if I just use sudo, just write sudo and net discover, it will allow me to run the command. Can you see? The command has started working. What is it? I am elevating privilege. David, does that answer your question? Sudo allows a user to execute a command typically as a super user or a root user. Got it? If you say what is su, just this. So I can tell you man su. Does it give me? Yeah. So what is su? Run a command with substitute user and group ID. So now basically SU stands for switch user. If you can use the full form, SU stands for switch user. Sudo stands for super user do, right? Now this SU allows a user to become another user. Typically, again, you can change it to administrator or some other user person. Got it? Yeah, wonderful. If it's about terminals and you're working on a terminal on a Linux, use manual command or help command to get more details. It will be much more easier. So if I say nmap, I can use manual of nmap to give me details. Nmap is a tool which is a network scanner we'll be using. Wait for it. Yeah. So this is nmap. I press Q, I can quit it. Similarly, yeah. Similarly, I can use nmap-h for help. Yes, all commands can be tested in the lab. I am doing it in the Simplilearn lab. If I just nmap-h, it will give me help command. So your help is available on the terminal. So you can get more details. Can we change the password of the user account in the lab using commands? Maybe you will not have the permission. If the lab vendor is smart enough, which he is, because I know him, he will not allow you to change the password of the lab user. Okay, should not actually. You can try it out. Okay, but there's no guarantee. I would not recommend it. You can play around with your own machines with respect to credentials. However, it is not recommended that you do it over here. Okay, wonderful. Right, where were we? Right, so moving on. So we saw we can change the directories using CD, and you can move within directories. We saw what is a home directory. We saw what is a root directory, what is the structure of the directory, right? If you move to a particular directory, use CD. If you say, let's say, if you're moving into a CD documents directory, right? There are multiple directories. Okay, not here. CD. If you have to move out of a directory, you can use CD dot dot, and you see you can revert back to the previous directory. You're moving one directory up using the CD dot dot. Now, if you say move to a directory, CD downloads, one sec, what happened? Yeah, let me clear the screen. Can we do any installation, launch any application using Kali? Yes, you can. If you want to, let me just complete this. I'll show you that too. So if I move to the CD directory, somehow my lab has got stuck. Okay, I moved to the downloads directory. If I move further into, okay, there's no subdirectory in the downloads, is it? Where was a subdirectory available? Let's move to a subdirectory somewhere. But my lab is stuck. Wait. Yeah, it's crashed. Just a second. Let the terminal open up. Vinay is asking, can we install anything? Yes, I'll show you that. But let the lab start. Give me a minute. Okay. Here's the lab. Okay, the terminal is open. I do not want another one. Let's clear the screen. Yeah. So do I have any other directory in downloads? No. Let's see if we have something in the home directory. Documents do not have anything. Okay, let's create one. That will be easy. So if I move into a directory, I want to create a directory. I can use command make dir. Sorry, mkdir, make dir, and I can make a folder AEP. Right. So that's how I create a directory inside a directory. Right, AEP. I can move into the directory like this, AEP. As you see, I am inside the directory. I can list out the contents of the directory if anything is present over there. See, nothing in the directory. If I want to create a file, I can use a command touch to create a file. AEP dot text. Enter. Now, what is that created? It has created a blank page, blank document, AEP.text. As you see, the size of this page is 0 because nothing is inside. Right. Now, there are 2-3 ways of creating the file. One is what I showed you. Other one is you can use Nano, which is an editor, to create a file or change a file. So we'll create AEP1.text using Nano. Enter. So this is a kind of structure. So this is a test document. This is a test document, right? I can say Control X and Y for saving the document and enter, right? Control X, Y, enter. Now, if I say, if I list out details, ls-l, I will find 2 files listed over here. One with 25 bytes of data, one with 0 bytes. One was created with touch, other was created with Nano. Similar to Nano, there are other editors which can be utilized. One of the few famous one is Vim. So you can use Vim to just edit the AEP file. Right? So I'm editing. So this is another editor which allows you to edit the file, but it is certain there is particular method in which you can edit the file. If I want to enter something in this Vim command, I say I for insert. I have to type insert. As soon as I type insert, you'll see an insert prompt is given over here. Now I can type over here. This is a test file, right? And we can add to. How do I save it? I type, press escape on the keyboard, right? You see the insert prompt is gone. Then do colon, just type colon, W for write and Q for quit. Enter. I will write the changes and quit. Now, if I say ls-l, enter, you will find that the 22 byte worth data is created in the previous file. The time of change and everything is visible over here. Seen all of you? Clear? With me? Yeah? Okay, great. Okay, let's move on. Now, another way of, can you repeat this again? Which one? The Vim one? Okay, Arvind is telling me if I use X, it will directly do everything. Okay, we'll try that. So if I say vim and the file name, so site, and I enter, this is the file I see. I can make changes to the file. Let's say I delete these two and type new alphabet. Sorry, I have to press I for insert. Once I insert, I can type anything I want to, right? Now, in order to save the file, there are two options. One was escape. I say colon, W for write, Q for quit. Another option our friend Arvind has given, wherein I can use colon and X to exit. Let's see if it works. Yeah, I have exited. Let's look if the change has been incorporated in our file. So with cat aep.text, you see. So vim, you open the vim file, then you press I for insert, make changes as per requirement, and then you can use colon and X to save and exit. I used to use colon and WQ, right? Both of them are same. Yeah. Okay, understood, right? Okay, great. We have a question from David. David is asking, does Linux have something like batch files in Windows? Okay, yes, Linux has a similar concept to Windows batch files, .bat files, if you call it, and they are known as shell scripts. Yeah, David, they are known as, let me just exit this. What is it? Yeah. Okay. So there are shell scripts. Now these shell scripts are text files containing commands that are interpreted and executed by the shell interpreters, right? So that's our shell scripts. So we'll be using shell scripts. So if you want to create a say a simple shell script, now that we have come to this and we are using editors, another editor which will help us do is gedit. So we talked about Nano, we talk about Vim. Another text-based editor is gedit. Do we have gedit in this? Well, let's see, we'll have to install. So in case gedit, I say, and I don't have this file, I say enter, Linux will tell me that the file does not exist and we can install it. Now, this is the question when somebody was asking that, can I install applications? Yes, you can use sudo apt install and the application which is to be installed, gedit. In this case, let's install this application and I can install it. Can you see? It's being installed on my Kali machine. So anything you have to install, you can use sudo apt install and the name of the application, and you will be able to install it. As you see on the screen, it is happening right now, wherein this application wasn't there and we are installing it. Yeah, sure. If you do not have an application, you can use sudo apt install and the application name to install the application. Simple. Sai, sudo apt install and the application name. In this case, I have installed gedit, which is a text-based editor for Linux machines. Where are you? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Great. So now that we are, we've seen Vim, we've seen Nano, we've seen Vim, we've seen Nano. Let's work on our options to use a text-based editor. Let's work on our options to use a text-based editor such as gedit. So if I say gedit and I say AEP, I give the file name, right? Enter. A text-based editor like Windows has a notepad, a similar thing will pop up like this. And I can change the file as per my liking over here also. Can you see I can change it? I'm changing the file. Yes. Now, David was asking, do we have batch files? So in Linux, we have shell scripts. Let's create a small script file. Now, this is bash scripting, not a part of your course, but an interesting thing if you want to learn. However, it is not compulsory. You just need to understand it. Okay, so let's start. I am creating a bash file, a simple script. Let's say slash bin bash, and we are going to echo or print out on the screen. We want to print out, say, hello, how are you? I'm doing it in the editor, right? And I add a question mark, a quote, right? Also, we will ask the bash script to list out files in the current directory like this, right? So in order to save this document, it is simple. I just say Control S like we do in Windows, and the file is saved. The file is saved. We can close this. Okay. Control L. I have cleared the screen. I say ls. You will find the file is here, aap.txt, right? The file which we created. And the file size must have changed. If you remember, it was 20 bytes. Now it is 46 bytes. And there is no execute. This file is not an executable. In order to create this file, make this file executable, you'll use the command change mod, chmod, right? Plus X for making it executable, and the file name, right? I should have saved it as .sh actually. Okay, let's use it. So yeah, so now that we have a file created over here, we can also copy the file or move the file in the same location. So if I just say copy ap.text, come on, yeah, as ap.sh in the present location. Can I do that? Yes, all people who know Linux. Can I copy, change the name of the file in the present location? Yeah. If there's an error, Linux will give you a warning. If the operation is done, the Linux will not give a warning. If you want to look at it, sorry, ls-l, you see, I created a file of same size and name with a different extension. So aap.text was a file. I have copied it as aap.sh, which is a shell script file. Do you understand? I copied a file using CP. CP is copying a file. Now this aep.ch can be given executing privileges that we can execute this file by using chmod plus X, and I say aap.sh. Right? I am making a shell file. Enter. You see, it has given no errors. That means it has worked. So if I now do ls-l, can you see the file color has changed? Can you see? What was the file color before? It was a white color. Now it has become green color. That signifies the file is now executable. Do you understand that? That signifies the file is now executable. Yeah, David, your batch file, we have created a shell file over here. Okay. So in your journey as a ethical hacker, as a penetration tester, you may have to make files executable. You will be doing it using such kind of commands, change mode, chmod commands. Got it? Now, if you want to run this file, you can just use /aap. So you have to run a command, just dot is present working directory, and you want to run the this file in the present working directory. So dot is the present working directory, present location, and the name of the file to run. And we have made it executable. As soon as I say enter, it should give us the command. What is it saying? Hello, how are you? And it is listing the contents of the present directory. Can you see that? What we've done? So we have progressively moved from creating a directory to creating a file to creating a shell using various editors, then making the shell file executable, a batch file executable, and then running the file on the terminal, getting an output on the screen. Is that clear, all of you? This is something you need to redo when you practice. It is important that you redo this. Okay, great. So, and thanks, David, for getting it to my notice. This is something which is should be known to us, right? Thank you. So let's see a few questions. Yashodeep says, what is root terminal and terminal? Okay, Yashodeep, in context of Linux, a terminal is a program that provides text-based interface, what you see on the screen, to interact with the operating system. What? Okay, it is giving you a text-based text-based interface to interact with the operating system. While a root terminal is a terminal session that runs with super user privileges. Now, do you understand? Terminal gives you interface. Root terminal will give you super user privileges, and the same thing can be done with your privileges. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Zareen, it will be the same. The commands will stay the same. Nothing changes. Ubuntu is a Debian-based operating system. Kali Linux is also a Debian-based operating system. So all these commands in exact same format will work in Ubuntu also. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay. So next question. So we have a question from Kaushal, which is from where the Linux find the application. Now, in case of Linux, there's something known as official package repositories, right? So no, most Linux distributions have official software repositories or storage mechanisms where users can find and install the application. When you used, just let me clear the screen. When you use apt, right, that is advanced package tool. What is it? Advanced package tool. This allows you, this is a package manager which allows you to download packages from the repository of the Debian operating system, Linux operating system, and so on and so forth. For Debian, you use apt Debian. Sorry, right? Use apt for let's say Red Hat operating system, Fedora, CentOS. I think CentOS also. You use yum. That is a it is possibly yellow updater modified or something. I forgot. Right. So that's how you do it. Also, there are other options wherein there are third-party repositories, software websites. You can download like you do in Windows. Similarly, you can download and install applications. This is one option I have given, right? Most cyber people prefer working on Linux. It's much more convenient. Lesser issues come up. At least I prefer, and I've seen 90% of people who I work with prefer using Linux. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Again, another question from Kaushal. Does the syntax matter while searching the application? Yes. If you remember, I told you Linux is case sensitive. So you have to ensure that case is correct. So if you're looking for Firefox, let's say now this machine has Firefox. I want to open Firefox. I just type Firefox like this, and it will open Firefox. But if I don't get the case correct, it will not open the application. Simple as that. Can you see? From the terminal, without actually using the mouse, I can open an application. I just say Firefox. I'll tell you something interesting I'm doing over here. Can you see? I just changed the case, the first case F, and Firefox did not open. If I say Firefox without with the right case and I enter, it will open Firefox. Got it? So you can search and open applications from the terminal. So if I want to open up, say, burp suite, I can type burp, tab, and enter. It will open. This is a proxy which we'll be using subsequently. So you can open applications directly from terminal by running a command. You don't have to use mouse and mouse as such, right?
We will start our tutorial with an example. Imagine a world where every 39 seconds a cyber attack occurs, affecting businesses, governments, and individuals alike. And in a digital age where data is the new gold, cybersecurity has become one of the most critical fields to master. And if you have ever wondered how hackers breach systems or how companies protect themselves against these threats, you are in the right place. In this video, we are going to take you on a journey into the fascinating world of cybersecurity. We will break down the steps you need to learn cybersecurity, from building a strong foundation in networking and programming to mastering advanced techniques like ethical hacking and threat analysis. We'll also share some of the best resources and certifications that can propel your career forward. And this video will provide you with a clear roadmap for you. So get ready to unlock the secrets of cybersecurity and start your journey towards becoming a digital defender. So here first we will start with the essential skills for an ethical hacker, or when you will learn cybersecurity, what skills you will need. So here we'll see the list, and the number one is strong understanding of networking. So ethical hackers or cybersecurity professionals need to have understanding of networking protocols, how data travels across networks, and the vulnerabilities associated with different network configurations. Then comes programming and scripting. So proficiency in programming languages like Python, C, C++, and scripting languages is crucial for writing custom exploits and tools. And then comes cybersecurity fundamentals. A solid grasp of basic cybersecurity concepts, including threats, vulnerabilities, risk management, and security principles, is fundamental. And then comes operating system. Familiarity with various operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Unix, is essential for understanding their vulnerabilities and security configurations. And then comes web application security. So knowledge of web technologies, that is web application vulnerabilities such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and security best practices for web development. And then comes penetration testing tools. So the proficiency in tools like Metasploit, Nmap, Wireshark, Burpsuit, and other penetration testing tools used to assess system vulnerabilities. So these tools you should have hands-on. And these are the skills that a cybersecurity professional must possess. And then comes cryptography. So understanding of encryption, decryption, cryptographic algorithms, and their role in securing data. And then comes wireless security. Expertise in wireless network security, including Wi-Fi encryption protocols and vulnerabilities. And then comes security compliance and standards. Knowledge of security standards and compliance regulations such as PCI DSS, HIPAA, and GDPR. And then comes incident response. So being prepared to handle security incidents and breaches effectively, including forensics and analysis. And then comes social engineering awareness. So understanding of social engineering tactics used by attackers to manipulate individuals into revealing confidential information. And then we have the last, that is ethical mindset as a skill. So an ethical hacker or a cybersecurity professional must adhere to a strong code of ethics and prioritize responsible disclosure when vulnerabilities are there. And now we'll start with how to learn cybersecurity, and we'll see the roadmap. So the number one thing you should have is educational foundation. So ethical hacking is all about using your skills for good. That is helping to protect systems and data from cyber threats. And let's start from the very beginning and build a strong foundation together. Number one is basic education. So first things first, you need to finish high school. And during high school, try to focus on subjects like mathematics, computer science, and IT. And these subjects are essential because they teach you how computers work and how to think logically. Imagine you are building a house, and math and computer science are like the bricks and mortar you will need to construct a strong, sturdy structure. And then comes higher education. So after high school, consider pursuing a degree in computer science, information technology, or cybersecurity. Now you might be wondering, do I really need a degree? Well, a degree can definitely help. It gives you a solid foundation and is often preferred by employers. However, it's not the way to become an ethical hacker. And if you're passionate and committed, you can learn the necessary skills on your own. And many successful hackers or cybersecurity professionals have taken this self-taught route. And remember, it's not just about the degree. It's about the skills and knowledge you gain along the way. And employers are looking for people who can solve problems and think creatively, whether they have a degree or not. Now that you have covered the educational basics, let's move on to the exciting part, that is developing the essential technical skills you will need. And this is where you will start to build your hacker toolkit with essential skills and ready to gear up with some serious learning. So let's dive in. And here you'll see developing essential skills. Number one is programming. And if I tell you why it's important. So programming is like learning a new language, but for communicating with computers. So why it's important? And now we'll see what to learn. So start with Python because it's beginner friendly and powerful. Then pick up C and C++ for understanding low level operations and JavaScript for web based hacking. And then we'll see how to practice. So write small scripts, automate tasks, and eventually build your own hacking tools. And after that comes networking. So let's see why it's important. So networks are like the roads connecting all computers. And understanding networking is crucial because it's where most hacking happens. And what to learn for this? So learn about IP addresses, subnets, protocols like TCP/IP, and how data travels across networks, and how to practice. So set up your own network lab at home using virtual machines and experiment with different networking setups. Now coming to operating systems with the essential skills only. And the first thing we'll see is why it's important. So most hacking tools are designed for specific operating systems, especially Linux. And then comes what to learn. So get comfortable with Linux, that is distros like Kali Linux that are designed for security tasks, and understand the basics of Windows and Mac OS. And then comes how to practice. So use Linux as your main OS and play around with terminal commands and understand file system structures. And then we have security concepts. And we'll see the first thing, that is why it's important. So security concepts are like the rules of the game. Knowing them helps you understand how to break and fix things. And then we have what to learn. So focus on encryption, that is how data is protected, firewalls, how to defend networks, VPNs, how to secure connections, and IDS, how to detect intrusions. And let's see how to practice them. So implement these security measures in your own systems and try to bypass them to see how they work. So these are the core skills that form the backbone of an ethical hacker's knowledge or a cybersecurity professional knowledge. And it's not just about learning them, but practicing and applying them in the real world scenarios. Great. You have built a solid educational foundation if you are following this and developed essential skills. Now let's talk about certifications. And certifications are like badges of honor that show you have got the knowledge and skills to be an ethical hacker. And they can open doors to job opportunities and validate your expertise. So now we'll talk about some of the key certifications that you can consider. So number one is CEH, that is Certified Ethical Hacker. And talking about why it's important. So the CEH is one of the most recognized certifications in the ethical hacking world. It covers the fundamentals of ethical hacking and teaches you the mindset and tools hackers use. And now we'll see what it demonstrates. So by earning this certification, you show that you understand the core principles of ethical hacking, including how to scan, test, and hack systems, and how to get it or achieve it. So you can study the CEH curriculum, which includes topics like footprinting, scanning, enumeration, and system hacking. Then pass the CEH exams to get certified. Now coming to the next certification, that is CompTIA Security Plus. And first we will see why it's important. So Security Plus is a great starting point for a career in cybersecurity. It covers a wide range of security topics from network security to risk management. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, so this certification proves you have the foundational knowledge required for any cybersecurity role. And it's often a stepping stone to more advanced certifications. And how to get it? So prepare by studying the CompTIA Security Plus material, focusing on key areas like threats, attacks, vulnerabilities, and security architecture. You can pass the Security Plus exam to earn your certification. Now coming to the next certification, that is OSCP, or Offensive Security Certified Professional. First thing we'll note about it is why it's important. So OSCP is known for its hands-on practical approach, and it's highly respected in the industry because it requires you to actually perform hacking techniques in a controlled environment. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, so earning the OSCP shows you can identify, exploit, and document vulnerabilities in various systems, and it's proof of your practical hacking skills. And if I tell you how to get it, so you can complete the Offensive Security Penetration Testing with Kali Linux course, and then pass the rigorous OSCP exam, which involves a 24-hour hacking challenge. So this is all about OSCP. Now moving to the next certification, that is CISSP. So first thing is why it's important. So CISSP is an advanced certification aimed to those looking to move into higher level security roles like management or architecture. And if I tell you what it demonstrates, it shows you how to have a deep understanding of cybersecurity principles, and you can design, implement, and manage a best-in-class cybersecurity program. And how to get it? You can study the 8 domains of the CISSP, that is Common Body of Knowledge, which includes security and risk management, asset security, and security engineering. You can pass the CISSP exam and meet the work experience requirements to get certified. And these certifications not only validate your knowledge, but also make you stand out in the job market. They are a testament to your dedication and expertise in the field of ethical hacking. So next, we will explore how to gain practical experience, and this is where you will put your knowledge to the test and hone your skills in real world scenarios. So ready to dive into some hands-on action? So let's move on. So the next part is number 4, that is gain practical experience. So I will say that's awesome that you have got your education, developed essential skills and earned some certifications. Now we are coming to this part, that is now it's time to get hands-on and gain practical experience. This is where the real fun begins, applying what you have learned in real world scenarios. Number 1 is labs and simulations. So labs and simulations provide a safe environment to practice hacking skills without the risk of breaking any laws. They allow you to experiment and learn from your mistakes. So you could use the platforms like Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, and CyberSec Labs that are fantastic resources. And these resources offer a variety of challenges and scenarios that mimic real-world systems and networks. So internships and entry-level positions provide real-world experience and a chance to apply your skills in a professional setting. They also help you build a network of industry contacts. You can seek out internships or jobs in IT, network administration, or cybersecurity. So these roles will give you hands-on experience with the systems and technologies you will be protecting as an ethical hacker. You can check job boards, company websites, and LinkedIn for openings. And don't be afraid to reach out to companies directly to inquire about internship opportunities. You can tailor your resume to highlight your skills and certifications and be prepared to discuss your hands-on experience from labs and simulations. And after that comes the bug bounty programs. So bug bounty programs are an essential or excellent way to test your skills in the real world scenario. Companies offer these programs to identify security vulnerabilities in their systems, and they reward you for finding and reporting these issues. So platforms like HackerOne and BugCrowd connect ethical hackers with companies offering bug bounties. And these platforms provide a legal and structured way to test your skills. And you can create profiles on HackerOne and BugCrowd. And you can start by reading through the rules and scope of each program to understand what's allowed. And you can begin with lower risk programs and gradually move to more complex ones. As you find and report vulnerabilities, you will gain recognition and potentially earn money for your findings. And after that, we have practical experience that is invaluable and it's where theory meets reality. And by practicing in labs, gaining real-world experience through internships, and participating in bug bounty programs, you will hone your skills and build a strong portfolio. And after that comes stay updated. So cybersecurity is a rapidly evolving field, and staying updated is crucial for maintaining your edge. And here's how you can keep your knowledge fresh. Number 1 is continuous learning. So the landscape of cybersecurity is always changing with new threats and technologies. And you can keep up with the latest news, blogs, and forums. And great resources like Krebs on security, dark reading, and the Reddit NetSec community. So make it a habit to read articles and participate in discussions regularly. And you can also subscribe to newsletters and follow key influencers in the cybersecurity space. And then we have conferences and workshops. So these events are excellent for networking and learning about the latest trends and techniques. And key conferences like DEFCON, Black Hat, and RSA conference are must-attend events for ethical hackers. And you can attend these events either in person or virtually, and you can take advantage of workshops, seminars, and networking opportunities to connect with other professionals. And then we have online courses. Continuous education helps you keep your skills sharp and up to date. And platforms like Coursera, Udemy, and Cyberready offers a wide range of courses on various cybersecurity topics. And you can enroll in courses that cover new tools, techniques, and concepts. And I have already mentioned a course with Simplilearn that is proven and technically guaranteed. So you can regularly update your skills and knowledge through these platforms. Now coming to 6th point, that is join the community. So being part of the cybersecurity community is invaluable for your career growth. And here's how you can get involved. Number 1 is networking. So networking with other professionals can provide valuable insights, support, and job opportunities. And the professional organizations like the Information Systems Security Association, ISSA, and the EC Council are great places to start. You can attend meetings, join discussion groups, and participate in events. And building a strong network can open doors to new opportunities and collaborations. And then we have mentorship. So a mentor can guide you, share resources, and help you navigate your career path. You can look for experienced ethical hackers who are willing to mentor you. You can reach out through professional networks, conferences, or online communities. And having a mentor can provide you with personalized advice and support. And now we'll see the companies hiring ethical hackers. So there are many companies across various industries. Those are looking for skilled ethical hackers. And some prominent employers include tech giants like Amazon, Accenture, Google, Apple, Intel, Microsoft, and Facebook. And cybersecurity firms like FireEye, Palo Alto Networks, and CrowdStrike. They're consulting firms. And then we have Deloitte, PwC, and KPMG. And then we have financial institutions like JP Morgan Chase and Bank of America. And we have also telecommunication companies like Verizon and AT&T, healthcare organizations like United Health Group, and government agencies like the NSA and FBI. So job roles for ethical hackers and those penetration testers conduct simulated attacks to find vulnerabilities. Then we have cybersecurity analysts. They monitor and analyze security systems. Then we have security consultant. They advise organizations on best security practices. Then we have security engineer. They develop and maintain security systems. And then we have incident responder. So investigating and responding to security breaches are their role. And then we have the average salaries for these. So salaries for ethical hackers vary by location and experience. So if I talk to you about in India, so entry-level positions typically earn between 4 lakhs and 6 lakhs per year, while senior roles can command between 15 lakhs and 25 lakhs per year. And in the United States, entry-level salaries range from $70,000 to $90,000 per year, but with senior positions, earning can be vary between $130,000 to $170,000 per year.
Do you know, friends, that Wireshark is a powerful network protocol analyzer that helps you capture and analyze network traffic in real time? It allows you to deep dive into data packets traveling through your network, giving you insights into network performance, security, and troubleshooting. In this tutorial, we'll guide you through the basics of using Wireshark, from setting up your capture environment to interpreting the data. By the end of this tutorial, you'll have a solid understanding of how to navigate Wireshark interface, set of filters, and analyze the network traffic for different use cases. So guys, let's get started. So guys, let us start first by understanding what is Wireshark. So guys, Wireshark is a comprehensive open source network protocol analyzer that basically allows user to capture and analyze the data traveling over the network in real time. It is widely used by network administrators, security professionals, and also developers for various purposes. For example, guys, like network troubleshooting, where you have to identify and resolve network issues by examining the traffic patterns and diagnosing the connectivity problems. The next one is network analysis, which we'll also be doing in our hands-on, where you have to understand and optimize network performance by analyzing data flows and interaction between network systems. The third one is security auditing. You will also have to detect and investigate unusual or potentially malicious network activities such as unauthorized access or data breaches. And finally, you have a protocol development, where you can debug and develop network protocols by capturing and analyzing protocol messages and behaviors. The key features of Wireshark are: the first one is packet capture. Wireshark captures packets of data transmitted over the network. Each packet contains a wealth of information, including source and destination addresses. And also you get protocol, types, and payload data. So as you can see all over here, I've already downloaded Wireshark, and I'll guide you also how to download it. But as you can see, these are the lines that shows that the Wi-Fi packet, graph is showing that this is how the packets are transmitting. So this is basically the real-time analysis what you can get through in Wireshark. Next one is you get a detailed inspection. Guys, Wireshark also decodes and displays data at various protocol layers. Example, you can get Ethernet, IP, TCP, HTTP, which allows for detailed examinations of network communications. You can also perform filtering and searching. Then you'll also get a chance to do data visualization, which includes features for visualizing network traffics such as flow graphs, as you can see all over here, and also statistics, which can help in understanding network behavior and performance. Wireshark is available for multi-operating systems, like for Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and many more. Now, there are certain scenarios where network security engineers use it. Suppose for network performance monitoring, where you track and analyze the performance of network applications and services. You also get an incident response. You investigate and respond to network security incidents by analyzing captured traffic. And you also do the protocol analysis, where you examine and troubleshoot network protocols and ensure proper implementation. Now, let us start with the Wireshark. So first, let us download the Wireshark. And before we download it, I expect that you would have got some brief idea regarding what is Wireshark. Now, what you have to do, guys, you have to go at this link, wireshark.org.download.html. So since I'm using Windows, so I have clicked on Windows x64 installer. Just right click on this. So as you can see, it will start downloading. So guys, since I've already downloaded it, I may not have to do it again. And the steps are very simple. Just you have to click yes, yes, and it's going to download all the required dependencies and your installer will be ready. And after clicking all the OKs, you are going to get something like this. So this is your entry of the Wireshark network analyzer. Now, so as you can see all over here, you can capture the network packets from these interfaces. So you can see local area connection 10, adapter lookup, traffic capture, Bluetooth is there, then you have the Ethernets, okay? So let us choose the Wi-Fi as a network interface, okay? And just click on this. So as you can see all over here, so many of the packets have started running up, okay? And this is a shark icon. So basically, it is doing the real-time packet capturing where you have all these things. So now let us try to understand what is there in Wireshark. So you can see you have file, basically for managing files, you have open, save, export, okay? So these kind of options are there. You can also export the TLS session keys, okay? You can export the objects and you can do print, quit. Then here in the edit, so edit, you can modify the preferences, settings and profiles. If you talk about view, you can adjust the layout all over here of Wireshark. If you talk about go, you can navigate through the packets all over here. Then here is a capture. You can start or stop all over here. You can restart it. Then next is analyze. So as you can see all over here, you have display filters, display filter macros, display filter expressions, and many more. Okay. Similarly, you have statistics, okay, which helps in viewing network statistics and data summaries. Here you have telephony for using these kind of protocols. Okay. Then you have wireless. Okay. Then you have tools all over here, firewall, ACL rules, MAC address. Okay. And there you have the help icon. So this is a very basic overview of this application. Now, let us do some basic exercises first. So let us try to capture a traffic first. Okay. So since I've already selected our network interface as Wi-Fi, and let us restart it. So you can just go on capture and just start the restart. Okay. So this has started. Now go to your browser and just type, say, HTTP, okay, and say bin.org is the file. So guys, this is a basic website that we have requested on our browser, and let us go to our Wireshark and stop this for a moment. So as you can see all over here, this icon shows applying a display filter. Now go all over here and type the filter, say HTTP, okay, and you can say our filtering would be done. So as you can see, here you have the source, you have the destination, here you have the time, here you have the number, here you have the length of the packets, okay, and this is the info, okay. So now let us do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. So as you can see all over here, the first one is HTTP request and responses. So as you can see, this is our source, okay. We are sending a request to the destination address with 44.219.81.240. The protocol is HTTP and the length of the packet is 480. And it is basically a GET request, okay. So get HTTP/1.1. Now there is a reply from this destination all over here and to the destination at our source. The protocol is still HTTP. Now the length of the packet is increased, is 887. And what we are getting, guys, all over here, that the status is 200 and it says okay. Now, as you can see, what we are getting basically an HTML file all over here. Okay. Now, similarly, we are again requesting and we are getting a JSON file all over here. Now, getting a specific JSON HTTP 1.1 and similarly, reply is coming. So as you can see, it's a to and from motion where we are requesting to a destination, which is the browser with the protocol HTTP. And similarly, we are getting a reply from our destination. So guys, this is our device and this is the given resource we are trying to access on our browser. So basically, now we can see these are the content types, which is text HTML for the HTML structure, okay. And also you can see all over here, this is a JSON type, okay. And these are the type of the content we are trying to access it, okay. And this is the request what we have done to our destination, which is the browser, okay, with the bin.org, and it is returning a text.html file. I hope so guys, you would have got a brief idea like how you can do the general analysis of the Wireshark output. Now let us try to do one more example which will make our concepts more clear. Now guys, I will show you one more use case of this, that you can diagnose the network issues with ping and trace command. Okay, so with the help of Wireshark, this can also be done guys. So what you need next is you can open a terminal, okay, and just right click all over here. And now in this, what we are going to do guys, we are going to generate an ICMP traffic. So with the help of ping command. Okay, so now what we do, we type ping, say google.com. And you can see all over here, the request and reply have started. And now what we will do guys, we will use the tracer command for tracing our packet flow. So you can see something we have got all over here. We will discuss about this bit later. Now let us open our Wireshark. Okay, and what we'll do guys, we will type ICMP. Okay, and just click all over here. Okay. So guys, go to the filter and type ICMP. Okay, and just click all over here. And but before that, you have to stop this. And now let us try. So you can see all over here that here the destination is showing unreachable, but here we are getting the reply. Okay. Now let us try to examine this protocol. Okay. So what all over here, let us try to understand first what we did in the terminal. Okay. So guys, when we are typing the command ping google.com, this command is basically testing the reachability of google.com by sending the Internet Control Message Protocol or ICMP echo request packets and waiting for the replies, which is echo response. Now guys, let us break down the ping results. So first 3 replies, we are going to see that each reply shows the IP address of 142.250.193.110, which is one of the Google servers. And you can see the round trip time latency for the packets. For the first time, it is showing around 76 milliseconds. For second round trip time, it is showing around 88. Then third is 99, and fourth one is 30 milliseconds. Now you can see there is something called time to live also, and in this case the time to live for each packet is around 55 milliseconds. Okay, so basically this field indicates how many hops or routers the packet can pass through before being discarded. Okay, now you can also see the request timeout. So the fourth packet is a request timeout, meaning no reply was received within this set time. And you can also see the ping statistics. So you can say here sent 4 packets, received 4 packets, and there is no loss. Okay, so this is one thing. And also approximate round trip in milliseconds, you can see minimum is 30 milliseconds and maximum is 99 milliseconds. Average is calculated 73 milliseconds. So this is statistics what we got. Now you can see all over here we have the tracer command. Okay, so here no arguments are provided first. So let us try to understand. The D means do not resolve IP address to host names, okay, where H means maximum number of hops of routers to search, and W means timeout in milliseconds for each reply. So suppose if I see tracer.google.com, so guys, this will show all the hops that the packet has to travel through reach the Google server, which will help to diagnose where the delays or issues might occur on the path. Now you can see all over here, there are a lot of options are given. So similarly, you can read this. Now let us try to do the Wireshark analysis. So you can see all over here with our source 10.101.5.118, and we are sending the request to the Google server. And this is Internet Control Message Protocol. So you can see all over here, this is echo. This is a ping request with ID 0x001. And we can see the sequence is also given, the time to live, and we are replying in 7641 milliseconds. So this packet is basically what we are doing, guys. We are 7630 is our packet number, and this is what we are sending as a request. Then 7641 is a reply from the Google server with the given ID, okay, the sequence number of this and the time to live, and it is also giving the request one. Now what you can do, guys, you can also apply one filter all over here. We can, okay, now With the help of this, you can just see there are a lot of options as a filtering. Okay, so you can read the documentation for this, and whenever it is turning red, guys, it is showing something as error. Okay, and now let us do this and let us type our IP address, say 101, okay, 1.5.118. Okay, so this is also one of the way you can apply the filter. Okay, so it's going to filter out the IP address. Okay, say let's do this. So it is going to filter out our IP address, which is basically the same which is sending, because we have not given any other ping request. So guys, here what we can see, so this is kind of the analysis what we are doing basically. Okay, so guys, this was a Wireshark analysis for diagnosing the network issues with the help of ping and trace commands. And you can do a lot more other things with the help of Wireshark. Basically, these tools are used by network administrators, hackers, and also network engineers to understand the network performance, diagnose the network issues. Okay, so this was a short exercise which I have shown you about the basics of Wireshark. I hope so you would have enjoyed our today's video.
Next on our docket is a live demonstration where we solve a set of cross-site scripting problems starting from the basic level to the topmost level 6. We're going to start at level 1. In this web application, it demonstrates the common cause of cross-site scripting where user input is directly included in the page without proper escaping. If we interact with the vulnerable application window here and find a way to make it execute JavaScript of our choosing, we can take actions inside the vulnerable window or directly edit its URL bar. This task needs only basic knowledge. Let's see why the most primitive injections work here right away. Let's do a simple query and inspect the resulting HTML page. I'm going to use this phrase with a single quote as a special character. We can now inspect the HTML page. We can see here in this line, the special character single quote appears in the result over here. The provided query text is placed directly in a B tag, as in a body element. We need to perform a reflected XSS into the web application because they are non-persistent XSS attacks, and the payload should be included in the URL to perform successful exploitation. We can use any payload, but we're going to use the simple one to perform an alert in this web application. It's simple and can be shown easily. We're just going to write the script over here. And we're going to press search. As you can see, we have successfully launched our first cross-site scripting attack. We can see an alert box pop up with the necessary message, and a similar process can be used to steal browser cookies and passwords, albeit with different commands. Now we have the option to move to level 2. In this web application, it shows that how easily XSS bugs can be introduced in complex chat applications. Chat app conversations are stored in a database and retrieved when a user wants to see the conversation. Therefore, if a malicious user injects some JavaScript code, all visitors will be infected. This kind of cross-site scripting attack is more powerful and it is more riskier than reflected cross-site scripting attacks, and that's why it is known as stored XSS. I posted my query with a special character of a single quote, and this is what I get. Whatever I typed in simply appeared on the page right after I click on Share Status. Let's see the source. You can see here, the text I posted seems directly put inside a block code tag. So even a simple script tag we used in level 1 should work here. but it will not. Let us examine the code to understand why. We're going to toggle the code over here and check the index.html file. Important part is line 32. The generated HTML fragment, which is the HTML variable in the code, is added to the mail HTML using the inner HTML method. So when the browser parsing this HTML fragment, it will not execute any script tag defined within that HTML fragment. HTML parser will not execute a script tag when it parses HTMLs via this method. This is why the script tag like we used in level 1 is not going to work here. Our solution is to use events. Events will execute the defined JavaScripts. We're going to use an image over here. And when we press on share status, in the above injection, we are loading an image that doesn't exist, which causes to trigger an onError event. In onError event, it will execute our alert method. With that, we are able to beat level 2, and we can now move up to the next level in our challenge. As you can see, clicking on any tab causes the tab number to be displayed in the URL fragment. This hints that the value after the hashtag controls the behavior of the page. That is, it is an input variable. To confirm, let's analyze the code. As you can see in line 43, inside the event handling, the value provided after the hash in the URL is directly passed onto the choTab method. No input validation is being performed. The value passed to the choseTab method is directly injected into the img tag in line 17. This is an unsafe assignment and it is the vulnerable part of the code. Now all we have to do now is to craft a payload that would adjust the img tag to execute our JavaScript. Remember, the script tag from level 1 would not work here since the variable HTML is used to add the DOM dynamically. Hence the events are our aces here once again. I will choose to use the existing img tag and change the source to something that doesn't exist, hence forcing it to fall in to execute an onError, even which I will pass the URL. Once we visit that URL, we can see that our Java pop-up has opened up here with the same message of XSS level 3 has been completed. With this, we can now move on to level 4, which is going to present a different kind of attack. In this web application, there is a timer on the page. That means whatever numbers we put in the box, a countdown starts. And then when it finishes, the application alerts that the countdown is finished. And we can see the time is up pop-up appearing over here, and this resets the timer again. Now it is obvious that the value entered in the text box is transferred to the server over the timer parameter in the URL. Let us examine the code to see how the timer parameter is being handled. We're going to visit timer.html over here. And we're going to check over here. In line 21, the start timer method is being called in the onLoad event. However, the timer parameter is being directly passed to the start timer method. we need to perform a pop-up alert in the web application which escapes the content of the function start timer without breaking the JavaScript code. The parameter value is directly added to the start timer method without any filtering. What we can try to do here is to inject an alert function to be executed inside the onload event along with the start timer method. We're going to remove this argument and put our script over here. Now when we press on create timer, and we have a pop-up with the XSS level 4 completed. We can now move on to level 5. In this web application, this application XSS is different because this challenge description says cross-site scripting isn't just about correctly escaping data. Sometimes attackers can do bad things even without injecting new elements into the DOM. It's kind of open redirect because the attack payload is executed as a result of modifying the DOM environment in the victim's browser. This environment is used by the original client-side script so that the client-side code runs in an unexpected manner. The vulnerability can be easily detected if the next link in the sign-up page is inspected. The href attribute value of next link is confirmed, which is exactly the value of the next URL query parameter, as you can see over here. This means using the next query parameter can be used to inject a JavaScript code to the href attribute of the next link. The following is the best way to do it. As soon as the user clicks on the link, the script will be triggered. We're going to press anything random. And now that we click next, we can see the XSS level 5 that we had provided in the URL as a parameter to the next variable. Since the value of next provided appears on a pop-up, we can consider the attack a success and move on to the final level 6. In this web application, it shows some of the external JavaScript is retrieved. If you analyze the URL, you can see that the script is loaded already. The vulnerability lies within how the code handles the value after the hashtag. If you check on line 45, the value right after the hashtag is taken as the gadget name. And then in line 48, the value is directly passed on to the include gadget method. And in the include gadget method that we can see over here, you can see in line 18, a script tag is created and the URL gadget name parameter value is directly used as the source attribute of the script tag in line 28. This means we can completely control the source attribute of the script tag that is being created. That is, with this vulnerability, we can inject our own JavaScript file into the code. We can inject a URL of our own hosted JavaScript into the web application's URL after the hashtag, and the URL should not be using HTTPS but anything like that to bypass the regular expression for security checking. We're going to remove the pre-stored URL and we're going to load our own JavaScript file. Finally, we have reached the end of our challenge. We completed 6 different varieties of cross-scripting attacks and used different solutions for all of the 6 questions. With work from home being the norm in today's era, people spend considerable amount of time on the internet, often without specific measures to ensure a secure session. Apart from individuals, organizations worldwide that host data and conduct business over the internet are always at the risk of a DDoS attack. These DDoS attacks are getting more extreme, with hackers getting easy access to the graph. 3 of the 6 strongest DDoS attacks were launched in 2021, with the most extreme attack occurring just last year in 2020. Lately, cybercriminals have been actively seeking out new services and protocols for amplifying these DDoS attacks. Active involvement with hacked machines and botnets allow further penetration into the consumer space, allowing much more elaborate attack campaigns. Apart from general users, multinational corporations have also had their fair share of problems. GitHub, a platform for software developers, was the target of a DDoS attack in 2018. Widely suspected to be conducted by Chinese authorities, this attack went on for about 20 minutes, after which the systems were brought into a stable condition. It was the strongest DDoS attack to date at the time and made a lot of companies reconsider the security practices to combat such attacks. Even after years of experimentation, DDoS attacks are still at large and can affect anyone in the consumer and corporate space. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on what is a DDoS attack. Let's learn more about what is a DDoS attack. A distributed denial of service attack, or DDoS, is when an attacker or attackers attempt to make it impossible for a service to be delivered. This can be achieved by thwarting access to virtually anything: servers, devices, services, networks, applications, and even specific transactions within applications. In a DOS attack, it's one system that is sending the malicious data or requests. A DDoS attack comes from multiple systems. Generally, these attacks work by drowning a system with requests for data. This could be sending a web server so many requests to serve a page that it crashes under the demand, or it could be a database being hit with a high volume of queries. The result is available internet bandwidth, CPU, and RAM capacity become overwhelmed. The impact could range from a minor annoyance from disrupted services to experiencing entire websites, applications, or even entire businesses taking offline. More often than not, these attacks are launched using machines in a botnet. A botnet is a network of devices that can be triggered to send requests from a remote source, often known as the command and control center. The bots in the network attack a particular target, thereby hiding the original perpetrator of the DDoS campaign. But how do these devices come under a botnet? And what are the requests being made to the web servers? Let's learn more about these and how DDoS attacks work. A DDoS attack is a two-phase process. In the first phase, a hacker creates a botnet of devices. Simply put, a vast network of computers are hacked via malware, ransomware, or just simple social engineering. These devices become a part of the botnet, which can be triggered anytime to start bombarding a system or a server on the instruction of the hacker that created the botnet. The devices in these networks are called bots or zombies. In the second phase, a particular target is selected for the attack. When the hacker finds the right time to attack, all the zombies in the botnet network send these requests to the target, thereby taking up all the server's available bandwidth. These can be simple ping requests or complex attacks like SYN flooding and UDP flooding. The aim is to overwhelm them with more traffic than the server or the network can accommodate. The goal is to render the website or service inoperable. There is a lot of wiggle room when it comes to the type of DDoS attack a hacker can go with. Depending on the target's vulnerability, we can choose one of the 3 broad categories of DDoS attacks. Volume-based attacks use massive amounts of bogus traffic to overwhelm a resource. It can be a website or a server. They include ICMP, UDP, and spoofed packet flood attacks. The size of volume-based attack is measured in bits per second. These attacks focus on clogging all the available bandwidth for the server, thereby cutting the supply short. Several requests are sent to the server, all of which warrant a reply, thereby not allowing the target to cater to the general legitimate users. Next, we have the protocol level attacks. These attacks are meant to consume essential resources of the target server. They exhaust the load balancers and firewalls which are meant to protect the system against the DDoS attacks. These protocol attacks include SYN floods and Smurf DDoS, among others, and the size is measured in packets per second. For example, in an SSL handshake, server replies to the hello message sent by the hacker, which will be the client in this case, but since the IP is spoofed and leads nowhere, the server gets stuck in an endless loop of sending the acknowledgement without any end in sight. Finally, we have the application level attacks. Application layer attacks are conducted by flooding applications with maliciously crafted requests. The size of application layer attacks is measured in requests per second. These are relatively sophisticated attacks that target the application and operating system level vulnerabilities. They prevent the specific applications from delivering necessary information to users and hog the network bandwidth up to the point of a system crash. Examples of such an attack are HTTP flooding and BGP hijacking. A single device can request data from a server using HTTP post or GET without any issues. However, when the requisite botnet is instructed to bombard the server with thousands of requests, the database bandwidth gets jammed and it eventually becomes unresponsive and unusable. But what about the reasons for such an attack? There are multiple lines of thought as to why a hacker decides to launch a DDoS attack on unsuspecting targets. Let's take a look at a few of them. The first option is to gain a competitive advantage. Many DDoS attacks are conducted by hacking communities against rival groups. Some organizations hire such communities to stagger their rivals' resources at a network level to gain an advantage in the playing field. Since being a victim of a DDoS attack indicates a lack of security, the reputation of such a company takes a significant hit, allowing the rivals to cover up some ground. Secondly, some hackers launch these DDoS attacks to hold multinational corporations at ransom. The resources are jammed, and the only way to clear the way is if the target company agrees to pay a designated amount of money to the hackers. Even a few minutes of inactivity is detrimental to a company's reputation in the global market, and it can cause a spiral effect, both in terms of market value and product security index. Most of the time, a compromise is reached and the resources are freed after a while. DDoS attacks have also found use in the political segment. Certain activists tend to use DDoS attacks to voice their opinion. Spreading the word online is much faster than any local rally or forum. Primarily political, these attacks also focus on online communities, ethical dilemmas, or even protests against corporations. Let's take a look at a few ways that companies and individuals can protect themselves against DDoS attacks. The company can employ load balancers and firewalls to help protect the data from such attacks. Load balancers reroute the traffic from one server to another in a DDoS attack. This reduces the single point of failure and adds resiliency to the server data. A firewall blocks unwanted traffic into a system and manages the number of requests made at a definite rate. It checks for multiple attacks from a single IP and occasional slowdowns to detect a DDoS attack in action. Early detection of a DDoS attack goes a long way in recovering the data lost in such an event. Once you've detected the attack, you will have to find a way to respond. For example, you will have to work on dropping the malicious DDoS traffic before it reaches your server so that it doesn't throttle and exhaust your bandwidth. Here's where you will filter the traffic so that only legitimate traffic reaches the server. By intelligent routing, you can break the remaining traffic into manageable chunks that can be handled by your cluster resources. The most important stage in DDoS mitigation is where you will look for patterns of DDoS attacks and use those to analyze and strengthen your mitigation techniques. For example, blocking an IP that's repeatedly found to be offending is a first step. Cloud providers like Amazon Web Services and Microsoft Azure, who offer high levels of cybersecurity, including firewalls and threat monitoring software, can help protect your assets and network from DDoS criminals. The cloud also has greater bandwidth than most private networks, so it is likely to fail if under the pressure of increased DDoS attacks. Additionally, reputable cloud providers offer network redundancy, duplicating copies of your data, systems, and equipment, so that if your service becomes corrupted or unavailable due to a DDoS attack, you can switch to a secure access on backed up versions without missing a beat. One can also increase the amount of bandwidth available to a host server being targeted. Since DDoS attacks fundamentally operate on the principle of overwhelming systems with heavy traffic, simply provisioning extra bandwidth to handle unexpected traffic spikes can provide a measure of protection. This solution can prove expensive as a lot of that bandwidth is going to go unused most of the time. A content delivery network, or a CDN, distributes your content and boosts performance by minimizing the distance between your resources and end users. It stores the cached version of your content in multiple locations, and this eventually mitigates DDoS attacks by avoiding a single point of failure when the attacker is trying to focus on a single target. Popular CDNs include Akamai CDN, Cloudflare, AWS CloudFront, etc. Let's start with our demo regarding the effects of DDoS attacks on a system. For our demo, we have a single device that will attack a target, making it a DOS attack of sorts. Once a botnet is ready, multiple devices can do the same and eventually emulate a DDoS attack. To do so, we will use the virtualization software called VMware with an instance of Parrot Security operating system running. For a target machine, we will be running another VMware instance of a standard Linux distribution known as Linux Lite. In a target device, we can use Wireshark to determine when the attack begins and see the effects of the attack accordingly. This is Linux Lite, which is our target machine, and this is Parrot Security, which is used by the hacker when trying to launch a DDoS attack. This is just one of the distros that can be used. To launch the attack, we must first find the IP address of our target. So to find the IP address, we open the terminal. We use the command ifconfig. And here we can find the IP address. Now remember, we're launching this attack in VMware. Now both the instances of Parrot Security and Linux Lite are being run on my local network. So the address that you can see here is 192.168.72.129, which is a private address. This IP cannot be accessed from outside the network, basically anyone who is not connected to my Wi-Fi. When launching attacks with public servers or public addresses, it will have a public IP address that does not belong to the 192.168 subnet. Once we have the IP address, we can use a tool called hping3. hping3 is an open source packet generator and analyzer for the TCP/IP protocol. To check what are the effects of an attack, we will be using Wireshark. Wireshark is a network traffic analyzer. We can see whatever traffic that is passing through the Linux Lite distro is being displayed over here with the IP address, the source IP, and the destination IP as to where the request is being transferred to. Once we have the DOS attack launched, you can see the results coming over here from the source IP, which will be Parrot Security. Now, to launch the hping3 command, we need to give sudo access to the console, which is the root access. Now, we have the root access for the console. The hping3 command will have a few arguments to go with it, which are, as you can see on the screen, -s and a flood, a -v, -p80, and the IP address of the target, which is 192.168.72.129. In this command, we have a few arguments such as the -s, which specifies SYN packets. Like in an SSL handshake, we have the SYN request that the client sends to the server to initiate a connection. The -flood aims to ignore the replies that the server will send back to the client in response to the SYN packets. Here the Parrot Security OS is the client and Linux Lite being the server. -v stands for verbosity, as in where we will see some output when the requests are being sent. The -p80 stands for port 80, which we can replace the port number if we want to attack a different port. And finally, we have the IP address of our target. As of right now, if we check Wireshark, it is relatively clear and there is no indication of a DDoS attack incoming. Now once we launch the attack over here, we can see the requests coming in from this IP, which is 192.168.72.128. Till now, even the network is responsive, and so is Linux Lite. The requests keep on coming, and we can see the HTTP flooding has started in flood mode. After a few seconds of this attack continuing, the server will start shutting down. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro that can focus on that serves as a backend. Now remember, Linux Lite is a distro, and such Linux distros are served as backend to many servers across the world. For example, a few seconds have passed from the attack. Now the system has become completely irresponsive. This has happened due to the huge number of requests that came from Parrot Security. You can see whatever I press, nothing is responded. Even the Wireshark has stopped capturing new requests because the CPU usage right now is completely 100%, and at this point of time, anyone who is trying to request some information from this Linux distro, or where this Linux distro is being used as a backend for a server or a database, cannot access anything else. The system has completely stopped responding, and any request, any legitimate request from legitimate users will be dropped. Once we stop the attack over here, it takes a bit of time to settle down. Now remember, it's still out of control, but eventually the traffic dies down and the system regains its strength. It is relatively easy to gauge right now the effect of a DOS attack. Now remember, this Linux Lite is just a VM instance. Actual website servers and web databases, they have much more bandwidth and are very secure, and it is tough to break into. That is why we cannot use a single machine to break into them. That is where a DDoS attack comes into play. What we did right now is a DOS attack, as in a single system is being used to penetrate a target server using a single request. Now, when a DDoS attack, multiple systems such as multiple Parrot Security instances or multiple zombies or bots in a botnet network can attack a target server to completely shut down the machine and drop any legitimate request, thereby rendering the service and the target completely unusable and inoperable. As a final note, we would like to remind that this is for educational purposes only, and we do not endorse any attacks on any domains. Only test this on servers and networks that you have permission to test on. Cybersecurity has become one of the most rigid industries in the last decade, while simultaneously being the most challenged. With every aspect of corporate culture going online and embracing cloud computing, there is a plethora of critical data circulating through the internet, all worth billions of dollars to the right person. Increasing benefits require more complex attacks, and one of these attacks is a brute force attack. A brute force, or known as brute force cracking, is the cyber attack equivalent of trying every key on your keyring and eventually finding the right one. Brute force attacks are simple and reliable. There is no prior knowledge needed about the victim to start an attack. Most of the systems falling prey to brute force attacks are actually well secured. Attackers let a computer do the work, that is, trying different combinations of usernames and passwords until they find one that works. Due to this repeated trial and error format, the strength of password matters a great deal. Although with enough time and resources, brute force will break a system since they run multiple combinations until they find the right passcode. Hey everyone, this is Vaibhav from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on what is a brute force attack. Let's begin with learning about brute force attacks in detail. A brute force attack, also known as an exhaustive search, is a cryptographic hack that relies on guessing possible combinations of targeted password until the current password is discovered. It can be used to break into online accounts, encrypted documents, or even network peripheral devices. The longer the password, the more combinations that will need to be tested. A brute force attack can be time consuming and difficult to perform if methods such as data obfuscation are used, and at times downright impossible. However, if the password is weak, it could merely take seconds with hardly any effort. Dictionary attacks are an alternative to brute force attacks where the attacker already has a list of usernames and passwords that need to be tested against the target. It doesn't need to create any other combinations on its own. Dictionary attacks are much more reliable than brute force in a real-world context, but the usefulness depends entirely on the strength of passwords being used by the general population. There is a three-step process when it comes to brute forcing a system. Let's learn about each of them in detail. In step 1, we have to settle on a tool that we are going to use for brute forcing. There are some popular names on the market like Hashcat, Hydra, and John the Ripper. While each of them has its own strengths and weaknesses, each of them perform well with the right configuration. All of these tools come pre-installed with certain Linux distributions that cater to penetration testers and cybersecurity analysts like Kali Linux and Parrot Security. After deciding what tool to use, we can start generating combinations of alphanumeric variables whose only limitation is the number of characters. For example, while using Hydra, a single 6-digit password will create 900,000 passwords with only digits involved. Add alphabets and symbols to that sample space and that number grows exponentially. The popular tools allow customizing this process. Let's say the hacker is aware of the password being a specific 8-digit word containing only letters and symbols. This will substantially increase the chances of being able to guess the right password since we remove the time taken to generate the longer ones. We omit the need for including digits in such combinations. These small tweaks go a long way in organizing an efficient brute force attack since running all the combinations with no filters will dramatically reduce the odds of finding the right credentials in time. In the final step, we run these combinations against the file or service that is being broken. We can try and break into a specific encrypted document, a social media account, or even devices at home that connect to the internet. Let's say there is a Wi-Fi router. The generated passwords are then fed into the connection one after the other. It is a long and arduous process, but the work is left to the computer rather than someone manually clicking and checking each of these passcodes. Any password that doesn't unlock the router is discarded and the brute force tool simply moves on to the next one. This keeps going on until we find the right combination which unlocks the router. Sometimes reaching the success stage takes days and weeks, which makes it cumbersome for people with low computing power at their disposal. However, the ability to crack any system in the world purely due to bad password habits is very appealing, and the general public tends to stick with simple and easy to use passwords. Now that we have a fair idea about how brute force works, let's see if we can answer this question. We learned about how complex passwords are tougher to crack by brute force. Among the ones listed on the screens, which one do you believe will take the longest to be broken when using brute force tools? Leave your answers in the comment section and we will get back to you with the correct option next week. Let's move on to the harmful effects of getting a system compromised due to brute force attacks. A hacked laptop or mobile can have social media accounts logged in, giving the hackers free access to the victim's connections. It has been reported on multiple occasions where compromised Facebook accounts are sending malicious links and attachments to people on their friends list. One of the significant reasons for hacking, malware infusion is best done when spread from multiple devices, similar to distributing spam. This reduces the chance of circling back the source to a single device which belongs to the hacker. Once brute forced, a system can spread malware via email attachments, sharing links, file upload via FTP, etc. Personal information such as credit card data, usage habits, private images and videos are all stored in our systems, be it in plain format or root folders. A compromised laptop means easy access to these information that can be further used to impersonate the victim regarding bank verification, among other things. Once a system is hacked, it can also be used as a mail server that distributes spam across lists of victims. Since the hacked machines all have different IP addresses and MAC addresses, it becomes challenging to trace the spam back to the original hacker. With so many harmful implications arising from a brute force attack, it's imperative that the general public must be protected against such. Let's learn about some of the ways we can prevent ourselves from becoming a victim of brute force attacks. Using passwords consisting of alphabets, letters, and numbers have a much higher chance of withstanding brute force attacks thanks to the sheer number of combinations they can produce. The longer the password, the less likely it is that a hacker will devote the time and resources to brute force them. Having alphanumeric passwords also allows the user to keep different passwords for different websites. This is to ensure that if a single account or a password is compromised due to a breach or a hack, the rest of the accounts are isolated from the incident. Two-factor authentication involves receiving a one-time password on a trusted device before a new login is allowed. This OTP can be obtained either via email, SMS, or specific 2FA applications like Authy and Aegis. Email and SMS-based OTPs are considered relatively less secure nowadays due to the ease with which SIM cards can be duplicated and mailboxes can be hacked. Applications that are specifically made for 2FA cores are much more reliable and secure. CAPTCHAs are used to stop bots from running through web pages precisely to prevent brute forcing through their website. Since brute force tools are automated, forcing the hacker to solve CAPTCHA for every iteration of a password manually is very challenging. The CAPTCHA system can filter out these automated bots that keep refreshing the page with different credentials, thereby reducing the chances of brute force considerably. A definite rule that locks the account being hacked for 30 minutes after a specific number of attempts is a good way to prevent brute force attempts. Many websites lock account for 30 minutes after 3 failed password attempts to secure the account against any such attack. On an additional note, some websites also send an email instructing the user that there have been 3 insecure attempts to log into the website. Let's look at a demonstration of how brute force attacks work in a real-world situation. The world has gone wireless. With Wi-Fi taking the reins in every household, it's natural that their security will always be up for debate. To further test the security index and understand brute force attacks, we will attempt to break into the password of a Wi-Fi router. For that to happen, we first need to capture a handshake file, which is a connection file from the Wi-Fi router to a connecting device like a mobile or a laptop. The operating system used for this process is Parrot Security, a Linux distribution that is catered to penetration testers. All the tools being used in this demo can easily be found pre-installed in this operating system.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
To start our demo, we're going to use a tool called Airgeddon, which is made to hack into wireless networks specifically. At this point, it's going to check for all the necessary scripts that are installed in the system. To crack into a Wi-Fi and to capture the handshake file, we're going to need an external network card. The significance of the external network card is a managed mode and a monitor mode. For now, the WLX1 named card is my external network adapter, which I'm going to select. To be able to capture data over the air, we're going to need to put it in monitor mode. As you can see above, it's written it is in managed mode right now. So we're going to select option 2, which is to put the interface in monitor mode. And its name is now WLAN 0 monitor. The monitor mode is necessary to capture data over the air. That is the necessary reason why we need an external card, since a lot of inbuilt cards that come with the laptops and the systems, they cannot have a monitor mode installed. Once we select the mode, we can go into the 5th, which is the handshake tools menu. In the first step, we have to explore for targets, and it is written that monitor mode is necessary to select a target. So let's explore for targets and press enter. We have to let this run for about 60 seconds to get a fair idea about the networks that are currently working in this locality. For example, this ESS ID is supposed to be the Wi-Fi name that we see when connecting to a network. Geo24, Recover Me, these are all the names that we see on our mobile when trying to search for the Wi-Fis. This BSS ID is supposed to be an identifier, somewhat like a MAC address that identifies this network from other devices. The channels features on 1 or 2 there are many channels that the networks can focus on. This here is supposed to be a client that is connected to one such network. For example, the station that you can see 5626, this is supposed to be the MAC address of the device that is connected to a router. This BSS ID is supposed to be which Wi-Fi it is connected to. For example, 5895D8 is this one, which is the Geo24 router. So we already know which router has a device connected to it, and we can use our attack to capture this handshake. Now that it has already run for 1 minute, now that we press Ctrl C, we will be asked to select a target. See, it has already selected the number 5, which is the Geo24 router, as the one with clients. So it is easy to run an attack on, and it is easy to capture a handshake for. We select network 5 and we run a capture handshake. It says we have a valid WPA2 network target selected and that the script can continue. Now, to capture the handshake, we have a couple of attacks, a deauth or a deauth air replay attack. What this attack does is kick the clients out of the network. In return, when they try to reconnect to the Wi-Fi, as they are configured that way, that when a client is disconnected, it tries to reconnect it immediately, it tries to capture a handshake file, which in turn contains the security key, which is necessary to initiate the handshake. For our demo, let's go with the second option, that is the deauth air replay attack. Select a timeout value, let's say we give it 60 seconds, and we start the script. We can see it capturing data from the Geo24 network, and here we go. We have the WPA handshake file. Once the handshake file is captured, you can actually close this, and here we go. Congratulations. In order to capturing a handshake, it has verified that a PMK ID from the target network has successfully been captured. This is the file that is already stored. It's a .cap file. For the path, let's say we can keep it in a desktop. Okay, we give the path and the handshake file is generated. We can already see a target over here, same Geo24 router with the BSS ID. Now if we return to its main menu, we already have the handshake file captured with us. Now our job is to brute force into that handshake capture file. The capture file is often encrypted with the security key of the Wi-Fi network. If we know how to decrypt it, we will automatically get the security key. So let's go to the offline WPA2 decrypt menu. Since we'll be cracking personal networks, we can go with option 1. Now to run the brute force tool, we have two options. Either we can go with the aircrack or we can go with the hashcat. Let's go with aircrack plus crunch, which is a brute force attack against a handshake file. We can go with option 2. It can already detect the capture file that we have generated, so we select yes. The BSS ID is the one which denotes the Geo24 router, so we're going to select yes as well. The minimum length of the key, for example, it has already checked that the minimum length of a Wi-Fi security key, which is a WPA to PSK key, will always be more than 8 digits and below 64 digits. So we have to select something in between this range. So if we already know, let's say that the password is at least 10 digits, we can go with the minimum length as 10. And as a rough guess, let's say we put the maximum length as 20. The character set that we're going to use for checking the password will affect the time taken to brute force. For example, if we already know that, or we have seen a user use a password while connecting to the router as something that has only numbers and symbols, then we can choose accordingly. Let's say if we go with only uppercase characters and numeric characters, go with option 7 and it's going to start decrypting. So how aircrack is working right here, you can see this passphrase over here. The first 5 or 6 digits are A. It starts working its way from the end, from the last character. It keeps trying every single combination. You can see the fourth character from the right side, the D. It will eventually turn to E. because it keeps checking up every single character from the end. This will keep going on until all the single characters are tested and every single combination is tried out. Since the handshake file is encrypted using the security key, that is the WPA2 key of the router, whichever passphrase is able to decrypt the handshake key completely will be the key of the Wi-Fi router. This is the way we can brute force into Wi-Fi routers anywhere in the world.
Cyber attacks are frequently making headlines in today's digital environment. At any time, everyone who uses a computer could become a victim of a cyber attack. There are various sorts of cyber attacks ranging from phishing to password attacks. In this video, we'll look into one such attack that is known as botnet. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon never to miss an update. To begin with, let's take a look at some of the famous botnet attacks. The first one is Mirai botnet, which is a malicious program designed to attack vulnerable IoT devices and infect them to form a network of bots that on command perform basic and medium level denial of service attacks. Then we have the Zeus bot, specifically designed for attacking the system for bank related information and data. Now let's see what exactly a botnet is. Botnet refers to a network of hijacked interconnected devices that are installed with malicious codes known as malware. Each of these infected devices are known as bots, and a hijacked criminal known as bot herder remotely controls them. The bots are used to automate large-scale attacks, including data theft, server failure, malware propagation, and denial of service attacks. Now that we know what exactly a botnet is, let's dive deeper into learning how a botnet works. During the preparation of a botnet network, the first step involves preparing the botnet army. After that, the connection between the botnet army and the control server is established. And the end, the launching of the attack is done by the bot herder. Let's understand through an illustration. Firstly, we have a bot herder that initiates the attack. According to the control server commands, the devices that are infected with the malware programs and begins to attack the infected system. Let's see some details regarding the preparation of the botnet army. The first step is known as the prepping the botnet army. The first step is creating a botnet is to infect as many as connected devices as possible. This ensures that there are enough bots to carry out the attack. This way, it creates bots either by exploiting the security gaps in the software or websites or using phishing attacks. They are often deployed through Trojan horses. For the next step we have establishing the connection. Once it hacks the device, as per previous step, it infects it with a specific malware that connects the device back to the control bot server. A bot herder uses command programming to drive the bot's actions. And the last step is known as launching the attack. Once infected, a bot allows access to admin level operation like gathering and stealing of data, reading and rewriting the system data, monitoring user activities, performing denial of service attacks, including other cybercrimes. Now let's take a look at the botnet architecture. The first type is known as client-server model. The client-server model is a traditional model that operates with the help of a command and control center server and communication protocols like IRC. When the bot herder issues a command to the server, it is then relayed to the client to perform malicious actions. Then we have peer-to-peer model. Here controlling the infected bots involves a peer-to-peer network that relies on a decentralized approach. That is, the bots are topological interconnected and acts as both C and C servers, that is, the server and the client. Today hackers adopt this approach to avoid detection and single point failure. In the end, we will see some points on some countermeasure against botnet attacks. The first step is to have updated drivers and system updates. After that, we should avoid clicking random pop-ups or links that we often see on the internet. And lastly, having certified antivirus, anti-spyware softwares, and firewall installed into a system will protect against malware attack. The internet is an endless source of information and data. Still, in some cases, we come across some occurrences like cyber attacks, hacking, force entry, which may affect our time on the web. Hi everyone, and welcome to the Simplilearn channel. Today we will discuss a topic that secretly records our input data, that is known as keyloggers. But before we begin, if you like watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. To understand the keylogging problem better, let's take a look at an example. This is June. She works in a business firm where she manages the company's data regularly. This is Jacob from the information department, who is here to inform her about some of the security protocols. During the briefing, she informed him about some of the problems her system was facing with, which included slow reaction speed and unusual internet activity. As Jacob heard about the problems with the system, he thinks of the possibility what could be the reason behind these problems her system was facing with. The conclusion that he came across was the keylogging issue. Unknown to the problem her system was facing with, she asked him about some of the details regarding it. For today's topic, we learn what exactly keyloggers are and how they affect our system, what are the harmful effects that keylogging can bring into the system. To begin with, we learn what exactly the keylogging program is. As the name suggests, keylogger is a malicious program or a tool that is designed to record keystrokes that are typed during data input and record them into a log file. Then the same program secretly sends these log files to its origin, where they can be used for malicious acts by the hacker. Now that we know what the keylogging program is, let's take a look how they enter into the system. Searching for a suitable driver for a system can often lead to the installation of the keylogging program into the system if we often visit suspicious sites and uncertified software are installed into our system. Then, if we use unknown links or visiting unknown websites which come through unknown addresses can also be a reason behind the keylogging issue entering into the system. And lastly, there are often cases where different pop-ups that we often see on social sites or different media sites can lead to the installation of keylogging program into our system. Now that we know how the problem gets into the system, let's take a look how to identify whether the system is infected by the keylogging issue. The keylogging issue can be identified if there are often cases when our keyboard lags behind the system. The data that we enter sometimes is stuck in between when we type through the input. Then, there are cases when the system freeze occurs unknowingly to what exactly could be the reason behind them. And also there are delayed reaction time for different applications that run on the system. And lastly, there are different cases when we often see suspicious internet activity on the system that we don't know about. This could lead to the identification of a problem into the system. Now, we'll take a look at different types of keyloggers that are present on the net which can harm our system differently. The first problem that keyloggers arouse is API based. The most common keylogging case, which uses APIs to keep a log of the typed data and share it to its origin for malicious purposes. Each time we press a key, the keylogger intercepts the signal and logs it. Then we have form grabbing based keyloggers. As the name suggests, they are based keyloggers that store the form data. That is, if we often use web forms or different kinds of forms to enter different data, they can be recorded into the system by the program and sent it to its origin. Then we have kernel-based keyloggers. These keyloggers are installed deeply into the operating system, where they can hide from different antivirus if not checked properly, and they record the data that we type on the keyboard and send it to its origin. And lastly, we have hardware keyloggers. These keyloggers are present directly into the hardware, that is, they are embedded into system where they record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now let's take a look how hackers differentiate different type of recorded data and exploit them. When hackers receive information about the target, they might use it to blackmail the target, which may affect the personal life of the target and also blackmail them for different money-related issues. Then, in case of company data that is recorded by the keylogging program can also affect the economic value of the company in the market, which may lead to the downfall of the company. Also, in some cases, the keylogging program can also log data about military secrets, which may include nuclear codes or security protocols which are necessary to maintain the security of a country. Now, let's take a look whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging issue or not. In the case of hand devices, infection of keyloggers are low in comparison to the computer systems, as they use on-screen keyboard or virtual keyboard. But in some cases, we often see different kinds of malicious programs getting installed into the hand device if we often visit different uncertified websites or illegal websites or torrent sites. And also, the device that is infected with the keylogging issue or different kind of malicious program can often lead to the exploitation of data that includes photos, emails, or important files by the hacker or the cyber criminal that installed the particular malicious program into the system. Now, to prevent a system from getting infected by the keylogging program, let's take a look at different points. The first point includes using of different antivirus softwares or tools which can prevent the entering of malicious program into the system. Then, keeping system security protocols regularly updated is also a good habit. And lastly, using virtual keyboard to input our sensitive data, which may include bank details, login details, or different passwords related to different websites. Now that we have some understanding about the topic of keyloggers, let's take a look at the demo to further increase the knowledge about the topic. For the first step, we have to download some of the important libraries that are required into the system, which is this library. Now we'll run it. The system says the library is already installed into the system. Now let's take a look what exactly modules are required from the particular library. From this library, we'll import the keyboard module, which will help us to record the data that we type on the keyboard. Now, from the same, we'll also import key module and the listener module, and also the logging module, which will help us to record the data into a log file. For the next part, we'll write a piece of code that will allow us to save the data that is recorded by the program into a text file that will be named as key_log text file along with the date and time stamp. Let's take a look. Now, we'll provide it with the file name that will be given as keylog.txt file, and also show the part where the format of the data is recorded. Put the brackets over here to contain the file name. Now we'll write the format in which the data will be recorded into the log file, which will be given as the format would be the message and the timestamp, which would be given as along with the timestamp given as percentage and ending it with the bracket. Now, for the next step, we'll design two of the functions that will be used into the program that will be termed as while press function and while release function. Let's take a look. While press function would be a function that will come into play when the keyboard key has been pressed is pressed. And this would go for the format that we designed in the above line, and logging the pressed key info, a string file to be recorded into the log file. Now we'll design a function that is while release. That will come into play when the escape key has been pressed. That is, the program will terminate itself and the program will stop from running. And in the end, we require for the functioning of the program to loop these functions, that is while press and while release, to continue its cycle. That will be going for while press and on release will contain while release function. As listener. And now this part would join the different threads and store them into the log file. Now that we have completed the code for the program, let's run it. We have to wait for a moment so the program runs it. Now, to verify the program, let's open Notepad. And on the Notepad, we'll write hello world, which will be the basic whether the program is working or not. Let's take a look. And we'll go for the main page on Jupyter Notebook and refresh the page. Go to the bottom. Over here, we see the keylog text. That is a text file that we created. Let's open it. And over here, we have the data that is created. As we started with note, then this is the hello world part that we created just now, which shows that the program we created is working properly. Now that we have reached the end of the module, let's take a look at the summary. Firstly, we learned what exactly keyloggers are. Then we understood what different modes are present, how the system get infected with the keylogging problem. Then we learned how to detect the problem into our system. Then we learned what different types of keyloggers are present on the net. We also understood how hackers use the recorded data from the program. And we also learned whether mobile devices get infected with the keylogging problem or not. And lastly, we understood what different points can be taken to prevent the entering of the keylogging problem into the system.
And before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity, or to become an ethical hacker by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch career with cybersecurity or ethical hacker by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Computing.
The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
Before we learn about the Pegasus platform, let us understand what spyware is and its working. Spyware is a category of malware that can gather information regarding a user or a device straight from the host machine. It is mostly spread by malicious links via email or chat applications. When a link with the malware is received, clicking on this link will activate the spyware, which allows the hacker to spy on all our user information. With some spyware systems, even clicking on the link isn't necessary to trigger the malicious payload. This can ultimately cause security complications and further loss of privacy. One such spyware system that is making the rounds in the tech industry today is Pegasus. The Pegasus is a spyware system developed by an Israeli company known as the NSO Group. It runs on mainly mobile devices, spanning across the major operating systems like the Apple's iOS on iPhone and the standard Android versions. This is not a newly developed platform since Pegasus has existed since as early as 2016. A highly intricate spyware program that can track user location, read text messages, scan through mobile files, access device camera and microphone to record voice and video. Pegasus has all the tools necessary to enforce surveillance for any client that wishes to buy its services. Initially, the NSO Group had designed the software to be used against terrorist factions of the world. With more and more encrypted communication channels coming to the forefront, Pegasus was designed to maintain control over the data transmission that can be a threat to national security. Unfortunately, the people who bought the software had complete control over who, how, and up to what level they can put surveillance limits on. Eventually, the primary clients became sovereign nations. Spying on public information that is supposed to stay private became really easy with this service. Multiple devices can be affected with the same spyware system to create a network information. This network keeps feeding data to the host. To understand how a network can be created, let's know how a mobile device can be affected by Pegasus. We all communicate with friends and family over instant messaging applications and email in some instances. If you check your inbox on a regular basis, you must have noticed that we receive some spam emails that the mail providers like Gmail and Yahoo can just filter into the spam folder. Some of these messages bypass this filter and make their way into a person's inbox. They look like generic emails which are supposed to be safe. The Pegasus spyware targets such occurrences, bypassing malicious messages and links which install the necessary spy software on the user's mobile device, be it Android or an iPhone. This isn't unique to the email ecosystem, since it's equally likely to be targeted via SMS text, WhatsApp, Instagram, or even the most secure messaging apps like Signal and Threema. Once the malicious links are clicked, a spyware package is downloaded and installed on the device. After the spyware is successfully installed, the perpetrator who sent the payload to the victim can monitor everything the user does. Pegasus can collect private emails, passwords, images, videos, and every other piece of information that passes through the device network. All this data is transmitted back to the central server, where the primary spying organization can monitor the activities at a granular level. This is not even surface level, since complex spyware software like Pegasus can access the root files on our mobiles. These root files hold information that is crucial to the working of the Android and iOS operating systems. Leaking such private information is a massive blow to the security and the privacy of an individual. The information that may seem trivial, like the name of your Wi-Fi connection or the last time you ordered an item from Amazon, are indeed all valuable information. This exploitation is primarily possible due to the zero-day vulnerabilities known as bugs in the software development process. The zero-day bugs are the ones that have just been discovered by some independent security company or a researcher. Once they are found, reporting these vulnerabilities to the developer of the platform, which would be either Google for Android or Apple for iOS, is the right thing to do. However, many such critical bugs make their way onto the dark web, where hackers can use them to create exploits. These exploits are then sent to innocent users with a link or a message, like we had discussed before. Pegasus was able to affect the latest devices with all the security patches installed, but some bugs are not reported to the developers or just cannot be fixed without breaking some core functionality. These become the gateway for spyware to enter into the system. You can never be 100% safe, but you sure can give it all in protecting yourself. The one thing where Pegasus stands out is its zero-click action feature. Usually in spam emails, the malicious code is activated when the user clicks the malware link. A user doesn't need to click the link in the new version of the Pegasus and a few other spyware programs. Once the message arrives in the inbox of WhatsApp, Gmail, or any other chat applications, the spyware gets activated and everything can be recorded and sent back to the central server. The primary issue with being affected by spyware as a victim is detection. Unlike crypto miners and Trojans, spying services usually do not demand many system resources, which makes them tough to detect after they have been activated. Since many devices slow down after a couple of years, any kind of performance hit due to such spyware is often attributed to poor software longevity by the users. They do not check meticulously for any other causes that is causing the slowdown. When left unchecked, these devices can capture voice and video from the mobile sensors while keeping the owner in the dark. Let's take a moment to check if we are well aware of the causes of such attacks. How do users fall prey to such spyware programs? A. By installing untested software. B. By clicking on the third-party links from email and messages. C. By not keeping their apps and phones updated. Or D. All of the above. Let us know your answers in the comment section below and we will reveal the correct answer next week. But what about the unaffected devices, the vulnerable ones? While we cannot be certain of our security, there are a few things we can do to boost our device, be it against Pegasus or the next big spyware on the market. Let's say we are safe now and we have the time to take the necessary steps to prevent a spyware attack. What are the things we can go for? Our primary goal must always be to keep our apps and the operating system updated with the latest security patches. The vulnerabilities that the exploits target are often discovered by developers from Google and Apple, which send the security patches quickly. This can be done for individual apps as well, so keeping them updated is of utmost importance. While the most secure devices have fallen prey to Pegasus as well, a security patch from developers may help in minimizing the damage at a later stage, or maybe negate the entire spyware platform altogether. Another big factor is the spread of malware is the trend of sideloading Android applications using .apk files. Downloading such apps from a third-party website have no security checks involved and are mostly responsible for adware and spyware invasions on user devices. Avoiding the sideloading of apps would be a major step in protecting yourself. We often receive spam emails or texts from people we may not know on social medias. They are accompanied with links that allow malware to creep into our device. We should try to follow the trusted websites and not click on any links that redirect us to unknown domains. Spyware is a controversial segment in governance. While the ramifications are pretty extreme in theory, it severely impacts user privacy against authoritarian regimes. Sufficient resources and a contingent plan can alter the false veil of democracy altogether. Even if our daily life is rather simplistic, we must understand that privacy is not about what we have to hide. Instead, it portrays the things we have to protect. It stands for everything we have to share with the outside world, both rhetorically and literally. Hey everyone, today we look at the hack which took the world by storm and affected multiple governments and corporations, the SolarWinds attack. The global statistics indicate that upward of 18,000 customers have been affected, potentially needing billions to recover the losses incurred. Before we have a look at this hack, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to never miss an update from Simplilearn. The date is December 8, 2020. FireEye, a global leader in companies specializing in cybersecurity, released a blog post that caught the attention of the entire IT community. A software known as Orion, which was developed by SolarWinds Incorporated, had become a victim of a remote access Trojan, or a RAT. The breach was estimated to be running since the spring of 2020 and went virtually unnoticed for months. The reveal sent the developers of the Orion software into a frenzy as they quickly released a couple of hotfixes for their platform in order to mitigate this threat and prevent further damage. But how did this come into existence? We first need to understand the platform which was responsible for this breach. SolarWinds, a software company based in Texas, United States, had developed a management platform known as Orion. Catering to corporations and governments worldwide, Orion was responsible for the monitoring and management of IT administration. This included managing the client servers, virtualization components, and even the organization's network infrastructure that bought the platform. SolarWinds claims they have more than 300,000 clients, including US government agencies and several Fortune 500 companies. This entire chain can be classified as a supply chain attack. In this variant of cybercrime, the hackers target relatively weaker links in an organization's chain of control and delivery. These are preferably services rendered by a third party, since there is no direct jurisdiction over it. In this case, the Orion platform was the primary target. The culprit, however, was software updates. The update server for SolarWinds Orion had a malicious version attached with malware, or a Trojan to be precise. This was made possible since the code repository that handled the software updates was breached. Once the update server repository was compromised, the source code of the applications became open to modification and malicious code found its way onto the software. A remote access Trojan was attached to a potential update nicknamed the Sunburst update. This update gave hackers backdoor access to any client that uses the correct version. On its release, many clients believed the update to be legitimate since it came from the right source and they had no reason to believe otherwise. American government agencies were supposedly hit the hardest, as the list of victims included the US Departments of Homeland Security, Treasury, and Health. Several private companies like Cisco, Nvidia, and Intel were compromised, according to a list published by the cybersecurity firm TrueSec. Most of the companies had issued quick updates to fix these vulnerabilities introduced by the software. While the actual perpetrators have never been found, it is believed that this was an act of cross-border corporate espionage conducted by state-sponsored hackers either from Russia or China. Before we move forward, let's take a recap of the things we learned. What category of malware was responsible for the SolarWinds hack? Was it one, a virus, a remote access Trojan, a spyware, or a worm? Know your answer right away. Answer coming to a full effects breach of to when working our way through the World Wide Web. Using a password manager is highly recommended, which can generate secure alphanumeric passwords. You must also use different passwords for different accounts, thereby reducing the chances of a single point of failure should one of those accounts get breached. Usage of two-factor authentication applications is also encouraged since it acts as a safety net if hackers directly get a hold of our credentials. Clicking on unknown links transmitted via emails is also a strict no, as is installing applications from unverified sources. The SolarWinds hack is estimated to cost the parent company nearly $18 million as reparations, making it one, if not the biggest hacks in cyberspace history. As recently as of July 2021, the hackers accessed some US attorneys' Microsoft 365 email accounts as part of the attack. Criminal organizations like the FBI and CIA are determined to figure out the culprits responsible for this debacle. However, the intricacy and the full extent of the breach makes it a way more complicated job than it looks on paper.
The day is 26th February 2022. The world is hit with breaking news that Russian state TV channels have been hacked by Anonymous, a hacktivist collective and movement who have made a name taking part in multiple cyber wars in the past decade. This was in response to the Russian aggression on Ukrainian territory in the hopes of annexation. Anonymous hacked the Russian state TV networks to combat propaganda in Russia and highlight the damage to life meted out by the Kremlin in Ukraine. They also hacked 120,000 Russian troops' personal information and the Russian central bank, stealing 35,000 files. This served as a clear indicator of how cyber war can change the momentum in battle, something which people had never seen so closely. So, what is cyber war? A digital assault or series of strikes or hacks against a country is sometimes referred to as a cyber war. It has the ability to cause havoc on government and civilian infrastructure, as well as disrupt essential systems, causing state harm and even death. In this day and age, the internet plays a bigger role than just watching videos and learning content. It's where you have your personal data and carry financial transactions. So rather than resorting to physical violence, cyber wars become the new means to cause havoc, considering the vulnerability of the data passing through the internet. In most circumstances, cyber warfare involves a nation-state attacking another. In certain cases, the assaults are carried out by terrorist organizations or non-state actors pursuing a hostile nation's aim. In June 2021, Chinese hackers targeted organizations like Verizon to secure remote access to their networks. Stuxnet was a computer worm designed to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. but evolved and expanded to many other industrial and energy-producing sites in 2010. Since the definition of cyber war is so vague, applying rules and sanctions based on digital assault is even tougher, making the field of cyber warfare a lawless land, not bound by any rules or policies. There are multiple ways in which these attacks can be carried out. A major category of cyber attack is espionage. Espionage entails monitoring other countries to steal critical secrets. This might include compromising vulnerable computer systems with botnets or spear phishing attempts before extracting sensitive data in cyber warfare. The next weapon in cyber war is sabotage. Government agencies must identify sensitive data and its dangers if it is exploited. Insider threats, such as disgruntled or irresponsible personnel or government staff with ties to the attacking country, can be used by hostile countries or terrorists to steal or destroy information. By overwhelming a website with bogus requests and forcing it to handle them, denial of service attacks prohibit real users from accessing it. Attacking parties may use this form of assault to disrupt key operations and systems and prevent citizens, military, and security officials and research organizations from accessing sensitive websites. But what benefits does cyber war offer in contrast to traditional physical warfare? The most important advantage is the ability to conduct attacks from anywhere globally without having to travel thousands of miles. As long as the attacker and target are connected to the internet, organizing and launching cyber wars is relatively less tedious than physical warfare. People living in or battling for a country are subjected to propaganda attacks in an attempt to manipulate their emotions and thoughts. Digital infrastructure is highly crucial in today's modern world. Starting from communication channels to secure storage servers, crippling a country's footprint and control on the internet is very damaging. But what are some of the ways we as citizens protect ourselves in the case of a cyber war? In the unfortunate event that your country is involved in warfare, be sure to fact-check every piece of information and follow only trusted sources in that frame of time. Even conversations online should be limited to a need-to-know basis, considering propaganda campaigns have the power to influence the tide of war drastically. It is highly crucial to follow basic security guidelines to secure our devices, like regularly updating our operating systems, occasionally running full system antivirus scans, etc. If your country or organization is being attacked, having devices segregated in a network goes a long way in bolstering security. Try to avoid sharing a lot of personal data online. In this era of Instagram and Facebook, divulging private information can be detrimental to keeping a secure firewall for your data. The more information an attacker has access to, the higher his chances of being able to devise a plan to infiltrate defenses.
And if you're someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity, that is by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with cybersecurity by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from the MIT Schwarzman College of Engineering. And the course link is mentioned in the description box that will navigate you to the course page where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
During data transmission, there are various external factors which can affect the transmission of data over a network channel. To prevent such cases from happening, we use Internet Protocol Security, which we will be discussing in the session on IPsec Explained. Hi guys, and welcome to yet another interesting video by Simplilearn. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from us. Now without further ado, let's take a look at the agenda for this session. To begin with, we will look into what is IPsec. Continuing with why do we use IPsec in a network, followed by components of IPsec, modes of IP security. As for the last topic, we will look into working steps involved in IP security. Let's begin with the first heading, that is, what is IPsec? IPsec, Internet Protocol Security, is defined as a set of framework and protocol to ensure data transmission over a network channel. This protocol was initially defined of two main protocols for data security over a network channel, which were authentication header, which is responsible for data integrity and anti-replay services. And the second protocol is encapsulating security payload, in short ESP, which includes data encryption and data authentication. Now let's move on to the next setting, that is, why do we use IPsec in a network? IPsec is used to secure sensitive data and information, such as company data, clinical data, bank data, and various sensitive information regarding an institution, which are used during data transmission over a network channel. The use of VPNs, that are virtual private networks, and apply IPsec protocols to encrypt the data for end-to-end transmission. Let's continue with why do we use IPsec services. IPsec is also used to encrypt data for application layer in the OSI model and provide security for sharing data over network routers and data authentication. Let's take a look at the working of IPsec services. To begin with, we have two different systems, System 1 and System 2, which will establish a network channel, and then the encryption of data will take place when one host will share the data to the second host. During this, IPsec services will secure the data that is to be transferred over the network channel by applying router encryption and authentication. Now let's move on to the next topic, that is components of IPsec. The IPsec services comprises of multiple protocols that ensure the data transmission over the network channel. The first one is Encapsulating Security Payload Protocol, in short ESP. This protocol of IP security provides data encryption and authentication services, and it also authenticates and encrypts the data packet in the transmission channel. Moving on, we have Authentication Header, in short AH. Similar to ESP, the authentication header also provides all the security services, but it does not encrypt the data. It also protects the IP packet and adds additional headers to the packet header. The modified IP datagram looks this way, where the IP components are included at the second position, the seventh position, and the sixth position, along with the authentication of data services over the network channel. Moving on, we have Internet Key Exchange, IKE. This protocol provides protection for content data and also changes the attribute of the original data to be shared by implementing SHA and MD5 algorithms. They also check the message for authentication and then only is forwarded to the receiver side. For example, this is the original data packet we are used to with IP header path, TCP UDP and data. Whereas this is the modified IPsec data packet where a ESP header is added between IP header and the TCP protocol. Now let's move on to the next heading, that is modes of IPsec. There are basically two types of IPsec modes available for data transmission over the network channel, where the first one is tunnel mode. This mode of transmission is used to secure gateway-to-gateway data. It is applied when the final destination of the data is to be connected to a sender side through a connection gateway over the internet. For example, we have two hosts, host A and host B. Through the host A, we are sending a message to host B, which will pass through a gateway at host A point, and it passes through a gateway to host B then. This is a basic format for gateway-to-gateway data transmission. And the given IP datagram format is used for tunnel mode. Now let's move on to the second mode of IPsec, that is transport mode. This mode of IPsec is used to protect protocols like TCP or UDP and is used to ensure end-to-end communication, unlike tunnel mode. The transport mode data add authentication header and encapsulating security payload for security purpose in the IP header. This is the modified IP datagram for transport mode. The point to be noted is the IPsec header is always added between IP header and TCP header. Now let's move on to the last heading for this session on IPsec, that is the working steps involved in IP security. In general, there are 5 steps involved in the working of IPsec to ensure data transmission over a network channel. The first step is host recognition. In the first step, the host system will check if the packet is to be transmitted or not by automatically triggering the security policy for the data, which is implemented by the sender side for proper encryption. Then the second step is known as IKE Phase 1. In this step, the two host devices, the sender and the receiver side, will authenticate each other to establish a secure network channel. It is comprised of two modes. The main mode. This provides much better security with a proper time limit. And the second mode, known as aggressive mode. As the name suggests, it establishes the IPsec protocol much faster in comparison to main mode. Let's move on to the third step, which is IKE Phase 2. After the second step, the host decide the type of cryptography algorithm to apply over the session in the network channel, and the secret key for the algorithm to be used to encrypt the data for transmission. Then we have IPsec transmission. This step involves the actual transfer of data over the network channel using the various protocols used in IPsec security, which are implemented under the tunnel condition. And the last step is IPsec termination. After the completion of data exchange or session timeout, the IPsec tunnel is terminated, and the security key established is discarded by both the host system.
Network security is a set of technologies that protects the usability and integrity of a company's infrastructure by preventing the entry or proliferation within a network. Its architecture comprises of tools that protect the network itself and the applications that run over it. Effective network security strategies employ multiple lines of defense that are scalable and automated. Each defensive layer here enforces a set of security policies which are determined by the administrator beforehand. This aims at securing the confidentiality and accessibility of the data and the network. Every company or organization that handles a large amount of data has a degree of solutions against many cyber threats. The most basic example of network security is password protection. It has the network the user chooses. So recently, network security has become the central topic of cybersecurity, with many organizations involving applications from people with skills in this area. It is crucial for both personal and professional networks. Most houses with high-speed internet have one or more wireless routers, which can be vulnerable to attacks if they are not adequately secured. Data loss, theft, and sabotage risk may be decreased with the usage of a strong network security system. Your workstations are protected from hazardous spyware thanks to network security. Additionally, it guarantees the security of the data which is being shared over a network. By dividing information into various sections, encrypting these portions, and transferring them over separate pathways, network security infrastructure offers multiple levels of protection to thwart man-in-the-middle attacks, preventing situations like eavesdropping, among other harmful attacks. It is becoming increasingly difficult in today's hyper-connected environment as more corporate applications migrate to both public and private clouds. Additionally, modern applications are also frequently virtualized and dispersed across several locations, some outside the physical control of the IT team. Network traffic and infrastructure must be protected in these cases since assaults on businesses are increasing every single day. We now understood the basics of network security, but we need to understand how network security works in the next section in slightly more detail. Network security revolves around two processes: authentication and authorization. The first process, which is authentication, is similar to access cards, which ensure that only those who have the right to enter a building. In other words, authentication checks and verifies that it is indeed the user belonging to the network who is trying to access or enter it, thereby preventing unauthorized intrusions. Next comes authorization. This process decides the level of access provided to the recently authenticated user. For example, network admin needs access to the entire network, whereas those working within it probably need access to only certain areas within the network. Based on the network user's role, the process of determining the level of access or permission level is known as authorization. Today's network architecture is complex and faces a threat environment that is always changing, and attackers that are always trying to find and exploit vulnerabilities. These vulnerabilities can exist in many areas, including devices, data, applications, users, and locations. For this reason, many network security management tools and applications are in use today that address individual threats. When just a few minutes of downtime can cause widespread disruption and massive damage to an organization's bottom line and reputation, it is essential that these protection measures are in place beforehand. Now that we know a little about network security and its working, let's cover the different types of network security. The fundamental tenet of network security is the layering of protection for massive networks and stored data that ensure the acceptance of rules and regulations. As a whole, there are three types. The first of which is physical security, the next being technical, and the third being administrative. Let's look into physical security first. This is the most basic level that includes protecting data and network to unauthorized personnel from acquiring control over the confidentiality of the network. These include external peripherals and routers that might be used for cable connections. The same can be achieved by using devices like biometric systems. Physical security is critical, especially for small businesses that do not have many resources to devote to security personnel and the tools as opposed to large firms. When it comes to technical network security, it focuses mostly on safeguarding data either kept in the network or engaged in network transitions. This kind fulfills two functions. One is defense against unauthorized users, the other is a defense against malevolent actions. The last category is administrative. This level of network security protects user behavior, like how the permission has been granted and how the authorization process takes place. This also ensures the level of sophistication the network might need to protect it through all the attacks. This level also suggests necessary amendments that have to be done to the infrastructure. I think that's all the basics that we need to cover on network security, in which our next topic we're going to go through two mediums of network security, which are the transport layer and the application layer. The transport layer is a way to secure information as it is carried over the internet, with users browsing websites, emails, instant messaging, etc. TLS aims to provide a private and secure connection between a web browser and a website server. It does this with a cryptographic handshake between two systems using public key cryptography. The two parties to the connection exchange a secret token, and once each machine validates this token, it is used for all communications. The connection employs lighter symmetric cryptography to save bandwidth and processing power. Since the application layer is the closest layer to the end user, it provides hackers with the largest threat surface. Poor app layer security can lead to performance and stability issues, data theft, and in some cases, the network being taken down. Examples of application layer attacks include distributed denial of service attacks or DDoS attacks, HTTP floods, SQL injections, cross-site scripting, etc. Most organizations have an arsenal of application layer security protections to combat these and more, such as web application firewalls, secure web gateway services, etc. Now that we have the theory behind network security has been covered in detail, let us go through some of the tools that can be used to enforce these network security policies. The first tool to be covered in this section is a firewall. A firewall is a type of network security device that keeps track of incoming and outgoing network traffic, and it decides which traffic to allow or deny in accordance to a set of security rules. For more than 25 years, firewalls have served as network security's first line of defense. They provide a barrier between trustworthy internal protected and regulated networks from shady external networks like the internet at some point. The next tool which can be used to bolster network security is a virtual private network, or VPN for short. It's an encrypted connection between a device and a network via the internet. The encrypted connection aids the secure transmission of sensitive data. It makes it impossible for unauthorized parties to eavesdrop on the traffic and enables remote work for the user. The usage of VPN technology is common in both corporate and personal networks. Next, we cover the importance of intrusion prevention systems in network security, or IPS frameworks. An intrusion prevention system is a network security tool that continually scans the network for harmful activity and responds to it when it does occur by reporting, blocking, or discarding it. It can be either hardware or software. It's more sophisticated than an intrusion detection system or an IDS framework, which can just warn an administrator and merely identify harmful activities, while in the case of an IPS, it actually takes against that activity. The next tool in this section and the final one are going to be behavioral analytics. Behavioral analytics focus more on the statistics that are being carried over and stored through months and years of usage. Once some kind of similar pattern is noted, where the IT administrator can detect some kind of attack, the similar attacks can be stopped and the security can be further enhanced. Now that we have covered all that we need to know about network security, the necessary tools, its different types, etc., let's go to the benefits of network security as a whole. The first, which is protection against external threats. The objective for cyber assaults can be as varied as the offenders themselves. Although they're typically initiated for financial gain, whether they are industrial spies, hacktivists, or cyber criminals, these bad actors all have one thing in common, which is how quick, clever, and covert the attacks are getting. A strong cybersecurity posture that considers routine software updates may assist firms in identifying and responding to the abuse techniques, tools, and the common entry points. The next benefit is protection against internal threats. The human aspect continues to be the cybersecurity system's weakest link. Insider risk can originate from current or former workers, third-party vendors, or even trusted partners, and they can be unintentional, careless, or downright evil. Aside from that, the rapid expansion of remote work and the personal devices used for business purposes, while even IoT devices in remote locations, can make it easier for these kind of threats to go undetected until it's too late. However, by proactively monitoring networks and managing access, these dangers may be identified and dealt with before they become expensive disasters. The third benefit is increased productivity. It is nearly impossible for employees to function when networks and personal devices are slowed to a crawl by viruses and other cyber attacks during the operation of website and for the company to run. You may significantly minimize violations and the amount of downtime required to fix the breach by implementing various cybersecurity measures such as enhanced firewalls, virus scanning, and automatic backups. Employee identification of possible email phishing schemes, suspicious links, and other malicious criminal activities can also be aided by education and training. Another benefit is brand trust and reputation. Customer retention is one of the most crucial elements in business development. Customers today place a premium on maintaining brand loyalty through a strong cybersecurity stance, since this is the fastest way to get other businesses back, get referrals, and sell more tickets overall. Additionally, it helps manufacturers get on the vendor list with bigger companies as a part of the supply chain, which is only as strong as its weakest link. This opens possibilities for potential future endeavors and development.
With the rise in censorship and general fear over privacy loss, consumer security is at an all-time high risk. Technology has made our lives so much easier while putting up a decent target on our personal information. It is necessary to understand how to simultaneously safeguard our data and be up to date with the latest technological developments. Maintaining this balance has become easier with cryptography taking its place in today's digital world. So hey everyone, this is Bev from Simplilearn and welcome to this video on cryptography. But before we begin, if you love watching tech videos, subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So here's a story to help you understand cryptography. Meet Anne. Anne wanted to look for a decent discount on the latest iPhone. She started searching on the internet and found a rather shady website that offered a 50% discount on the first purchase. Once Anne submitted her payment details, a huge chunk of money was withdrawn from her bank account just moments after. Devastated, Anne quickly realized she had failed to notice that the website was a HTTP web page instead of an HTTPS one. The payment information submitted was not encrypted and it was visible to anyone keeping an eye, including the website owner and hackers. Had she used a reputed website which has encrypted transactions and employs cryptography, our iPhone enthusiast could have avoided this particular incident. This is why it's never recommended to visit unknown websites or share any personal information on them. Now that we understand why cryptography is so important, let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We take a look into what cryptography is and how it works. We learn where cryptography is being used in our daily lives and how we are benefiting from it. then we will understand the different types of cryptography and their respective uses. Moving on, we will look at the usage of cryptography in ancient history and a live demonstration of cryptography and encryption in action. Let's now understand what cryptography is. Cryptography is the science of encrypting or decrypting information to prevent unauthorized access. We transform our data and personal information so that only the correct recipient can understand the message. As an essential aspect of modern data security, using cryptography allows the secure storage and transmission of data between willing parties. Encryption is the primary route for employing cryptography by adding certain algorithms to jumble up the data. Decryption is the process of reversing the work done by encrypting information so that the data becomes readable again. Both of these methods form the basis of cryptography. For example, when Simplilearn is jumbled up or changed in any format, not many people can guess the original word by looking at the encrypted text. The only ones who can are the people who know how to decrypt the coded word, thereby reversing the process of encryption. Any data pre-encryption is called plain text or clear text. To encrypt the message, we use certain algorithms that serve a single purpose of scrambling the data to make them unreadable without the necessary tools. These algorithms are called ciphers. They are a set of detailed steps to be carried out one after the other to make sure the data becomes as unreadable as possible until it reaches the receiver. We take the plain text, pass it to the cipher algorithm, and get the encrypted data. This encrypted text is called the ciphertext, and this is the message that is transferred between the two parties. The key that is being used to scramble the data is known as the encryption key. These steps, that is the cipher and the encryption key, are made known to the receiver, who can then reverse the encryption on receiving the message. Unless any third party manages to find out both the algorithm and the secret key that is being used, they cannot decrypt the messages, since both of them are necessary to unlock the hidden content. Wonder what else we would lose if not for cryptography? Any website where you have an account can read your passwords. Important emails can be intercepted and their contents can be read without encryption during their transit. More than 65 billion messages are sent on WhatsApp every day, all of which are secured thanks to end-to-end encryption. There is a huge market opening up for cryptocurrency, which is possible due to blockchain technology that uses encryption algorithms and hashing functions to ensure that the data is secure. If this is of particular interest to you, you can watch our video on blockchain, the link of which will be in the description. Of course, there is no single solution to a problem as diverse as explained. There are three variants of how cryptography works and is in practice. They are symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, and hashing. Let's find out how much we have understood until now. Do you remember the difference between a cipher and ciphertext? Leave your answers in the comments, and before we proceed, if you find this video interesting, make sure to give it a thumbs up before moving ahead. Let's look at symmetric encryption first. Symmetric encryption uses a single key for both the encryption and decryption of data. It is comparatively less secure than asymmetric encryption, but much faster. It is a compromise that has to be embraced in order to deliver data as fast as possible without leaving information completely vulnerable. This type of encryption is used when data rests on servers and identifies personnel for payment applications and services. The potential drawback with symmetric encryption is that both the sender and receiver need to have the same secret key, and it should be kept hidden at all times. Caesar cipher and Enigma machine are both symmetric encryption examples that we will look into further. For example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, she can apply a substitution cipher or a shift cipher to encrypt the message. But Bob must be aware of the same key itself, so he can decrypt it when he finds it necessary to read the entire message. Symmetric encryption uses one of the two types of ciphers, stream ciphers and block ciphers. Block ciphers break the plain text into blocks of fixed size and use the key to convert it into ciphertext. Stream ciphers convert the plain text into ciphertext one bit at a time instead of resorting to breaking them up into bigger chunks. In today's world, The most widely used symmetric encryption algorithm is AES 256, that stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, which has a key size of 256-bit with 128-bit and 196-bit key sizes also being available. Other primitive algorithms like the Data Encryption Standard, that is the DES, the Triple Data Encryption Standard 3DES, and Blowfish have all fallen out of favor due to the rise of AES. AES chops up the data into blocks and performs 10 plus rounds of obscuring and substituting the message to make it unreadable. Asymmetric encryption, on the other hand, has a double whammy at its disposal. There are two different keys at play here, a public key and a private key. The public key is used to encrypt information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the information post-transit. If Alice wants to communicate with Bob using asymmetric encryption, she encrypts the message using Bob's public key. After receiving the message, Bob uses his own private key to decrypt the data. This way, nobody can intercept the message in between transmissions, and there is no need for any secure key exchange for this to work, since the encryption is done with the public key and the decryption is done with the private key that no one except Bob has access to. Both the keys are necessary to read the full message. There is also a reverse scenario where we can use the private key for encryption and the public key for decryption. A server can sign non-confidential information using its private key, and anyone who has its public key can decrypt the message. This mechanism also proves that the sender is authenticated and there is no problem with the origin of the information. RSA encryption is the most widely used asymmetric encryption standard. It is named after its founders Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, and it uses block ciphers that separate the data into blocks and obscure the information. Widely considered the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than AES, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and chat applications. With so much hanging on the key's secrecy, there must be a way to transmit the keys without others reading our private data. Many systems use a combination of symmetric encryption and asymmetric encryption to bolster security and match speed at the same time. Since asymmetric encryption takes longer to decrypt large amounts of data, the full information is encrypted using a single key, that is, symmetric encryption. That single key is then transmitted to the receiver using asymmetric encryption, so you don't have to compromise either way. Another route is using the Diffie-Hellman key exchange, which relies on a one-way function and is much tougher to break into. The third variant of cryptography is termed as hashing. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of data beyond recognition. It gives an output of fixed size, which is known as the hash value of the original data, or just hash in general. The calculations that do the job of messing up the data collection form the hash function. They are generally not reversible without resilient brute force mechanisms and are very helpful when storing data on website servers that need not be stored in plain text. For example, many websites store your account passwords in a hashed format so that not even the administrator can read your credentials. When a user tries to log in, they can compare the entered password's hash value with the hash value that is already stored on the servers for authentication, since the function will always return the same value for the same input. Cryptography has been in practice for centuries. Julius Caesar used a substitution shift to move alphabets a certain number of spaces beyond their place in the alphabet table. A spy can't decipher the original message at first glance. For example, if he wanted to pass confidential information to his armies and decides to use the substitution shift of +2, A becomes C, B becomes D, and so on. The word attack, when passed through a substitution shift of +3, becomes DWWDEFN. This cipher has been appropriately named the Caesar cipher, which is one of the most widely used algorithms. The Enigma is probably the most famous cryptographic cipher device used in ancient history. It was used by the Nazi German armies in the World Wars. They were used to protect confidential political, military, and administrative information, and it consisted of 3 or more rotors that scrambled the original message depending on the machine's state at that time. The decryption is similar, but it needs both machines to stay in the same state before passing the ciphertext so that we receive the same plain text message. Let's take a look at how our data is protected while we browse the internet thanks to cryptography. Here we have a web-based tool that will help us understand the process of RSA encryption. We see the entire workflow from selecting the key size to be used until the decryption of the ciphertext in order to get the plain text back. As we already know, RSA encryption algorithm falls under the umbrella of asymmetric key cryptography. That basically implies that we have two keys at play here, a public key and a private key. Typically, the public key is used by the sender to encrypt the message and the private key is used by the receiver to decrypt the message. There are some occasions when this allocation is reversed and we will have a look at them as well. In RSA, we have the choice of key size. We can select any key from a 512-bit to 1024-bit all the way up to a 4096-bit key. The longer the key length, the more complex the encryption process becomes and thereby strengthening the ciphertext. Although with added security, more complex functions take longer to perform the same operations on similar size of data. We have to keep a balance between both speed and strength because the strongest encryption algorithms are of no use if they cannot be practically deployed on systems around the world. Let's take a 1024-bit key over here. Now we need to generate the keys. This generation is done by functions that operate on passphrases. The tool we are using right now generates these pseudo-random keys to be used in this explanation. Once we generate the keys, you can see the public key is rather smaller than the private key, which is almost always the case. These two keys are mathematically linked with each other. They cannot be substituted with any other key, and in order to encrypt the original message or decrypt the ciphertext, this pair must be kept together. The public key is then sent to the sender and the receiver keeps the private key with himself. In this scenario, let's try and encrypt the word Simplilearn. We have to select if the key being used for encryption is either private or public, since that affects the process of scrambling the information. Since we are using the public key over here, let's select the same and copy it and paste over here. The cipher we are using right now is plain RSA. There are some modified ciphers with their own pros and cons that can also be used, provided we use it on a regular basis and depending on the use case as well. Once we click on encrypt, we can see the ciphertext being generated over here. The pseudorandom generating functions are created in such a way that a single character change in the plaintext will trigger a completely different ciphertext. This is a security feature to strengthen the process from brute force methods. Now that we are done with the encryption process, let's take a look at the decryption part. The receiver gets this ciphertext from the sender with no other key or supplement. He or she must already possess the private key generated from the same pair. No other private key can be used to decrypt the message since they are mathematically linked. We paste the private key here and select the same. The cipher must also be the same used during the encryption process. Once we click decrypt, you can see the original plain text we had decided to encrypt. This sums up the entire process of RSA encryption and decryption. Now some people use it the other way around. We also have the option of using the private key to encrypt information and the public key to decrypt it. This is done mostly to validate the origin of the message. Since the keys only work in pairs, if a different private key is used to encrypt the message, the public key cannot decrypt it. Conversely, if the public key is able to decrypt the message, it must have been encrypted with the right private key and hence the rightful owner. Here we just have to take the private key and use that to encrypt the plain text and select the same in this checkbox as well. You can see we have generated a completely new ciphertext. This ciphertext will be sent to the receiver and this time we will use the public key for decryption. Let's select the correct checkbox and decrypt and we still get the same output. Now let's take a look at practical example of encryption in the real world. We all use the internet on a daily basis and many are aware of the implications of using unsafe websites. Let's take a look at Wikipedia here. Pretty standard HTTPS website where the H stands for secured. Let's take a look at how it secures the data.
Wireshark is the world's foremost and most widely used network protocol analyzer. It lets you see what's happening on your network at a microscopic level, and we are going to use this software to see the traffic that is leaving our machine and to understand how vulnerable it is. Since there are many applications running in this machine, let's apply a filter that will only show us the results related to Wikipedia. Let's search for something that we can navigate the website with. Okay, once we get into it a little, you can see some of the requests being populated over here. Let's take a look at the specific request. These are the data packets that basically transport the data from our machine to the internet and vice versa. As you can see, there's a bunch of gibberish data here that doesn't really reveal anything that we searched or watched. Similarly, other secured websites function the same way, and it is very difficult, if at all possible, to snoop on user data this way. To put this in perspective, let's take a look at another website, which is a HTTP web page. This has no encryption enabled from the server end, which makes it vulnerable to attacks. There is a login form here, which needs legitimate user credentials in order to grant access. Let's enter a random pair of credentials. These obviously won't work, but we can see the manner of data transfer. Unsurprisingly, we weren't able to get into the platform. Instead, we can see the data packets. Let's apply a similar filter that will help us understand what request this website is sending. These are the requests being sent by the HTTP login form to the internet. If we check here, see, whatever username and password that we are entering, we can easily see it with the Wireshark. Now, we used a dummy pair of credentials. If we select the right data packet, we can find our correct credentials. If any website had asked for our payment information or our legitimate credentials, it would have been really easy to get a hold of these. To reiterate what we have already learned, we must always avoid HTTP websites and just unknown or not trustworthy websites in general, because the problem we saw here is just the tip of the iceberg. Even though cryptography has managed to lessen the risk of cyber attacks, it is still prevalent and we should always be alert to keep ourselves safe online. There are two types of encryption in cryptography: symmetric key cryptography and asymmetric key cryptography. Both of these categories have their pros and cons and differ only by their implementation. Today we are going to focus exclusively on symmetric key cryptography. Let us have a look at its applications in order to understand its importance better. This variant of cryptography is primarily used in banking applications where personally identifiable information needs to be encrypted. With so many aspects of banking moving onto the internet, having a reliable safety net is crucial. Symmetric cryptography helps in detecting bank fraud and boosts the security index of these payment gateways in general. They are also helpful in protecting data that is not in transit and rests on servers and data centers. These centers house a massive amount of data that needs to be encrypted with a fast and efficient algorithm so that when the data needs to be recalled by the respective service, there is the assurance of minor to no delay. While browsing the internet, we need symmetric encryption to browse secure HTTPS websites so that we get an all-around protection. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security. This helps us in preventing the rather insecure HTTP website format. So let us understand how symmetric key cryptography works first before moving on to the specific algorithms. Symmetric key cryptography relies on a single key for the encryption and decryption of information. Both the sender and receiver of the message need to have a pre-shared secret key that they will use to convert the plain text into ciphertext and vice versa. As you can see in the image, the key used for encryption is the same key needed for decrypting the message at the other end. The secret key shouldn't be sent along with the ciphertext to the receiver, because that would defeat the entire purpose of using cryptography. Key exchange can be done beforehand using other algorithms like the Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol, for example. For example, if Paul wants to send a simple message to Jane, they need to have a single encryption key that both of them must keep secret to prevent snooping on by malicious actors. It can be generated by either one of them, but must belong to both of them before the messages start flowing. Suppose the message "I am ready" is converted into ciphertext using a specific substitution cipher by Paul. In that case, Jane must also be aware of the substitution shift to decrypt the ciphertext once it reaches her. Irrespective of the scenario where someone manages to grab the ciphertext mid-transit to try and read the message, not having the secret key renders everyone helpless looking to snoop in. The symmetric key algorithms like the data encryption standard have been in use since the 1970s, while the popular ones like the AES have become the industry standard today. With the entire architecture of symmetric cryptography depending on the single key being used, you can understand why it's of paramount importance to keep it secret on all occasions. The side effect of having a single key for the encryption and decryption is it becomes a single point of failure. Anyone who gets their hand on it can read all the encrypted messages and do so mainly without the knowledge of the sender and the receiver. So it is the priority to keep the encryption and decryption key private at all times. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the third party can send messages to either the sender or the receiver using the same key to encrypt the message. Upon receiving the message and decrypting it with the key, it is impossible to guess its origin. If the sender somehow transmits the secret key along with the ciphertext, anyone can intercept the package and access the information. Consequently, this encryption category is termed private key cryptography, since a big part of the data's integrity is riding on the promise that the users can keep the keys secret. This terminology contrasts with asymmetric key cryptography, which is called public key cryptography, because it has two different keys at play, one of which is public. Provided we manage to keep the keys secret, we still have to choose what kind of ciphers we want to use to encrypt this information. In symmetric key cryptography, there are broadly two categories of ciphers that we can employ. Let us have a look. Stream ciphers are the algorithms that encrypt basic information one bit at a time. It can change depending on the algorithm being used, but usually it relies on a single bit or byte to do the encryption. This is the relatively quicker alternative considering the algorithm doesn't have to deal with blocks of data at a single time. Every piece of data that goes into the encryption can and needs to be converted into binary format. In stream ciphers, each binary digit is encrypted one after the other. The most popular ones are the RC4, SALSA, and Panama. The binary data is passed through an encryption key, which is a randomly generated bit stream. Upon passing it through, we receive the ciphertext that can be transferred to the receiver without fear of man-in-the-middle attacks. The binary data can be passed through an algorithmic function. It can have either XOR operations, as it is most of the time, or any other mathematical calculations that have the singular purpose of scrambling the data. The encryption key is generated using the random bitstream generator, and it acts as a supplement in the algorithmic function. The output is in binary form, which is then converted into the decimal or hexadecimal format to give our final ciphertext. On the other hand, block ciphers dissect the raw information into chunks of data of fixed size. The size of these blocks depend on the exact cipher being used. A 128-bit block cipher will break the plain text into blocks of 128-bit each and encrypt those blocks instead of a single digit. Once these blocks are encrypted individually, they are chained together to form a final ciphertext. Block ciphers are much slower, but they are more tamper-proof and are used in some of the most widely used algorithms employed today. Just like stream ciphers, the original ciphertext is converted into binary format before beginning the process. Once the conversion is complete, the blocks are passed through the encryption algorithm along with the encryption key. This would provide us with the encrypted blocks of binary data. Once these blocks are combined, we get a final binary string. This string is then converted into hexadecimal format to get our ciphertext. Today, the most popular symmetry key algorithms like AES, DES, and 3DES are all block cipher methodology subsets. With so many factors coming into play, there are quite a few things symmetry key cryptography excels at while falling short in some other. Symmetry key cryptography is much faster variant when compared to asymmetric key cryptography. There is only one key in play, unlike asymmetric encryption, and this drastically improves calculation speed in the encryption and decryption. Similarly, the performance of symmetric encryption is much more efficient under similar computational limitations. Fewer calculations help in better memory management for the host system. Bulk amounts of data that need to be encrypted are very well suited for symmetric algorithms. Since they are much quicker, handling large amounts of data is simple and easy to use in servers and data farms. This helps in better latency during data recall and fewer mixed packets. Thanks to its simple single key structure, symmetric key cryptography algorithms are much easier to set up a communication channel with and offer a much more straightforward maintenance duties. Once the secret key is transmitted to both the sender and receiver without any prior mishandling, the rest of the system aligns easily and everyday communications becomes easy and secure. If the algorithm is applied as per the documentation, symmetric algorithms are very robust and can encrypt vast amounts of data with very less overhead.
DES algorithm stands for Data Encryption Standard. It is a symmetric key cipher that is used to encrypt and decrypt information in a block-by-block manner. Each block is encrypted individually and they are later chained together to form our final ciphertext, which is then sent to a receiver.
DES takes the original unaltered piece of data called the plain text in a 64-bit block,
and it is converted into an encrypted text that is called the ciphertext. It uses 48-bit keys during the encryption process and follows a specific structure called the Fistel cipher structure during the entire process. It is a symmetric key algorithm, which means DES can reuse the keys used in the encryption format to decrypt the ciphertext back to the original plain text. Once the 64-bit blocks are encrypted, they can be combined together before being transmitted. Let's take a look at the origin and the reason DES was founded. DES is based on a Fistel block cipher called Lucifer, developed in 1971 by IBM cryptography researcher Horst Fistel. DES uses 16 rounds of this Fistel structure, using a different key for each round. It also utilizes a random function with 2 inputs and provides a single output variable. DES became the organization's approved encryption standard in November 1976 and was later reaffirmed as a standard in 1983, 1988, and finally in 1999. But eventually DES was cracked and it was no longer considered a secure solution for all official routes of communication. Consequently, Triple DES was developed. Triple DES is a symmetric key block cipher that uses a double DES cipher. Encrypt with the first key, delete encryption with the second key, and encrypt again with the third key. There is also a variation of the 2 keys where the first and second key are duplicate of each other. But Triple DES was ultimately deemed too slow for the growing need for fast communication channels, and people eventually fell back to using DES for encrypting messages. In order to search for a better alternative, a public-wide competition was organized and helped cryptographers develop their own algorithm as a proposal for the next global standard. This is where the Ringdial algorithm came into play and was later credited to be the next advanced encryption standard. For a long time, DES was the standard for data encryption for data security. Its rule ended in 2002 when finally the advanced encryption standard replaced DES as an acceptable standard following a public competition for a place. To understand the structure of a Fistel cipher, we can use the following image as a reference. The block being encrypted is divided into 2 parts, one of which is being passed on to the function, while the other part is XORed with the function's output. The function also uses the encryption key that differs for each individual round. This keeps going on until the last step, until where the right-hand side and the left-hand side are being swapped. Here we receive our final ciphertext. For the decryption process, the entire procedure is reversed, starting from the order of the keys to the block sorting. If the entire process is repeated in a reverse order, we will eventually get back our plain text, and this simplicity helps the speed. Overall, this was later detrimental to the efficiency of the algorithm, hence the security was compromised. A fistal block cipher is a structure used to derive many symmetric block ciphers such as DES, which as we have discussed in our previous comment. Fistal cipher proposed a structure that implements substitution and permutation alternately so that we can obtain ciphertext from the plain text and vice versa. This helps in reducing the redundancy of the program and increases the complexity to combat brute force attacks. The fistal cipher is actually based on the Shannon structure that was proposed in 1945. The fistal cipher is the structure suggested by Horst Feistel, which was considered to be a backbone while developing many symmetric block ciphers. The Shannon structure highlights the implementation of alternate confusion and diffusion. And like we already discussed, the fistal cipher structure can be completely reversed depending on the data. However, we must consider the fact that to decrypt the information by reversing the fistal structure, we will need the exact polynomial functions and the key orders. To understand how the blocks are being calculated, we take a plain text which is of 64-bit and that is later divided into two equal halves of 32-bit each. In this, the right half is immediately transferred to the next round to become the new left half of the second round. The right hand is again passed off to a function which uses an encryption key that is unique to each round in the fistal cipher. Whatever the function gives off as an output, it is passed on as an XOR input with the left half of the initial plain text. The next output will become the right half of the second round for the plain text. This entire process constitutes of a single round in the fistal cipher. Taking into account what happens in the polynomial function, we take one half of the block and pass it through an expansion box. The work of the expansion box is to increase the size of the half from 32-bit to 48-bit text. This is done to make the text compatible to a 48-bit keys we have generated beforehand. Once we pass it through the XOR function, we get a 48-bit text as an output. Now remember, a half should be of 32-bit. So this 48-bit output is then later passed on to a substitution box. This substitution box reduces its size from 48-bit to 32-bit output, which is then later XORed with the first half of the plain text. A block cipher is considered the safest if the size of the block is large, but large block sizes can also slow down encryption speed and the decryption speed. Generally, the size is 64-bit. Sometimes modern block ciphers like AES have a 128-bit block size as well. The security of the block cipher increases with increasing key size, but larger key sizes may also reduce the speeds of the process. Earlier, 64-bit keys were considered sufficient. Modern ciphers need to use 128-bit keys due to the increasing complexity of today's computational standards. The increasing number of rounds also increase the security of the block cipher. Similarly, they are inversely proportional to the speed of encryption. A highly complex round function enhances the security of the block cipher, albeit we must maintain a balance between the speed and security. The symmetric block cipher is implemented in a software application to achieve better execution speed. There is no use of an algorithm if it cannot be implemented in a real-life framework that can help organizations to encrypt or decrypt the data in a timely manner. Now that we understand the basics of fistal ciphers, we can take a look at how DES manages to run through 16 rounds of this structure and provide the ciphertext at the end. Now that we understand the basics of fistal ciphers, we can take a look at how DES manages to run through 16 rounds of this structure and provide a ciphertext. In simple terms, DES takes the 64-bit plain text and converts it into a 64-bit ciphertext. And since we are talking about asymmetric algorithms, the same key is being used when it is decrypting the data as well. We first take a 64-bit key plain text and we pass it through an initial permutation function. The initial permutation function has the job of dividing the block into two different parts so that we can perform fistal cipher structures on it. There are multiple rounds being procured in the DES algorithm, namely 16 rounds of fistal cipher structure. Each of these rounds will need keys. Initially, we take a 56-bit cipher key, but it is a single key. We pass it on to a round key generators which generates 16 different keys for each single round that the Fistel cipher is being run. These keys are passed on to the rounds as 48 bits. The size of these 48 bits keys is the reason we use the substitution and permutation bonds in the polynomial functions of the Fistel ciphers. When passing through all these rounds, we reach round 16, where the final key is passed on from the round key generator, and we get a final permutation. In the final permutation, the rounds are swapped, and we get a final ciphertext. This is the entire process of DES with 16 rounds of Fistel ciphers encompassed in it. To decrypt our ciphertext back to the plaintext, we just have to reverse the process we did in the DES algorithm and reverse the key order along with the functions. This kind of simplicity is what gave DES the bonus when it comes to speed, but eventually it was detrimental to the overall efficiency of the program when it comes to security factors. DES have 5 different modes of operation to choose from. One of those is electronic codebook. Each 64-bit block is encrypted and decrypted independently in the electronic codebook format. We also have cipher block chaining, or the CBC method. Here, each 64-bit block depends on the previous one, and all of them use an initialization vector. We have a cipher feedback block mechanism, where the preceding ciphertext becomes the input for the encryption algorithm. It produces a pseudo-random output, which in turn is XORed with the plaintext. There is an output feedback method as well, which is the same as cipher feedback, except that the encryption algorithm input is the output from the preceding DES. A counter method has a different way of approach, where each plaintext block is XORed with an encrypted counter. The counter is then incremented for each subsequent block. There are a few other alternatives to these modes of operation, but the 5 mentioned above are the most widely used in the industry and recommended by cryptographers worldwide. Let's take a look at the future of DES. The dominance of DES ended in 2002 when the Advanced Encryption Standard replaced the DES encryption algorithm as the accepted standard. It was done following a public competition to find a replacement. NIST officially withdrew the global acceptance standard in May 2005, although triple DES is approved for some sensitive government information through 2030. NIST also had to change the DES algorithm because its key length was too short, given the increased processing power of the new computers. Encryption power is related to the size of the key, and DES found itself a victim of ongoing technological advances in computing. We have received a point where 56-bit was no longer a challenge to the computers of cracking. Note that because DES is no longer the NIST federal standard, it does not mean that it is no longer in use. Triple DES is still used today and is still considered a legacy encryption algorithm. To get a better understanding of how these keys and ciphertext look like, we can use an online tool for our benefit. As we already know, to encrypt any kind of data, a key is mandatory. This key can be generated using mathematical functions or computerized key generation program, such as this website offers. It can be based on any piece of text. Let's say the word is Simplilearn in our example. Once the key is settled, we provide the plain text or the clear text that needs to be encrypted using the aforementioned key. Suppose our sentence for this example is "This is my first message." We have satisfied 2 prerequisites, the message and the key. Another variable that goes into play is the mode of operation. We have already learned about 5 different modes of operation, while we can see some other options here as well. Let us go with the CBC variant, which basically means the cipher block chaining method. One of CBC's key characteristics is that it uses a chaining process. It causes the decryption of a block of ciphertext to depend all on the preceding ciphertext blocks. As a result, the entire validity of all the blocks is contained in the previous adjacent blocks as well. A single bit error in a ciphertext block affects the decryption of all the subsequent blocks. Rearrangement of the order of these, for example, can cause the decryption process to get corrupted. Regarding the manner of displaying binary information, we have 2 options here. We can either go with base 64 or the hexadecimal format. Let's go with the base 64 right now. As you can see, the ciphertext is readily available. Base 64 is a little more efficient than hex. So we will be getting a smaller ciphertext when it comes to base64. Albeit the size of both the formats will be the same. The hex has a longer ciphertext since base64 takes 4 characters for every 3 bytes, while hex will take 2 characters for each byte. Hence, base64 turns out to be more efficient. Now to decrypt the ciphertext, we go by the same format. We choose base64. We copy the ciphertext onto a decryption tool, and we have to make sure that the key we are using is exactly the same. We choose similar mode of operation, and we choose the correct encoding format as well, which is base64 in this case. As you can see, the decryption is complete and we get a plain text back. Even if you keep everything the same, but we just change the encoding format, it will not be able to decrypt anything. Unfortunately, DES has become rather easy to crack even without the help of a key. The advanced encryption standard is still on top when it comes to symmetric encryption security and will likely stay there for a while.
Eventually, with so much computing power growth, the need for a stronger algorithm was necessary to safeguard our personal data. As solid as DES was, the computers of today could easily break the encryption with repeated attempts, thereby rendering the data security helpless. To counter this dilemma, a new standard was introduced which was termed as the Advanced Encryption Standard or the AES algorithm. Let's learn what is Advanced Encryption Standard. The AES algorithm, also known as the Rijndael algorithm, is a symmetric block cipher with a block size of 128 bits. It is converted into ciphertext using keys of 128, 192 or 256 bits. It is implemented in software and hardware throughout the world to encrypt sensitive data. The National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as NIST, started development on AES in 1997 when it was announced the need for an alternative to the data encryption standard. The new internet needed a replacement for DES because of its small key size. With increasing computing power, it was considered unsafe against entire key search attacks. The triple DES was designed to overcome this problem. However, it was deemed to be too slow to be deployed in machines worldwide. Strong cases were present by the Mars, RC6, Serpent, and the Two-Fish algorithms, but it was the Rijndael encryption algorithm, also known as AES, which was eventually chosen as the standard symmetric key encryption algorithm to be used. Its selection was formalized with the release of Federal Information Processing Standards Publication 197 in the November of 2001. It was approved by the US Secretary of Commerce. Now that we understand the origin of AES, let us have a look at the features that make AES encryption algorithm unique. The AES algorithm uses a substitution permutation or SP network. It consists of multiple rounds to produce a ciphertext. It has a series of linked operations, including replacing inputs with specific outputs, that is substitutions, and others that involve bit shuffling, which is permutations. At the beginning of the encryption process, we only start out with a single key, which can be either a 128-bit key, a 192-bit key, or a 256-bit key. Eventually, this one key is expanded to be used in multiple rounds throughout the encryption and the decryption cycle. Interestingly, AES performs all its calculations on byte data instead of bit data, as seen in the case of the DES algorithm. Therefore, AES treats 128 bits of a clear text block as 16 bytes. The number of rounds during the encryption process depends on the key size that is being used. The 128-bit key size fixes 10 rounds, the 192-bit key size fixes 12 rounds, and the 256-bit key holds 14 rounds. A round key is required for each of these rounds, but since only one key is input into the algorithm, the single key needs to be expanded to get the key for each round, including the round 0. With so many mathematical calculations going on in the background, there are bound to be a lot of steps throughout the procedure. Let's have a look at the steps followed in AES. Before we move ahead, we need to understand how data is being stored during the process of AES encryption. Everything in the process is stored in a 4x4 matrix format. This matrix is also known as a state array, and we'll be using these state arrays to transmit data from one step to another and from one round to the next round.
Each round takes state array as input and gives a state array as output to be transferred into the next round. It is a 16-byte matrix with each cell representing 1 byte, with each 4 bytes representing a word. So every state array will have a total of 4 words representing it. As we previously discussed, we take a single key and expand it to the number of rounds that we need the key to be used in. Let's say the number of rounds are n, then the key has to be expanded to be used with n plus 1 rounds, because the first round is the key 0 round. Let's say n is the number of rounds. The key is expanded to n plus 1 rounds. It is also a state array having 4 words in its vicinity. Every key is used for a single round, and the first key is used as a round key before any round begins. In the very beginning, the plaintext is captured and passed through an XOR function with the round key as a supplement. This key can be considered the first key from the n plus 1 expanded set. Moving on, the state array resulting from the above step is passed on to a byte substitution process. Beyond that, there is a provision to shift rows in the state arrays. Later on, the state array is mixed with a constant matrix to shuffle its column in the mix column segment, after which we add the round key for that particular round. The last 4 steps mentioned are part of every single round that the encryption algorithm goes through. The state arrays are then passed from one round to the next as an input. In the last round, however, we skip the mix columns portion, with the rest of the process remaining unchanged. But what are these byte substitution and row shifting processes? Let's find out regarding each step in more detail. In the first step, the plaintext is stored in a state array and it is XORed with the K0, which is the first key in the expanded key set. This step is performed only once on a block while being repeated at the end of each round as per iteration demands. The state array is XORed with the key to get a new state array, which is then passed off as input to the sub-bytes process. In the second stage, we have byte substitution. We leverage an X box called as a substitution box to randomly switch data among each element. Every single byte is converted into a hexadecimal value having 2 parts. The first part denotes the row value and the second part denotes the column value. The entire state array is passed through the S box to create a brand new state array, which is then passed off as an input to the row shifting process. The 16 input bytes are replaced by looking at a fixed table given in the design. We finally get a matrix with 4 rows and 4 columns. When it comes to row shifting, each bit in the 4 rows of the matrix is shifted to the left. An entry that is a fall off is reinserted to the right of the line. The change is done as follows. The first line is not moved in any way. The second line is shifted to a single position to the left. The third line is shifted 2 positions to the left, and the fourth line is shifted 3 positions to the left. The result is a new matrix that contains the same 16 bytes but has been moved in relation to each other to boost the complexity of the program. In mix columns, each column of 4 bytes is now replaced using a special mathematical function. The function takes 4 bytes of a column as input and outputs 4 completely new bytes. We will get a new matrix with the same size of 16 bytes, and it should be noted that this phase has not been done in the last round of the iteration. When it comes to adding a round key, the 16 bytes of the matrix are treated as 128 bits and the 128 bits of the round key are XORed. If it is the last round, the output is the ciphertext. If you still have a few rounds remaining, the resulting 128 bits are interpreted as 16 bytes and we start another similar round. Let's take an example to understand how all these processes work. If our plaintext is the string 2192, we first convert it into a hexadecimal format as follows. We use an encryption key which is "that's my kung fu" and it is converted into a hexadecimal format as well. As per the guidelines, we use a single key which is then later expanded into n plus 1 number of keys
in which case it's supposed to be 11 keys for 10 different rounds. In round 0, we add the round key. The plaintext is XORed with the case 0 and we get a state array that is passed off as an input to the substitution bytes process. When it comes to the substitution bytes process, we leverage an S-box to substitute the elements of each byte with a completely new byte. This way the state array that we receive is passed off as an input to the row shifting process on the next step. When it comes to row shifting, each element is shifted a few places to the left, with the first row being shifted by 0 places, second row by 1 place, third row by 2 places, and the last by 3. The state array that we received from the row shifting is passed off as an input to mix columns. In mix columns, we multiply the state array with a constant matrix, after which I receive a new state array to be passed on to the next step. We add the new state array as an XOR with the round key of the particular iteration. Whatever state array we receive here, it becomes an output for this particular round. Now, since this is the first round of the entire encryption process, the state array that we receive is passed off as an input to the new round. We repeat this process for 10 more rounds and we finally receive a ciphertext. Once the final state array can be denoted in the hexadecimal format, this becomes our final ciphertext that we can use for transferring information from the sender and receiver. Let's take a look at the applications of AES in this world. AES finds most use in the area of wireless security in order to establish a secure mode of authentication between routers and clients. Highly secure mechanisms like WPA and WPA2 PSK are extensively used in securing Wi-Fi endpoints with the help of Rindial's algorithm. It also helps in SSL TLS encryption that is instrumental in encrypting our internet browser sessions. AES works in tandem with other asymmetric encryption algorithms to make sure the web browser and web server are properly configured and use encrypted channels for communication. AES is also prevalent in general file encryption of various formats, ranging from critical documents to the media files. Having a large key allows people to encrypt media and decrypt data with maximum security possible. AES is also used for processor security in hardware appliances to prevent machine hijacking, among other things. As a direct successor to the DES algorithm, there are some aspects that AES provides an immediate advantage in. Let us take a look. When it comes to key length, the biggest flaw in DES algorithm was its small length was easily vulnerable by today's standards. AES has managed to nab up 128, 192 and 256-bit key lengths to bolster the security further. The block size is also larger in AES owing to more complexity of the algorithm. The number of rounds in DES is fixed irrespective of the plain text being used. In AES, the number of rounds depends on the key length that is being used for the particular iteration, thereby providing more randomness and complexity in the algorithm. The DES algorithm is considered to be simpler than AES, even though AES beats DES when it comes to relative speed of encryption and decryption. This makes advanced encryption standard much more streamlined to be deployed in frameworks and systems worldwide when it compares to the data encryption standard.
Hello. In our last video on cryptography, we took a look at symmetric key cryptography. We used a single private key for both the encryption and decryption of data, and it works very well in theory. Let's take a look at a more realistic scenario now. Let's meet Joe. Joe is a journalist who needs to communicate with Ryan via long-distance messaging. Due to the critical nature of the information, people are waiting for any message to leave Joe's house so that they can intercept it. Now Joe can easily use symmetric key cryptography to send the encrypted data so that even if someone intercepts the message, they cannot understand what it says. But here's the tricky part. How will Joe send the required decryption key to Ryan? The sender of the message as well as the receiver need to have the same decryption key so that they can exchange messages. Otherwise, Ryan cannot decrypt the information even when he receives the ciphertext. If someone intercepts the key while transmitting it, there is no use in employing cryptography, since a third party can now decode all the information easily. Key sharing is a risk that will always exist when symmetric key cryptography is being used. Thankfully, asymmetric key encryption has managed to fix this problem. This is Baba from Simplilearn, and welcome to this video on asymmetric key cryptography. Let's take a look at what we are going to learn today. We begin by explaining what asymmetric key cryptography is and how it works. We take a look at its application and uses. We understand why it's called public key cryptography and then learn a little bit about RSA encryption, and then we learn about the advantages of asymmetric key cryptography over symmetric key cryptography. Let's understand what asymmetric key cryptography is. Asymmetric encryption uses a double layer of protection. There are two different keys at play here, a private key and a public key. A public key is used to encrypt the information pre-transit, and a private key is used to decrypt the data post-transit. These pair of keys must belong to the receiver of the message. The public keys can be shared via messaging, blog posts, or key servers, and there are no restrictions. As you can see in the image, the two keys are working in the system. The sender first encrypts the message using the receiver's private key, after which we receive the ciphertext. The ciphertext is then transmitted to the receiver without any other key. On getting the ciphertext, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt it and get the plain text back. There has been no requirement of any key exchange throughout this process, therefore solving the most glaring flaw faced in symmetric key cryptography. The public key known to everyone cannot be used to decrypt the message, and the private key which can decrypt the message need not be shared with anyone. The sender and receiver can exchange personal data using the same set of keys as often as possible. To understand this better, take the analogy of your mailbox. Anyone who wants to send you a letter has access to the box and can easily share information with you. In a way, you can say the mailbox is publicly available to all, but only you have access to the key that can open the mailbox and read the letters in it. This is how the private key comes to play. No one can intercept the message and read its contents since it's encrypted. Once the receiver gets its contents, he can use his private key to decrypt the information. Both the public key and the private key are generated, so they are interlinked, and you cannot substitute other private keys to decrypt the data. In another example, if Alice wants to send a message to Bob, let's say it reads "Call me today," she must use Bob's public key while encrypting the message. Upon receiving the cipher message, Bob can proceed to use his private key in order to decrypt the message, and hence complete security is attained during transmission without any need for sharing the key. Since this type of encryption is highly secure, it has many uses in areas that require high confidentiality. It is used to manage digital signatures, so there is valid proof of a document's authenticity. With so many aspects of business transitioning to the digital sphere, critical documents need to be verified before being considered authentic and acted upon. Thanks to asymmetric key cryptography, senders can now sign documents with their private keys. Anyone who needs to verify the authenticity of such signatures can use the sender's public key to decrypt the signature. Since the public and the private keys are linked to each other mathematically, it's impossible to repeat this verification with duplicate keys. Document encryption has been made very simple by today's standards, but the background implementation follows a similar approach. In blockchain architecture, asymmetric key cryptography is used to authorize transactions and maintain the system. Thanks to its two key structures, changes are reflected across the blockchain's peer-to-peer network only if it is approved from both ends. Along with asymmetric key cryptography's tamper-proof architecture, its non-repudiation characteristic also helps in keeping the network stable. We can also use asymmetric key cryptography combined with symmetric key cryptography to monitor SSL or TLS encrypted browsing sessions to make sure nobody can steal our personal information when accessing banking websites or the internet in general. It plays a significant role in verifying website server authenticity, exchanging the necessary encryption keys required, and generating a session using those keys to ensure maximum security instead of the rather insecure HTTP website format. Security parameters differ on a session-by-session basis, so the verification process is consistent and utterly essential to modern data security. Another great use of the asymmetric key cryptography structure is transmitting keys for symmetric key cryptography. With the most significant difficulty in symmetric encryption being key exchange, asymmetric keys can help clear this shortcoming. The original message is first encrypted using a symmetric key. The key used for encrypting the data is then converted into the ciphertext using the receiver's public key. Now we have two ciphertexts to transmit to the receiver. On receiving both of them, the receiver uses his private key to decrypt the symmetric key. He can then use it to decrypt the original information on getting the key used to encrypt the data. While this may seem more complicated than just asymmetric key cryptography alone, symmetric encryption algorithms are much more optimized for vast amounts of data on some occasions. Encrypting the key using asymmetric algorithms will definitely be more memory efficient and secure. You might remember us discussing why symmetric encryption was called private key cryptography. Let us understand why asymmetric falls under the public key cryptography. We have two keys at our disposal. The encryption key is available to everyone. The decryption key is supposed to be private. Unlike symmetric key cryptography, there is no need to share anything privately to have an encrypted messaging system. To put that into perspective, we share our email address with anyone looking to communicate with us. It is supposed to be public by design so that our email login credentials are private and they help in preventing any data mishandling. Since there is nothing hidden from the world, if they want to send us any encrypted information, this category is called the public key cryptography. There are quite a few algorithms being used today that follow the architecture of asymmetric key cryptography, none more famous than the RSA encryption. RSA encryption is the most widely used encryption or public key encryption standard using asymmetric key approach. Named after its founders, Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, it uses block ciphers to obscure the information. If you are unfamiliar with how block ciphers work, they are encryption algorithms that divide the original data into blocks of equal size. The block size depends on the exact cipher being used. Once they are broken down, these blocks are encrypted individually and later chained together to form the final ciphertext. Widely considered to be the most secure form of encryption, albeit relatively slower than symmetric encryption algorithms, it is widely used in web browsing, secure identification, VPNs, emails, and other chat applications. With so many variables in play, there must be some advantages that give asymmetric key cryptography an edge over the traditional symmetric encryption methodologies. Let's go through some of them. There is no need for any reliable key sharing channel in asymmetric encryption. It was an added risk in private key cryptography that has been completely eliminated in public key architecture. The key which is made public cannot decrypt any confidential information, and the only key that can decrypt doesn't need to be shared publicly under any circumstance. We have much more extensive key lengths in RSA encryption and other asymmetric algorithms like 2048-bit key and 4096-bit keys. Larger keys are much harder to break into via brute force and are much more secure. Asymmetric key cryptography can use as a proof of authenticity, since only the rightful owner of the keys can generate the messages to be decrypted by the private key. The situation can also be reversed. Encryption is done using a private key and decryption is done by the public key, which would not function if the correct private key is not used to generate the message, hence proving the authenticity of the owner. It also has a tamper protection feature, where the message cannot be intercepted and changed without invalidating the private key used to encrypt the data. Consequently, the public key cannot decrypt the message, and it is easy to realize the information is not 100% legitimate when and where the case requires. Now that we have a proper revision, let's understand what digital signatures are before moving on to the algorithm. The objective of digital signatures is to authenticate and verify documents and data. This is necessary to avoid tampering and digital modification or forgery of any kind during the transmission of official documents. They work on the public key cryptography architecture with one exception. Typically, an asymmetric key system encrypts using a public key and decrypts with a private key. For digital signatures, however, the reverse is true. The signature is encrypted using a private key and is decrypted with the public key. Because the keys are inked together,
Decoding it with the public key verifies that the proper private key was used to sign the document, thereby verifying the signature's provenance. Let's go through each step to understand the procedure thoroughly. In step 1, we have M, which is the original plaintext message, and it is passed on to a hash function denoted by h hash to create a digest. Next, it bundles the message together with the hash digest and encrypts it using the sender's private key. It sends the encrypted bundle to the receiver, who can decrypt it using the sender's public key. Once the message is decrypted, it is passed through the same hash function hhash to generate a similar digest. It compares the newly generated hash with the bundled hash value received along with the message. If they match, it verifies data integrity. In many instances, they provide a layer of validation and security to messages through a non-secure channel. Properly implemented, a digital signature gives the receiver reason to believe that the message was sent by the claimed sender. Digital signatures are equivalent to traditional handwritten signatures in many respects, but properly implemented digital signatures are more difficult to forge than the handwritten type. Digital signature schemes in the sense used here are cryptographically based and must be implemented properly to be effective. They can also provide non-repudiation, meaning that the signer cannot successfully claim that they did not sign a message while also claiming their private key remains secret. Further, some non-repudiation schemes offer a timestamp for the digital signature, so that even if the private key is exposed, the signature is valid. To implement the concept of digital signature in real world, we have two primary algorithms to follow: the RSA algorithm and the DSA algorithm, but the latter is a topic of learning today. So let's go ahead and see what the digital signature algorithm is supposed to do. Digital signature algorithm is a FIPS standard, which is the Federal Information Processing Standard for digital signatures. It was proposed in 1991 and globally standardized in 1994 by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as the NIST. It functions on the framework of modular exponentiation and discrete logarithmic problems, which are difficult to compute as a force brute system. Unlike DSA, most signature types are generated by signing message digest with the private key of the originator. This creates a digital thumbprint of the data. Since just the message digest is signed, the signature is generally much smaller compared to the data that was signed. As a result, digital signatures impose less load on processors at the time of signing execution, and they use small volumes of bandwidth. DSA, on the other hand, does not encrypt message digest using private key or decrypt message digest using public key. Instead, it uses mathematical functions to create a digital signature consisting of two 160-bit numbers, which are originated from the message digests and the private key. DSAs make use of the public key for authenticating the signature, but the authorization process is much more complicated when compared with RSA. DSA also provides three benefits, which is the message authentication, integrity verification, and non-repudiation. In the image, we can see the entire process of DSA validation. A plaintext message is passed on to a hash function where the digest is generated, which is passed on to a signing function. Signing function also has other parameters like a global variable G, a random variable K, and the private key of the sender. The outputs are then bundled onto a single pack with the plaintext and sent to the receiver. The two outputs we receive from the signing functions are the two 160-bit numbers denoted by S and R. On the receiver end, we pass the plaintext through the same hash function to regenerate the message digest. It is passed on to verification function, which has other requirements such as the public key of the sender, global variable G, and SNR received from the sender. The value generated by the function is then compared to R. If they match, then the verification process is complete and data integrity is verified. This was an overview of the way the DSA algorithm works. We already know it depends on logarithmic functions to calculate the outputs, so let us see how we can do the same in our next section. We have three phases here, the first of which is key generation.
To generate the keys, we need some prerequisites. We select a queue which becomes a prime divisor. We select a prime number p such that p-1 mod q equal to 0. We also select a random integer g which must satisfy the two formulas being mentioned on the screen right now. Once these values are selected, we can go ahead with generating the keys. The private key can be denoted by x, and it is any random integer that falls between the bracket of 0 and the value of q. The public key can be calculated as y equal to g to the power x mod p, where y stands for the public key. The private key can then be packaged as a bundle which comprises of values of p, q, g and x. Similarly, the public key can also be packaged as a bundle having the values of p, q, g and y. Once we're done with key generation, we can start verifying the signature and its generation. Repeat. Once the keys are generated, we can start generating the signature. The message is passed through a hash function to generate the digest h first. We can choose any random integer k which falls under the bracket of 0 and q. To calculate the first 160-bit number of a signing function of r, we use the formula g to the power k mod p into mod q. Similarly, to calculate the value of the second output, that is s, we use the following formula that is shown on the screen. The signature can then be packaged as a bundle having r and s. This bundle along with the plain text message is then passed on to the receiver. Now with the third phase, we have to verify the signature. We first calculate the message digest received in the bundle by passing it to the same hash function. We calculate the value of w, u1 and u2 using the formulas shown on the screen. We have to calculate a verification component which is then to be compared with the value of r being sent by the sender. This verification component can be calculated using the following formula. Once calculated, this can be compared with the value of r. If the values match, then the signature verification is successful and our entire process is complete, starting from key generation to the signature generation all the way up to the verification of the signature. With so many steps to follow, we are bound to have a few advantages to boot this, and we would be right to think so. DSA is highly robust in the security and stability aspect when compared to alternative signature verification algorithms. We have a few other ciphers that aim to achieve the simplicity and the flexibility of DSA, but it has been a tough ask for all the other suits. The key generation is much faster when compared to the RSA algorithm and such. While the actual encryption and decryption process may falter a little in comparison, a quicker start in the beginning is well known to optimize a lot of frameworks. DSA requires less storage space to work its entire cycle. In contrast, its direct correspondent, that is RSA algorithm, needs a certain amount of computational and storage space to function efficiently. This is not the case with DSA, which has been optimized to work with weaker hardware and lesser resources. The DSA is patented, but NIST has made this patent available worldwide royalty-free. A draft version of the speculation FIPS 1865 indicates that DSA will no longer be approved for digital signature generation, but it may be used to verify signatures generated prior to the implementation date of that standard. The RSA algorithm is a public key signature algorithm developed by Ron Rivest, Adi Shamir, and Leonard Edelman. The paper was first published in 1977, and the algorithm uses logarithmic functions to keep the working complex enough to withstand brute force and streamlined enough to be fast post-deployment. RSA can also encrypt and decrypt general information to securely exchange data along with handling digital signature verification. Let us understand how it achieves this. We take our plaintext message M. We pass it through a hash function to generate the digest H, which is then encrypted using the sender's private key. This is appended to the original plaintext message and sent over to the receiver. Once the receiver receives the bundle, we can pass the plaintext message to the same hash function to generate a digest, and the ciphertext can be decrypted using the public key of the sender. The remaining hashes are compared. If the values match, then the data integrity is verified and the sender is authenticated. Apart from digital signatures, the main case of RSA is encryption and decryption of private information before being transmitted across communication channel. This is where the data encryption comes into play. When using RSA for encryption and decryption of general data, it reverses the key set usage. Unlike signature verification, it receives the receiver's public key to encrypt the data and uses the receiver's private key in decrypting the data. Thus, there is no need to exchange any keys in this scenario. There are two broad components when it comes to RSA cryptography. One of them is key generation. Key generation employs the step of generating the private and the public keys that are going to be used for encrypting and decrypting the data. The second part is the encryption and decryption functions. These are the ciphers and steps that need to be run when scrambling the data or recovering the data from the ciphertext. You will now understand each of these steps in our next subtopic. Keeping the previous two concepts in mind, let us go ahead and see how the entire process works, starting from creating the key pair to encrypting and decrypting the information. You need to generate the public and private keys before running the functions to generate ciphertext and plaintext. They use certain variables and parameters, all of which are explained. We first use two large prime numbers which can be denoted by P and Q. We can compute the value of n as n equal to P into Q and compute the value of z as P minus 1 into Q minus 1. A number E is chosen at random satisfying the following conditions, and a number D is also selected at random following the formula ED mod Z equal to 1, and it can be calculated with the formula given below. The public key is then packaged as a bundle with N and E, and the private key is packaged as a bundle using N and D. This sums up the key generation process. For the encryption and decryption function, we use the formula C and M. The ciphertext can be calculated as C equal to M to the power E mod N, and the plaintext can be calculated from the ciphertext as C power D mod N. When it comes to a data encryption example, let's take P and Q as 7 and 13. The value of N can be calculated as 91. If we select the value of E to be 5, it satisfies all the criteria that we need it to. The value of D can be calculated using the following function, which gives it as 29. The public key can then be packaged as 91,5 and the private key can then be packaged as 91,29. The plaintext, if it is 10, which is denoted by M. Ciphertext can be calculated to the formula C equal to M to the power E mod N, which gives us 82. If somebody receives this ciphertext, they can calculate the plaintext using the formula C to the power D mod N, which gives us the value of 10 as selected as our plaintext. We can now look at the factors that make the RSA algorithm stand out versus its competitors in the advantageous topics of this lesson. RSA encryption depends on using the receiver's public key so that you don't have to share any secret key to receive the messages from others. This was the most glaring flaw faced by symmetric algorithms, which were eventually fixed by asymmetric cryptography structure. Since the key pairs are related to each other, a receiver cannot intercept the message since they don't have the correct private keys to decrypt the information. If a public key can decrypt the information, the sender cannot refuse signing it with his private key without admitting the private key is not in fact private anymore. The encryption process is faster than that of the DSA algorithm. Even if the key generation is slower in RSA, many systems across the world tend to reuse the same keys so that they can spend less time in key generation and more time on actual ciphertext management. Data will be tamper-proof in transit since meddling with the data will alter the usage of the keys. The private key won't be able to decrypt the information, hence alerting the receiver of any kind of manipulation in between. The receiver must be aware of any third party who possesses the private key, since they can alter the data mid-transit, the cases of which are rather low.
Imagine creating an account on a new website. You provide your email address and set a password that you are confident and you would not forget. What about the website owner? How securely are they going to store your password? For website administrators, they have three alternatives. They can either store the passwords in a plain text format, they can encrypt the passwords using an encryption and decryption key, or they can store the passwords in a hash value. Let's have a look at each of these. When a password is stored in plain text format, it is considered to be the most unsafe option since anyone in the company can read your passwords. A single hack and a data server breach will expose all the account's credentials without needing any extra effort. To counter this, owners can encrypt the passwords and keep them in the servers as a second alternative. But that would mean they also have to store the decryption key somewhere on their servers. In the event of a data breach or the server hack, both the decryption key and encrypted passwords will be leaked, thus making it a single point of failure. What if there was an option to store the passwords after scrambling them completely, but with no way to decrypt them? This is where hashing comes to play. Since only the hashed values are stored in the server, no encryption is needed. With no plain text passwords to protect, your credentials are safe from the website administrators. Considering all the pros, hashed passwords are the industry standard when it comes to storing credentials nowadays. Before getting too deep into the topic, let's get a brief overview of how hashing works. Hashing is the process of scrambling a piece of information or data beyond recognition. We can achieve this by using hash functions, which are essentially algorithms that perform mathematical operations on the main plain text. The value generated after passing the plain text information through the hash function is called the hash value, digest, or in general, just the hash of the original data. While this may sound similar to encryption, the major difference is hashes are meant to be irreversible. No decryption key can convert a digest back to its original value. However, a few hashing algorithms have been broken due to the increase in computational complexity of today's new generation computers and processors. There are new algorithms that stand the test of time and are still in use among multiple areas for password storage, identity verification, etc. Like we discussed earlier, websites use hashing to store the user's passwords. So how do they make use of these hash passwords? When a user signs up to create a new account, the password is then run through the hash function and the resulting hash value is stored on the servers. So the next time a user comes to log into the account, the password he enters is passed through the same hash function and compared to the hash stored on the main server. If the newly calculated hash is the same as the one stored on the website server, the password must have been correct because according to hash functions terminology, same inputs will always provide the same outputs. If the hashes do not match, then the password entered during login is not the same as the password entered during the sign-up. Hence, the login will be denied. This way, no plain text passwords get stored, preventing both the owner from snooping on user data and protecting users' privacy in the unfortunate event of a data breach or a hack. Apart from password storage, hashing can also be used to perform integrity checks. When a file is uploaded on the internet, the file's hash value is generated and it is uploaded along with the original information. When a new user downloads the file, he can calculate the digest of the downloaded file using the same hash function. When the hash values are compared, if they match, then file integrity has been maintained and there has been no data corruption. Since so much important information is being passed onto the hash function, we need to understand how they work. A hash function is a set of mathematical calculations operated on two blocks of data. The main input is broken down into two blocks of similar size. The block size is dependent on the algorithm that is being used. Hash functions are designed to be one-way. They shouldn't be reversible, at least by design. Some algorithms like the previously mentioned MD5 have been compromised, but more secure algorithms are being used today, like the SHA family of algorithms. The digest size is also dependent on the respective algorithm being used. MD5 has a digest of 128 bits, while SHA-256 has a digest of 256 bits. This digest must always be the same for the same input, irrespective of how many times the calculations are carried out. This is a very crucial feature since comparing the hash value is the only way to check if the data is untouched, as the functions are not reversible. There are certain requirements of a hash function that need to be met before they are accepted. While some of them are easy to guess, others are placed in order to preserve security in the long run. The hash function must be quick enough to encrypt large amounts of data at a relatively fast pace, but it also shouldn't be very fast. Running the algorithm on all cylinders makes the functions easy to brute force and a security liability. There must be a balance to allow the hash function to handle large amounts of data and not make it ridiculously easy to brute force by running through all the possible combinations. The hash function must be dependent on each bit of the input. The input can be text, audio, video, or any other file extension. If a single character is being changed, it doesn't matter how small that character may be, the entire digest must have a distinctly different hash value. This is essential to create unique digests for every password that is being stored. But what if two different users are using the same password? Since the hash function is the same for all users, both the digests will be the same. This is called a hash collision. You may think this must be a rare occasion where two users have exactly the same password, but that is not the case. We have techniques like salting that can be used to reduce these hash collisions, as we will discuss later in this video. You would be shocked to see the most used passwords of 2020. All of these passwords are laughably insecure, and since many people use the same passwords repeatedly on different websites, hash collisions risks are more common than one would expect. Let's say the hash functions find two users having the same password. How can they store both the hashes without messing up the original data? This is where salting and peppering come to play. Salting is the process of adding a random keyword to the end of the input before it is passed on to the hash function. This random keyword is unique for each user on the system, and it is called the salt value or just the salt. So even if two passwords are exactly the same, the salt value will differ, and so will their digest. There is a small problem with this process though. Since the salt is unique for each user, they need to be stored in the database along with the passwords, and sometimes even in plain text to speed up the process of continuous verification. If the server is hacked, then the hashes will need to be brute forced, which takes a lot of time. But if they receive the salts as well, the entire process becomes very fast. This is something that peppering aims to solve. Peppering is the process of adding a random string of data to the input before passing them to the hash function. But this time the random string is not unique for each user. It is supposed to be common for all users in the database, and the extra bit added is called the pepper in this case. The pepper isn't stored on the servers. It is mostly hard-coded onto the website source code, since it's going to be the same for all credentials. This way, even if the servers get hacked, they will not have the right pepper needed to crack into all the passwords. Many websites use a combination of salting and peppering to solve the problem of hash collision and bolster security. Since brute force takes such a long time, many hackers avoid taking the effort. The returns are mostly not worth it, and the possible combinations of using both salting and peppering is humongous.
With the consensus aiming towards an educated public on digital privacy, it's no surprise to see an increasing interest in encryption algorithms. We have already covered the major names like the DES and the AES algorithm. MD5 algorithm was one of the first hashing algorithms to take the global stage as a successor to the MD4. Despite the security vulnerabilities encountered in the future, MD5 still remains a crucial part of data infrastructure in a multitude of environments. The MD5 hashing algorithm is a one-way cryptographic function that accepts a message of any length as input, and it returns as output a fixed length digest value to be used for authenticating the original messages. The digest size is always 128 bits irrespective of the input. The MD5 hash function was originally designed for use as a secure cryptographic hash algorithm to authenticate digital signatures. MD5 has also been deprecated for uses other than as a non-cryptographic checksum to verify data integrity and detect unintentional data corruption. Ronald Rivest, founder of RSA Data Security and an institute professor at MIT, designed MD5 as an improvement to a prior message digest algorithm, which was the MD4. As already iterated before, the process is straightforward. We pass a plaintext message to the MD5 hash functions, which in turn perform certain mathematical operations on the clear text to scramble the data.
The 128-bit digest received from this is going to be radically different from the plain text. The goal of any message digest function is to produce digests that appear to be random. To be considered cryptographically secure, the hash function should meet two requirements. First, that it is impossible for an attacker to generate a message that matches a specific hash value, and second, that it is impossible for an attacker to create two messages that produce the same hash value. Even a slight change in the plain text should trigger a drastic difference in the two digests. This goes a long way in preventing hash collisions, which take place when two different plain texts have the same digest. To achieve this level of intricacy, there are a number of steps to be followed before we receive the digest. Let us take a look at the detailed procedure as to how the MD5 hash algorithm works. The first step is to make the plain text compatible with the hash function. To do this, we need to pad the bits in the message. When we receive the input string, we have to make sure the size is 64 bits short of a multiple of 512. When it comes to padding the bits, we must add 1 first, followed by zeros to round out the extra characters. This prepares a string to have a length of just 64 bits less than any multiple of 512. Here on out, we can proceed on to the next step where we have to pad the length bits. Initially in the first step, we appended the message in such a way that the total length of the bits in the message was 64 bits short of any multiple of 512. Now we add the length bits in such a way that the total number of bits in the message is perfectly a multiple of 512. That means 64-bit lengths, to be precise, are added to the message. Our final string to be hashed is now a definite multiple of 512. The next step would be to initialize the message digest buffer. The entire hashing plain text is now broken down into 512-bit blocks. There are 4 buffers or registers that are of 32 bits each, named A, B, C, and D. These are the 4 words that are going to store the values of each of these subblocks. The first iteration to follow these registers will have fixed hexadecimal values as shown on the screen below. Once these values are initialized, of these 512 blocks, we can divide each of them into 16 further subblocks of 32 bits each. For each of these subblocks, we run 4 rounds of operations having the 4 buffer variables A, B, C, and D. These rounds require the other constant variables as well, which differ with each round of operation. The constant values are stored in a random array of 64 elements. Since each 32-bit subblock is run 4 times, 16 such subblocks equal 64 constant values needed for a single block iteration. The subblocks can be denoted by the alphabet M, and the constant values are denoted by the alphabet T. Coming to the actual round of operation, we see our 4 buffers which already have pre-initialized values for the first iteration. At the very beginning, the values of buffers B, C, and D are passed on to a non-linear logarithmic function. The formula behind this function changes by the particular round being worked on, as we shall see later in this video. Once the output is calculated, it is added to the raw values stored in buffer A. The output of this addition is added to the particular 32-bit subblock using which we are running the 4 operations. The output of this requisite function then needs to be added to a constant value derived from the constant array k. Since we have 64 different elements in the array, Since we have 64 different elements in the array, we can use a distinct element for each iteration of a particular block. The next step involves a circular shift that increases the complexity of the hash algorithm and is necessary to create a unique digest for each individual input. The output generated is later added to the value stored in the buffer B. The final output is now stored in the second buffer of B of the output register. Individual values of C, D, and A are derived from the preceding element before the iteration started, meaning the value of B gets stored in C, value of C gets stored in D, and the value of D in A. Now that we have a full register ready for this subblock, the values of A, B, C, D are moved on as input to the next subblock. Once all 16 subblocks are completed, The final register value is saved and the next 512-bit block begins. At the end of all these blocks, we get a final digest of the MD5 algorithm. Regarding the nonlinear process mentioned in the first step, the formula changes for each round it's being run on. This is done to maintain the computational complexity of the algorithm and to increase randomness of the procedure. The formula for each of the 4 rounds uses the same parameters, that is B, C and D, to generate a single output. The formulas being used are shown on the screen right now. Algorithm. Unlike the latest hash algorithm families, a 32-bit digest is relatively easier to compare when verifying the digests. They don't consume a noticeable amount of disk storage and are comparatively easier to remember and reiterate. Passwords need not be stored in plain text format, making them accessible for hackers and malicious actors. When using digests, the database security also gets a boost since the sizes of all the hash values will be the same. In the event of a hack or a breach, the malicious actor will only receive the hashed values, so there is no way to regenerate the plain text, which would be the user passwords in this case. Since the functions are irreversible by design, hashing has become a compulsion when storing user credentials on the server nowadays. A relatively low memory footprint is necessary when it comes to integrating multiple services into the same framework without a CPU overhead. The digest size is the same and the same steps are run to get the hash value, irrespective of the size of the input string. This helps in creating a low requirement for computational power and is much easier to run on older hardware, which is pretty common in server farms around the world. We can monitor file corruption by comparing hash values before and after transit. Once the hashes match, file integrity checks are valid and we can avoid data corruption. Hash functions will always give the same output for the similar input, irrespective of the iteration parameters. It also helps in ensuring that the data hasn't been tampered with en route to the receiver of the message. We use our Wi-Fi every day for work, and we use the internet for entertainment and communication. The dependency on technology is at an all-time high, thanks to the radical developments and innovation in these last 2 decades. A big portion of this belongs to ensuring secure channels of communication and data transmission. The secure hash algorithm are a family of cryptographic hash functions that are published by the National Institute of Standards and Technology along with the NSA. It was passed as a Federal Information Processing Standard, also known as FIPS. It has 4 different families of hash functions. SHA-0 is a 160-bit hash function published in 1993, and it was closed down later after an undisclosed significant flaw. SHA-1 is also a 160-bit hash function which resembles the earlier MD5 algorithm. This was designed by the NSA to be a part of the digital signature algorithm. SHA-2 is a family of 2 similar hash functions with different block sizes, known as the SHA-256 and the SHA-512. They differ in the word size. SHA-256 uses 32-bit words, while SHA-512 uses 64-bit words. SHA-3 is a hash function properly known as KCAC. It was chosen in 2012 after a public competition among non-NSA designers. It supports the same hash length as SHA-2 and its internal structure differs significantly from the rest of the SHA family. As we have already iterated, the process is straightforward. We pass a plain text message to the SHA hash function, which in turn performs certain mathematical operations on the clear text to scramble the data. The 160-bit digest received from this is going to be radically different from the plain text. The goal of any hash function is to produce digests that appear to be random. To be considered cryptographically secure, the hash function should meet 2 requirements. First, that it is impossible for an attacker to generate a message that matches a specific hash value, and second, it should be impossible for an attacker to create 2 messages producing the exactly same hash value. Even a slight change in the plain text should trigger a drastic difference in the 2 digests. This goes a long way in preventing hash collisions, which takes place when 2 different plain texts have the same digest. The SHA family functions have some characteristics that they need to follow while generating the digest. Let's go through a few of them. The length of the clear text should be less than 2 to the power 64 bits in the case of SHA-1 and SHA-256. This is essential to keep the plain text compatible with the hash function, and the size needs to be in comparison area to keep the digest as random as possible. The length of the hash digest should be 256 bits in the SHA-256 algorithm, 512 bits in the SHA-512 algorithm, and so on. Bigger digest usually suggests significantly more calculations at the cost of speed and space. We typically go for the longest digest to bolster security, but there must be a definite balance between the speed and security of a hash function. By design, all hash functions of the SHA-512, SHA-256 are irreversible. You should neither get a plain text when you have the digest beforehand, nor should the digest provide the original value when you pass it through the same hash function again. Another case of protection is that when the hash digest is passed into the SHA function for a second time, we should get a completely different digest from the first instance. This is done to reduce the chance of brute force attacks. To achieve this level of intricacy, there are a number of steps to be followed before we receive the digest. Let us take a look at the detailed procedure as to how the SHA algorithm works. The first step is to make the plain text compatible with the hash function. To do this, we need to pad the bits in the message. When you receive the input string, you have to make sure the size is 64 bits short of a multiple of 512. When it comes to padding the bits, you must add 1 first, followed by the remaining zeros to round out the extra characters. This prepares our string to have a length just 64 bits less than any multiple of 512. Here on out, we can proceed to the next step where we have to pad the length bits. Initially, in the first step, we appended the message in such a way that the total number of bits in the message was 64 bits short from becoming a multiple of 512. Now we add the length of bits in such a way that the total number of bits in the message is a perfect multiple of 512. That means 64 bits plus the length of the original message becomes a multiple of 512. This becomes a final string that needs to be hashed. In the next step, we have to initialize these chaining variables. The entire plain text message can now be broken down into blocks of 512 bits each. Unlike other hash algorithms like MD5, which use 4 registers or buffers, SHA family use 5 buffers of 32 bits each. They are named A, B, C, D, and E. These registers go through multiple rounds of operation, where the first iteration has fixed hexadecimal values, as can be seen in the screen. Moving on, we have to process each of the 512-bit blocks by breaking each of them into 16 sub-blocks of 32 bits each. Each of them goes through 4 rounds of operation that use the entire register and have the 512-bit block along with the constant array. Out of those 4 rounds, each round has 20 iterations, so in general we have 80 rounds sum total. The constant value of k is an array of 80 elements. Of those 80, 16 elements are being used each round, so that comes out to 80 rounds for each of those elements. The value of t differs by the number of rounds, as can be seen in the table below. A single formula is necessary to calculate the output of each round and iteration. The formula can be ABCDE register is equal to E plus a nonlinear process P along with a circular shift of A plus WT plus KT. In this formula, ABCD is the register value of the chaining variables as we discussed before. P is the logical process which has a different formula for each round. S5 is a circular shift by 5 bits, and WT is a 32-bit string derived from the existing subblock. This can be calculated depending on the iteration at hand. KT signifies a single element of the 80-character element array, which changes depending on the particular round at hand. For the values of WT, the first 16 values are the same as that of the subblocks, so there is no extra calculation needed. For the next 64 elements, the value of WT can be calculated as shown in the formula here. To better understand this, let's take a look at how each of this goes in a sequential process. We have our initial register using the 5 words of 32 bits each. In the first step, we put the values of A, B, C, and D to the subsequent register as the output. Next, we use a non-linear process P that changes depending on the round and uses the values of B, C, and D as input. Whatever output is generated from the non-linear process, it is added with the value of the E register. Next, the value of A is circular shifted by 5 bits and is added with the output generated in the previous step. The next step is adding the value of WT and the constant element of KT. The current output is then stored in the register A. Similarly, this iteration is repeated every round and for each subblock in the process. Once all the registers are complete and all the subblocks are joined together to form the single ciphertext message, we will have our hashed output. Regarding the non-linear process P that uses the values of B, C, and D as input, the formula changes every round to maintain a complexity of the program that can withstand brute force attacks. Depending on the round, the values are passed through a logical operation, which is then added with the values of WT, KT, and so on. Now that we understand how to get our hash digest from the plain text, let us learn about the advantages we obtain when using the SHA hash algorithm instead of relying on data in a plain text format. Digital signatures follow asymmetric encryption methodology to verify the authenticity of a document or a file. Hash algorithms like SHA-256 and the industry standard SHA-512 go a long way in ensuring the verification of signatures. Passwords need not be stored in a plain text format, which makes them accessible to hackers and other malicious actors. When using Digest, the database security also gets a boost since the size of all hash values will be the same. In the event of a hack or a breach, the malicious actor will only receive the hash values with no way to regenerate the plain text. In this case, the plain text would be user credentials. Since the hash functions are irreversible by design, it has become a compulsion when storing passwords on the servers. The SSL handshake is a crucial segment of the web browsing sessions, and it's done using SHA functions. It consists of your web browsers and the web servers agreeing on encryption keys and hashing authentication to prepare a secure connection. It relies on a combination of symmetric and asymmetric algorithms which ensure the confidentiality of the data transmitted between a web server and a web client like the browsers. You can monitor file corruption by comparing hash values before and after transit. Once the hashes match, file integrity checks are valid and data corruption is avoided. Hash functions will always give the same output for the same input, irrespective of the iteration parameters. It also helps in ensuring that the data hasn't been tampered with en route to the receiver of the message.
Passwords are by far the most common type of user authentication. They are popular because their theory makes perfect sense to individuals and is reasonably simple to implement for developers. On the other hand, poorly constructed passwords can pose security flaws. A well-designed password-based authentication process does not save the user's actual password. This would make it far too simple for a hacker or a malevolent insider to access all of the system's user accounts. In this video, you will learn how to crack passwords and simultaneously try to make your passwords as brute force resistant as possible. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We start by learning about what is password cracking in general. Next, we take a look at the different techniques of password cracking that hackers use in order to generate user credentials for hacking. Moving on, we take a look at the multiple tools that hackers can use to generate these hashes and the passwords. Finally, we take a look at the steps and the guidelines that users can follow to prevent their passwords from being cracked. Let's start by giving a basic idea about password cracking. Password cracking is the process of identifying an unknown password to a computer or a network resource using a program code. It can also assist a threat actor in gaining illegal access to resources. Malicious actors can engage in various criminal activities with the information obtained through password cracking.
The procedure might entail comparing a set of words to guess credentials or using an algorithm to guess the password repeatedly. Password cracking can be done for several reasons, but the most malicious reason is in order to gain unauthorized access to a computer without the owner's awareness. This results in cybercrime, such as stealing passwords for the purpose of accessing banking information. Other non-malicious reasons for password cracking occur when someone has misplaced or forgotten a password. Another example of non-malicious password cracking may take place if a system administrator is conducting tests on password strength as a form of security test. This enables so that the hacker cannot easily access protected systems. The best way that users can protect their passwords from cracking is to ensure that they choose strong passwords. Typically, passwords must contain a combination of mixed-case random letters, digits, and symbols. Strong passwords should never be actual words. In addition, strong passwords are at least 8 characters long. In many password-protected applications, users are notified of the strength of the password they have chosen upon entering it. The user can then modify it and strengthen the password based on the indications of its strength. Now that we understand the basics of password cracking, let's go to the basic techniques hackers use to retrieve passwords from general victims. Asking the customer for their password is a simple approach to hacking. A phishing email directs the unwary reader to a counterfeit login page linked with whatever service the hacker wants to access, generally by demanding the user fix some critical security flaw or aid in a database reset. That page then captures their password, which the hacker can subsequently exploit for their own purpose. Social engineering influences the victim to get personal information such as bank account numbers or passwords. This strategy is popular among hackers because they realize that humans are the gateway to vital credentials and information. Through social engineering, they employ tried and true tactics to exploit and influence age-old human tendencies rather than devising novel means to breach secure and advanced technologies. It has been demonstrated that many firms either lack adequate security or are overly friendly and trustworthy when they should not be. They allow granting access to critical facilities based on a uniform or a sob story. A hacker searches a password dictionary for the correct password in the case of a dictionary attack. Password dictionaries cover many themes and a mixture of topics such as politics, movies, and music groups. Users' failure to create a strong password is why this approach efficiently cracks passwords till today. Simply said, this assault employs the same terms that many individuals use as passwords. A hacker can compare the password hash obtained to hashes of the password dictionaries to find the correct plain text password. Now that the passwords have been hashed, the hackers attempt to achieve authentication by breaking the password hash. They accomplish this by employing a rainbow table, which is a set of pre-computed hashes of portable password combinations. Hackers can use the rainbow table to crack the hash, resulting in guessing your password. As a result, it retrieves the password hash from the system and eliminates any need to break it. Furthermore, it does not necessitate the discovery of the password itself. The breach is accomplished if the hash matches. In a brute force assault, the attacker attempts multiple password combinations until the correct one is identified. The attacker uses software to automate this process and run exhaustive password combination in a substantially shorter length of time. With the growth of hardware and technology in recent years, such programs have been invigorated. It won't be quick if your password is more than a few characters lengthy, but it will eventually reveal your password. Brute force assaults can be sped up by throwing more processing resources at them. With so many different techniques coming together to crack passwords, none of them are useful without the right tools. There are a plethora of scripts and snippets of code that can retrieve passwords from either encrypted storage or from their hash digest. Let's go through some of these tools. Cain and Abel is a password recovery tool for Microsoft operating systems. It allows easy recovery of various kinds of passwords by sniffing the network, cracking encrypted passwords using dictionary, brute force, and cryptanalysis attacks. Recording VoIP conversations, decoding scrambled passwords, recovering wireless network keys, etc. are some of the other features of Cain and Abel. The latest version is faster and contains a lot of new features like ARP poison routing, which enables sniffing on switched LANs and man-in-the-middle attacks. The sniffer in this version can also analyze encrypted protocols such as SSH1 and HTTPS while containing filters to capture credentials from a wide range of authentication mechanisms. It also ships routing protocol authentication monitors and route extractors. Dictionary and brute force crackers are also present along with common hashing algorithms and several specific authentications, password hash calculators, and other features. John the Ripper is a password cracking application that was first released in 1996 for Unix-based computers. It was created to evaluate password strength, brute force encrypted hash passwords, and break passwords using dictionary attacks. It can use dictionary attacks, rainbow tables, and other attacks depending on the target type. Rainbow Crack is a password cracking application that uses time memory trade-off algorithm to crack password hashes with rainbow tables. Rainbow tables make password cracking more easier and faster than traditional brute force attacks. It is like a dictionary containing nearly every possible password and the pre-calculated hashes. Creating this kind of dictionary takes much more time than cracking a single hash, but after that, you can use the same dictionary over and over again. This procedure might take a long time. However, once the table is ready, it can break passwords far quicker than brute force methods. With so many tools ready to nab our passwords, there are a certain set of rules users can follow to protect their credentials from being compromised. Let's cover some of these guidelines. Longer passwords are required, making the brute force mechanism tougher to implement. Longer passwords and passphrases have been demonstrated to boost security significantly. However, it is still critical to avoid lengthier passwords that have previously been hacked or that feature often in cracking dictionaries. This password policy encourages users to establish passwords that do not contain personal information. As previously said, most users create passwords utilizing personal information such as hobbies, nicknames, pet or family member names, etc. If a hacker has access to personal information about a specific user, for example via social media, they will test password combinations based on that knowledge. Password regulations should compel users to distinguish between security and convenience. Users should be prohibited from using the same password for all services. Password sharing between users, including those who work in the same department or use the same equipment, should be avoided. A single breached password doesn't affect your other accounts with this policy. Some password regulations necessitate the creation of a passphrase rather than a password. While passphrases serve the same objective, the length makes them more difficult to break. In addition to letters, a good pass should include numbers and symbols. Passwords may be easier for users to remember than passphrases. However, the latter is much more breach resistant. Two-factor authentication or 2FA can help secure an online account or even a smartphone. 2FA does this by asking the user to provide two forms of information, a password or a personal identification PIN, and a code texted to the user's smartphone or a fingerprint before accessing whatever is secured. This helps discourage unauthorized entries to an account without the original owner's permission. At this point, you may wonder why you need a strong password in the first place. Even if most websites are safe, there is still a danger that someone will try to access or exploit your information. A strong password is among the most effective ways to protect your accounts and personal information from hackers. You should follow certain rules and guidelines while creating a strong password. Password managers are also recommended to help remember the created passwords for convenience of usage. With that being said, let's take a look at the topics we are covering today. We start by learning about the state of password cracking in today's world and why creating strong passwords is an absolute must for every account. Next, we will look at some guidelines and rules that help strengthen passwords and make password cracking a daunting task for hackers. Moving on, we understand why passphrases have grown in popularity and are being recommended for credential protection over traditional passwords. And finally, we take a look at how password managers help alleviate the problem of creating and remembering complex passwords along with other critical personal information. Let's start by learning about why strong passwords have become an absolute necessity. One of the most common ways that hackers break into computers is by guessing passwords. Simple and commonly used passwords enable intruders to easily gain access and control a computing device. Conversely, a password that is difficult to guess makes it prohibitively difficult for common hackers to break into a machine and will force them to look for another target. The more difficult the password, the lower the likelihood that one's computer will fall victim to an unwanted intrusion. Many individuals opt to tie their websites to something they can readily recall to generally easy, memorable combos. However, this does not make the password unique. In fact, it's the reverse. Passwords are handled by 53% of individuals using their recollections and memory. With modern computational standards, simple passwords take seconds and a couple of minutes at worst to be completely brute forced. According to global surveys, more than 60% of people use the same passwords for their personal and job applications. While this may allow the user never to forget the password, it makes a single point of failure the only pin to drop. If one of the accounts gets breached, all subsequent accounts are as good as hacked. To further elaborate on how you can create strong passwords, let's go through some of the guidelines. Let's go through some do's and don'ts to understand how to create new passwords for our accounts. It is recommended to keep the password length at least 12 characters to ensure brute forcing to be difficult. A combination of upper and lowercase alphabets is an absolute necessity when creating strong passwords. It is also recommended to use numerics along with those alphabets to create a complicated password. Finally, special characters help in making a password much more brute force resistant than any number of alphabets or letters can make. Moving over to the don't section, it's absolutely not recommended to keep simple dictionary terms such as computer or even the word password as your credential, because those are very easy to be brute forced and are usually present in majority of the dictionary attack word list. Similarly, changing a single alphabet or a single character in a dictionary word does not make it brute force resistant, considering there are already algorithms present that can counter this tactic. Using the same character multiple times in a password also reduces the strength and makes it easier to crack for hackers. Apart from using single characters multiple times, following patterns that are present on the traditional English keyboard, such as KWERTY, or the line below the main alphabet such as the ZX, CV, B, and M, etc., make it easier to guess, since these are once again common combinations that are present in word list already. Finally, the most important part being not using personal information such as birthdays, addresses, and other important information in the passwords. More often than not, if a hacker is trying to break into your account, there has been some amount of research done, be it via social media or any other medium. If they have already this information present with them, breaking into your account becomes all the more easier. Now that you understand how to create strong password, look at how passphrases have become prevalent as a replacement for plain text passwords. A passphrase is a sentence-like string of words used for authentication that is longer than a traditional password, easy to remember, and difficult to crack. Typical passwords range on an average from 8 to 16 characters, while passphrases can reach up to 100 characters or more. Using a long passphrase instead of a short password to create a digital signature is one of the many ways that users can strengthen the security of their data, devices, and accounts. The longer a passphrase is, the more likely a user is to incorporate bits of entropy or factors that make it less predictable to potential attackers. As more websites, applications, and services increase their user security requirements, a passphrase is a fast and easy way to meet these criteria. Let's take a look at some of the advantages that passphrases have over common passwords. Passphrases are simpler to remember than just a random assortment of symbols and characters. It's easier to comprehend a line from your favorite song or a quotation than a short but difficult password. Passwords are reasonably easy for humans and robots to guess or crack. Online thieves have also advanced and created cutting-edge hacking tools to crack even the most complex passwords. Passphrases are nearly hard to crack since most efficient password cracking programs fail at approximately 10 characters. As a result, even the most sophisticated cracking tool will be unable to guess, brute force, or pre-compute these passwords. Complies with password setting rules with ease are passphrases. The usage of punctuation and upper and lowercase passwords satisfy the password complexity criteria. Most operating systems and apps support passphrases. Phrases of up to 127 characters are permitted on all major operating systems, including Windows, Linux, and Mac. As a result, for optimal protection, you can use lengthier passphrases. But when creating a strong password, the major problem people come across is remembering these passwords or the passphrases. This is where you can find a use for a password manager. When you establish accounts or change passwords, password managers generate new strong passwords and they keep all of them in one place, protected by a single strong master password. If you maintain your master password, the manager will retain everything else, including your username and passphrases, and fill them in for you whenever you sign on to a website or app on your computer or phone. There is no good memory needed for this. This implies that everyone may use the most recent suggestions for strong passwords, such as extended phrases, symbols, grammar, and capitalization. Password managers enable consumers to write a single master password and automatically fill each website with their own unique set of credentials. And not just passwords. Credit card information may be stored securely with several password managers. Some others make multi-factor authentication or use a second test, such as answering a question once the correct password is input, which is a simple and effective solution to verify legitimate login inputs. Among the global players in password managers, services like Bitwarden, KeePass, and Dashlane have been running for years now and are very worthy recommendations if you want to get started with password management.
Now that we understand what is hacking, let's take a look at some points to know whether our system is already hacked or not. The first point regarding how to check whether a system is hacked or not can be cases where the system security is switched off by unknown means and it is not visible to the user. This is one of the most primary checkpoints to know if our system is hacked or not. Next point to check whether a system is hacked or not would be frequent antivirus software failures, which are due to the interference from hacking attempts performed by a professional hacker or a cybercriminal. Then we also face problems regarding systems reaction speed, which is affected due to the execution of unknown applications in the background of the system, which also affects the hardware resources in the device. Next, we also face problems regarding passwords, which are no longer working or are changed without a user's intervention, which might indicate that there was some unknown hacking activity that took place in our account. Let's take a look at some more points regarding the topic. There are often cases when the system's cursor moves on its own and perform tasks, indicating that the system is being used by someone else using an illegal hacking method. There are also cases when we often see files and folders being created in the storage disk on the system, which is unknown to us. To better understand the points regarding how to identify whether our system is hacked or not, let's take a look. Then let's start with the first point. If we want to check whether a system is hacked or not, the first point would be to choose the settings option and using privacy and security and moving on to the Windows security. This option that is available on our system allows us to see various protection applications that are available on the system. If we see any problem regarding any one of them, for example, apps and browser control, in my system it says there's a problem with it, which might be due to hacking attempts that was done on my system. Now let's take a look at the other option, how we can check whether our system is hacked or not. That would be checking the antivirus software that is installed in our system. If you face problems regarding that, this might be the issue. According to my antivirus software, it says my computer is at risk. This might be due to the interference from a cybercriminal or a hacker while using different illegal softwares during its hacking attempt. Then there are also cases where we see there are unknown programs being executed in the background of our system, which we can take a look using the Task Manager software. Using the Task Manager, we can take a look at each and every application that is being executed in the system and see the origin. If we find any unknown program or application, we can assume that it might be due to a hacking attempt. Moving on, if we want to check further whether our system is hacked or not, we can check for files or folders that are being created unknown to us. For example, this unknown folder, which contains some security details that are unknown to me. This might be also due to a hacking attempt by a hacker or a cybercriminal. Then there are also cases when the system's cursor moves on its own and perform tasks that are not initiated by us and performs copying of different folders or data from one file to other. This is due to a hacking attempt that was done on a system and the hacker has taken control of a system. Then there are also cases regarding login issues or password problem. For example, if I want to access into my account and there's a problem with the password, it might be due to the attempt of hacking into my account by a professional hacker. Seems like there's a problem with the username, which means there was a hacking attempt by a professional hacker. We can further check hacking attempts by accessing our web browser and checking whether there's some extra add-ons or unknown add-ons that wasn't installed by us. This might also indicate a hacking attempt on the system. Now that we are clear about how to check whether a system is hacked or not, let's take a look at some of the countermeasure against hacking. Let's begin. The first point regarding how to avoid hacking is do regular manual security checks and keep the system security updated. Using certified antivirus softwares is a basic countermeasure against hacking attempts. And if possible, visit only secure websites for surfing on the internet or use VPN or other internet security applications to mask your system's network to avoid any hacking attempts for the device. Then we have avoid clicking on random web pop-ups and ads to avoid hackers from getting into a system and accessing a device data. And lastly, use strong passwords or complex passwords for your login details. Applying these countermeasures, we can avoid hacking to a certain extent.
The concept of instant messaging crossed into the mainstream in the 1990s, allowing friends, acquaintances, colleagues, and like-minded thinkers from all over the world to connect in real time. Since then, instant messaging has revolutionized how we communicate, and today over 1 billion people are signed up for at least one messaging app. The present instant messaging experience is seamless, and it intuitively integrates features like video, photos, voice, e-commerce, and gaming with plain old messaging. Among these apps, WhatsApp has comfortably found its place among the most popular messaging platforms. Like everyone associated with the internet, a matter of security is never far away. Considering the huge user base of this messaging app, hackers are always on the lookout for compromised accounts to grab. Today, we are going to cover some of the ways we can protect our WhatsApp account from falling into malicious hands. We start by learning about the importance of security when it comes to WhatsApp and instant messaging apps in general. Next, we cover some of the most important steps that should be followed in order to protect our WhatsApp accounts from hackers. Finally, we learn what we should do when a WhatsApp account gets compromised. Let's start by learning why we need to focus on the safety of WhatsApp. In the year of 2020, the big news was about Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos and his phone being hacked by Saudi Arabia. A report coming from The Guardian suggested that Bezos' phone was hacked via a video file sent on WhatsApp. The report said that Bezos' mobile phone was hacked by a Saudi Arabian prince in the year 2018 and gigabytes worth of data was stolen from the device. While there are some issues being raised about the report, which states with the medium to high confidence that Jeff Bezos' phone was hacked, it does raise a security fear for regular users. After all, if the phone of one of the world's most powerful men can be hacked, the same can happen to any one of us as well. When it comes to regular users, we exchange messages with our loved ones regarding a paradigm of topics. The information which may seem trivial initially can later function as ammunition for a campaign regarding identity theft. Basic information like preferred banks, occasional dining places can go a long way in social engineering attacks, further increasing the need for secure messaging habits. WhatsApp uses end-to-end encryption to protect all communication on its platform. These encryption keys not only make it impossible to decrypt messages, but they also prevent third parties and even WhatsApp from accessing messages or calls. But not entirely. Although end-to-end encryption makes WhatsApp more secure than other communication apps, no app is 100% safe to use. Like any application or digital device, WhatsApp is often targeted by bad actors. It also has access to your contacts and tracks where and how long you use it, putting your privacy and personal information at risk. We all have access to our cell phones, so it's no surprise that SMS two-factor authentication is one of the most widespread types of MFA available. You don't need any apps or digital keys, and it's not tied to a specific ecosystem. Unfortunately, it's also not a secure multi-factor authentication method. The nature of SMS itself opens up your organization to a host of risks. Hackers may have many ways to leverage SMS to find a way into your accounts and network. Be it via spoofed SIM cards or message hijacking, WhatsApp 2FA using SMS isn't a foolproof solution. Now that we understand the variety of reasons why WhatsApp needs extra security, let's go through some of the ways we can achieve this. It is more than probable that one fine day you might receive a WhatsApp message or even an SMS that reads that your order is delayed, please check its status here, or your account is locked and please unlock it here, or even some tempting messages like win free 3G and movie tickets here. Some of them may sound intimidating and some of them may be lucrative, but they all have one purpose: to trick you into clicking that link, and once you do that, it's already over. It will install malware on your phone and you won't have a clue about it. Only when you start noticing that your phone bills are abnormally high or your bank account has been used without your permission, the realization will dawn upon you that something is wrong with your phone. But by then it may be too late. WhatsApp in itself provides various privacy options to users. The messaging platform provides users with the option to choose who they want to share their profile photo, status, and other details with. It's a good idea to change the settings to contacts only. This means only phone numbers that are saved on your smartphone will be able to see your profile photo, status, phone number, and auto-delete status as well. Make sure you enable the option to lock the screen every time WhatsApp is closed. This will ensure no one else but you can open your WhatsApp account. Just head to the settings menu, privacy, and select the screen lock option. You will then need to register your fingerprint. After the process is completed, you will have to scan your fingerprint every time you open the WhatsApp app. This adds an extra layer of security. The two-step verification works as an extra layer of security and helps WhatsApp users to protect their OTPs and documents shared through WhatsApp. It is very easy to set up a PIN to activate a two-step verification. Users have to enter it periodically once it is activated. WhatsApp will sometimes keep asking users to enter their 6-digit passcode. Users cannot disable this without disabling the two-step verification feature altogether. In case users do not provide WhatsApp with an email ID and want to disable two-step verification, then the number will be permitted to re-verify on WhatsApp without the passcode after 7 days. However, the users will lose all pending messages upon re-verifying. We often have the tendency to log into WhatsApp web at the office and then leave the account open on the desktop. This habit can actually create problems for you. Someone else sitting on the same PC can access all your chats without you even realizing it. It's a good practice to log out from WhatsApp web before leaving the office. It just takes a few seconds to log in again by just scanning the code and you're done. All WhatsApp users should ensure that the chats are end-to-end encrypted. To verify that a chat is end-to-end encrypted, open the chat, tap on the name of the contact to open the contact info screen, and then tap encryption to view the QR code and a 60-digit number. WhatsApp end-to-end encryption ensures that only you and your contact can read the messages that are being exchanged and nobody in between, not even WhatsApp. With the necessary guidelines out of the way, let us go through the recommended course of action should our WhatsApp accounts be compromised. The first and most important thing that you need to do is report the issue to the WhatsApp support team for assistance. Make sure that you reach out to the support team through its help desk and report the hacking attempt. WhatsApp Help Center will take the shortest time to resolve your issue via email or within the app itself. This will help you to take prompt legal action against the hackers. If you can't access your email, call the support team. In some cases, the support will deactivate your WhatsApp account and request you to reactivate it within 30 days if you don't want it to be deleted completely. When someone compromises your WhatsApp account, they can now send messages to your contacts stating that the company sent your verification code and gain access to their account. That's why one of the first things you'll want to do is send a message to your friends and family letting them know that you've lost access to your account. This action prevents further exploitation of your account and others. Another reason you'll want to let your contacts know you have no access to your WhatsApp account is that they may phish for personal information. From your banking number to your email address, hackers will cleverly attempt to gain as much access to your personal information as possible. WhatsApp Web is an extension of WhatsApp Messenger over the web that facilitates easy synchronization of our smartphone and personal computer. This is the biggest security threat that hackers can easily exploit to get into your personal data over WhatsApp. Therefore, it is highly recommended that you use this WhatsApp feature carefully. Once you notice that your WhatsApp Messenger has been hacked, go to your WhatsApp Web and tap or click on the Logout from all computers option. This will deactivate all the web extensions of your account. Under the unfortunate circumstances where the account recovery doesn't seem likely, you can always ask WhatsApp support to delete your account permanently. While far from the ideal solution, it can act as a fail-safe option if you want to protect your personal data at any cost possible. You can always open a new account later with the security issues mitigated.
And before we begin, if you are someone who is interested in building a career in cybersecurity or to become an ethical hacker by graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch career with cybersecurity or ethical hacker by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity with modules from MIT Schwarzman College of Computing. The course link is mentioned in the description box below that will navigate you to the course page, where you can find a complete overview of the program being offered.
It's no secret that the majority of our internet usage is at the risk of being hacked, be it via unsafe messaging applications or misconfigured operating systems. To counteract this void of digital security, penetration testing has become the norm when it comes to vulnerability assessment. Kali Linux is an operating system that has become a well-known weapon in this fight against hackers. A Linux distribution that is made specifically for penetration testers, Kali Linux has layers of features that we will be covering in today's lesson. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered in this video. We start by learning about Kali Linux and a basic explanation of its purpose. We take a look at the history of Kali Linux from the story of its origin to its current day exploits. Next, we learn a few distinct features of Kali that make it an attractive choice for penetration testers worldwide. Finally, we take a look at the multiple ways we can install Kali Linux to start our journey in the world of penetration testing. Let's start by learning about Kali Linux in general. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools that are targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multiple platform solution accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali desktop. While the operating system is capable of practically modifying every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali become disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a deeper element of control to the most enthusiastic of users. We did not get Kali Linux since the first day. How did it come into existence? Let's take a look at some of its history. Kali Linux is based on years of knowledge and experience in building penetration testing and operating systems. During all these project lifelines, there have been only a few different developers, as the team has always been small. The first project was called WOPEX, which stands for White Hat Knopex. As can be inferred from the name, it was based on the Knopex operating system as its underlying OS. WOPEX had releases ranging from version 2.0 to 2.7. This made way for the next project, which was known as WAX, or the longhand being White Hat Slacks. The name change was because the base OS was changed from Knopex to Slacks. WAX started at version 3 as a nod, it carrying on from WOPEX. There was a similar OS being produced at the same time, Auditor Security Collection, often being shortened to just Auditor, which was once again using Knopex. Its efforts were combined with WAX to produce Backtrack. Backtrack was based on Slackware from version 1 to version 3, but switched to Ubuntu later on with version 4 to version 5. Using the experience gained from all of this, Kali Linux came after Backtrack in 2013. Kali started off using Debian stable as the engine under the hood before moving to Debian testing when Kali Linux became a rolling operating system. Now that we understand the history and the purpose of Kali Linux, let us learn a little more about its distinct features. The latest version of Kali comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool that was included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a great number of tools that either simply did not work or which duplicated other tools that provided the same or similar functionality. The Kali Linux team is made up of a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets greatly reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes true multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in their native language and locate the tools they need for the job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a stronghold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more and more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distributions, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. All this information is necessary for users to determine if Kali Linux is the correct choice for them. If it is, what are the ways that they can go forward with this installation and start their penetration testing journey? The first way to use Kali Linux is by launching the distribution in the live USB mode. This can be achieved by downloading the installer image file or the ISO file from the Kali Linux website and flashing it to a USB drive with a capacity of at least 8 GB. Some people don't need to save their data permanently, and a live USB is the perfect solution for such cases. After the ISO image is flashed, the thumb drive can be used to boot a fully working installation of the operating system, with the caveat that any changes made to the OS in this mode are not written permanently. Some cases allow persistent usage in live USBs, but those require further configuration than normal situations. But what if the user wants to store data permanently in the installed OS? The best and the most reliable way to ensure this is the full-fledged hard disk installation. This will ensure the complete usage of the system's hardware capabilities and will take into account the updates and the configurations being made to the OS. This method is supposed to override any pre-existing operating system installed on the computer, be it Windows or any other variant of Linux. The next alternative route for installing Kali Linux would be to use virtualization software such as VMware or VirtualBox. The software will be installed as a separate application on an already existing OS, and Kali Linux can be run as an operating system in the same computer as a window. The hardware requirements will be completely customizable, starting with the allotted RAM to the virtual hard disk capacity. The usage of both a host and guest operating system like Kali Linux allows users a safe environment to learn while not putting their systems at risk. If you want to learn more about how one can go forward with this method, we have a dedicated video where Kali Linux is being installed on VMware while running on a Windows 10 operating system. You can find the link in the description box to get started with your very own virtual machine. The final way to install Kali Linux is by using a dual boot system. To put it in simple words, the Kali Linux OS will not be overwriting any pre-installed operating system on a machine, but will be installed alongside it. When a computer boots up, the user will get a choice to boot into either of these operating systems. Many people prefer to keep both the Windows and Kali Linux installed, so the distribution of work and recreational activities is also allotted effectively. It gives users a safety valve should their custom Linux installation run into any bugs that cannot be fixed from within the operating system. Now, for the convenience of explanation, we're going to install Kali Linux today on a virtual machine software known as VMware. VMware is able to run multiple operating systems on a single host machine, which in our case is a Windows 10 system. To get started with Kali Linux installation, we have to go to the website to download an image file. We go to Get Kali, and as you can see, there are multiple platforms on which this operating system can be inverted. As per our requirement, we're going to go with the virtual machine section. As you can see, it is already recommended by the developers. This is the download button, which will download a 64-bit ISO file. We can download 32-bit, but that is more necessary for hard metal machines, or if you're going to use it for older devices which do not support 64-bit operating systems yet. After clicking on the download button, we can see we have a WinRAR archive which will have the ISO files. For now, we have downloaded the ISO file and it is already present with me. So we can start working on the VMware side of things. Once the ISO file is downloaded, we open up VMware Workstation. We go to File and we create a new virtual machine. In these two options, it is highly recommended to go with the typical setup rather than the custom one. The custom is much more advanced and requires much more information from the user, which is beneficial for developers and people who are well versed with virtualization software, but for 90% of the cases, typical setup will be enough. Here, we can select the third option, which will be I will install the operating system later. In some operating systems, we can use the ISO file here directly and VMware will install it for us. But for right now, in the case of Kali Linux, the third option is always the safest. Kali Linux is a Linux distribution, so we can select Linux over here, and the version, as you can see here, it have multiple versions such as the multiple kernels. Every distribution has a parent distribution. For example, Kali Linux has Debian, and there are other distributions which are based or forked from some parent distribution. Kali Linux is based off Debian, so we can go with the highest version of Debian, which is the Debian 10.x 64-bit. Go on next. We can write any such name. We can write Kali Linux so that it will be easier to recognize the virtual machine among this list of virtual machine instances. The location can be any location you decide to put. By default, it should be the documents folder, but anywhere you put it will hold up all the information of the operating system. All the files you download, all the configurations you store, everything will be stored in this particular location that you provide. When we go next, we are asked about the disk capacity. This disk capacity will be all the storage that will be provided to your virtual machine of Kali Linux. Think of your Windows device. If you have a 1 terabyte of hard drive, you have the entirety of the hard disk to store data on. How much data you give here, you can only store up to that amount of data. Not to mention, some amount of capacity will be taken up by the operating system itself to store its programs and applications. For now, we can give around, let's say, 15 GB of information. Or if its recommended size for Debian is 20, you can just go ahead at 20. It depends all on the user case. If you are going to use it extensively, you can even go as high as 50 or 60 GB if you have plans to download many more applications and perform multiple different tests. Another option we get over here is storing virtual disks as a single file or storing them into multiple files. As we already know, this virtual machine runs entirely on VMware. Sometimes when transferring these virtual machine instances, let's say from a personal computer to a work computer, we're going to need to copy up the entire folder that we had mentioned before over here. Instead, all virtual machines have a portability feature. Now this portability feature is possible for all scenarios, except it is much easier if they split the virtual disk into multiple files. Now even if this makes porting virtual machines easier from either system to system or software to software, let's say if you want to switch from VMware to VirtualBox or vice versa, the performance takes a small hit. It's not huge, but it's recommended to go with storing the virtual disk as a single file if you have no purposes of ever moving the virtual machine. Even if you do, it's not a complete stop that it cannot be ported. It's just easier when using multiple files. But in order to get the best performance out of the virtual machine, we can store it as a single file over here. This is a summary of all the changes that we made and all the configurations that have been settled until now. Now at this point of time, we have not provided the .iso file yet, which is the installation file for the Kali Linux that we downloaded from this website. As of right now, we have only configured the settings of the virtual machine. So we can press on Finish. And we have Kali Linux in the list. Now, to make the changes further, we press on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. The memory is supposed to give the RAM of the virtual machine. So devices with RAM of 8 GB or below that, giving high amount of RAM will cause performance issues on the host system. If the memory has some amount of free storage left, let's say on idle storage, my Windows machine takes about 2 GB. So I have 6 GB of memory to provide. Although if you provide all of the 6 GB, it will be much more difficult for the host system to run everything properly. So for this instance, we can keep it as 2 GB of memory for the virtual machine instance. Similarly, we can use the number of processors and we can customize it according to our liking. Let's say if we want to use one processor, but we want to use 2 different cores, we can select them as well. Hard disk is pre-set up as the SCSI hard disk and it does not need to be changed for the installation of this operating system at all. CD/ID DVD. This is where the installation file comes. You can think of the ISO file that we downloaded as a pen drive or a USB thumb drive, which is necessary to install an operating system. To provide this, we're going to select Use ISO image file. We're going to click on Browse. Go to Downloads and select the ISO file over here. Select Open. And you can see it is already loaded up. Next, in the network adapter, it is recommended to use NAT. This helps the virtual machine to draw the internet from the host machine settings. If your host machine is connected to the internet, then the virtual machine is connected as well. There are some other options such as host only or custom segments or LAN segments, but those are not necessary for installation. Rest of them are pretty standard, which do not need any extra configuration and can be left as it is. Press OK. And now we can power on this virtual machine. In this screen, we can choose how we want to proceed with the installation. We have a Start Installer option over here. So we're going to press Enter on that. We're going to wait for the things to load from the ISO file. The first step in the installation is choosing the language of the operating system. For this, we can go with English as standard. This is a location. This will be used for setting up the time and some of the internal settings which depend entirely on the location of the user. So for this, we're going to go with India. Configuring the keyboard, it's always recommended to go with the American English first. Many people make a mistake of going with the Indian keyboard if it is possible, and it provides a lot of issues later on. So it's always preferred to go with the American English, and if later we see some necessity of another keyboard dialect that is required, we can install it later. But for now, we should always stick with American English as a basic. At this point, it's going to load the installation components from the .iso file. It is a big file of 3.6 GB, so it has a lot of components that need to be put into the virtual machine, which can also be used to detect hardware. Once the hardware and the network configuration is done by the ISO file, we want to write a host name for the system. This host name can be anything which is used to recognize this device on a local network or a LAN cable. Let's say if we use the name Kali. Domain name, we can skip it for now. It's not necessary as such for the installation. This is the full name for the user. Let's say we can provide the name as Simplilearn as a full name. Next, we're going to set up a username. This username is going to be necessary to identify the user from its root accounts and the subsequent below accounts. For now, we can give it as something as simply123. Now we have to choose a password for the user. Now remember, since this is the first user that is being added onto this newly installed operating system, it needs to be a password for the administrator. We can use whichever password we like over here and use the same password below and press on continue. At this point, it's going to detect on the components on which the operating system can be installed. Like here, there are multiple options like the use entire disk and set up LVM, use entire disk and set up encrypted LVM. For newcomers, it is recommended to just use the first one, since LVM encryption is something that you can learn afterwards when you're much more hands-on with the Linux operating system. For now, we're going to use the use entire disk guided installation and press on continue. When we set up the virtual machine on VMware, we had set up a disk capacity that we gave a purpose 20 GB. That is the hard disk which is being discovered here. Even though it is a virtual disk, on VMware it acts as a normal hard disk on which an operating system can be installed. So we select this one and press on continue. Here there is a multiple partition system. All the operating systems that are installed have different components. One is used for the keeping of the applications, one for the files, other for the RAM management, and other things. For newcomers, it is always recommended to keep it in one partition. And we're going to select that and press on continue. This is just an overview of the partition it's going to make. As you can see, it has a primary partition of 20.4 GB and a logical partition of 1 GB used for swap memory. Now, these kind of naming can be confusing for people who are not well versed with Linux operating systems or in general virtualization. But for now, you can go ahead and press on continue, as this will be fine. We can press on finish partitioning and write changes to disk and continue. It's just a confirmation page. As you can see, it's wrote that SCSI3 is our virtual hard disk of 20 GB disk capacity. We write the changes to the disk, we press yes and click on continue. At this point, the installation has started. Now this installation will take a while depending on the amount of RAM provided, the processors provided, and how quickly the performance of the system is being hampered by the host machine. On quicker systems, this will be rather quick, while on the smaller ones, this will take a while. Since this is going to take some time to install, as it is being run on a virtual machine with only 2 GB of RAM, we're going to speed up this part of the video so we don't have to waste any more time just watching the progress bar. Now that our core installation is completed, it's asking us to configure a package manager. The work of a package manager on Linux operating systems is similar to the Google Play Store on Android mobile devices and on the App Store for the Apple devices. It's an interface to install external applications which are not installed by default. Let's say for Google Chrome or any other browser which can be used to browse the internet. At this point of time, it's asked us to select a network mirror. We're going to select as yes and move forward with this. Next, it's going to ask us for an HTTP proxy, which we can leave it as blank and press it as continue forward. At this point of time, it's looking for updates to the Kali Linux installation. This will fetch the new builds from the Kali server, so the installation is always updated to the latest version. Now that the package manager is configured, we have the grub bootloader. The grub is used for selecting the operating system while booting up. Its core functionality is to allow the operating system to be loaded correctly without any faults. So at this point of time, if it asks install the grub bootloader to your primary drive, we can select it as yes and press continue. Remember, the installation was conducted on dev SDA. So we're going to select installation of the grub loader on the same hard disk that we have configured. We press this one and press continue. So now the grub bootloader is being installed. The grub is highly essential because it shows the motherboard where to start the operating system from. Even if the operating system is installed correctly and all the files are in correct order, the absence of a bootloader will not be able to launch the OS properly. As you can see, the installation is finally complete. So now we can press on continue and it's going to finalize the changes. Now you can see Kali Linux being booted up straight away. It doesn't check for the ISO file anymore since the operating system is now installed onto the virtual hard disk storage that we had configured before. Here we're going to enter our username and password that we had set up before. And we have the Kali Linux system booted up. And this is your homepage. We can see the installed applications over here, which are being used for penetration testing by multiple security analysts worldwide. All of these come pre-installed with Kali Linux, and others can be installed using the apt package manager that we had configured. We can see our full name over here. And with this, our installation of the Kali Linux is complete.
Hi everyone, I am Abhisar and today we are going to explore a world where the biggest dramas don't happen in movies. They happen in the digital networks that our shops, companies and governments rely on every day. Let's start with a true story from 2017 in Atlanta. A bustling city just like many others. One morning, Atlanta was hit by a ransomware attack, a type of cyber threat where hackers lock up important data and demand money to release it. This attack froze the city's most essential services. People couldn't pay their bills, court documents were inaccessible, and the city struggled to operate normally. It was chaos. This real-life event shows us just how powerful and damaging cyber attacks can be. They don't just affect computers, they disrupt lives and can bring entire cities to a standstill. Today we are going to dive deeper into this hidden world of digital dangers and learn about the top 10 cyber attacks that have shaken communities and nations. So let's uncover these epic tales of cyber intrusions, learn about their massive impacts and see how they have revolutionized cybersecurity practices worldwide. And before commencing guys, just a quick info for you. Starting with number 10 on the list, Heartland Payment Systems, and it acted in 2008. So in 2008, Heartland Payment Systems fell victim to one of the largest phishing scams at that time. Phishing, a technique where cyber criminals disguise their malicious intent with seemingly legitimate requests, deceived unsuspecting victims into believing they were interacting with a trusted entity. The attackers managed to infiltrate the system and steal sensitive information, leading to the unauthorized access of 100 million credit and debit card numbers. The aftermath was severe, with Heartland shouldering $140 million in damages and facing a long road to rebuild trust and enhance their security measures. Moving to number 9. China's Google attacks. A covert operation in 2009 targeted Chinese humanitarian activists, compromising their Google accounts to monitor their communications. The breach extended beyond activists, affecting individuals in multiple countries, highlighting the global reach of cyber espionage. Investigators linked the breach to a mix of phishing and malware, which allowed hackers to gather information. This incident underscores the critical need for vigilance in digital communications and the importance of reporting anomalies promptly to prevent widespread data compromise. And number 8 on the list is PlayStation Network. In 2011, the PlayStation Network suffered a massive breach when hackers accessed 77 million user accounts, exposing sensitive information including credit card details. The attack persisted for nearly a month, leading to an estimated $2 million in damages and significant downtime for users. This breach not only disrupted Sony's services but also had a detrimental impact on their product launches, serving as a stark reminder of the enduring consequences of cyber vulnerabilities. And number 7 on the list is Citigroup. Despite being one of the largest banks globally, Citigroup experienced a significant security lapse in 2011 when over 200,000 customer accounts were compromised. Hackers exploited simple vulnerabilities in the bank's website to impersonate legitimate users and navigate through its security measures undetected. By the time the breach was discovered, sensitive data including card numbers and personal information had already been sold. The delay in notifying affected customers only worsened the public's trust in Citigroup. This incident highlights the importance of robust cybersecurity measures and the need for swift action and transparency in the face of security breaches. Now coming to number 6, that is Target Company. In 2013, Target became the victim of a massive cyber attack when malware was injected into their point of sale, that is POS systems. This type of software is specifically designed by hackers to disrupt and gain unauthorized access to computer systems. During the bustling holiday season, Ukrainian hackers managed to extract customer information and sell it on the digital black market, leading to significant financial threats to millions of Americans. This breach vividly demonstrated that even robust internal systems could have hidden weaknesses, ripe for exploitation. Now coming to number 5, the company is Yahoo. Yahoo, once a giant in email and web services, faced a severe reputation hit between 2013 and 2014 due to multiple security breaches. These incidents compromised the personal details of 500 million users initially, with a later revelation that up to 3 billion accounts were affected in total. Sensitive information such as email addresses, passwords, and security questions were stolen. Yahoo's delayed disclosure of these breaches until 2016 resulted in a $35 million fine and over 40 class action lawsuits, ultimately costing the company $350 million in damages. Now coming to number 4, Home Depot. Following in the unfortunate footsteps of Target, Home Depot experienced a similar breach in 2014. Hackers gained the access to the company's POS systems by masquerading as legitimate vendors. This breach compromised the data of 50 million cardholders. The attackers used malware entering through a vendor's credentials to infiltrate Home Depot's network. Although Home Depot denied liability, the incident prompted them to overhaul their data security measures significantly. Now coming to number 3, Experian. Experian, a major credit reporting agency, found itself in a cyber crisis in 2015. This situation began unraveling after their acquisition of Court Ventures in 2012, which already had a contract with US Search Info, allowing broad access to personal data. This lapse in oversight led to the sale of sensitive data to an identity theft ring, affecting 50 million users. The breach highlighted the critical importance of stringent data usage policies and contract reviews in mergers and acquisitions. Now coming to number 2, that is Snapchat. Snapchat, known for its ephemeral messaging service, faced a stark violation of user privacy in 2015. When hackers accessed 4.6 million accounts, they extracted phone numbers, locations, and usernames. The hackers had previously warned Snapchat about the security flaw, demanding it to be fixed. When their concerns were ignored, they published the data publicly as a form of retaliation. This incident underscores the importance of addressing security vulnerabilities promptly to protect user privacy. Now coming to the number one spot, that is Facebook. Facebook, the social media giant, faced significant scrutiny in 2018 that marked a pivotal point in public perception about privacy and data management. That year, federal investigations uncovered how Facebook allowed third-party apps broad access to user data without stringent oversight. This lapse led to multiple breaches affecting between 50 to 80 million users. The most infamous of these was the Cambridge Analytica scandal, with data from millions of Facebook users was improperly accessed to influence voter behavior. These revelations fueled global debates about privacy and the ethical responsibilities of tech giants, leading to calls for stricter data protection regulation worldwide. Facebook's handling of user data not only eroded trust among its user base, but also invited tighter scrutiny from regulators, reshaping how social media platforms manage and protect user information. As we have seen through these incidents, the digital world is a battleground where information is both the weapon and the prize. Staying informed and vigilant is our best defense against these evolving threats. Thank you for joining us as we explored these significant cyber attacks. Remember, safeguarding our data begins with understanding the risk and taking proactive steps to protect ourselves. Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn. Talking about Bluetooth. So Bluetooth technology has revolutionized how we connect devices, offering seamless file sharing, wireless audio, and peripheral connections. However, these conveniences come with significant security risk. Attackers can exploit vulnerabilities in Bluetooth to gain unauthorized access to your device and data. Imagine you're in a bustling coffee shop, working on your laptop with Bluetooth headphones on. Unknown to you, an attacker nearby is silently targeting your device. This is not a far-fetched scenario. In 2017, researchers discovered Blueborn, a vulnerability that allowed attackers to take control of devices, access data, and spread malware without any interaction from the user. This story underscores the real and present danger of Bluetooth vulnerabilities, highlighting the critical need for robust security measures. With that, guys, let's get started. And there's a caution, guys. We do not support or encourage black hat hacking or any illegal activities. So this video is purely for educational purposes to help you understand Bluetooth vulnerabilities and how to protect your devices. We will now show the actual process of hacking. So our goal is to inform and raise awareness about potential security risk so that you can take the necessary steps to secure your devices. Always conduct security testing responsibly and with permission. Use this knowledge to enhance cybersecurity, not to exploit it. So let's start with the first topic, that is how Bluetooth has advanced things. So the number one reason is the convenient connectivity. So Bluetooth enables wireless communication between devices such as smartphones, laptops, headphones, and smart home devices, eliminating the need for cables. Then there's the IoT integration. It plays a crucial role in the Internet of Things, that is allowing devices to connect and interact seamlessly. And then comes the health and fitness segment. So Bluetooth technology is integral in wearable devices like fitness trackers and medical devices, enabling real-time data sharing and monitoring. Then comes automotive industry. Bluetooth provides hands-free communication and wireless media streaming in vehicles. And then we'll move to types of Bluetooth vulnerabilities. And here are some. Number one is Blueborn. So this vulnerability allows attackers to take control of Bluetooth-enabled devices without the need for pairing or user interaction. And its impact is it can enable remote code execution, data theft, and the spread of malware across devices. Blueborn attacks can be launched without needing the victim to pair with the attacker's device. By scanning for devices with Bluetooth enabled, attackers can exploit multiple vulnerabilities within the Bluetooth stack, allowing them to take control of the device, intercept communication, and spread malware. Then coming bias, that is Bluetooth impersonation attacks. So this attack exploits flaws in the Bluetooth authentication process, allowing attackers to impersonate a previously trusted device. And its impact is it can result in unauthorized access to devices and sensitive information. Bias attacks exploit a flaw in the Bluetooth standards authentication procedure. When a Bluetooth device reconnects to another device, it may not properly authenticate, assuming it's the same device that was previously paired. So attackers exploit this by impersonating the trusted device, gaining unauthorized access to the device and its data. And then comes HID spoofing. So attackers can spoof human interface device, that is HID, such as keyboards or mouse to send malicious inputs to a Bluetooth enabled device. And its impact is this can lead to unauthorized commands being executed on the device for the data manipulation and potential system compromise. And the security measures you could take to prevent these attacks is disable Bluetooth when not in use. It reduces the risk of unauthorized access and use secure pairing methods that ensures that connections are authenticated and encrypted. So these regular updates patches vulnerabilities and enhances security and avoid pairing in public or untrusted environments that minimizes exposure to potential attackers. Now that we have discussed the different types of Bluetooth vulnerabilities, let's explore some common Bluetooth attacks that exploit these weaknesses. So understanding these attacks can help us better protect our devices. So there are two notable examples, that is bluejacking and bluebugging. Both of these attacks highlight the potential risk associated with Bluetooth technology, even though they differ in their severity and impact. Let's dive into that and let's see what these attacks can entail. So the number one on the list is bluejacking. So bluejacking involves sending unsolicited messages to other Bluetooth enabled devices. So it works as attackers exploit the Bluetooth message feature to send anonymous messages to nearby devices without the recipient's consent. Bluejacking is relatively benign compared to other Bluetooth attacks. It typically involves sending a vCard, that is virtual business card, to the target device's Bluetooth address, which appears as a message on the victim's device. So the primary risk is the disruption and potential for spreading spam messages. And its impact is, although it's typically harmless, it can be disruptive and annoying to the recipient. And now we will come to bluebugging. So bluebugging is a more severe attack where the attacker gains control over the victim's Bluetooth-enabled device. It works as attackers exploit vulnerabilities to remotely execute commands on the target device, often without the user's knowledge. And bluebugging is much more invasive. Initially, it was used to gain control over mobile phones to make calls and send messages. Over time, it has evolved to allow attackers to access and control various functions of a device, such as accessing contacts, reading messages, and even turning on the microphone to listen in on conversations. And its impact is it can lead to unauthorized access to device data, making calls, sending messages, and even eavesdropping on conversations. Now that we have covered some common Bluetooth attacks, let's take a closer look at how Bluetooth functions on Android devices. So understanding the mechanism of Bluetooth can help us identify potential vulnerabilities and better secure our devices. So let's see how Bluetooth works on Android devices. So Bluetooth on Android devices enables various features like file sharing, wireless audio streaming, and connecting peripherals such as keyboards and mice. It uses short-range radio waves to establish a connection between devices. So this process typically involves discovery, pairing, and communication phases. However, these conveniences come with risk. Attackers can exploit vulnerabilities during these phases to gain unauthorized access to these devices. So understanding the mechanics of Bluetooth helps identify potential weak points and reinforce the importance of securing these connections. So having explored how Bluetooth works on Android devices, it's crucial to understand the real-world impact of these vulnerabilities. So we'll discuss examples of Bluetooth attacks and the severe consequences they can have on personal data and device security. So let's see the impacts. So the real-world examples of Bluetooth attacks demonstrate how easily devices can be compromised. For instance, the Bluebone attack allows hackers to take control of devices without user interaction, while bias attacks can enable unauthorized access by impersonating trusted devices. These vulnerabilities can lead to unauthorized access to sensitive information, such as contacts and messages, or control over the device's functions. The consequences can be severe, including data breaches, privacy violations, and financial losses. It highlights the critical need for robust security measures to protect against such threats. Now we'll see the impacts. Number one is unauthorized access. So vulnerabilities like Bluebone allow attackers to gain control over devices without user interaction. And this can result in access to sensitive data such as contacts, messages, and personal files. Then is device control. Bluebugging enables attackers to remotely control a device, allowing them to make calls, send messages, and access various functions. This leads to significant privacy breaches and unauthorized usage. Then comes data breaches. Attacks such as bias can impersonate trusted devices, leading to unauthorized access and potential data leaks. This can cause financial loss and damage to reputation. So let's see the security measures which we can take. Number one is disable Bluetooth when not in use. Then comes use secure pairing methods. Number two is use secure pairing methods and ensure connections that are authenticated and encrypted to prevent impersonation. And then there's regular software updates and avoid public pairing and monitor paired devices. And now guys, we will have some commands to execute an attack. So let's see those commands. So the number one command is scanning for Bluetooth devices, and that will be run in Kali Linux. So the command is sudo hci tool scan, and this will scan the nearby Bluetooth devices. And then the next command is for getting information about a device, and for that we'll write sudo stp tool browse and then the device name. So this will browse available services on the target device. And now we'll see an example that is for the blue snuffing example, and this attempt or this command is to attempt to access the phone book of the target device. And you can see the command that is sudo blue snarf -r 1200 -c1 -b and the info for the device. Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn. In this video, we will explore API security. So let's talk about a real world example. Remember, Facebook and the Cambridge Analytica scandal. Facebook had APIs that allowed third-party apps to access user data, and these APIs weren't properly secured. So Cambridge Analytica managed to harvest data from millions of users without their consent. This breach of trust led to a massive public outcry and regulatory scrutiny. In this video, we will look at common threats like injection attacks and broken locks, that is authentication, and share practical tips to keep your APIs secure. So grab your favorite treat, sit back, and let's dive into the world of API security together. And the first thing we have on the list is, what is an API? So alright, let's break it down. Imagine you are at a restaurant. You are hungry and ready to order some food. You tell the waiter what you want, and the waiter takes the order to the kitchen. The chef in the kitchen cooks up your meal and hands it back to the waiter, who brings it to your table. In this scenario, the waiter is like an API, application programming interface. The API takes your request, tells the server, in this case that is the kitchen, what you need, and then brings back the response. In tech terms, an API allows different software systems to communicate and share data. For example, when you use an app on your phone to check the weather, that app uses an API to request weather data from a remote server. The server sends back the weather information and the app displays it for you. So this is how API works. Now we'll see why is API security important. Think about your house. You lock your doors and windows to keep intruders out, right? The same goes for APIs. They need to be secured to prevent unauthorized access. If someone breaks into your house, they can steal your valuables. Similarly, if someone gains unauthorized access to your API, they can steal sensitive data or even take control of your system. Take the Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal. For example, insecure APIs allowed the harvesting of personal data from millions of users without their consent. This shows how crucial it is to secure APIs to protect user data and maintain trust. So this was about why API security is important. Now moving to common API security threats. And the number one on the list is injection attacks. So now that we have understand why securing APIs is essential, let's dive into some common threats. First up is injection attack. Imagine you give a recipe to a chef, but someone sneaks in and adds harmful ingredients without you knowing. That's an injection attack. One common type is SQL injection, where an attacker inserts malicious code into an API request. For example, if a user enters drop table users -- instead of their username and the API doesn't validate this input, the database might execute it and delete important data. So to prevent this, always validate and sanitize user inputs. Now move to the next, that is broken authentication. So let's talk about broken authentication. So think of authentication as the lock on your front door. If your lock is weak or easy to pick, anyone can walk in. Broken authentication means your API's authentication mechanisms aren't strong enough, making it easy for attackers to pretend to be legitimate users. For instance, if an API uses predictable tokens, hackers can guess them and gain unauthorized access. Use strong, unpredictable tokens and implement multi-factor authentication to strengthen security. So now we'll move to number third, that is sensitive data exposure. So let's consider sensitive data exposure. Imagine sending a postcard with all your bank details written on it. Anyone who intercepts it can read your information. Similarly, if your API sends data without proper encryption, anyone who intercepts it can see the data. For example, if an API transmits passwords in plain text, it's like handing over your secrets on a silver platter. Always use HTTPS to encrypt data in transit and encrypt sensitive data at rest. So moving to the next, that is rate limiting and DDoS attacks. So another threat to be aware of is DDoS attacks. Picture a popular store on Black Friday sale with thousands of customers flooding in all at once. The staff can't keep up and the store gets overwhelmed. That's a DDoS, that is distributed denial of service attack. Attackers flood your API with so many requests that it crashes or becomes unresponsive. Implementing rate limiting, like allowing only a certain number of requests per minute, can help manage the traffic and prevent such attacks. Now moving to the next, that is man-in-the-middle attacks. So imagine having a private conversation, but someone is secretly listening and can even alter your words. That's a man-in-the-middle attack. If an attacker intercepts the communication between your API and the client, they can read or modify the data being transmitted. So using HTTPS or TLS ensures that the data is encrypted, making it much harder for attackers to eavesdrop or tamper with the information. Next on the list is API spoofing. So let's discuss about it. So think of API spoofing as someone setting up a fake ATM machine. It looks real, but it's actually stealing your card information. Attackers create fake APIs to trick users into providing sensitive data. Always verify API endpoints and use secure authentication methods to ensure you are interacting with legitimate APIs. Now we'll see the best practices for securing APIs. So the number one on the list is authentication and authorization. So we have looked at some common threats. Now we'll dive into the best practices for securing up. And the first we'll look up is authentication and authorization. So think of Authorization 2.0 as a special access pass that only authorized users can get. It ensures that only users with the right pass can access the data. OpenID Connect adds an extra layer by verifying the user's identity, comparing API keys to basic passwords, that is tokens, just like JWTs, are more secure because they include user-specific data and have an expiration time. Now moving to the next best practice, that is encryption. So always use HTTPS, which is like sending logged packages that only recipient can open. It ensures that the data being transmitted is encrypted and secure. Additionally, encrypt sensitive data at rest, just like storing valuables in a safe. So it protects it from unauthorized access. Next is input validation. So let's consider input validation, and you should always use clean user inputs to prevent malicious data from sneaking in. For instance, if a user enters a script tag, that is script, and sanitize it to prevent XSS, that is cross-site scripting attacks. So using parameterized queries is like using prepared ingredients in cooking, ensuring that the input is safe and expected. Now moving to the next, that is rate limiting and throttling. So moving on to rate limiting and throttling, that limits the number of requests a user can make. It's like settling a limit on how many times someone can knock on your door. Tools like Cloudflare can help filter out malicious traffic and keep your API running smoothly, protecting against DDoS attacks. Now moving to the next one, that is logging and monitoring. So keep a record of all API requests to spot unusual activity. It's like having a CCTV camera to monitor who's coming and going. Tools like Prometheus and Grafana can help you monitor API health and alert you to potential issues. The next we have is API gateway and security. So API gateways act as bouncers, controlling access and adding security features like rate limiting and IP whistling. Look for features like request validation, throttling, and data encryption to enhance security. So these were all the best practices for securing APIs. Now we'll see tools and technologies. So the number one is Postman. That's great for testing APIs and ensuring they handle requests properly without exposing vulnerabilities. The next is OSAP Zap and Burpsuit. They are like ethical hackers simulating attacks to identify security flaws. So now let's look at API management platforms. For API management platforms like Epic, AWS API Gateway, and Azure API Management that offer built-in security features, making it easier to manage and secure your APIs. Now we'll see some real-world case studies. So the number one notable API breaches case study is The Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal, that is a glaring example where insecure APIs led to massive data misuse. It's a reminder of why API security is crucial. Similarly, in 2021, T-Mobile suffered a breach where attackers accessed customer data through insecure APIs, highlighting the importance of robust security practices. And then we have some successful API security implementations. That is, Google employs strict authentication, rate limiting, and encryption practices, setting a standard for secure API usage. So Stripe uses strong encryption and secure authentication methods, ensuring that sensitive financial data is well protected. Welcome to this tutorial on how to scan a website for vulnerabilities. In today's digital landscape, web security is more important than ever. Cyber threats are constantly evolving, making it crucial to ensure that your website is protected against potential attacks. Vulnerability scanning helps identify weaknesses in your web applications before attackers can exploit them. So in this video, we will explore three powerful tools. Number one is Nikto, then Nuclei, and Trivi. So these tools provide comprehensive scanning capabilities for various environments, including websites, network, container, images, file systems, and servers. Moreover, these tools are widely used by penetration testers, cybersecurity professionals, and ethical hackers to ensure web applications and servers are secure. So by the end of this tutorial, you will have a solid understanding of how to effectively use these tools and the particularly Nikto tool to secure your web applications. So guys, first we'll start with the tool Nikto. So this is the website or the GitHub repository that Nikto has. So just search Nikto GitHub and you will find out the GitHub repository that's just on the first ranking. Move to that, and if I tell you about Nikto, so it's a widely used tool and that is used by penetration testers, cybersecurity professionals, and ethical hackers, and it helps identify potential vulnerabilities in web applications. It was developed by Chris Sulo and is part of the open source security testing methodology manual. So Nikto performs comprehensive tests against web servers for multiple items, including over 6,700 potentially dangerous files or programs, and checks for outdated versions of over 1,250 servers and version-specific problems on over 270 servers. If we talk about key features of Nikto, so it has comprehensive scanning, and Nikto can detect a wide range of vulnerabilities, including server misconfigurations, default files and programs, insecure files and scripts, and outdated software versions. And it has an extensive database. Nikto uses a robust database of known vulnerabilities, which is regularly updated to include the latest security threats and issues. And it has customizable testing. Users can customize the scanning process by specifying parameters such as the target host, port, and the scan type. Nikto also supports plugins to extend its functionality. And then comes the feature reporting. So Nikto can generate detailed reports in various formats, including plain text, XML, and HTML. I will show you guys how we can generate that. And it makes it easier to document and share scan results. And if we talk about advantages, so the advantages, number one is ease of use. So Nikto is straightforward to use with a simple command line interface that requires minimal configuration. And this is open source. So being an open source tool, Nikto is free to use and can be modified to suit specific needs, making it accessible to individuals and organizations of all sizes. And it has an active community. So because of that, the users and developers who contribute to its development and provide support and ensures that it remains up to date with the latest security trends. And we talk about some limitations. So it has noise generation. Nikto can generate a lot of network traffic and may trigger intrusion detection systems, that is IDS, making it less suitable for stealthy assessments. And if we talk about basic scanning, so while Nikto is great for identifying known vulnerabilities, it may not detect more complex security issues or zero-day exploits. For comprehensive security assessments, it should be used alongside other tools. So let's get started with installing it. You can find the repository and you could see here all the files, the programs they have written. And if you go in the README section, you can find the full documentation. Just click on that and you could have the whole overview, history and trivia, and it is based on the Perl language. And if you want to install on the Docker, Windows, Kali, so they have all the things. And if you want to see the usage, that would be, if you want to use it for the basic testing purpose, you can have the look here. You can use the commands, and if you want to scan multiple hosts, you could do that too. And if we get back, so this is the whole documentation. You can have a look on it, and here most probably all the usages you could have a look. And now we'll move to install it. So you can clone the repository on your system. For that, you should have git installed and use the command git clone, and after that the repository name. So for that, we'll open the terminal. If you want to install with the git, as this is the Ubuntu system and I don't have the git installed here, so you just have to write the command git clone, copy the file, not the file but the link, and paste it here, and you could go on with the cloning thing. And after that, you could navigate the program directory and run it using the Perl command. So to install Nikto, you just have to write the commands. I will show you guys. So just write, first what you can do is sudo apt update, and he's asking for the password. I will provide him. So he has updated all the packages, and now what we'll do, we will install Nikto as I've already installed, but I will write the command for you guys. So sudo apt install Nikto. So you could see that he is reading packages, that is done, and Nikto is already the newest version, that is it is already installed in the system. So with this command, that is sudo apt install Nikto, you can install the Nikto on your system. And after that, to use it, and that's a basic command, that is Nikto -h and the server name, or you could use the IP address. Like you could use 3 methods to search with Nikto. That could be IP address to scan local servers, web domain to check public websites, or SSL or HTTP websites, that is to test secure websites also. So here we will have a website, and to ensure you guys, so use this tool just for ethical use. We are not promoting it to use it for any black hat hacking purposes, and we are also using to just scan the vulnerabilities, and we won't be showing much of it as we don't promote these kind of activities. So you could see that it has started the process, that is the target IP, target host name, target port, that is 443, and the target time. So he is running. And for Ubuntu and Mac OS, you can also install it. And for the ethical considerations, always use these tools ethically and legally, and ensure you have explicit permission to scan any website or server. Unauthorized access or scanning can lead to legal consequences and damage to your reputation. So kindly have this question with you. So it's a time-taking process. So this tool works with the port number and where the website is hosted. So all these things matter for the scanning purpose or getting the vulnerabilities checked. So till then, Nikto is scanning the website. I will show you guys the NVD website. So this is National Institute of Standards and Technology, National Vulnerability Database. So this is the US government repository of standards-based vulnerability management data that is represented using the Security Content Automation Protocol. And this data enables automation of vulnerability management, security measurement, and compliance. So what vulnerabilities you are finding here, you can go on and search on here on this website, as this is the basic foundation for all these tools. So guys, as it is taking more time, I will show you guys more features of Nikto till then. So we are in the new window, and till then it happens, we'll see more features. So what you can do is, you could write Nikto -help, and you can get all the commands that are used by Nikto. And after this, we have seen the basic syntax where you could just write Nikto -h and the IP or the host name. And if we know that the target website is an SSL site that you are targeting, so we can specify with the Nikto command I will show you guys what you can do. That is Nikto -h, and what you want to specify that could be IP or host name. So I will just write HTTP and what you want to specify, and after that you just write -SSL. So by adding SSL to the end of the command, the Nikto knows that the targeting website is an SSL site. So this was about the SSL website. And if you want to scan an IP address, first you need to do is ipconfig, and that too in Kali Linux, as the command is we have to install the dev name, and you could find the ifconfig. And you can also scan any HTTP website here, that is by using Nikto -h and then the website URL. And let's see, it's still doing. So till that, guys, I will tell you about the other tools, that is Nuclei. So Nuclei is also a fast tool that is used for vulnerability scanning, and that is based on simple YML command based templates, and it is used for security automation, and it is capable of scanning for a wide range of vulnerabilities across websites, networks, and CVEs. Nuclei GitHub, and you could see the repository here, and similarly you can install the Nuclei if you want to work with Nuclei, and you could get all the information in the readme section. So how it works and how you can run on your targets and how you can install it. So for installing, you would just go with this command, and how to use it, that's also same, that is Nuclei -h, and then you have to write the IP or the domain name. So if we talk about its key features, so it is customizable, it uses YAML templates to define scan rules, and the performance, it is designed for speed and efficiency, and it is versatile, that scan for various types of vulnerabilities. And similarly, we have another tool, that is Trivi Scanner, or just we will move to Trivi GitHub. So Trivi is a comprehensive security scanner for container images, file systems, and Kubernetes. It identifies vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and sensitive data. And if we talk about its key features, so it has container scanning that examines Docker images for known vulnerabilities, file system scanning, analyzes files and directories for security issues, and Kubernetes integration. It checks for security flows in Kubernetes cluster. For the installation purpose, you could just move to README section, and you will find all those details, how's the general usage. And both these Nuclei and Trivi are robust tools that offer unique capabilities for scanning across different environments and enhances the security of web applications, containers, and Kubernetes clusters. So these are all three tools. Like, there are many tools that you can use, and what we have done with this, we have done with Nikto, and you could see that he has completed the process of scanning. And what I've told you is this is the target IP, host name, port, and the start time. And you could see that for the server CloudFront, he has retrieved the header, and he has found some issues, that is uncommon header with contents, and he has found no CGI directories. And if you want to force check all possible directories, you can use -c command for that. So we won't be discussing these vulnerabilities. If you want, you can check them out on the NVD website. And he has checked 6,544 items and 0 errors, and 9 items reported on remote host. So he has reported them. So this is how we scan any website for vulnerabilities, and you should have the authority or the command or the consent for any website to check before that.
Hey everyone. It's no secret that the majority of our internet usage is at the risk of getting hacked, be it via unsafe messaging applications or misconfigured operating systems. To counteract this void of digital security, penetration testing has become the norm when it comes to vulnerability assessment. Parrot Security OS is an operating system that has become a well-known weapon in this fight against hackers. A Linux distribution more catered towards penetration testers specifically, Parrot Security has layers of features that we will be covering in today's lesson. Let's take a look at the topics for this video. We start by learning about what Parrot Security is and why it should be considered as a viable alternative next to Kali Linux for penetration testers. Next, we take a look at the minimum system requirements necessary to obtain optimum performance from an installation of Parrot Security. Moving on, we learn about some unique features that make Parrot stand out among the multiple ethical hacking operating systems available on the market. And finally, we look at the multiple ways that Parrot Security OS can be installed, be it on a single system or for portable media. So let's start out by learning what Parrot Security is. Parrot OS is a Debian-based Linux distribution with an emphasis on security, privacy, and development. It is built on Debian's testing branch and uses a custom hardened Linux kernel while being founded in 2013. Parrot Security contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. It has become a multi-platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. It features a distinct forensics mode that does not mount any of the system hard disks or partitions and has no influence on the host system, making it more stealthy than regular mode. This mode is used on the host system when there is a need for executing forensic procedures. In software development, a rolling release is a paradigm in which software upgrades are rolled out constantly rather than in batches of versions. This ensures that the software is constantly up to date. A rolling release distribution such as Parrot Security OS follows the same concept, providing the most recent Linux kernel and software versions as they become available on the market. With the basic introduction to the operating system out of the way, let us have a look at the bare minimum system requirements necessary to be able to run this operating system. First up, we got a CPU requirement which states that a 1 GHz dual-core CPU is the absolute minimum in order to use Parrot OS. While multiple core systems will provide more optimum performance, a small beginner has been included. A very distinct thing to be noted is that the operating system can be installed on all variants of chipsets, be it 32-bit, 64-bit, and the newly popular ARM portfolio of devices. Unlike Kali Linux, which requires some amount of graphical acceleration needed to display the operating system correctly, Parrot OS has no such requirements and can be used with the leanest of machines. Taking into account the RAM issue, a minimum of 256 MB to 512 MB free RAM provides the optimum usage scenarios. Even when the OS is installed on a hard drive storage media, it should theoretically occupy around 8 GB of information, which may extend up to 16 GB depending on the tools being installed out of the box. When it comes to booting options, we have the option of going with the legacy BIOS settings or with the more modern UEFI settings. These are just some of the requirements for the installation of Parrot Security OS. To understand this process more vividly and to learn how visualization can help install an OS in our existing computer, please follow the link to our Parrot Security installation video linked right above. Let's understand what some of the things that make Parrot Security unique among all the other penetration testing operating systems. Along with all the giant catalog of scripts, Parrot Security has its own custom hardened Linux kernel, which has been modified explicitly to provide as much security and resistance to hackers as possible as a first line of defense. The configurations in the operating system act as a second gateway, taking care of malicious requests and dropping them off. This is particularly beneficial since should there be a scenario where the latest Linux kernel is causing some particular issue, the Parrot OS development team will most likely iron it out first before passing it on as an update. If the custom hardened kernel wasn't reasoning enough, Parrot Security developers managed to install more hacking tools and scripts to ensure a smooth transition for the Kali Linux users. All the tools you found in Kali are present in Parrot OS and then a few extra ones for good measure. This has been achieved while keeping roughly the same size of the installation file between both operating systems. However, it's not all productivity points for Parrot OS. They provide a choice between two different desktop environments, the Mate desktop, which comes pre-installed by default, and KDE. For those unfamiliar with Linux terminology, you can think of desktop environments as the main UI for a Linux system. Being highly modular in nature, one can use Kali Linux or Parrot OS while adding another desktop environment which they find appealing. While Kali has only a single option, ParrotOS has managed to provide two optimized builds with Made Desktop and KDE Desktop ready-made on their website. One of the primary advantages of ParrotOS over Kali is that it's relatively lightweight. This implies that it takes significantly less disk space and computing power to function properly, with as little as 320 MB of RAM required. In reality, ParrotOS is also designed to operate successfully off a USB stick, but Kali Linux does not work well from a USB stick and is generally installed in a virtual machine. ParrotOS can be seen as more of a niche distribution if you're searching for something lighter than Kali Linux. There are multiple ways to go about with this installation. Many people prefer to install it directly onto a hard disk where the ParrotSecurity OS will overwrite whichever data the hard disk already has. Now this is beneficial if you want to preserve your data for the long term, but this might pose some trouble to people who do not have a spare hard disk or do not want to lose their current installation of Windows operating system. Another way to use ParrotSecurity is by using the live boot, but whatever changes you make to the live boot operating system, those changes are removed the moment we restart or shut down the system. A very good common ground between both these installations is virtualization. Using virtualization software like VMware or VirtualBox, we can install ParrotSecurity on our systems while simultaneously saving our data and having the convenience of a host machine such as a Windows operating system in case things go wrong. To start the installation, we first need to get an ISO file for the ParrotSecurity operating system. This can be found at the current website parrotsec.org. Once we enter the website, move into the download section and select the Get Security edition over here. ParrotSecurity OS has multiple desktop environments to choose from. These desktop environments serves as a different user interface for the user. For example, right now we have the Made Desktop and the KDE Desktop. As you can see from the screenshots, both of these look quite different while having a similar look and feel to them. For our example, let's go with the Made Desktop. We have two options. Either we can go with the direct download or we can get the torrent file. For this example, if we press on the download button and our download will start. I have already downloaded this file, but the ISO file provided over here will serve as an installation. It will have around 4.5 GB of space. It will be used to install this operating system in VMware. Once the file is downloaded, we can close this and open VMware Workstation. VMware can also be used as a player version or the workstation version. If you have much more familiarity with using VirtualBox for virtualization application, we can use that as well. Once the VMware is open, we click on File and select a new virtual machine. For the first time installation, we're going to go with the typical and recommended installation procedure instead of an advanced one. If you have already installed multiple virtual machine OSs, going with the advanced option will give you much more control over the hardware customization. But for now, we're going to stick with the typical option. Moving on, it will ask us for a source to where to install the operating system from. Since we're going to use a live ISO first, we're going to select the third option, which will be I will install the operating system later, and press next. As we already know, ParrotSecurity is a Debian derivative. So when selecting the guest operating system type, we're going to go with Linux. And in the selection, we're going to choose whichever the highest version of Debian is, along with a 64-bit OS. We're going to click on next. We're going to name our virtual machine, let's say ParrotSecurity OS. We're going to select the location where we want to save the virtual machine. This will have all the hard disks of the operating system installation. We're going to click on next. For the disk size, we're going to specify how much of the current memory are we going to allocate. This is the hard disk memory of the operating system installation. Whatever changes we make in the operating system, whatever applications we install on the virtual instance will all be stored in this amount of memory. While it is recommended to go with at least 15 GB of storage, you can go as high as possible, and we're going to select the recommended 20 GB as written. When given the choice of storing the virtual disk as a single or multiple files, many people want to keep their virtual instance in a way so that it helps them stay portable.
People change systems and sometimes they want to swap their instances between the work and their personal computer. If there is no portability in mind, storing the virtual disk as a single file gives the best performance and should be the recommended go-to when installing for the first time. We click on Next here, and it's going to give us a summary of the settings we have already settled till now. We're going to press on Finish, and there we go. We have our installation first step completed. Here on out, we're going to click on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. Here we're going to have a look at some of the requirements that the Parrot Security OS will need. It is known to be a memory lightweight operating system, but just to have the almost optimum performance, we're going to provide around 2 GB of RAM from our host system, which is a Windows 10 machine. When it comes to the processors, I'm going to increase it to 2 and the number of cores to 2 as well. So giving out a total 4 processor cores to the operating system. Now this depends on what are your computer rig and how much resources you can justify. So these need to be customized according to the system at hand. Hard disk size has already been set at 20 GB and the rest of them are pretty standard and we can go on. One thing that we need to make sure is selecting the CD/DVD IDE. Here we have to use our ISO image file over here. Previously it should be use physical drive and at auto detect. We're going to use a use ISO image file over here. We're going to click on browse. We're going to go to where we have downloaded the ISO file, which is over here, and select it. Press OK here. And we can now power on this virtual machine. At this point of time, there are two options. We can go with the try install option using the graphical user interface, or we can go using the terminal mode. To get a better user experience, we're going to go with the try install mode specifically. Press enter, and it's going to start the live boot ISO. Meanwhile, VMware has a prompt over here where it will try to install some VMware tools on it. While this is not mandatory, it is much more recommended to install these tools so that you can get some additional features like drag and drop with the host system and many more things. For now, we're going to close this prompt. As you can see, this is the live boot ISO of the Parrot Security operating system. Currently, it's running the Mate desktop as we have downloaded in the website. The live boot ISO is necessary to get a good feel of the operating system. There are many good Linux distros that have this live boot option so that you can give a try of the operating system before installing it permanently. Once you are into the live boot, we can start up with the installation using the shortcut. As you can see, install Parrot. I'm going to double click it. And this is a Calamares installer. Choose your language as American English and press next. You can select your time zone according to your location. And we can go next. At this point of time, you have to choose the correct keyboard. Now, what many people get confused is choosing their own language keyboard. What people must keep in mind is what keyboard the laptop provides. Most of the systems that come pre-built provide the English US keyboard. So whatever keyboard you choose, make sure to type here and test that all the buttons, including the superscript and the subscript buttons, are working correctly before moving forward with this step. Once you've settled on the keyboard that you need to install, you can go ahead. Here it will ask you to select storage device, and the only option you are going to get is the amount of hard disk storage you have given in the virtual machine settings. We have already provided 20 GB of storage. We're going to choose that, and we're going to erase this disk. Manual partitioning can be useful when you're going to install Parrot Security on an operating system or on a hard disk where it is already including a Windows OS. For now, we're going to select Erase Disk and press Next. We're going to give our full name. Let it be Simplilearn. You can give the name of the computer, and this is the username which we will use to log in. This is your root password that we are going to give over here. The root password of this Kali Linux will act as the administrative access, and it will be necessary while making changes to the system or installing and updating software. Enter the password and repeat it over here. You have the option to log in automatically without asking for the password, but for security purposes, it is recommended to keep this disabled. Click on Next. This is another summary of the installation that we are going to move forward with. Have a look that whatever changes we have made is according to your requirements, and once everything is checked, you can press on Install. Click on Install Now. And we're going to let it complete the work. As you can see, the installation of Parrot Security is now completed. We're going to make sure that we have the Restart Now button over here disabled. I'm going to click on Done. We're going to shut down this live boot ISO. We're going to click on Menu, turn off the device, and shut down. We're not restarting straight away because if you remember correctly, in the virtual machine instance settings, we had given it an ISO file. Please remove the live medium and press enter to continue. We can just press enter to continue. And it's going to shut down. Now, to move on, we're going to click on Edit Virtual Machine Settings. We're going to CD, DVD, and we're going to use physical drive now. We're going to remove it from the ISO image file because the installation has already been completed and we don't want to use the same ISO file again and again. By using physical drive over here, it's going to detect the 20 GB hard disk that we have already provided and installation is done on it. We're going to press OK. And we're going to power on this virtual machine for testing. Make sure you click S over here. This is the grub menu. At this we get different choices, for example, which NVIDIA drivers off or with some other advanced options. More often than not, we're going to choose the first option and press enter. If you remember clearly, we did not get the option of try install or a terminal run just like we did in the live boot ISO. Since this is running straight from the 20 GB hard drive storage, it's going to start the OS directly. Now at the login screen, you can see our username over here as we provided in the installation. We're going to enter our root password. And press enter. And this is our currently working desktop of the Parrot Security operating system. We can open the terminal over here. And we're going to try our root password and installation. To install any software, we're going to use the keyword sudo apt install and neofetch. We're going to use the root password that we used to log in. We're going to press Y for yes. This is just an additional step that we're doing to check that the installation is done correctly with the correct amount of hardware requirements that we had provided. Now that we have installed neofetch, we can write the command neofetch, and this is going to give us some information about our installation. You can see the OS name as Parrot OS 4.11. It's running on a VMware host. It's the kernel versions and some of the other information like the number of packages installed, the current shell version, resolution of the VMware instance that we are running, the desktop environment which is made as we had downloaded once, and some other things. You can see the memory is supposed to be 1951 megabytes, which is supposed to equal around 2 GB of RAM usage that we had provided. Kali Linux and Parrot OS are two popular penetration testing distributions. While these operating systems each have unique offerings, the overall choice can differ between personnel thanks to the various tools and hardware specifications. Today we will look at both these distributions and settle on the perfect choice for each type of user. Let's go through the agenda for this video. We will learn about Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS from scratch while understanding their primary selling points as a Linux distribution catered towards penetration testers. Next, we know about some features of these operating systems that stand out of their package. Finally, we directly compare Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS, thereby making a clear-cut conclusion on which OS is perfect on a per-requirement basis. So let's start by learning about Kali Linux from a ground level. Kali Linux, which is formerly known as Backtrack Linux, is an open source Linux distribution aimed at advanced penetration testing and security auditing. It contains several hundred tools targeted towards various information security tasks such as penetration testing, security research, computer forensics, and reverse engineering. Kali Linux is a multi-platform solution, accessible and freely available to information security professionals and hobbyists. Among all the Linux distributions, Kali Linux takes its roots from the Debian operating system. Debian has been a highly dependable and a stable distribution for many years, providing a similarly strong foundation to the Kali Linux desktop. While the operating system can practically modify every single part of our installation, the networking components of Kali Linux come disabled by default. This is done to prevent any external factors from affecting the installation procedure, which may pose a risk in critical environments. Apart from boosting security, it allows a more profound element of security control to the most enthusiastic of users. Now, let's take a look at Parrot Security operating system. Parrot Security OS is a Debian-based Linux distribution with an emphasis on security, privacy, and development. It is built on the Debian's testing branch and uses a custom hardened Linux kernel. Parrot Security contains several hundred tools targeted towards tasks such as penetration testing, computer forensics, reverse engineering, and security research. It is seen as a generally lightweight distribution that can work under rigorous hardware and software specifications. It features a distinct forensics mode that does not mount any of the system's hard disks or partitions and has no influence on the host system, making it much more stealthy than its regular occurrence. This mode is used on the host system to execute forensic procedures. A rolling release is a paradigm in which software upgrades are rolled out constantly rather than in batches of versions in software development. This ensures that the software is constantly up to date. A rolling release distribution such as Parrot Security OS follows the same concept. It provides the most recent Linux kernel and software versions as soon as they become available. With the basic introduction to the operating systems out of the way, let us take a look at the unique features of both Kali Linux and Parrot Security OS. The latest version of Kali Linux comes with more than 600 penetration tools pre-installed. After reviewing every tool included in Backtrack, developers have eliminated a significant number of tools that either simply did not work or duplicated other tools that provided the same and similar functionality. The Kali Linux team comprises a small group of individuals who are the only ones trusted to commit packages and interact with the repositories, all of which is done using multiple secure protocols. Restricting access of critical code bases to external assets dramatically reduces the risk of source contamination, which can cause Kali Linux users worldwide a great deal of damage as a direct victim of cybercrime. Although penetration tools tend to be written in English, the developers have ensured that Kali includes proper multilingual support, allowing more users to operate in the native language and locate the tools they need for their job. The more comfortable a user feels with the intricacies of the operating system, the easier it is to maintain a strong hold over the configuration and the device in general. Since ARM-based single-board systems like the Raspberry Pi are becoming more prevalent and inexpensive, the development team knew that Kali's ARM support would need to be as robust as they could manage with fully working installations. Kali Linux is available on a wide range of ARM devices and has ARM repositories integrated with the mainline distribution, so the tools for ARM are updated in conjunction with the rest of the distribution. Let's take a look at some of the features of Parrot Security operating system now. Along with a giant catalog of scripts, Parrot Security OS has its own hardened Linux kernel modified explicitly to provide as much security and resistance to hackers as possible in the first line of defense. The configurations in the operating system act as the second gateway, taking care of malicious requests and dropping them off. This is particularly beneficial since should there be a scenario where the latest Linux kernel is causing some particular issue, the Parrot OS development team will most likely iron it out first before passing it on as an update. If the custom hardened kernel wasn't reason enough, Parrot Security developers managed to install more hacking tools and scripts to ensure a smooth transition for the Kali Linux users. All the tools you find in Kali are present in Parrot OS and a few extra ones for good measure. And this has been achieved while keeping roughly the same operating system size between both of them. However, it's not all productivity points for Parrot OS. They provide a choice between two different desktop environments, Mate, which comes pre-installed by default, and KDE. For those unfamiliar with Linux terminology, you can think of desktop environments as the main UI for a distribution. Being highly modular in nature, one can use Parrot Security OS while adding another desktop environment that they find appealing. While Kali Linux has only a single option, Parrot Security has provided two optimized builds with Mate Desktop and KDE Desktop. One of the primary advantages of Parrot OS over Kali Linux is that it's relatively lightweight. This implies that it takes significantly less disk space and computing power to function correctly, with as little as 320 MB of RAM required. In reality, Parrot OS is designed to operate successfully off a USB stick, but Kali Linux does not work well from a USB drive and is generally installed in a virtual machine. Parrot OS is more of a niche distribution if you're searching for something lighter than Kali Linux. Features are great, but what about performance? Real-world metrics. Let us compare both these operating systems directly with respect to their hardware specifications and usability. In the end, we can decide on what distribution is fit for each type of user. For our first point of comparison, let's take a look at the RAM required. For optimum performance of the operating system, which is highly essential when trying to crack hashes or something of similar nature, RAM usage is a very important facet. While Kali Linux demands at least 1 GB of RAM, Parrot Security can operate optimally with a minimum of 320 MB of RAM. For correctly displaying graphical elements, Kali Linux requires GPU-based acceleration, while this is not the case with Parrot Security OS, which doesn't require any graphical acceleration needed from the user side. Once these operating systems are installed on VMware using their live boot ISOs, they take up a minimum amount of hard disk storage. Both of these operating systems have a recommended disk storage of minimum of 20 GB in Kali Linux and a minimum of 15 GB in Parrot Security, so they can install all the tools necessary in the ISO file. When it comes to the category and the selection of tools, Kali Linux has always been the first in securing every single tool available for hackers in the penetration testing industry. Parrot Security, on the other hand, has managed to take it up a notch. While specializing in wireless pen testing, Parrot Security makes it a point that all the tools that Kali Linux provides has been included in the ISO, while simultaneously adding some extra tools that many users will have to install from third-party sources in Kali Linux. Being a decade-old penetration testing distribution, Kali Linux has formed up a very big community with strong support signature. Parasecurity, on the other hand, is still growing, and it is garnering much more interest among veteran penetration testers and ethical hackers. A primary drawback of Kali Linux is the extensive hardware requirement. To perform optimally, it requires higher memory than Parasecurity. It also needs graphical acceleration while demanding more virtual hard disk storage. Parasecurity, on the other hand, was initially designed to run off a USB drive directly, thereby requiring very minimal requirements from a hardware perspective, like just 320 MB of RAM and no graphical acceleration needed. This means Parasecurity is much more feasible for people who are not able to devote massive resources to either their virtual machine or on their laptop hard disk directly. With the comparison done between both of these operating systems, let's take a look at the type of users both of these are catered to. One can go with Kali Linux if they want the extensive community support offered by its users, if they want to go with a trusted development team that have been working on this distribution since many years, if they have a powerful system which can run Kali Linux optimally without having to bottleneck performance, and if they are comfortable with a semi-professional environment which may or may not be very useful for new beginners. One can decide to go with Parasecurity if they want to go with a very lightweight and lean distribution that can run pretty much on all systems. It also has a lot of tools pre-installed, and some of them are not even present on Kali Linux. It is much more suitable for underpowered rigs where users do not have a lot of hardware resources to provide to the operating system, and thereby it is much more feasible for people with underpowered laptops or no graphical acceleration. Compared to Kali Linux, Parasecurity's desktop environment is also relatively easier to use for new beginners. For people who are just getting into ethical hacking, Parasecurity does a relatively better job of introducing them to the operating system and to the various tools without having to dump them into the entire intricacies. With ethical hacking and penetration testing becoming mainstream in corporate environments, trained personnel and relevant equipment are in high demand. The right software framework can be the tipping point in a hacking campaign which deals with intricate hardware. One such tool that has become a mainstay for decades is Nmap. When it comes to scanning machines for open ports and services, Nmap has always been the first choice for hackers. Being lightweight and open source, Nmap has strong community backing and receives regular updates. Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today. We start by learning about the different phases in ethical hacking and where Nmap is most valuable to ethical hackers. We learn the basics of Nmap and its purpose during a penetration testing campaign. Next, we take a look at the top-level approach of Nmap as a scanning tool and how it conducts these scans on host machines. Moving on, we cover the multiple modes and types of scans that can be performed using Nmap on unsuspecting users. We also look at some alternatives that users can prefer if Nmap is not something they are comfortable with, while a live demonstration of the powers of Nmap will help in shedding light on the topics being taught today. Let us first understand where and why Nmap is essential. There are essentially 5 phases in ethical hacking. The reconnaissance phase is the first phase of the penetration test. Here, the security researcher collects information about the target. It can be done actively or passively or both. It helps security firms gather information about the target system, network components, active machines, etc. This activity can be performed by using the information publicly available and by using different tools. The scanning phase is more tool-oriented rather than being performed manually. The tester runs one or more scanner tools to gather more information about the target. By using various scanners such as war dialers, port scanners, network mappers, and vulnerability scanners, the penetration tester collects as many vulnerabilities which help in turn to attack a target in a more sophisticated manner. In the gaining access phase, the penetration tester tries to establish a connection with the target and exploit the vulnerabilities found in the previous phase. The exploitation may be a buffer overflow attack, denial of service attack, session hijacking, and many more. Basically, the penetration tester extracts information and sensitive data from the servers by gaining access with different tools. In the maintaining access phase, the penetration tester tries to create a backdoor for himself. It helps him to identify hidden vulnerabilities in the system while allowing him to come back to the system to retrieve more data further on. In the clearing tracks phase, the tester tries to remove all logs and footprints which might help the administrator identify his presence. This helps the tester to think like a hacker and perform corrective actions to mitigate those activities. Nmap is most beneficial in the early stages of ethical hacking, where a hacker must figure the possible entry point to a system. It is necessary to know this before running the necessary exploits, thus allowing the hackers to leverage any insecure openings and breach the device. So the reconnaissance and the scanning phase are the points where Nmap finds the most use. Let us now understand what Nmap is from a layman's perspective. Nmap, which stands for Network Mapper, is a free and open source utility for network discovery and security auditing. Many systems and network administrators also find it useful for tasks such as network inventory, managing service upgrade schedules, and monitoring host and service uptime. The program is most commonly used via a command line interface and is available for many different operating systems such as Linux, FreeBSD, and Gentoo. It is most beneficial in the early stages of ethical hacking, where a hacker must figure the possible entry point to a system before running the necessary exploits. Nmap was developed for enterprise-scale networks and can scan through thousands of connected devices. However, in recent years, Nmap is being increasingly used by smaller companies as well. Nmap uses raw IP packets in novel ways to determine what hosts are available on the network, what services these hosts are offering, what operating systems they are running, what type of packet filters and firewalls are in use, and dozens of other characteristics. It was designed to rapidly scan large networks, but works fine against single hosts as well. The rise of the IoT, in particular, now means that networks used by these companies have become more complex and therefore harder to secure. Since every application that connects to a network needs to do so via a port, the wrong port or server configuration can open a can of worms that leads to a thorough breach of the system. The recent emergence of IoT botnets like Mirai has also stimulated interest in Nmap, not least because of its ability to interrogate devices connected via the UPnP protocol, but also to highlight any devices that may be malicious. Now that we understand what Nmap is, let us take a look at the workflow of how an ethical hacker uses this tool in penetration testing. At a practical level, Nmap is used to provide detailed, real-time information on your networks and on the devices connected to them. We have the hacker running Nmap on his system, with a victim machine running a standard installation of the operating system, be it Windows, Mac OS, or Linux. The Nmap interface will send specially crafted packets to generate some reply from the victim machine. The victim machine in return will send some information back to the Nmap host, with replying some of the services and hosts that are being run on the computers. Nmap allows the network admins to find which devices are running, discover some open ports and other services. This in turn helps discover the vulnerabilities and the possible entry points for hackers to breach into. We are now aware of how Nmap works on a basic level, but there are many varieties of scans that users can run on local machines. Let's take a look at some of them. The ping sweep is a simple type of Nmap scan where it pings to all the available IP addresses to check which IPs respond to ICMP protocol. If the users need to know only the number of IP addresses and not many details, the ping sweep is very useful. It's fast and hence the results to be known are fetched very easily. The SYN scan is the most useful type of Nmap scan, which does work very quietly. It sends an SYN packet via the TCP protocol or the transfer control protocol to all the intended ports. If an acknowledgement pack is received to the system, it is sure that a port is opened there. No response means that the port is either closed or not available. Here the acknowledgement pack is not sent back to the system, assuming that the connection is not valid. The scan is not shown in most of the scan logs, and hence it is safe to use SYN scan to identify the open ports. The TCP Connect scan is similar to SYN scan in many aspects, as it uses the TCP layer to send packets and is passed to all the ports. Here, the difference is that the full connection is done by sending the acknowledgement packets back. The logs can easily find the TCP scan and need more power from the machines to do the work. but it is more accurate. If all the accesses related to the OS are available to the user, it is better to do a TCP scan than an SIN scan, as all the low-level and high-level accesses are required for the scan. The network is also loaded more, and hence users must be careful about overloading the system and the networks. The idle scan is really used to check whether any malicious attacks are planned on any particular network. Users need not control the external host, but an IP address and a port should be given to the same. All other requirements are taken from the scanner itself. The RPC scans or remote procedure calls are done by hackers to make the system vulnerable to virus attacks. It is thus necessary to know whether our systems answer such calls and make our system open to malware. RPC scan is done to check this by finding the ports open with certain commands being run by RPC. The Windows scan is a simple scan where the application scans the acknowledgement packets received from the ports once the SYN packets are sent. If there are any abnormalities in the ACK packets received, the scan reports the same and helps in recognizing which ports are functioning in a different manner. The bound scan is used to check the security in the file transfer protocol layer. FTP layers mostly do not accept any packets, and once it is rejected from the FTP layers, there are chances that it might be sent to an internal layer so that it can access the internal machines. Bound scan checks this loophole by doing exactly the same process and identifies whether our FTP layer is open to vulnerability or not. The FIN scan is similar to SYN scan, where the system that sends the packets receives the response back, and it will mostly be a TCP FIN packet. If the system sends an RST packet, it is a false alarm and users need not be worried about the same. The null scan is useful for other systems than Windows, where the systems can easily identify what kind of packets they have received and respond back with either TCP packets or null responses. Null scans are not useful for Windows, as they may not always produce the desired results. When it comes to looking at alternatives, there is a wide range of free network monitoring utilities as well as free open source vulnerability scanners available to network administrators and security auditors. What makes Nmap stand out as the tool IT and network security managers need to know is its flexibility and power. There are some alternatives to Nmap, but most of them are focused on providing specific niche functionality that the average system administrator does need frequently. MassScan, for instance, is much faster than Nmap, but provides less detail. In reality, however, Nmap provides all the functionality and speed that the average user requires, especially when used along with other similar tools like Netcat, which can be used to manage and control network traffic, and ZenMap, which provides a graphical user interface for Nmap. But as an all-rounder solution to network scanning, nobody can go wrong with Nmap as their tool of choice. Let's now take a tour of Nmap based on all the things we have covered today. In this live demonstration, we start by learning of how to install Nmap on a fresh operating system that doesn't come pre-installed with the tool. We also cover the different types of scans that can be run on local machines, along with checking multiple inferences an EthicalHacker can gather based on the scan output of an Nmap screen. Finally, we run scans on vulnerable machines to get an idea of how to proceed with the outputs we gather using this tool.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
The first step in our demonstration is installing Nmap. Now it depends heavily on what Linux distribution you're going to use to perform ethical hacking. Right now I am using Parrot Security operating system. If you're not aware of what Parrot Security is or even what Kali Linux is, we highly suggest that you check out the videos of those two operating systems on our YouTube channel so that you can get a fair idea of what they serve. Now, if you are using any of these two operating systems, Nmap should come pre-installed by default. To check if Nmap is pre-installed or not, you can just press on Applications over here, go to the Pen Testing section, go to this Information Gathering tab, and you should be able to see Nmap right here. Now let's say you do not have Nmap pre-installed. Maybe you're using a Linux distribution like Ubuntu or Linux Mint or something that is based on Debian operating systems. One thing you have to make sure that Nmap should be in the distribution repository. Once you check that, or even if you do not know if it is present, you can just this command. It should be sudo, which is to give root permissions for installation, apt. APT is the package manager of all Linux distributions that are based on Debian. That goes for Debian Stable, Ubuntu, Linux Mint, Kali Linux, Parrot Security, and anything of that nature. APT is the package manager which handles the installation and removal of applications in these specific operating systems. Once you're here, just write install and nmap. Press enter and it's going to ask you for the root password that you set when you install the operating system in the first place. Enter your root password and press enter again. As you can see, it's saying that nmap is already installed the newest version since I'm running Parrot Security operating system. Now, should you be running this operating system or even Kali Linux, you should receive a similar message and the installation is already done. If you are using some other distribution, let's say even BlackArch, Arch Linux or Manjaro, anything like that, the installation steps will be slightly different. This sudo apt install nmap command is for distributions that are derived from Debian and Ubuntu. If you want to install in Arch Linux based distributions, you have to use their package manager, which is known as PAMAC. But that is for a different step. And if you want to get into ethical hacking, the best way to start is by learning either Kali Linux or Parrot Security. Now that the installation is done, we're going to learn how to use nmap. One of the most basic functions of nmap is to identify active hosts on the network. We can do this by using a ping scan. The ping scan identifies all of the IP addresses that are currently online without sending any packets to these hosts. Now to run the ping scan, we're going to write nmap. The flag we're going to mention over here is SP. Now these flags are the different traits of the nmap scan. Depending on what flag we use, we can send different kinds of requests to the host that we are scanning. Now, before moving forward with this, let me open another terminal over here and check the IP address. We're going to write the command ifconfig and find the subnet in which this system is present. As you can see, the IP address is 192.168.72.131. Now this operating system is being run on a virtual machine software known as VMware. The VMware in itself is running on a Windows 10 operating system. Considering they are now a part of the local network, this IP address is of Parrot Security, and the Windows operating system, which is the host system in my scenario, will fall in this particular subnet. So to run our scan, we're going to target 192.168.72.1/24. This command then returns a list of hosts on your network and the total number of assigned IP addresses. This is going to be a capital P. Yeah. If you spot any hosts or IP addresses on that list that you cannot account for, you can then run further commands to investigate them further. As of right now, you can see the machine that is the Parrot Security. This IP address can be detected in the subnet. The 192.168.72.1 is my local Windows machine that is running VMware software and ultimately this virtual machine. The 72.2 is the DHCP server that hosts the internet connection of the Parrot Security. This we can ignore for now. Now, the Windows machine that we have over here, let's run some tests on that. We're going to clear our terminal and we can close this actually. When scanning hosts, nmap commands can use server names, IPv4 addresses, or IPv6 addresses. A basic nmap command will produce information about the given host. To run a basic port scan, we can just use nmap along with the IP. Now, as we remember, the IP is 192.168.72.1. This is the IP of my local Windows 10 machine. As you can see, it shows the ports that are open and the particular servers that these ports are running. Now, you can also have a detection of the operating system. Now, mind you, this is not 100% correct, and the reliability depends on the installation and what kind of fingerprinting measures are available. Now, since this does TCP/IP fingerprinting, it needs some extra permissions. The flag that we are going to use is nmap -o along with the same IP address. Like I said, since this does TCP/IP fingerprinting, it requires root privileges. Now, to provide root privileges, we're just going to add the nmap and sudo keyword. Going to repeat the same command that we wrote above. As you can see, it has successfully detected that I am running Microsoft Windows 10 with this MAC address. It has also shown the correct build number of the Windows 10 system that I am using. This is useful for troubleshooting, scanning for few vulnerabilities, or even locating some services that need to be updated. Now, to get the necessary information about these services, for example, what versions they are using, we have a command known as SV, which stands for service version. We use the same IP address and press enter. Now, as you can see, the scan is complete, and if you can check the results of the scan above here, we don't see any version number for the services. Here, we can actually check what version they are running. Now, this becomes helpful when we are trying to find specific versions to exploit. For example, if VMware Workstation 16.1.2 had some particular vulnerability, we can exploit it by checking this command. Apart from the host scanning, port scanning is one of the most basic utilities. There are a few ways that this command can be customized as well. For example, I have already checked that the 443 command is open, but I have found out after running this lengthy scan. Let's say I only want to check if the port 443 is open. Nmap. I'm going to use the flag of -p, which stands for port, and give 443 as an argument here, using the same IP address. And you can see it says it's open, but we already knew it is open. Let's say there was something else. If let's say we're going to scan if the Apache web server port is open, which usually runs on 80. Obviously, since I'm not running an Apache web server, it says it's closed. Now we can combine these two commands by running both ports simultaneously. To do that, we can just put a comma and complete the rest similarly. As expected, 80 is closed and 443 is open. Another feature of Nmap for port scanning is showing of ranges. Now, ranges can be beneficial when you're trying to see up to a certain limit. For example, nmap -p, we're going to check what ports are open between 100 to, let's say, 2000. This acts as a range. Everything else is the same. And it checks all ports in the range of 100 to 2000. Whatever ports is open in between that range, it can be mentioned over here. We're going to clear the screen now. Another flag that can be used with nmap is the ss command. This runs a stealth scan, which is a little harder to detect if you're the IT admin of the system that is being scanned. The results will more or less be the same, although this will need elevated root privileges. 2.1. As you can see, this is more or less similar to a port scan. It just adds an extra MAC address as well for good measure. But like I said, it's more about the stealth. The normal scans usually are easier to detect when the logs are being checked. Stealth scans are relatively tougher to check. On much more intricate systems, this takes longer as well. Now that we're done with port scanning, let's look at a vulnerable machine. The system that you're scanning right now is my own personal system, with everything is pretty locked down as much as it can be. There is an attack box running in the cloud, the IP address of which is over here. Now, to be able to get into this network, we need to connect to their personal network using a VPN. So what I'm going to do is switch to a different workspace over here. I'm going to open a terminal, and if you can see over here, there is a hacktest.ovpn file. I'm going to connect to their VPN network using this OVPN file. And once we get the initialization sequence completed message, we know that the connection has been established. Like we discussed, this is the vulnerable device IP. We're going to copy this and we're going to try to ping this. Let's open a new terminal. We're going to try to ping this and check if we are able to reach this machine. And as you can see, we're getting a reply back, which means we are now part of the local network where the vulnerable machine is present. Let's run a service scan map with the respective versions. We ran the similar scan on my local machine, where we were able to detect what version each service was running. What we're going to do over here is by checking what kind of services are open on the machine running on the cloud, we're going to decide what we are going to do next, and we're going to see if Nmap alone can point us to a direction where we can gain access to the machine. As you can see, the scan is now completed, and we have some of the ports that are being opened over here and what kind of service they are running. Now, like we discussed, this is the first stage, or sometimes even the second stage, of ethical hacking. What we can infer from here is what are the services that are being run. Now, these two ports, 139 and 445, are actually Windows SMB server ports, which are above the Windows Samba server. Now, every service has a particular port attached to it that will be consistent whichever machine you may use. Apache server will always run on port 80. SMB servers will function on these two ports. Now, SMB servers have had a vulnerability known as the Eternal Blue exploit, which was pretty well known. As of right now, from the scan results, we are not able to detect if this machine has the similar vulnerability or not. But since it has the SMB server open, it's worth a shot that we try that exploit on this machine. Now, to start the exploit on this, we're going to open another terminal over here, and we're going to use Metasploit for trying the exploit there. We're going to write sudo msf console. Msf console is the keyword for launching the Metasploit console. Enter the root password and wait for Metasploit to launch. Other than the ports, we can also see that it has checked the host name of the system and the operating system as well. Now that the Metasploit is open, we're going to launch the exploit. Now before launching, we're going to have to check what exploits are there for the Eternal Blue vulnerability. We're going to use exploit blue, and we're going to check what kind of results we are getting over here. As you can see, serial number 9, exploit Windows SMB MS17010 Eternal Blue. It was first disclosed in 2017 and SMB remote kernel pool corruption. Let's say we're going to use this particular exploit. Now all of this may be confusing if you're not aware of Metasploit, but remember, this is the next stage of ethical hacking, which comes into the gaining access part. We're going to use exploit number 9, as we found above, to use exploit number 9. We're going to set a payload which is our malicious code that will run on the victim machine. Now we're going to check some options. As you can see, it has by default pointed it to the 445 port, since that is the port where SMB server can be accessed from. The parameter that's missing over here is rhost. The rhost is the IP address of the vulnerable machine, basically the machine in which we want to attack. Now I'm going to use the set command to set the IP address. Now if we check, we now have a victim IP address set. Another parameter that we can change is the lhost. This is basically the IP address of our own system where we are going to gain access. Now if you remember, we had connected using a VPN. So we're going to be assigned a new IP according to the VPN. So if we write ifconfig and check this one, TUN0 is the VPN adapter. This is our IP address that we have been assigned in the server, in the network where the vulnerable machine is present. So we're going to copy this IP address. We're going to move over this workspace, and we're going to set lhost with that IP address. With that, our options are set. Now we're going to run exploit, and it's going to check if Samba server vulnerability is present. As you can see, it has written that the target is vulnerable to this particular exploit. It's going to send the malicious code, and the malicious code is set in the payload that we sent above. And we now have the shell command of the Windows machine. As you can see, C Windows System 32. To be sure that this is in fact this Windows machine that is being used, we're going to write ipconfig, which is a Windows only shell command. As you can see, this is the IP address that was assigned to the victim machine. Now, while the major part of this process was done on Metasploit, we would not have reached this stage had we not found out that the 139 and 445 ports are open, which basically pointed us that we can try the Eternal Blue exploit of the Windows Samba servers. Similarly, all the scans that we run serve as a preface to the actual stages or the actual hacking stages of the campaigns. This SV command was necessary because we could check what are the exact services that are being running. In some cases, if an Apache server is being run, there are particular versions which have particular exploits. Those exploits will not work on other versions. So we're going to have to check what particular version is being run and accordingly apply the exploit. That can be done in the Metasploit, or you can run some other tool. But what exact exploit we have to run and which vulnerability we have to target, that is where Nmap comes to help. With the world moving towards the next generation of computer hardware, the software side of things still has a lot left to be discovered. With the majority of laptops coming with Windows pre-installed, many users are devoid of the Linux operating system experience, which is more resource-friendly than the mainstream operating systems. It can be attributed to the difficulty people used to face when installing a new operating system like Linux in the old days. However, a lot of these issues are fixed nowadays thanks to the big names like Debian and Ubuntu, who have been instrumental in making Linux-based operating systems as user-friendly as possible. But which one of them is better for you? Let's take a look at the topics to be covered today as we answer this question for you. We start by learning about the operating systems from a layman's perspective and uncovering the basic offerings of both entities. Next, we cover the unique features of both Ubuntu and Debian and how they stack up against each other and other industry counterparts. Moving on, we take a look at some pointers before installing each of these operating systems and the respective download links. Finally, we compare the contrasting features of both Ubuntu and Debian and infer the kind of users each OS caters to. So let's start by learning about Ubuntu and Debian in general. Ubuntu is an open source, free Linux distribution. It is an operating system for cloud computing in accordance with support with OpenStack. Ubuntu is developed by the Canonical community and it is freely available. Also, Canonical Limited is responsible for the funding of Ubuntu. Basically, Ubuntu is released every 6 months. Free support is available for 9 months after every release, and long-term support, which are the LTS, is released every 2 years. The first release of Ubuntu was in October 2004. You must have heard about Ubuntu no matter what. It is the most popular Linux distribution overall, not just limited to servers, but also the most popular choice for Linux desktops. It's easy to use, offers a good experience, and comes pre-installed with essential tools to get a head start. Of course, Ubuntu managed to simplify the Linux experience years back, and that is the reason why it is still so popular even with several impressive Linux distributions available right now. Every new release is more polished and comes loaded with new features and improvements. Thanks to its huge user base, a number of software vendors have made their applications compatible with Ubuntu. While the catalog may not be as extensive as Windows, the options are still well curated. More importantly, the advantage of Linux-based operating systems is the ability to use free and open source alternatives to major proprietary software. While lacking some polish and overall feature set, most alternatives are enough to get the job done for majority of the users. The never-ending community support also helps in troubleshooting should things go wrong at any point in time. The default desktop environment in Ubuntu is GNOME or a Unity. The Unity is a modern desktop environment with a powerful search tool for finding all your applications and documents with its base setup as GNOME. It integrates well with common applications such as audio players, video players, and social media. There are a few other desktop environments for Ubuntu as well, with Unity as its flagship environment. Debian, on the other hand, is a free operating system for your computer which started in 1996 and is maintained by global contributors. If the operating system, a set of basic programs and utilities that make your computer run, its core is the kernel. The kernel is the most fundamental program on the computer. Debian uses the Linux kernel, a completely free piece of software which was started by Linus Torvalds and supported by thousands of programmers worldwide. A large part of the basic tools that fill out the operating system come from the GNU project, and those tools are free as well. Debian is the mother of Linux distributions. Beginners always wonder why this not so good looking distro is so popular inside the Linux developers community, especially when there are a lot of modern distributions that are easy to use and have beautiful UI. Later on, they found out the power of Debian after using a bunch of distributions from other developers. You will be surprised to know that almost all other popular consumer level distros are based on Debian, even Ubuntu. It is so stable and feature rich that the developers find it easy to build their distros based on Debian rather than building it from scratch. Debian is run and maintained on its GitHub repository thanks to contributions from developers worldwide. The major decisions are taken up on the repository issues tab, leading to community-wide feedback and a holistic approach to open source development of the Debian operating system. Thanks to this variety of personnel, the source code of Debian comprises around 70 different programming and scripting languages. Debian supports all kinds of graphical environments, ranging from full-featured desktop environments to lighter alternatives and even minimalist window managers. Ubuntu ships with Unity Desktop by default, but the package manager can install the GNOME environment if needed, while also including Cinnamon, LXDE, XFCE, KDE, and Mate. On the other hand, Debian gives you the choice of choosing which desktop environment you want from the get-go by providing ISO files for each desktop environment individually. Now that we understand where both these operating systems stand, let us take a look at some of the best features offered by each of these distributions. Ubuntu is the closest thing to a household name among desktop Linux distributions. It is a great distribution to start with, and it's even a great distribution to keep using after you're more experienced if you're happy with it. It is user-friendly in a lot of ways. It provides a simple desktop, has an easy installer, and provides a checkbox during the installation process that will automatically install Flash plugins and various codecs that you will need for multimedia support. There's an additional drivers tool that will detect closed source or proprietary drivers that might be necessary to get all your hardware working and easily install them for you. Ubuntu is produced by Canonical and their friends. It is run as an open project to enable others with diverse ideas to benefit from all the work the developers do to deliver the world's best open platform. Still, Canonical is responsible for delivering 6 monthly milestone releases and regular LTS releases for enterprise production use. Enterprises can count on Canonical to support, secure, and manage Ubuntu infrastructure and devices. With more than 500 employees in over 39 countries, the company underpins the critical infrastructure for thousands of businesses and millions of Ubuntu users around the world. Unity Desktop was originally developed by Canonical and introduced earlier for netbook computers with Ubuntu 10.10. Then it went on to be the default desktop environment for Ubuntu. Eventually, it has been dropped by Canonical and replaced by GNOME. However, it has made a comeback after Ubuntu 18.04. While being completely stable, the HUD and global menu hold up just fine with major applications such as LibreOffice, Thunderbird, and other web browsers. That means that the Unity desktop works as it is supposed to while making you more productive. While some desktop environments have a steep learning curve, Unity is very intuitive for new users in spite of deviating from the traditional start menu format that the Windows users are generally accustomed to. The Calamares installer is a framework. By design, it is very customizable in order to satisfy a wide variety of needs and use cases. Calamares aims to be easy, usable, beautiful, pragmatic, and more importantly, distribution agnostic. Calamares includes an advanced partitioning feature as well, with support for both manual and automated partitioning operations. It is the first installer with an automated replace partition option, which makes it easy to reuse a partition over and over for distribution testing. Coming to Debian, it is a community distribution through and through. It's governed by a board of elected developers. It has its own internal structure and laws, and just about everyone working on it is a volunteer, making it completely community driven. It is maintained and developed by programmers and developers all around the world. This form of development ensures continuity. If one of the developers decides to stop working on the project, another developer might come in and take place and keep the project going on. It is completely free of centralized control, and this is also one of the reasons for an undecided stable release cycle. Debian SID is the permanently unstable development version of Debian. It is where the latest versions of programs are being considered for inclusion in the Debian release cycle are uploaded and tested. Because it has no official install media and the few netboot images that are built often don't work, even people who are willing to risk using a development version may have trouble installing it. However, it still remains the best place to test new features that have not yet made their way onto the stable branch. Debian has only free and open source software in its repositories. This is mostly ample for our users. Except for users who use hardware that only has proprietary drivers, these repositories work well in most cases. It is possible to add other repos as well that have proprietary software if that is the requirement. Debian's standard version is very stable as software and libraries in it go through rigorous testing. This stability makes Debian a perfect server OS, and it's also the same reason why average users shy away from using Debian as their primary OS on desktop. This is also one of the reasons why many developers use Debian as a base for their derivative, one of which is also Ubuntu. Now that we are aware of each distribution's unique features, let's take a look at how we can go ahead and install these operating systems and where we can get their downloadable images. When it comes to Ubuntu, Ubuntu has dropped the support for 32-bit systems. Currently, it supports only 64-bit devices and ARM devices. Installation is easy with the Calamares framework coming into ISO pre-default, and the latest ISO can be downloaded from the link being shown on the screen right now. In the case of Debian, the support for multiple range of devices is still present. That can also include 32-bit systems and other smaller devices which are not modern. Even though it does not use the Calamares installer, even downloading the ISO file can be a bit hectic for newer users. Considering this is a distribution aimed at developers and intermediate users, Finding the right link can be difficult, because of which we have mentioned the link on the screen below where you can get the latest ISO depending on which desktop environment you choose to go with. With the installation out of the way, let's take a direct comparison of the features between both Ubuntu and Debian. Debian is a community-driven open source Linux distribution and is primarily aimed to be robust, capable, and most importantly free. On the other hand, Ubuntu is also free and open source like Debian, but it's backed up and developed by a Canonical, which is a corporate company. Debian and Ubuntu are both fundamentally fast regarding performance. As Debian comes bare minimum and is not bundled or pre-packed with additional software and features, it makes it super fast and lightweight, at least when compared with Ubuntu directly. Both Ubuntu and Debian use the same APT software packaging management system, but provide a different software repository. Debian is more like promoting freedom of choosing free software. Thus, it does not include any proprietary software by default. You can always install the paid versions, but you have to enable it manually. Ubuntu focuses on usability, including all the software, including free, paid, open source, closed source, etc. Ubuntu also introduced a universal package management system called Snap. It will be used across distros and thus prevent more distro-based software fragmentations. As the Debian distro does not contain any proprietary blobs, there might be some problems with drivers and firmware. That means Debian lacks some of the essential proprietary firmware by default, but the users can enable the repository and install it manually like other paid software. On the other hand, Ubuntu does not care how much, whether it's paid, free, open source, or clone source, so it includes as many drivers and firmware as possible. Ubuntu also lets you install and configure the necessary drivers and firmware automatically during installation or afterward. If you are a gamer, then you will probably be concerned with the latest software, drivers, and hardware support. While Debian can potentially provide that, it is likely that you might end up breaking your installation. As mentioned before, Ubuntu supports certain proprietary packages as well, which often consist of graphic drivers, which are essential to gaming. Debian focuses on the open source aspect of the software. Hence, it can be a well-known fact that with gamers, Ubuntu and some other distributions like Pop! OS have been working much better regarding both software and hardware support. Regarding the audience they cater to, both Ubuntu and Debian have their pros and cons. Ubuntu is a very good distribution for amateur users with little to no experience, and if they want to have the latest versions of packages and applications at all times on their systems. It is also for users who do not want a lot of customizability in spite of Unity being a very customizable desktop environment. It is also perfect for users with newer hardware since it comes updated with all the latest graphical devices and their respective drivers. Debian, on the other hand, is catered towards a little bit of experienced users who can fix some minor bugs on their own or with minimal community support. It also is for users who want to support an open source approach rather than an operating system which is devoid of any contribution from other end and is primarily backed by a corporation. It also doesn't favor gaming since it does not guarantee compatibility with all the newest graphic cards or even Wi-Fi cards in some cases. However, due to the low memory overhead, Debian is very useful for people who are looking to run home servers or even corporate environments where running servers on Debian will provide much more use. Data protection is of paramount importance in today's world. The vast amount of data flow between corporations and consumer needs to be secured, considering that they are entrusted with a lot of belief. A company can spend millions of dollars on the most secure servers, but it takes a single hacker to ruin all the goodwill between the organizations. To prevent these malicious attacks, many automated security systems have been developed, but none of them have been as used as IDS platforms, which are also known as intrusion detection systems. Welcome to this introductory lesson on intrusion detection systems. So let's go through the topics that we are going to cover today. We start with a basic definition of IDS from a layman's perspective. Then moving on, we cover the multiple types of intruders that seek to access confidential information without any authorization. Next, we cover the basic ways to detect intrusion signatures from the perspective of a network administrator. We then take a look at the different types of IDS systems that can be used in corporate environments today. A small explanation of the two types of protection is then followed by an introduction to some of the most well-known IDS tools on the market. So let's get started with what is an IDS. An intrusion detection system is an app or device that monitors inbound and outward network traffic, continuously analyzing for activity changes and patterns, and alerts an administrator when it detects unusual behavior. An administrator then reviews alarms and take action to remove the threat. For example, an IDS might inspect the data carried by network traffic to see if it contains known malware or other malicious content. If it detects this type of threat, it sends an alert to your security team so they can investigate and remediate it. Once your team receives the alert, they must act quickly to prevent an attack from taking over the system. To ensure that the IDS doesn't slow down network performance, the solutions often use a switched port analyzer or a text access port to analyze a copy of the inline data traffic so that they do not meddle with the actual traffic. However, they do not block threat once they enter the network, as intrusion prevention systems do. Regardless of whether you set up a physical device or an IDS program, the system can recognize attack patterns with network packets, monitor user behavior, identify abnormal network activity, and ensure user and system activity do not go against security policies. The main goal of an IDS is to detect the anomalies before the hackers complete their objective. Once the system detects a threat, the IT team is informed and the information is passed on. Given the requirement for understanding context, an enterprise has to be ready to make any IDS fit its own unique needs, expert advised. What this means is that an IDS cannot be a one-size-fits-all configuration to operate accurately and effectively. And this requires a savvy IDS analyst to tailor the IDS for the interests and needs of a given site. And knowledgeable trained system analysts are scarce. The trick with IDS is that you have to know what the attack is to be able to identify it. The IDS has always had the patient zero problem. You have to have found someone who got sick and died before you can identify it. It can usually go for two types of protection, active protection and passive. In a passive system, the IDS detects a potential security breach, logs the information, and signals an alert. In a reactive system or an active system, the IDS responds to the suspicious activity by logging off a user or by reprogramming the firewall to block network traffic from the suspected malicious source. So now that we understand what an IDS is, let us go through the different types of intruders IDS platforms must be aware of. To understand this type of intruders, let us go through a scenario. We have the servers, which are protected by the IDS platforms in place. So let's say a hacker tries to breach the system from outside the organization. This can be done using multiple attacks like DDoS attacks, injection attacks, etc. The category of individuals that are not authorized to use the system but still exploit users' privacy and confidential information using different techniques are known as masqueraders. A masquerader is an intruder that is an outsider who does not have direct access to the system and aims to attack unethically by stealing data or information. However, there is another intruder who is theoretically harder to detect and uproot than a masquerader. These are the people within the organization who want to weaken the security defenses, be it for corporate espionage or to aid other masqueraders. The category of individuals that are authorized to use the system but misuse the granted access and privilege. These are individuals that take undue advantage of the permissions and give access to them, and this category of intruders are known as misfeasor. Misfeasors are people that are insiders and have direct access to the system, which they aim to attack unethically by stealing data or information. Let us now go through some of the ways the IDS platforms can detect intrusion before it is too late. Intrusion detection systems primarily use two key methods. One is signature-based intrusion and the anomaly-based intrusion. Signature-based intrusion detection is designed to detect possible threats by comparing the given network traffic and log data to existing attack patterns. These patterns are called sequences and could include byte sequence, which is also known as malicious instruction sequences. Signature-based detection enables you to accurately detect and identify possible known attacks. Anomaly-based intrusion detection is the opposite. It's designed to pinpoint unknown attacks, such as new malware, and adapt to them on the fly using machine learning. Machine learning techniques enable an intrusion detection system to create baselines of trustworthy activity, which is known as a trust model, then compare new behaviors to verified trust models. False alarms can occur when using an anomaly-based IDS, since previously unknown yet legitimate network traffic could be falsely identified as malicious activity. Now, if you combine both of those, you have the hybrid intrusion detection. They use signature-based and anomaly-based intrusion detection to increase the scope of your IDS. This enables you to identify as many threats as possible. A comprehensive intrusion detection system can understand the evasion techniques cybercriminals use to trick an IDS to thinking there isn't an attack taking place. These techniques could include fragmentation, low bandwidth attack, pattern change evasion, and many more. We can now take a look at the type of protection offered by IDS platforms. There are a couple of ways that can be set up, so let's go through each method. The first is a network-based IDS. The sensors are deployed at strategic points within the network, such as within the DMZ or at the network's perimeter. The sensor can monitor individual packets of inbound and outbound traffic to and from all devices on the network. It analyzes them for malicious activity, and depending on the network architecture and amount of traffic involved, multiple instances of network-based IDS may be necessary. The second category is host-based intrusion detection systems, or HIDS. An agent runs on all servers, endpoints, and devices in the network that have access to both the internet and the internal network. Intrusions are identified by analyzing operating-specific activities like the modification of the file system, registry, or access control lists, and by monitoring system application logs as well. They augment network-based IDS systems by detecting anomalous traffic which originate within the organization or from the host that is being monitored. For example, a host infected with malware that is attempting to spread it to other internal hosts is an issue that a network-based IDS could potentially fail to detect. The third variant is a cloud-based intrusion detection system. Because of the internet-facing nature of the cloud, on-premises IDS solutions are not necessarily optimized for monitoring. For example, network-based sensors need to be deployed within the cloud at an environment's network perimeter, and yet a cloud service provider may or may not have a way to facilitate this. Cloud-based servers use purpose-built cloud sensors that use cloud service provider application programming interface, or cloud service provider APIs, to get as much visibility as possible into your cloud environment. Now that we understand the different types of IDS deployment tactics, let us go through some tools that excel in this field, offering top-of-the-line implementations in a corporate and consumer environment. The first tool being covered is the SolarWinds Security Event Manager. The SolarWinds Security Event Manager is designed to integrate real-time log data from across your infrastructure, enabling it to act both as a network-based IDS system and a host-based IDS system. The solution can let you discover all kinds of malicious attacks and help you protect your network from harm. It is also designed to enact both signature-based and anomaly-based intrusion detection by comparing sequences of network traffic against a set of customizable rules. Next, we have the McAfee LifeSafe. McAfee LifeSafe is an intrusion detection system designed to bring real-time threat awareness to your physical and virtual networks. It uses signature-based intrusion prevention and anomaly-based intrusion detection, along with emulation techniques to spot and identify malicious activity. McAfee is also built to correlate threat activity with application usage, which can further prevent network issues stemming from cyber attacks. Next, we have Blumera. Blumera is a security information and event management platform built to enact threat detection and responses across your cloud and on-premises environments. It is designed to continuously monitor your IT infrastructure for suspicious activity and misconfigurations, both of which could result in data leaks and compliance breaches. It enables you to respond to an attack in progress and stop malicious actors in their tracks.
Monitoring usage of corporate data and access to privileged information had been a daunting task before the advent of IAM. Encompassing numerous APIs, single sign-on frameworks, and data handling policies, IAM has established itself as a key component of every IT department. But how does it enforce these rules, and who are the key benefactors of these policies? What about the advantages of these frameworks and the workflow of these systems? We are here today to answer these questions. Let's take a look at some of the topics to be covered today. We start by learning about IAM, that is Identity and Access Management, from a surface level so as to put a clear idea of what it is. Next,
We cover the general workflow and process of how IAM works. Moving on, we cover some of the tools that find their place in an IAM framework and are crucial components. Finally, we go through some of the advantages of the IAM, learning what makes them a lucrative deal for organizations. So let's get started by learning about IAM from a surface level perspective. Identity and Access Management, or IAM, is a set of processes, policies, and tools for defining and managing the roles and access privileges of individual network entities to a variety of cloud and on-premise applications. The users can include customers, partners, employees, devices like computers, smartphones, routers, etc. The core objective of IAM systems is one digital identity per individual or item. Once the digital identity has been established, it must be maintained, modified, and monitored throughout each user's or device's access lifecycle. Access and user are two vital IAM concepts. Access refers to the actions permitted to be done by a user, like view, create, or change a file. Users could be employees, partners, suppliers, contractors, or even customers. Furthermore, employees can be further segmented based on their roles. IAM systems are designed to perform three key tasks: identify, authenticate, and authorize, meaning that only the right person should have access to computers, hardware, software apps, any IT resources, etc. For the entry of new users or the changing of the roles of existing users, the list of access privileges must be up to date all the time. IAM functions usually fall under IT departments or sections that handle cybersecurity and data management. Now that we understand the importance of IAM in today's cybersecurity sphere, let us understand the process of this framework. We have multiple components that aid this process. Let's start by going through each of them individually. Principal is an entity that can perform actions on an AWS resource or any cloud management system. A user, a role, or an application can be a principal. It's always the principal who raises a concern to access or modify data on servers, serving as the first point of contact in the IAM workflow. Authentication is the process of confirming the identity of the principal trying to access the product. The principal must provide his credentials or required keys for authentication. This step can be further enhanced by multiple authentication factors and geologs, among other things. Once the identity is confirmed, the principal has the ability to view the data behind the wall of security and take the necessary steps. When it comes to requests, a principal then sends a request to the cloud management system specifying the action and which resource should perform it. In this step, the user can ask to modify, delete, edit, or affect other users in this particular bucket of organization by changing the data or the information. When it comes to authorization, it carries out the rest of an organization identity and access management processes once the user has been authenticated. Users are granted authorizations according to their role at an organization. The practice is referred to as Role-Based Access Control, or RBAC. Authorizations determine a role's resources and level of access in the network. These items may include systems, applications, file shares, printers, and more. For example, an accounting department employee who regularly works with payroll software must be authorized to do such. If authentication resembles a passport, these are the things your digital identity can access with it. While authentication is fully straightforward, authorizations and their management are far more challenging. Authorizations consist of a complex set of rules and policies and groups which are permitted explicitly configured per user account. With the working of IAM frameworks out of the way, let's cover some of the tools that these systems work on. SSO is an IAM tool that enables a user to log into one an organization's properties and automatically be logged into a designed set of other properties. For example, when you log into Google, you're automatically logged into your Gmail and your YouTube accounts. Similarly, for users, single sign-on reduces friction since they don't have to keep track of different credentials for every application. For organizations, SSO helps in collecting valuable insights about user behavior and preferences since it tracks them as they move from one application to another connected by one single login. Next is multi-factor authentication, or MFA. Implementing multi-factor authentication is crucial to protect your organization's data from malicious intrusions, and virtually every IAM platform offers some form of MFA. However, it's equally crucial to customize MFA with the appropriate level of security. For example, in business-to-consumer scenarios, you need to consider UX and try not to create unnecessary friction for users who don't want to be subjected to heightened scrutiny every time they log in. For workforce IAM, you may want a more stringent MFA, since the consequences of an unauthorized party gaining access to your private network can be so devastating. A modern IAM solution will allow you to implement MFA only when it's needed. This can be accomplished through setup authentication or adaptive authentication, in which users only trigger MFA if they're trying to access sensitive data or their behavior is flagged as risky. In the past few years, identity has become the preferred gateway for hackers to break into systems. Brute force attacks, credential stuffing attacks, and even highly targeted phishing campaigns are all attempts by hackers to break in through a company's front door, which is the login box. There are multiple ways IAM systems can help detect and mitigate these malicious attacks. IAM solutions detect attacks by monitoring signals such as the velocity of traffic, detection of login patterns that differ from a user's routine, use of a breached password, use of devices and IP addresses with a poor reputation, among other things. These are some of the most widely used tools when it comes to IAM frameworks. But why do we go through setting up so many tools and firewalls? Let's go through some of the advantages of using IAM systems in both corporate and consumer environments. IAM solution helps identify and mitigate security risks. You can use IAM to identify policy violations or remove inappropriate access privileges without having to search through multiple distributed systems. You can also leverage IAM to ensure that security measures are in place to meet regulatory and auditing requirements. IAM provides a common platform for access and identity management information. You can apply the same security policies across all the operating systems and devices used by the organization. The IAM framework can help you enforce policies related to user authentication, privileges, and validation, and attend to the privilege creep problems. IAM simplifies sign-up and user management processes for application owners, end users, and system administrators. It makes it simple to provide and manage access and promotes user satisfaction. IAM services can also lower operating costs. Using federated identity services means you no longer need local identities for external users. This makes application administration easier. Cloud-based IAM services can reduce the need to buy and maintain on-premise infrastructure.
In this video, we are going to learn about the fundamental rules that allow devices to communicate seamlessly across a network. But instead of just listening to technical definition, we will also going to explain everything using a fun and relatable analogy. So guys, if you want to learn more about networking protocols, watch this video till the end. Now before we move on, just a quick info guys. Simplilearn has got Cybersecurity Experts Master Program. You can become Cybersecurity Expert with the Certified Ethical CompTIA Security Plus and CISSP exams. Here, in this course, you are going to be preparing for CEH, CompTIA and CISSP certifications with the latest curriculum. You are going to gain access to CEH V3 and integrated hands-on lab and certified ethical hacker exam vouchers. So guys, hurry up now and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. Imagine a city so technologically advanced where every building, vehicle, devices communicates seamlessly through a vast interconnected network. And the backbone of that city is the network protocols, which are set of predefined rules ensuring that all the devices, regardless of their make or operating system, can exchange data smoothly and securely. In this tutorial, we will explore the world of networking protocol, categorize them based on their functionality, and also dive deep into how they operate within the OSI model. So moving ahead, first, let us understand what is actually a protocol. So guys, protocol is a set of rules and standards that define how data is transmitted and received between devices in a network. It acts as a common language that enables computers, servers, and other devices to communicate effectively, regardless of their differences in hardware or software architecture. For example, let us say, imagine you are making a phone call, okay, to a friend all over here, as you can see in this diagram. And you say hello to initiate the communication. Your friend responds by confirming that they can hear you. You speak in a language both of you can understand. You take turns in listening and speaking. When the conversation is over, you say goodbye and end the call. This is the structured way of communicating following a set of unwritten rules, a real-world example of a protocols. But if I talk about protocols in networking, they define how data is packaged, transmitted, received, and interpreted. They ensure that data is sent in a correct format, the receiving device understands and processes the data correctly, errors are detected and corrected if needed, security measures are in place to protect data from unauthorized access. Now, let us move ahead and understand about what are different types of networking protocols available. Now we are going to study about types of networking protocols. So network protocols can be broadly divided into three major categories. The first one is communication protocols. Here, these protocols ensure there is a seamless data exchange between devices. If I talk about security, then these protocols ensure that there is a secure communication against cyber threats. And finally, if I talk about management protocols, they monitor and optimize network performance. To understand these better, let us explore each one of them one by one. So if I talk about communication protocol, so this protocol governs data transmission and defines structure, format, and method for exchanging messages between devices. So we have this HTTP protocol or hypertext transfer protocol. So this is a backbone of the internet and it facilitates the web exchange between a server and a browser. So this is one kind of a protocol. Then you have a TCP protocol, which is a transmission control protocol. So it is a connection-oriented protocol where protocol is ensured that the data packets are delivered accurately and they are in order. Then we have the Internet Protocol or IP protocol. These protocols addresses the system of internet, routes a packet across the given network. Then we have the UDP. So this is User Datagram Protocol. So it is a fast and connectionless protocol. And then you also have this File Transfer Protocol, which enables file sharing between servers using separate connections for controlling and data transfer. And finally, you could also see an ICMP, which is not mentioned in this diagram, so which is basically Internet Control Message Protocol. This protocol acts as a diagnostic tool, helping detect network errors and connectivity issues. So let us take an example and try to understand the communication protocol. Now, imagine you are sending a parcel from one city to the another, or you can also consider sending from one country to the another. Now, let us understand how these protocols are going to work. So if I talk about TCP IP that we have discussed earlier, you can consider it as a courier service. You choose a reliable courier company that ensures your package is delivered intact and it is in order. So the courier service, which is reliable, that is TCP IP protocol working all over here in this scenario. Now, if I talk about UDP or User Datagram Protocol, you can consider this as a public announcer. So instead of a courier, you broadcast a message over the city's public announcement system that everyone hears it. But there's no guarantee also that anyone will respond. Then you could understand FTP protocol as a parcel delivery system. So you use a secure delivery truck to send bulk packages from one place to the another. And if I talk about ICMP, so this is kind of a traffic reporter. This protocol is working like that. So this protocol service monitors traffic and alerts courier if certain routes are blocked. So in this way, these communication protocols are working. These communication protocols also ensure that fast, structured, and reliable delivery of data is happening in the digital network, just like cities' postal and transport system. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the security protocols. So if I talk about the network security protocols, so these security protocols protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, cyber attacks, and data breaches. Now if I talk about SFTP, which is not mentioned here, so you can consider it as a secure version of FTP, so which basically ensures the secure file transfer. So here it encrypts a file transfer using the public key encryption for authentication. Then you have the HTTPS, which is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This is a secure version of HTTP which encrypts data between browsers and the servers. Then you have the SSL also, which is a secure socket layer. and it ensures that all the encrypted communication is happening over the internet, preventing any eavesdropping or any data theft. Now, as you can see also here, we have the SMTP protocol, which is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. It's also a communication protocol. So it is ensuring that it sends email over the internet, and also it ensures that emails are properly formatted, routed, and delivered to the recipient's email server. This protocol works in very simple steps. Like first of all, when you send an email, SMTP performs these steps. First is compose the email. Okay, so you type email in your email client like Gmail or Outlook. Then it connects to a SMTP server when you hit send. So your email client communicates with an SMTP server. Then the routing happens in the email where SMTP server checks the recipient's domain name and contacts their email server. And then the email is being delivered. So the recipient's email server receives a message and stores it for retrieval. So these were one of the scenario. And you could consider the same analogy for SMTP as a postal system also. Now, suppose you write a letter all over here and you put it up in envelope. Okay, you drop it up at the post office, which is basically the SMTP server, where it's checked and it is sorted, and the postal system finds the recipient's address, mail server, and also the recipient can pick up and read the letter. Okay, so there are protocols like IMAP which are used to retrieve the emails. So SMTP only sends emails, not retrieves them. Okay, retrieval is done by IMAP protocol or POP3. So this was one of the example. Now let us discuss about SSH protocol. So SSH means it is a secure shell network protocol, which is basically used to securely access and control remote computers over an encrypted connection. It is widely used for securing remote logging and file transfers. Now, how does SSH works? So it initiates the connection. A user enters a command in the terminal, such as you can say SSH user remote server. Then the authentication happens where the user provides a password or uses an SSH key for authentication. Once it is authenticated, the user gains secure access to the remote server, and then the commands starts executing. The user can run commands, transfer files, or manage the system remotely. Imagine like a bank vault. Okay, so you can think SSH of a secure key card entry system for a high security vault. Okay, or in the banking, in the banks basically, where you will be needing credentials, password, or key card. Once inside, all the communications are private and encrypted. Okay, you can check records, retrieve documents, or make updates very much securely. And when done, you can log out and exit the vault safely. So you can think of SSH providing a secure way to access and manage remote computers, just like a bank vault system, which prevents the unauthorized entry. Now let us move ahead and discuss about our third and final protocol, which is basically the network management protocols. Network management refers to the process of monitoring, configuring, and maintaining the network devices to ensure a seamless communication is happening and preventing failures. It involves fault detection, performance optimization, and security enforcement. Now, the key network management protocols include like SNAP, which is Simple Network Management Protocol. So this protocol, as you can see all over here, this is basically used to monitor and manage network devices such as routers, switches, or servers. How this protocol works, guys? So, for example, devices have an SNMP agent that collects data, for example, the CPU usage or bandwidth. And the SNMP manager queries the agent to monitor network's health. If an issue occurs, then SNMP sends alerts called traps. So this is how it works. So for example, you can consider in a large office, SNMP alerts IT admins if a router is overloaded, something like this. Then we have the DHCP protocol, very famous protocol. So it stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. It automatically assigns IP addresses to devices in a network. So suppose when a new device connects, so it requests an IP address from the DHCP server, and the DHCP server assigns the available IP, preventing conflicts. This could be example in a Wi-Fi enabled office. Okay, so employee don't need to manually configure IPs. Here DHCP assigns them dynamically. Then we have the ICMP protocol, which is Internet Control Message Protocol. This protocol is basically used for error reporting and network diagnostics. Here, ICMP actually sends a control messages like ping requests to test the connectivity. So if a network path is down, then ICMP informs the sender. For example, if a website isn't loading, then a technician runs ping www.com or any given domain to check if the server is reachable or not. Then we have the border gateway protocol. So this is kind of a routing protocol which determines the best path for internet traffic. Internet routers use BGP to exchange routing information mostly, and it finds most efficient route to send the data packets. For example, like in a fiber optic cable under the ocean, if it fails, then BGP reroutes the traffic via another path. Okay, so you can consider this example as how it is being used. Now we'll have a look on POP3. So POP3 means Post Office Protocol version 3. Basically, this protocol is one of the protocol that we have discussed earlier, that it retrieves email from the remote server. So when the user opens their email clients, POP3 downloads the messages to their devices. Emails are deleted from the server after retrieval. So for example, you can consider using an Outlook to download emails from Gmail server. Okay, so there it is used. Now, these protocols are very much important because they ensure network reliability by identifying issues before they cause any failure, optimize the performance by managing the bandwidth and traffic, and automate an IP allocation. And also, it ensures the security. So you could see this is as an example of a network security protocol, how it's working. So suppose this is your office. Now the data packets are being sent. So here you have the IP header, then IP payload. So IPsec is a security protocol. So here the IPsec header is added and a secure payload is added. And the same is, data is being transferred. This packet is to the laptop and it is routed via router IPsec, okay, with IPsec protocol all over here to the branch office. So this is how, you can consider architecture where, the network security communication is happening. Now, this is an example of a network monitoring protocol where there are endpoints, okay, and these you could see you are sending the data about health and performance, and it aggregates data from multiple endpoints. The network monitoring tools are present which converts raw data into usable metrics, and then the following data is given to the network administrators. Also, it generates alerts and reports. So this is how the network monitoring protocols are working in this alignment. So we've discussed about these protocols, and this was a certain diagrammatic explanation. So I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding these protocols. Okay. So now let us briefly understand the 7 layers of the OSI model. Okay. Now this is OSI stands for Open System Interconnection Model. So there are 7 layers in this model, okay, and along with there are protocols also mentioned and the components associated with each layer. So let us break down these layers. So first of all, we have the physical layer, okay. The purpose of this layer is to define the physical structure of the network, such as cables, switches, and wireless transmission. Here, the function is that of this layer is that it converts data into electrical signals like radio or optic signals for transformation. It also manages bit rate control and transmission media. Now, this is all about the physical layer. Then you have the data link layer, or you could say the error detection layer. This layer basically manages the direct node-to-node data transfer and error detection. The function of this layer is that it ensures that the data is correctly framed before transmission. It detects and corrects errors in transmission, and it basically uses MAC address for device identification. Examples of this layer could be considered as Ethernet or PPP, point-to-point protocol, switches, bridges. All these come into this layer. The third one, we have the network protocol or the routing layer. So this layer determines the best path for data to travel between different networks. It assigns logical IP addresses, routes data using protocols. It manages network congestion and fragmentation. The examples of this protocol could be IP protocol, ICMP, IPsec, IGMP, okay, Internet Group Management Protocols. Just like navigation systems, that determine the best route for a vehicles to reach destination, similarly, this layer is working like that. Then we have the transport layer, which basically is like the delivery layer. It ensures complete and reliable data transmission. This layer divides data into smaller segments and ensures proper reassembly. It provides error detection and correction. It uses TCP for reliable transmission and UDP for faster connectionless communications. Examples could be, the TCP protocol or UDP protocol. So you can consider it like a couriers, that ensure that packages are delivered safely and in the correct order. So after this, the data is moved to the session layer, which is like the connection layer. It establishes, maintains, and terminates the communication sessions. It helps in managing sessions between applications. It handles authentication and any reconnections if needed. So for example, we have the API sockets all over here in this layer. So just like customer service representatives who handle call and ensure smooth communication between businesses, this layer is working like that. Then we have the presentation layer, which ensures that data is formatted properly for the application layer. It translates data formats like converts images, compresses file, encrypts and decrypts data for security. Then we have example of presentation layer like SSL, Secure Socket Layer, SSH, IMAP protocol, FTP. So you can consider these as a language translators who convert a message into a format that the recipient can understand. And finally, we have the application layer, which has a purpose of providing network services directly to the users. It manages data exchange between applications and the network. It enables browsing, email, and file transfer. So example of this layer include HTTP protocol, FTP, IRC, SSH, DNS. Okay, so you can consider something like this as these are the customer-facing employee in a company who directly interact with the users.
Hey everyone, today we will explore the world of cybersecurity with Hacker GPT, a specialized version of ChatGPT designed for ethical hacking and cybersecurity. In a digital landscape where cyber attacks occur every 39 seconds, causing billions in damages annually, Hacker GPT provides the essential tools and knowledge to defend against these threats. So Hacker GPT offers guidance on a wide range of topics including security practices, ethical hacking techniques, and scripting for system security. Cybercrime damages are expected to reach $6 trillion annually, making it a major challenge for organizations. And if we talk about some of the breaches, so in 2020, over 36 billion records were exposed due to data breaches. And the infamous Equifax breach of 2017, where 147 million people's information was compromised, highlights the importance of regular security assessments and vulnerability management. These are the areas where Hacker GPT excels. And Hacker GPT strictly adheres to ethical guidelines, refusing to assist with any unethical or illegal queries. So our commitment is to provide guidance that adheres to legal and professional standards, helping you become a responsible cybersecurity professional. So guys, let's get started with Hacker GPT that equip you with the knowledge and skills to defend against cyber threats ethically and effectively.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
And just a quick info for you guys, if you are an aspiring cybersecurity professional looking for online training and certification from prestigious universities and in collaboration with leading experts to enhance your credibility, then search no more. Simplilearn's postgraduate program in cybersecurity from MIUT University in collaboration with EC Council should be your right choice. For more details, you can use the link in the description box and pinned comment. So let's get started. So guys, this is ChatGPT and this is the paid version of ChatGPT 4.0. And what I was telling you is, this is the Explore GPT section. So here you can find all the GPTs that are created by ChatGPT, OpenAI, or the individuals, or you can find the companies who have created GPTs. So you can find these are the recently used, and this is the most used Hacker GPT. You can find other GPTs also, that is Hacker GPT, and you could see that, and they have been used by 5,000 plus users, and this have been used by 10,000 plus users. So you can just search for EthicalHacker GPT here, and it has been rated 4.5 stars, 10,000 plus conversations, And these are the conversation starters if you need any assistance. And the capabilities you can see here, and the ratings given by users and more by the creator who has created this. So we'll start with this. We'll start the chat here, and I want to tell you guys that ChatGPT doesn't answer non-ethical questions. So if you try to extract that information from ChatGPT, that won't be possible. But we can do a bit, like we can cross a bit line with EthicalHacker GPT, but that should be used for ethical purposes only. So I will show you guys how you can utilize this GPT. And one more thing, guys, if you want to create your own GPT, you can also create that also. You can go to Explore GPT section, and here's the create option. Click on create, and here you can start creating your GPT. If you click on configure, you can write the name of your GPT, description, instructions, and the conversation starters as you just saw with the Hacker GPT, EthicalHacker GPT, and the capabilities what you want to be enabled. You can do that. And here in the create section, you could write the prompts here, and it will take that information and use it for more purposes. And here you could attach more files that could help create your GPT. Okay guys, so here you could see the configuration and the preview of your GPT, and you can finalize that. So moving back, we'll get back to EthicalHacker GPT and start with our conversation with him. So starting with, the first thing we can do is we can ask him like, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? So if I tell you guys, performing a basic security assessment on a web application is crucial for identifying vulnerabilities and ensuring the application is secure. And this process involves using various tools and techniques to test the application for common security issues. So you could ask him that, how can I perform a basic security assessment on a web application? And just wait for a few seconds, and you could have the response from EthicalHacker GPT. So you could see that performing a basic security assessment on a web application involves several key steps. And these are the key steps. Number one is preparation and information gathering. And how you can do that? These are the steps: identify the scope, gather information. Then is the second step, that is reconnaissance. And you can use the tools Burpsuit, Nikto, and others. Similarly, you could see all the steps here. So I won't be guiding, or I won't be reading what responses are generated by EthicalHacker GPT. I have used that, and he provides very accurate, like I would say around 95 to 96% accurate results. Here I want to show you guys how you can utilize it. So I will show you prompts and what things you can ask him. So this was all about, repeat. So this was about the general security thing. Now we'll move to ethical hacking, and we can ask him how we can perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment. So these are the prompts that you can write. That would be, how do I perform a SQL injection attack, and that too ethically. If you write this, that would be good on a test environment. And if I tell you guys, so SQL injection is one of the most common web application vulnerabilities, and understanding how to perform a SQL injection attack ethically on a test environment can help you identify and mitigate this risk in your own applications. And you could see he has responded, and he has provided you the steps that you can set up a controlled test environment first thing, then preparation, and you could use these tools. Then you have the manual SQL injection testing. So these are the methods that you could use, that is or 1 equal to 1 for the database, and automated SQL injection testing. So this is the command for that, and you could verify vulnerability, documentation, reporting. So you could see that this GPT is capable of answering the basic questions, as we have discussed the basics question till now. Now we'll move to scripting and automation. So here you could see how he respond to this. So we'll ask him, can you provide a Python script to scan open ports on a network? So let's see what he provides. Provide a Python script, and that too to scan ports on a network. So scanning open ports on a network is a fundamental step in identifying potential vulnerabilities, and a Python script that can automate this process, making it easier to regularly check for open ports and secure them. So this is the Python script. You can use any ID and run on that, and you could see that he's explaining the code also. Yeah, you can ask him like, can you explain the code line by line, and this hacker GPT will do that for you. And how to run the script, that also he has provided you. And similarly, we can also ask him that how we can write a bash script to monitor and log unauthorized login attempts. And if you want, I can also run this prompt. How do I write a bash script, and that too to monitor and log unauthorized access, unauthorized login attempts. So we can monitor and log unauthorized login attempts, and that would be essential for maintaining the security of your system. So as you can see, he has written a bash script, and that can help you automate this process, and this will provide real-time alerts and logs for further analysis. And you could see that he's providing the explanation and how you can run the script, and he's writing the note also. Like, you can write more prompts if you have any doubts in any of the script or any of the responses that Hacker GPT has responded, and he will definitely provide you with good responses. So now moving on, now we'll ask this EthicalHacker GPT about some specific security tools, and we could ask him about burp suit. And so let's write a prompt. Can you explain how to configure and use burp suit? Or we can write for web application testing. So if I sum you up, so burp suit is a powerful tool for web application security testing, and understanding how to configure and use it effectively can help you identify and address a wide range of security vulnerabilities in your applications. So you could see he has provided the initial steps, that would be downloading and installing burp suit, configuring your browser to use burp suit as a proxy, and then intercept and inspect traffic. And then you can use it for testing purpose, logging and reporting, and tips for effective testing. So this is the response for the security tools. And if we talk about incident response, we can ask him to write a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So collecting system logs is a critical part of incident response and forensic analysis. And this script can automate processes that can ensure that you have all the necessary data to investigate security incidents effectively. So if I write here, we can ask this Hacker GPT, and I'm sure he will provide the response for that and write the script. So can you provide a script to collect system logs for forensic analysis? So as I told you, this is the critical part of incident response, and we have covered about the tools, that is burp suit. We have asked him about the automation process, general cybersecurity question, ethical hacking, that would be SQL injection attack, and the Python script to scan open ports on a network. So he can write scripts also, automation tasks, and he could respond with the general cybersecurity questions also. And if you see here, for the incident response, he has written the script to collect system logs for forensic analysis. So I won't be explaining this code, as we're just looking for the prompts that we can give to EthicalHacker GPT. If you want, you could just ask him also that explain this code line by line. And here he has mentioned also the explanation, that is directories and files to collect. And after that, he is collecting the logs, and that will be copied in the directory, that is, he has mentioned it, a variable, that is output directory. Archiving logs, cleanup, and how to run the script. So this was about the incident response. Now we'll move to some advanced topics. And in advanced topics, what we can ask him is how to perform a man-in-the-middle attack in a controlled environment. And remember these, that you have to mention some of the keywords that would be in a controlled environment, and for that thing only he will respond or provide the response to you. So I will start here, that how do I perform a man in the middle attack in a controlled environment. So if you understand man in the middle attack that works in a controlled environment, this can help you develop better defenses against such attacks. And it's important to learn and practice these techniques ethically. So you can see here that he is providing the prerequisites and the step-by-step guide how you can conduct a man in the middle attack. So first is set up the control environment, then install necessary tools, enable IP forwarding, perform ARP spoofing, and then capture and analyze traffic, clean up and restore the network, and conclusion. So you could just follow up with more prompts, that I want more information about setting up the control environment. Just write this prompt and this EthicalHacker GPT will provide more responses to you. So he will provide you how you can set up the control environment. So now moving on, we will ask some more prompts, and that could be about the reverse engineering. So we could ask him that, can you explain the processes of reverse engineering a malware sample? Or we can also ask about honeypot to detect malicious activity. That could be, how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? Or what are the techniques for securing a Docker container? So we'll ask him one prompt here. Let's see what he responds to that. So how can I implement a honeypot to detect malicious activity? So you could see that he has started responding to that. And if I tell you the sum, so a honeypot is a security mechanism set to detect, deflect, or in mechanism to some manner, and it counteract attempts at unauthorized use of information systems. Implementing a honeypot can help you monitor and understand attack patterns. And this is the step-by-step guide to implement a honeypot. You can choose the type of honeypot, prepare your environment, install and configure the honeypot software, and these are all the commands how you can configure it. Then you can monitor and analyze the honeypot and regular maintenance and updates. And this is the simple honeypot using honeyd. You could install that and run these commands. So with that, guys, and in the last we will also cover cybersecurity policies and compliance. So he could also answer to those prompts also, that you can ask him that what should be included in a company's cybersecurity policy, and you could mention which type of company you are running. So I will ask him that, so you could ask him that what should be included in a edtech company's cybersecurity policy. So let's see. So you could see here that creating a comprehensive security policy for an edtech company involves adding various aspects, and that would be introduction. First is the purpose for cybersecurity policy, scope, roles and responsibilities, data protection and privacy, network security, application security, user security awareness and training, incident response and management, compliance and legal requirements, physical security, device and endpoint security. So similarly, you could ask him that draft me the company's cybersecurity policy and start with the introduction. So he will provide you all the introduction points, and then you can ask him that draft roles and responsibilities. He will draft that also. So you could like break it into parts and ask the EthicalHacker GPT, and he will respond to you, as it has some limitations of some words and some of the responses. So you could ask him in the breaking parts and he will respond to you. Today we are going to talk about some really interesting and powerful hacking gadgets you should know about in 2024. But remember, this is just for learning. We don't want anyone getting into trouble. So moving on, The best way to keep your computers and devices safe is to know about the risk. So some risks are easy to cater, using strong passwords, and don't download from bad websites, and don't hand your unlocked device to strangers. But there are also hidden dangers that can cause big problems. Some tools look innocent but can be very dangerous. Here are 7 gadgets that look normal but are actually powerful hacking tools. These tools are made for security experts to test systems, but they can be misused. So let's kick things off with a device that's small but incredibly powerful, that is Raspberry Pi. So Raspberry Pi is a compact and affordable computer that has revolutionized the tech world. Originally designed for educational purposes, it has become a favorite among hobbyists, makers, and even professionals. Despite its small size, it boasts impressive capabilities, including multiple USB ports, HDMI output, and support for various operating systems like Linux and Windows 10 IoT Core. The Raspberry Pi can be used for a wide range of projects, from simple programming and gaming to complex IoT systems and home automation. The Raspberry Pi can also be a dangerous hacking tool. With the right software, it can be used to perform a variety of hacking tasks. For example, it can run Kali Linux, a popular operating system for penetration testing. This allows it to be used for network scanning, password cracking, and even setting up rogue access points to intercept data. Its small size makes it easy to hide, and its affordability means it's accessible to many. In the wrong hands, this innocent-looking device can become a powerful tool for malicious activities. Now that we have seen the potential of the Raspberry Pi, which by the way is one of the personal favorites for tinkering, let's move on to another seemingly simple but powerful device, the Wi-Fi adapter. So Wi-Fi adapter might seem like a simple device used to connect to wireless networks, but it can be a potent hacking tool in the wrong hands. These adapters, when paired with the right software, can intercept and monitor wireless communications, making them invaluable for network analysis and penetration testing. For example, they can be used with tools like AirCrack-NG to crack Wi-Fi passwords. Hackers can use Wi-Fi adapters to perform attacks such as packet sniffing and man-in-the-middle attacks. These activities can lead to unauthorized access to networks, data theft, and severe security breaches. It's like having a digital spy in your pocket. While essential for legitimate security testing, it's crucial to be aware of their potential misuse and to secure your own wireless networks against such threats. Speaking of Wi-Fi, you won't believe how sneaky this next device is. Let's take a look at a device that takes wireless hacking to a whole new level, the Wi-Fi Pineapple. The Wi-Fi Pineapple looks like a standard router, but it is a sophisticated device used for hacking wireless networks. It allows attackers to create rogue Wi-Fi access points, tricking users into connecting and revealing their login credentials. Imagine connecting to what looks like a free public Wi-Fi only to have your data intercepted. This device is capable of advanced man-in-the-middle attacks, monitoring, and recording data from all connected devices. Additionally, the Wi-Fi Pineapple can capture Wi-Fi handshakes, which can then be used to crack network passwords. Its powerful feature makes it a favorite among penetration testers for assessing network security, but in the wrong hands, it can be used for malicious activities, highlighting the importance of robust wireless security. So from Wi-Fi to Bluetooth, which is everyone these days, right? Let's now explore a powerful tool for Bluetooth hacking, the Ubertooth One. The Ubertooth One is an open source Bluetooth testing tool that appears to be a simple USB dongle. Despite its unassuming appearance, it can monitor and analyze Bluetooth communications, making it a valuable asset for those testing the security of Bluetooth devices. Think of it as a spy for Bluetooth traffic. The Ubertooth One can capture Bluetooth packets, perform Bluetooth attacks, and even explore vulnerabilities in Bluetooth networks. Its ability to dissect Bluetooth traffic makes it a powerful tool for both legitimate security research and potential misuse. Understanding its capabilities helps highlight the importance of securing Bluetooth-enabled devices against unauthorized access and attacks. Continuing with radio frequency tools, which honestly sounds like something out of a spy movie. So let's discuss the Hack RF1 and its versatile capabilities. So the Hack RF1 is a versatile software-defined radio SDR platform that can transmit and receive radio signals from 1 MHz to 6 GHz. It looks like a standard electronic device, but can be used for a wide range of hacking activities. Imagine being able to capture and manipulate signals across a broad spectrum, With the HackRF1, users can capture and analyze various radio signals, jam frequencies, and even spoof signals to manipulate communication systems. This tool is particularly useful for exploring and testing the security of wireless communication systems. While it serves an essential role in legitimate research and development, the HackRF1 also demonstrates the need for robust security measures to protect against radio frequency-based attacks. So now let's look at a tool that takes advantage of a computer's trust in USB devices. And trust me, this one's sneaky, the USB rubber ducky. So the USB rubber ducky is a device that looks like a regular flash drive but acts like a keyboard, typing commands into any computer it's plugged into. Hackers use it to execute pre-programmed scripts that can steal data, install malware, or take control of the target device. It's like a tiny digital ninja. This tool exploits the trust computers have in USB devices, making it a potent weapon for cyber attacks. It's a reminder to be cautious about plugging in unknown USB devices, as they could be rubber duckies in disguise, ready to unleash harmful commands and compromise your system security. So finally, we have got a real undercover gadget here. Let's uncover the secret capabilities of the LAN turtle. The LAN turtle looks like a typical USB Ethernet adapter, but it's a covert hacking tool used to monitor and infiltrate networks. Don't let its innocent appearance fool you. It provides hackers with several capabilities, such as network scanning, DNS spoofing, and data capture. The LAN turtle can be discreetly plugged into a network, allowing access to gather sensitive information and gain unauthorized access. Its ability to operate undetected makes it particularly dangerous, emphasizing the need for vigilance and robust network security measures to prevent unauthorized devices from connecting to your systems. So there you have it, guys. We have explored some of the most powerful and dangerous hacking gadgets out there. These tools can do a lot of damage if they fall into the wrong hands. That's why it's so important to stay informed and vigilant about cybersecurity.
Today, we are diving into a super important topic that affects everyone: phishing attacks. As cybercriminals get more sophisticated, it's important for us to stay one step ahead. So in this video, I'll be walking you through what phishing is, how it works, some famous examples of phishing attacks, different types of phishing, how to protect yourself, and what to do if you ever fall victim. So let's jump right in. What is phishing? To start, let's talk about what a phishing attack really is. In simple terms, phishing is a type of scam where hackers pretend to be legitimate people or companies to steal your personal information, whether it's your passwords, bank details, or even social security number. They typically do this through emails, text messages, or fake websites that seem genuine at first glance. But phishing attacks don't just rely on fake emails. They use a psychological trick known as social engineering. Now, social engineering is all about manipulating people into making poor decisions, like clicking on a malicious link or sharing personal information. Let's take an example. Imagine you work in a company and one day you get an urgent email from someone who looks like your boss. The email says, "I'm in a meeting right now, but I need you to send me the financial reports immediately. Click here to access a secure file." Because it's your boss and the message sounds urgent, you might not think twice and click the link. But that's where the trick is. The link wasn't real, and now the hacker has the access to the company's sensitive data. So social engineering works because it plays on human emotions like fear, urgency, trust, and leads you to make hasty decisions without double-checking. So phishing attacks are serious business, and they have caused some of the most damaging data breaches in history. Let's take a look at some of the most famous examples. First, let's talk about the Sony Pictures hack in 2014. This is one of the most well-known phishing incidents. It all started when Sony employees received phishing emails that looked completely legitimate. Some employees clicked on the links in these emails, which gave hackers access to Sony's internal network. And the result? Over 100 terabytes of data were stolen, including unreleased movies, confidential employee information, and thousands of internal emails. The leaked data caused major damage to Sony's reputation and led to lawsuits. It was one of the most costly cyber attacks of its time. Another incredible phishing incident involved both Facebook and Google. Between 2013 and 2015, a single hacker managed to scam these tech giants out of over $100 million. How did he do it? The hacker, Evaldus, pretended to be a hardware supplier that both companies did business with. He sent phishing emails with fake invoices that looked exactly like the real thing. Because the emails were so convincing, the finance departments of the Facebook and Google didn't question them and wired the money directly to the attacker's account. So these famous examples show that phishing can affect anyone, from everyday people to major corporations. So let's talk about how they work step by step when hackers actually try to steal your information. But before that, if you're interested in becoming a cybersecurity expert, this is the course for you. Ranked 1 by Career Karma, our program prepares you for CEH, CompTIA and CISSP certification. Learn from industry experts and get access to the official EC Council kit, including lab and exam vouchers. Master strategies to secure your infrastructure from cyber threats and architect cloud-based security. This 6-month online bootcamp offers hands-on learning with 8 times higher interactions, simulation tests, and real-world projects. Enroll now and secure your future in cybersecurity. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments. So, how does a phishing attack unfold? Let's break it into easy steps. Step 1. Phishing attacks typically start with a carefully crafted message, often in the form of an email or text. This message will look like it's from a legitimate company, like your bank, a popular service like PayPal, or even someone you personally know. Hackers usually use several techniques to make these emails look authentic. One common technique is domain spoofing. This is when hackers create a domain that looks almost identical to the legitimate website, but with subtle differences. For example, instead of paypal.com, they might use paypal1.com or pay-pal.com. Because most people glance at the sender's email address quickly, they don't notice the subtle change. The next step is to get the victim to visit a fake website. When you click on the link in the phishing email, you're often redirected to a website that looks exactly like the real thing. These fake websites are often designed to perfectly mimic the official login pages of services like your bank or email provider. To create these fake websites, hackers often use what's called a phishing kit. Now, phishing kits are pre-built tools that make it easy for attackers to clone real websites. The hacker then hosts the fake website on a malicious server or uses DNS spoofing, where they manipulate the DNS records to redirect users from the legitimate website to their fake version without the victim knowing. Now, once you land on the fake website, the next step is for the hacker to collect your information. So these fake pages are designed to look identical to the real ones. So when you enter your username and password, you think you're logging in securely. But hear what's happening in the background. Phishing sites use various methods to capture the information you type in. One common technique is form jacking, where the form on the website is modified to send the data directly to the attacker's server. Alternately, hackers can use key logging malware that records every keystroke you make, capturing usernames, passwords, and even credit card information as you type. So to make the fake site even more convincing, attackers often secure it with a real SSL certificate. Now this means the website might show up as secure with a padlock symbol in your browser, making you believe it's legitimate. So this is why it's important to check more than just the HTTPS in the URL. Now once the hacker has your data, they can use it in various ways. The most common method is using your stolen credentials to log into your accounts. This is known as credential stuffing. But they can also use your personal information for identity theft, or they might sell your data on the dark web. But phishing isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. Hackers use several different types of phishing attacks, and each one is designed for a specific target or method. So now let's talk about the different types of phishing attacks. First, we have general phishing, which is the most common and broad type. So in this type of attack, hackers send out thousands or even millions of phishing emails to random people, hoping that a small percentage will fall for the scam. For example, let's say you receive an email that looks like it's from a popular company like Netflix. The email says something like, your payment method has failed, click here to update your information. You click the link and it takes you to a fake Netflix login. When you enter your details, they are sent straight to the hacker. These attacks are sent out to as many people as possible. Whoever falls for it, falls for it. It's all about volume with general phishing. Next is spear phishing. So unlike general phishing, spear phishing is much more targeted. So the attacker picks a specific individual or company and tailors the attack to that person or group. So spear phishing requires some research and planning. So it's more sophisticated than general phishing. For example, imagine you work in the finance department of a company and you receive an email from someone pretending to be the CEO. The email says, he's unable to transfer the money to the partner company and asks you to transfer it. So since it appears to be from your boss and it sounds urgent, you might be tempted to complete the transfer without questioning it. That's the goal of spear phishing. Because the email is personalized and often uses real names or insider informations, it's much easier to fall for it. So this makes spear phishing especially dangerous for businesses. Now let's talk about whaling. which is similar to spear phishing but with a bigger target. So whaling specifically targets high-ranking individuals like CEOs, CFOs, or other executives. So these attacks are often highly sophisticated because stakes are so high. Let's say a hacker sends an email to the CFO of a large corporation, pretending to be a lawyer representing the company. So the email contains a fake warrant, asking the CFO to click a link to download important legal documents. Because it's a legal matter and appears highly official, the CFO clicks the link, which leads to malware being installed on the company's network. So whaling attacks are dangerous because they often involve larger sums of money or more sensitive information. So when high-level executives fall for these scams, the consequences can be disastrous. Next comes SEO phishing. So SEO phishing takes a different approach. So instead of targeting individuals with emails or text messages, hackers create fake websites and manipulate search engines so that these sites show up at the top of search results. So people who are searching for services or products may unknowingly click on these malicious websites. For example, imagine you are trying to log into Bank of America and you search for Bank of America login. So a phishing site could show up at the top of the result, looking exactly like the original website. You fill out the form, entering your personal and payment information. But instead of going to the bank, all of that information goes straight to the hacker. So SEO phishing works because we trust search engines to lead us to legitimate sites. Hackers take advantage of that trust by manipulating search engine algorithms to display their malicious sites. And finally, there's smishing, which stands for SMS phishing. Smishing involves sending fraudulent messages through SMS or text. So these texts often appear to come from a trusted source, like your bank or a delivery service, and contain a link that leads to a phishing site. For example, let's say you get a text that looks like it's from a delivery company such as FedEx, telling you to set your delivery preferences. The message includes a link to do the same. When you click the link, it takes you to a fake FedEx site that asks for your name, address, and credit card information to cover delivery fees. So smishing is effective because people tend to trust text messages more than emails, especially when they're on the go and may not scrutinize the message as closely. Anyways, fortunately, there are several things you can do to protect yourself from phishing attacks. So first and foremost, always think before you click. If you get an email or text asking you to click a link, stop and think. Does this look suspicious? Hover over the link to see where it actually leads before you click. Next, don't upload personal information online. Be careful where you share your personal information online. Hackers often gather details from social media or public profiles to make their phishing attempts more convincing. So make sure to keep your software, operating system, and apps updated. Regular updates include security patches that protect against known vulnerabilities. Next is use antivirus and email security. Install a good antivirus program and use email services with phishing filters. These tools can block many phishing emails before they even reach your inbox. And lastly, use a secure DNS service. This can prevent you from even accessing malicious websites, adding an extra layer of protection. Now, even with these precautions, phishing attacks can sometimes be successful. So what happens if you're already fallen a victim? Let's talk about what to do after a phishing attack. So if you realize you have fallen for a phishing attack, don't panic. There are steps you can take to minimize the damage. First, report the attack to cybercrime authorities. In many countries, there are dedicated teams that handle online fraud, and the faster they are notified, the better. Next, change the passwords for any accounts that may have been compromised. Make sure each password is unique and avoid using the same password for multiple accounts. Next, enable multi-factor authentication on your accounts. MFA adds an extra step, like a code sent to your phone, which makes it harder for hackers to gain access. And lastly, run a full malware scan on your devices. If you clicked a link or downloaded something from the phishing attack, malware might have been installed. So it's important to remove it as quickly as possible. And there you have it. We have covered everything you need to know about phishing attacks, from how they work, the different types, to some real-life examples of phishing disasters, and most importantly, how you can protect yourself.
In this tutorial for today, we will explore the most frequently asked and important interview questions and answers for cybersecurity for all the different levels of proficiency, starting from freshers to experienced. Cybersecurity is crucial in today's digital world, protecting sensitive data from cyber threats and attacks. As cybersecurity risks grow, businesses are investing heavily in security measures, creating a surge in cybersecurity job openings. Roles in security analyst, ethical hacker, and SOC analyst are in high demand across all the industries. Professionals with skills in network security, penetration testing, and cloud security are highly sought after. Preparing for cybersecurity job interviews require knowledge of key topics like encryption, firewalls, threat detection, and risk management. Having a strong list of frequently asked questions will help you boost confidence and readiness. Strong cybersecurity awareness also helps individuals and organizations stay safe in evolving threats. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the cybersecurity interview questions and answers. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Just for a quick info, if you want to upskill yourself, master cybersecurity skills, and land your dream job or grow in your career, then you must explore Simplilearn's professional certificate program in cybersecurity. Simplilearn offers extensive cybersecurity training. This program is designed to equip you with skills required to become an expert in the rapidly growing field of cybersecurity. This cybersecurity program aims to help you stay updated of all the latest trends in cybersecurity as well as for the future. That's not all. You also get operating system fundamentals, system architecture, virtual memory concepts, networking concepts, network protocols, firewall and security protocols, and many more. After completing this professional certification, thousands of learners have transitioned into a cybersecurity role as a fresher or moved on to a higher paying job and profile. If you are passionate about making your career in this field, then make sure to check out the link in the pinned comment and description box below to find more details about the wide range of cybersecurity certifications based on your experience and areas of interest. Now, without further delay, let's get started with the cybersecurity interview questions and answers. Now, let's begin with the first question. What is the role of DNS in cybersecurity? Now, the answer for this question is DNS, or also known as the Domain Name System, translate domain names into IP addresses. Attackers exploit it using DNS spoofing, cache poisoning, or tunneling into redirect users or exfiltrate data. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the next question. What is phishing? Provide an example. So, phishing is a social engineering attack where attackers trick users to revealing credentials via fake emails or websites. For example, a fake email from PayPal asking login details, or an email claiming to be from a bank requesting the recipient to provide their login credentials by clicking a link that leads to a fake website. Now, the next question is how encryption is different from hashing. Encryption converts data into ciphertext and can be decrypted back. Hashing is a one-way function that transforms data into a fixed-length hash, which cannot be reversed. Now, question number 4. What is a firewall and why is it used? A firewall monitors and controls incoming or outgoing network traffic based on security rules preventing unauthorized access and cyber threats. Now, proceeding to question number 5. What is a three-way handshake? It's a TCP process where a client and server establish a connection using SYN, ACK, and ACK packets, ensuring reliable data transmission. So basically, the client sends SYS, or also known as synchronized packet, to the server to check if the server is up or has open ports. The server sends SYN ACK packet to the client if it has open ports. Lastly, the client acknowledges this and sends back an ACK or acknowledgement packet back to the server. Proceeding ahead, we have the 6th question. What is a VPN and why is it used? A VPN, or also known as the Virtual Private Network, encrypts internet traffic, ensuring secured remote access and protecting data from interception. Now, the 7th question. What are the common techniques for securing a computer network? Techniques like firewalls, IDS or IPS, strong authentication, encryption, patch management, network segmentation, and endpoint protection are a couple of common techniques that can be used to secure a computer network. Proceeding ahead, we have the 8th question. Define the terms encryption and decryption. So the answer is, firstly, encryption. Encryption converts plain text into unreadable ciphertext. So the other end is the decryption, which reverses the process using a key to restore the plain text. Proceeding ahead, we have the 9th question. What are cookies in a web browser? So you can consider cookies as some specific details that are stored by the website to help you navigate to the website when you revisit the same website. So the answer is cookies are small data files stored in the browser to track users' session, preferences, and authentication. Malicious cookies can be exploited for tracking and session hijacking as well. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 10th question, which talks about what is the difference between IDS and IPS. So, firstly, IDS. IDS is also known as Intrusion Detection System, which monitors traffic for threats, while IPS is Intrusion Prevention System, which actively blocks malicious traffic. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 11th question. What is two-factor authentication? So, for all of those you're already using Gmails or any of the email accounts and you want to log in from a remote location which kind of seems different to your browser, then you get a notification. Authenticate yourself via mobile or your phone, etc. Right? Send an OTP or some secured questions. So that is known as two-factor authentication. The security method requiring two independent authentication factors like a password or a one-time code to verify identity is called as two-factor authentication. Proceeding ahead, we have the 12th question. What is SSL encryption? Secured sockets layer encrypted data between a web browser and a browser to prevent eavesdropping and tampering. Proceeding ahead, we have the 13th question. Explain a data security audit. So, a security audit is an organization's security control, policies, and vulnerabilities to identify and mitigate risks. Now, the 14th question. Explain cross-site scripting and SQL injection. XSS injects malicious scripts into web pages to steal data. SQL injection manipulates database queries to gain unauthorized access. Now, the 15th question. What is a zero-day vulnerability? So, it refers to a security vulnerability present in software or hardware that is undisclosed to the vendor and lacks an existing solution. This loophole can be leveraged by malicious actors before a remedy is created. So, proceeding ahead, we have our 16th question. Discuss the ISO 27001 and 27002 standards. So, it is a framework for information security management systems, which is ISMS, while ISO 27002 provides guidelines for implementing security controls and practices within an organization. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 17th question. Explain the principles of ethical hacking. Ethical hackers identify vulnerabilities legally, following rules and engagement, ensuring data integrity, and reporting findings responsibly. Now, we have the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So, the 18th question. What are the different types of network security? So, the different types of network security includes firewalls, IDS or IPS, encryption, VPNs, endpoint protection, network segmentation, and access controls. Proceeding ahead, we have the 19th question. So, moving ahead, we have the 19th question. Discuss the concept of risk assessment in cybersecurity. Risk assessment evaluates threats, vulnerabilities, and potential impacts to prioritize security measures. Now, moving ahead, we have the next question, which is, what is the incident response and how is it managed? So, the answer is, incident response is handling security breaches using a structured approach, which is detection, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. Now, moving ahead, we have the 21st question, which talks about what is the CIA triad in cybersecurity. So, CIA stands for C, confidentiality, which is data privacy, I for integrity, which is data accuracy, and A for availability, which is for data access when needed from the CIA triad. Proceeding ahead, we have the 22nd question. What is network sniffing? Capturing and analyzing network traffic using tools like Wireshark, which attackers exploit to intercept sensitive data, is called as network sniffing. Now, the 23rd question. How do you manage cryptographic keys? Using key management systems like KMS, rotate key regularly, use strong storage methods, and enforce least private access, you can manage the cryptographic keys. Now we have the 24th question. Define the terms virus, malware, and ransomware. So the answer for this question is, firstly, a virus. Virus replicates and spreads. Next is malware. includes all malicious software. And lastly, the ransomware, where data gets encrypted and the attacker demands payment for decrypting the data. Now, the 25th question. What is the difference between HIDS and NIDS? So HIDS is host-based IDS, which monitors systems activity on a device, while NIDS is network-based IDS, which analyzes network traffic for threats. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 26th question, which asks about explain data leakage. So unauthorized data exposure via breaches, insider threats, or misconfigurations prevented by DLP or data loss prevention tools is known as data leakage. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 27th question. What is port scanning? A technique used to identify open ports on a system, often used by attackers to find vulnerabilities, is called as port scanning. Proceeding ahead, we have the 28th question. How often should you perform patch management? So, standard-wise, the answer for this question is it should be done as soon as it is released. And in some cases, it should be done regularly based on risk-based approach, and typically for monthly standard patches and immediately for critical vulnerabilities. Proceeding ahead, we have the 29th question. How would you reset a password protected BIOS configuration? Now, the answer for this question is, since BIOS is a pre-boot system, it has its own storage mechanism for setting and preferences. A simple way to reset is by popping out the CMOS battery so that the memory storing the settings lose its power supply, and as a result, it will lose its setting. Now proceeding ahead, we have the 30th question. What is a botnet? So the answer for this question is a network of compromised devices controlled remotely to launch cyber attacks such as DDoS or spam campaigns is known as a botnet. Now the 31st question. What is the difference between a threat, a vulnerability, and a risk? So the answer is a threat is a potential danger. A vulnerability is a weakness. And lastly, a risk is a probability of exploitation. Now 32nd question. What is cognitive cybersecurity? AI-driven cybersecurity that uses machine learning and natural language processing to detect and respond to threats is known as cognitive cybersecurity. Now, the 33rd question. What is a block cipher? A block cipher is a symmetric encryption method that encrypts data in fixed-size blocks such as AES. Now, 34th question. What do you mean by shoulder surfing? So, it's a very simple answer. Basically, someone which is observing your screen or keypad to steal credentials or sensitive data is called as shoulder surfing. Now, 35th question. What do you mean by system hardening? So the answer for this question is strengthening a system's security by removing vulnerabilities, disabling unused services, and enforcing strict policies is known as system hardening. Now, the 36th question for the day. How to prevent MITM? So the answer is, to prevent MITM, you have to use SSL or TLS VPNs, multi-factor authentication, and avoid untrusted networks to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks. Now, 37th question is, what is a ransomware? So, the answer for this question, before we get started, we briefly had a discussion about ransomware in our previous questions. Now, let's have a detailed explanation for this one. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts data to make it inaccessible to computer users. Cybercriminals use it to extort money from the individuals and organizations as well that hack the data and hold the data hostage until a certain amount of ransom is paid. Now, proceeding ahead, we have the 38th question. What is public key infrastructure? So, the PKI, or also known as the public key infrastructure, issues digital certificates to secure communication, protect data, and provide unique identities. It uses public-private key pairs, requiring a strong infrastructure to safeguard public keys from the attackers. Now, 39th question. What is a proxy firewall? A firewall that filters traffic at the application layer acting as an intermediary between users and the internet, is called as the proxy firewall. Now we have the 40th question. What do you mean by penetration testing? So a penetration testing is a simulated attack on systems to identify vulnerabilities before real attackers exploit them. Now the 41st question. Explain what a cybersecurity policy is. So basically, a cybersecurity policy is a set of rules and guidelines to protect an organization's information and systems. Now, 42nd question. How does a rootkit work and how would you detect it? So the answer is rootkits hide malware and avoid detection. In order to find one or detect one, you need to use rootkit scanners, behavioral analysis, and integrity checks to detect them. Now, the 43rd question. Explain the principle of least privilege. So, the users and processes should have the minimum permissions needed to perform their tasks to reduce security risks. So, this particular principle is known as least privilege. Now, 44th question. What are the key elements of a strong security policy? So the answer to this question is access control, encryption, incident response, audit logging, risk management, and compliance requirements. So these are the key elements for a strong security policy. 45th question. Explain the concept of a digital signature. A cryptographic method ensuring the authenticity and integrity of digital messages using public key encryption is known as a digital signature. Now, the 46th question. What is a honeypot in cybersecurity? So the term honeypot is self-explanatory. So in terms of cybersecurity, it is a decoy system designed to attract the monitor attackers, helping identify the attack methods and also sometimes observe their behavior in order to understand what are their intentions. Now, 47th question. What are the common cybersecurity threats today? So some of the common cyber threats today are ransomware, phishing, DDoS attacks, insider threats, zero-day exploits, and supply chain attacks. Now, 48th question. How can you prevent a man-in-the-middle attack or MITM attack? So for that, you need to use encrypted communications like TLS or SSL, use VPNs, strong authentication, and avoid unsecured networks. 49th question. What is a DDoS attack and how does it work? So the answer for this question, firstly, DDoS, it is called as distributed denial of service, and DDoS overloads a system with excess traffic using a botnet, causing service disruption. So basically, it's kind of blocking the service. And with this, we come to the final question of today's session, which is, what is the difference between black hat, white hat, and gray hat hackers? So the answer for this question is, let's begin with the black hats. Black hats are malicious hackers. They exploit vulnerabilities for illegal purposes. And then we come with white hat. So ethical hackers who help to identify and fix vulnerabilities who have positive ethics are called as the white hat hackers, and gray hat, a kind of a mix and match between the both black hat and the white hat. So these hackers help identify vulnerabilities without malicious intent, but may not always have authorization.
Once you dive into the world of cybersecurity, it becomes clear that there are many certifications to choose from. Some of these are relatively easy to obtain, while others are known to be extremely challenging. The difficulty of these exams basically depends on few things, like how much you know, how much time you put into studying, and the hands-on experience you have in the field. Some people breeze through the toughest certification without breaking the sweat, while others might struggle with them. But here's the thing, it's really hard to rank how difficult a certification is, because testing organizations don't always share the pass rates for their exams. Despite this, there is plenty of talk in the industry about which certification is the hardest one. So based on the discussions and insight from cybersecurity experts, we have put together a list of 8 most challenging cybersecurity certification. So guys, without further ado, let's get started. So guys, the first certification in our list is, in a decreasing order that we have, is AWS Certified Security Specialty. Our list basically begins with the AWS Certified Security. This specialty certification is a must-have for cloud security professionals. This certification focuses on especially security in the Amazon Web Services cloud environment. In this certification, you will learn about AWS security concepts like the shared responsibility model, data protection, and secure internet protocols. You will also cover topics like identity and access management, incident response, and infrastructure security. The exam itself lasts for 170 minutes and consists of 65 multiple choice and multi-response questions. While there are no official prerequisites for this certification, it's recommended that you have at least 5 years of experience in designing and implementing IT security solutions and 2 years of hands-on experience with AWS. Most candidates who attempt these exams usually have the other AWS certification under their belt, such as the AWS Certified Solutions Architect. AWS Associate also works, and also the AWS Certified Solution Architect Professional. These certifications basically provide a strong foundation in the AWS concepts, making the AWS Certified Security specialty kind of easier to tackle. But still, it's a tough exam, and passing it will make you a valuable asset to any organization that uses AWS. Now, let us move to the next one. The next one we have is CompTIA Advanced Security Professional Practitioner Certification, or CASP+. So guys, this is one which is aimed at cybersecurity professionals who work at more advanced level. The CASP Plus focuses on enterprise security, risk management, and security operations. The exam itself consists of maximum of 90 questions, and you have 165 minutes to complete it. It covers basically 4 main areas: security architecture, security operations, security engineering, and cryptography. Also, it covers governance, risk, and compliance. Each area requires you to have a deep understanding of complex topics, making these exams quite comprehensive. The CASP Plus is often compared to the Certified Information Systems Security Professional, or CISSP certification exam, and it is an alternative for certain US Department of Defense roles. If you are aiming for a career in the government cybersecurity, then this could be the certification for you. Now let us move on to our next certification. So guys, our next certification is GIAC Certified Incident Handler Certification, or GCIS certification. This is for those candidates who are focused on incident handling and response. The GIAC Certified Incident Handler is a key certification. With cybersecurity threats becoming more sophisticated, the ability to handle incidents effectively is very critical. This certification teaches you how to respond to incidents, investigate computer crimes, and understand common hacks and exploits. The GCIS exams include 106 questions and last for 4 hours. You will need to have scored at least 70% to pass this certification exam. It is a certification that's perfect for people working on the front lines of cybersecurity, such as system administrators, security experts, and security architects. This certification will give you a hands-on experience with tools like Nmap, Metasploit, and Netcat, which are basically used to carry out some of the most common hacks. So if you are a part of first response team in the cybersecurity, then this certification will be extremely useful for you. Now, let us move to our next certification. That is CISM, or Certified Information Security Manager certification. So guys, the Certified Information Security Manager certification is highly valued for those aiming to move into leadership roles within the cybersecurity. It is specifically focusing on the management side, making it ideal for professionals who want to lead and govern an organization's information security program. Rather than diving deep into the technical aspects, CISM is all about managing the overall security infrastructure, accessing risk, and also implementing policies that ensure security at the organizational level. To earn the CISM certification, candidates must have at least 5 years of work experience in the field of information security, with at least 3 years of those as an information security management role. The exam is going to test your knowledge in the 4 key areas: information security governance, risk management, information security program, and incident management. This ensures that you are well versed in both designing security systems and managing them within a real-world business environment. The exam consists of 150 multiple choice questions and the candidates are given 4 hours to complete it. The scoring system is based on a scale of 200 to 800 and you will need to achieve at least 450 to pass this exam. This means that not only do you need to be well prepared, but you will also need to manage your time efficiently to complete all the questions within the allocated time. Although guys, the CISM focuses more on the management side than the technical cybersecurity. The experience required to even sit for these exams makes it one of the most challenging certification exams to earn. You will need to demonstrate your ability to assess risk, develop comprehensive security strategies, and manage a security program in a business context. For those aiming for a higher level of management role, this is a must-have certification that you should go for. Now, let us move to our next certification. That is Certified Information Security Professional Certification. The CISSP certification is often considered the gold standard in the field of information security. It is one of the most respected and recognized certifications worldwide, both in the private sector and within the government institutions. If you are aiming to establish yourself as a serious cybersecurity professional, then the CISSP can be a career-defining certification. The CISSP is designed for experienced professionals who create and manage security policies and procedures. It's not an entry-level certification, but it also requires a high degree of expertise and experience. To even qualify for the exam, you need to have at least 5 years of relevant work experience in the field of information security. If you have a 4-year degree in a related field, you can reduce the work experience requirement to 4 years. But this still leaves a substantial barrier to entry. The exam itself is not easy feat. Okay, so it uses basically computerized adaptive testing format and can range from 100 to 150 questions, which you must complete in 3 hours. The questions are drawn from 8 different domains, covering a wide range of topics from security and risk management to security operations. To pass this exam, you need to score at least 700 out of 1000 points. So guys, passing the exam is just the first step. After earning your CISSP, you need to maintain it by completing 120 hours of continuing professional education in CPE every 3 years and paying an annual fee of $135. This commitment to ongoing education ensures that the CISSP holders stay current in a rapidly evolving field. The difficulty of this certification lies not only in the challenging exam itself, but also in the preparation. Many candidates spend up a year studying for this exam, and those who don't meet the experience requirements can still take the exam. But they will be classified as an ISC2 associate until they gain the requisite experience. Once you have earned the CISSP, you will be well positioned for advanced role in cybersecurity. So whether you are aiming to be a security manager, auditor, or consultant. Now let us move to our next security certification. So our next certification is CCIE Security or Cisco Certified Inter-Network Expert Security Certification. This is known for its incredibly challenging process. It's widely recognized as one of the most prestigious certifications in the field for the network security professionals, and the number of individuals who hold this certification globally is quite small, around 4,000 as of now. The certification commands respect because of the depth of the knowledge required and the difficulty of the exam. The CCIE Security Certification requires candidates to pass 2 exams. First, a written qualification exam implementing operating Cisco Security Core Technologies or SCOR 35701. And the second is an 8-hour lab exam. The lab portion of the exam is where many candidates struggle, and it's designed to test your ability to secure real-world networks in a hands-on environment. You will need to configure and troubleshoot a series of complex networks using Cisco Core Security Technologies. The lab exam is grueling, lasting an entire workday and testing not only your technical knowledge, but also your ability to work under pressure. It's designed to simulate the real-life scenarios where quick thinking and problem solving are very, very essential. So guys, passing this exam is a massive achievement, and the CCIE Security Certification is highly sought after by employers. Due to the difficulty of both written and lab exams, the CCIE Security Certification is generally aimed at high experienced professionals who have extensive knowledge of Cisco technologies. So guys, for those who are looking to specialize in network security and are prepared for rigorous challenge, the CCIE Security Certification career can be a very defining achievement for your next role. Now, let us move to our next certification, which is Offensive Security Certified Professional Certification, or OSCP. For those interested in penetration testing, Offensive Security Certified Professional Certification is one of the most respected and challenging certifications available. The OSCP is unique because it focuses on practical, hands-on skill rather than just theory. During the exam, candidates must hack into a series of virtual machines to demonstrate their ability to exploit vulnerabilities and securing systems. The exam itself lasts 23 hours and 45 minutes with an additional 15 minutes of proctoring. Candidates are given access to a virtual environment where they must identify vulnerabilities, exploit them, and then provide detailed reports on how they did it. To pass this, you need to score at least 70 points out of 100. So guys, before taking this exam, candidate must complete the Penetration Testing Kali Linux or PEN 200 course, which teaches them the necessary skills for the OSCP exam. This course is intensive, covering topics such as buffer overflows, web application attacks, and privilege escalations. It is designed to prepare candidates for real-world penetration testing scenarios, which makes the OSCP one of the most hands-on certifications available. So guys, let us move to our next certification, which is GIAC Security Expert Certification. At the top of our list is the GIAC Security Expert Certification, which is often described as most difficult certification to earn in cybersecurity. As early of the 2024, fewer than 300 professionals worldwide held the GCAC certification, which speaks to the difficulty and the prestige. The GSC certification requires candidates to pass a challenging multiple-choice exam, submit a research paper, and complete 2-day hands-on lab exam. The lab portion is where most candidates struggle, as it tests your ability to apply advanced cybersecurity concepts to secure and defend systems in real-world scenarios. Maintaining the GSC certification is no small task either. GIAC requires certified professionals to regularly update their skills and go through a rigorous renewal process. This makes the GSC not only tough to earn but also tough to keep. However, for those who do, it's a symbol of expertise and dedication to cybersecurity. So guys, these were some of the top 8 toughest cybersecurity certification which one can pursue for. And we all know that there's no doubt that the demand for cybersecurity professionals is growing, and certifications are one of the great ways to prove your skills. So we covered 8 of the toughest cybersecurity certification which you can pursue, each with its own set of challenges. Imagine waking up one morning to find your company's critical data locked away by ransomware, or your personal email account flooded with suspicious login attempt. It's a scenario no one wants. Yet, it's becoming all too common in today's interconnected world. Now picture yourself equipped with the right tools that allow you to detect vulnerabilities before attackers do, simulate phishing attempts to train your teams, or analyze networks for hidden threats. Sounds empowering, right? This is where the cybersecurity tools comes in. So guys, in today's video, we are going to step up into the top 10 free cybersecurity tools that you should know. So let us discuss our first tool. Our first tool is AirCrackNG. AirCrackNG is a comprehensive suite of tools for Wi-Fi security auditing and penetration testing. It enables ethical hackers and security professionals to monitor, test, and crack wireless networks to assess vulnerabilities in encryption protocols. Now, let us discuss some of its key features. So, you could see all over here that we are at the official website of AirCrackNG. So you can see all over here, it focuses on key different areas of Wi-Fi security. The first one is packet capturing. It monitors and captures raw frames from Wi-Fi networks, which enables analysis of network traffic. It is also used as a decryption tool. It includes AirDecapNG, which actually decrypts WEP and WPA encrypted packet. Now, what is WEP and WPA? So WEP stands for Wired Equivalent Privacy and WPA stands for Wi-Fi Protected Access. These are security protocols designed to protect wireless networks. They ensure data transmitted over Wi-Fi is encrypted and secure from unauthorized access. Next one, it helps in injection testing. It has this packet forge ng through which users can create custom packets to test a network's susceptibility to injection attacks. You could also do network scanning. It has AeroDump-NG, which identifies available networks, their encryption protocols, and connected devices. And finally, if you want to crack encryption keys, you can use this tool. It is going to recover weak WEP keys and also WPA pre-shared keys using advanced algorithm. Now, in what scenario you could use this? So suppose you are doing penetration testing to test the strength of enterprise or home Wi-Fi networks to identify vulnerabilities. So you could use this tool. Next one, if you are performing any educational demonstration, in that scenario you could also use it. And mostly, it is used in network security audits. It helps IT teams to ensure Wi-Fi networks are properly secure with modern encryption protocols. Now, let us discuss our next tool, which is Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is a popular tool for testing the security of web application. It allows users to intercept, analyze, and manipulate HTTP traffic to uncover vulnerabilities such as SQL injection and cross-site scripting. So guys, this is the official website of Burp Suite. Now, what are its key features? First of all, you could intercept proxy. So basically with the help of Burp Suite, you could capture HTTPS traffic between browser and the server, which enables real-time inspection and modification. Second, you could do automated crawling. The spider feature maps out all the pages and structures of web app, aiding comprehensive testing. Third one, request repeater. This allows testers to resend and tweak HTTP requests to identify weaknesses in application logic. Fourth one, you have session token analysis. It evaluates the randomness and security of session tokens to prevent unauthorized access. So guys, this tool comes in free and paid versions. The community edition provides essential tools, while pro version adds automated scanning and advanced capabilities. Now, in what scenario you could use this tool? Suppose you are doing web application testing. So you could discover security weaknesses such as input validation flaws or session hijacking risk. Next, you could use it for compliance checks, which ensures apps meet security standards. Third one, you could use it for developer debugging. It helps refine web app authentication mechanism and improve session handling. Now, let us discuss about our third tool, which is Defendify. Defendify is an all-in-one cybersecurity platform designed for small and medium-sized businesses. It provides comprehensive tools for risk assessment, phishing simulations, and employee training, consolidating cybersecurity efforts in a single solution. So as you can see all over here, I have navigated to official website of Defendify. Now, there are certain key features of Defendify. First of all, risk assessments. It identifies vulnerabilities in all the networks, applications, and practices, providing actionable recommendations. Second, if you want to do phishing simulations, then you could use this tool. It is going to test employee susceptibility to phishing with realistic and customizable campaigns. Third one, you could use it for cybersecurity training. It offers engaging modules to educate employees on recognizing threats. Fourth one, it has incident response plan. It provides pre-designed action plans to handle breaches effectively. Fourth one, it has threat alerts. Finally, it is used for threat alerts. It monitors and notifies users of emerging cyber threats in real time. Now, in what scenario you could use this tool? So, you could use it for small businesses security, okay, and employee awareness training, and also if you want to streamline cybersecurity management. So, in these scenarios, you could use this tool. You could go on this tool. So, it says start the tool. Just click on it, and you can explore this tool all over here, what it includes. Now, let us move on to our fourth tool, which is GoPhish. GoPhish is an open source phishing simulation toolkit that allows organizations to assess employee awareness of phishing attacks. It enables users to create and track phishing campaigns in a controlled environment. So you could see all over here, I have navigated to the official website of GoPhish. Now, let us discuss about some of the key features of this tool. First of all, customizable campaigns. Users can design phishing emails using realistic templates tailored to their organization. Second, user response tracking. It can track metrics such as email opens, link clicks, and submitted credentials. Third of all, detailed reporting. It provides analytics on campaign outcomes, helping identify training needs. And it is also very easy to use. It offers an intuitive interface for creating and managing campaigns without needing advanced technical skills. And finally, it is open source, which is fully customizable and free to use for organizations of any size. Now, what scenario you could use this tool? So suppose you are going for employee security awareness. So in that scenario, you could use this tool. Or if you want to improve security culture, then you could use simulation results to reinforce best practices for email security. In that scenario, this tool works perfect. Now let us move ahead and discuss about our fifth tool. Our fifth tool is Have I Been Pwned? So it is basically a free web service that allows users to check if their email addresses, usernames, or passwords have been exposed in a known data breaches. It's a simple yet powerful tool for staying informed about compromised accounts. So guys, this is the official website of Have I Been Pwned? Now, let us discuss about some of the key features about this tool. First of all, for credential research, users can input email addresses or usernames to see if they appear in public breach databases. Second of all, for real-time alerts, it offers subscription-based notifications for users to receive update about new breaches. Third, it is used for comprehensive database. It contains billions of leaked credentials from past data breaches. Fourth one, API integration. Organizations can integrate the service to their workflows for automated breach monitoring. Now, basically you could use this tool for personal security, where individuals can monitor their account and take actions if credentials are compromised. Second one, for enterprise account management. IT teams can track employees' credentials to prevent unauthorized access. And third one, promoting password hygiene. It helps users adopt stronger password by highlighting the risk of credential use. So what do? Just type your email address and just check whether you have been pwned or not. It is a very amazing and free open source tool. Now, let us discuss about our next tool, which is Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a Debian-based Linux distribution designed specifically for security professionals. It provides an extensive collection of tools for penetration testing, digital forensics, and security auditing. Now, this is the official website of Kali Linux. You could download Kali Linux from all over here, and it has certain key features also. First of all, it has 600 plus pre-installed tools, which includes Nmap, Metasploit, Wireshark for tasks like network scanning, vulnerability exploitation, and packet analysis. Second of all, for customizable environment. It is fully configurable to meet specific penetration testing needs. Third of all, for live boot compatibility. It can run directly from a USB drive, leaving no trace for the host system. Fourth, it has extensive community support. It offers extensive documentation and resources for security professionals. Now, you could use this tool in certain scenarios. First of all, if you are trying to do penetration testing, you can simulate attacks on networks and systems to uncover vulnerabilities. If you're going to do digital forensics, then this tool works perfectly. You could investigate cyber incidents by analyzing system logs and data. And for education and training purposes, this tool can also be used. Now let us discuss about our next tool, which is Nmap. Nmap is a powerful open source tool used for network discovery and vulnerability scanning. It helps administrators identify devices, open ports, and running services on a network. So guys, this is the official website of Nmap. You could download Nmap from here. Now, the key features of this tool are as follows. First of all, it is used for device discovery. It can detect all devices connected to a network. Secondly, open port identification. It can identify open and vulnerable ports. Third one, if you're trying to do operating system fingerprinting, it can determine the operating system and software versions of the devices. Fourth, you could go for scriptable scans. It can automate scans using scripts for complex network environments. Now, you could use this tool in certain scenarios. First of all, for network inventory, you could map all devices and services in a network. If you're going for security audits, this tool can be amazing. It can identify and close open ports to minimize attack surfaces. Third, on compliance testing. It ensures network configurations adhere to security standards. Now, let us discuss about our next tool, which is Nikto. Nikto is an open source web server scanner, which can identify vulnerabilities, outdated software, and misconfigurations in web servers and applications. So guys, you could see all over here that this is the official website of Nikto. This tool could be used for vulnerability scanning, SSL proxy support, intrusion detection system, and also it has some customizable option. It allows users to tailor scans for specific server configuration. Suppose you want to do web server audits. So it could identify vulnerabilities in servers and applications. If you are doing legacy system assessments, then this tool can work amazing. It could test older systems for outdated software. And also, if you are doing pre-deployment testing, you could ensure servers are secure before going live. Then you could use this tool. Next tool we have is Metasploit. Metasploit is a pen testing framework that enables users to find, test, and exploit vulnerabilities in systems and networks. It's a versatile tool used by ethical hackers and security professionals. So guys, this is the official website of Metasploit. So guys, if you're looking to exploit database, then you could use this tool. It has over 1500 preloaded exploits for testing vulnerabilities. Second, if you are doing payload generation, it provides customizable payloads for post-exploitation activities. It could also be integrated with other tools. It works seamlessly with tools like Nmap for comprehensive testing. It has community and pro versions. The free framework edition is suitable for beginners, while Pro edition offers some advanced features. If I talk about use cases, then it could be used in vulnerability testing. If you are doing red team exercises, then this tool could be amazing. You could conduct simulated attacks to improve organizational defenses. Third of all, for security research, you could develop and test new exploits in a controlled environment. Now, our final tool is Open Vulnerability Assessment Scanner, or OpenVAS. OpenVAS is a vulnerability scanner that comprehensively tests networks, systems, and applications for security flaws. So guys, this is the official website of OpenVAS. The key features of these tools are as follows. If you are looking for daily update, then you could use this tool. You would receive updated vulnerability feeds for detecting new threats. If you're looking for customizable scans, then you could use this tool. You could configure scans to meet specific organizational needs. Third of all, for authenticated testing, you could scan systems with user credentials for deeper insights. Fourth, for detailed reporting. It could generate reports for compliance and mitigation planning. So guys, you could use this tool in certain scenarios like for enterprise security